It is often said that the art of reincarnation does not bring forth tears, yet Watergate stands apart. He is renowned as the Yellow Flash, the embodiment of the swiftest movement in the ninja world. His speed eclipses even that of the Raikage Lightning. However, it was only at the conclusion of the Fourth Great Ninja War that, in his reincarnated form, he was able to attend his son Naruto's 17th birthday and express his remorse at that moment. He was merely 6 years older than Naruto, having been a father for just 2 days before sacrificing himself to protect the entirety of Konoha. He devoted all his tenderness to everyone, yet he owed the most to Naruto. The architect of this predicament was none other than his own disciple, Obito Uchiha. Obito, who had grown to a height of 1.8 meters and bore a voice reminiscent of Madara's, invaded Konoha in the dead of night, only to blame Watergate for not recognizing him as a threat to Naruto. The complete version of myself leaped into the depths of the toilet, traversing into the world of Naruto with the intention of becoming Lin, so that Obito could experience the pangs of love. Yet, I found myself reincarnated as Watergate, who had just utilized the 8-trigram seal and was taking his final breath. To my astonishment, I activated a system. The first action I undertook was to sacrifice my own soul to the system in a desperate attempt to resurrect Watergate. I was here to amend past regrets. How could I possibly take his place? Could the system truly revive the original owner of this body? After a moment of silence, the system's voice echoed, confirming my query, reviving the original body. The host must sacrifice their own soul. Is the host certain? Without hesitation, I affirmed my decision. Yes, proceed with the resurrection. Upon uttering those words, I exhaled deeply. The system then inquired, the host may retain some items to bestow upon the original owner. Do you wish to proceed? Considering Watergate's character, I promptly replied, merge my memories of Naruto with his essence, along with my personality traits. Host has confirmed. Beginning resurrection of the original owner. A resplendent white light enveloped my form, and a weary, sorrowful soul of a middle-aged man gradually floated forth, dissolving into countless motes of light. Within the realm of death, a tumult ensued, and my soul vanished in an instant. After a long while, Watergate abruptly opened his eyes, confusion etched across his face, soon replaced by warmth and clarity. He gradually rose, disbelief written across his features. How is this possible? Am I not dead? Memories and traits I had left behind surged into Watergate, causing his body to tremble violently. His once warm bronze eyes grew cold and distant as he gazed out at the moonlight. Murmuring, "Thank you, visitor from another realm," he approached the door, flinging it open to awaken the drowsy guard outside, who was instantly jolted awake. Upon seeing Watergate, his jaw dropped in shock. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared in disbelief, his voice trembling to S.O. Watergate, are you implying that Kushina, in her final moments, utilized the secret technique of the Uzumaki clan to grant you rebirth? He struggled to suppress the impulse to unleash the Rasengan, nodding expressionlessly. Yes, Lord Third. Now I must go see Naruto and the Uzumaki clan. With that, his form transformed into a brilliant golden flash. Vanishing from sight, Sarutobi watched him depart, his brow furrowed in contemplation, filled with myriad thoughts. He understood that Watergate had just lost his wife and child, while Naruto bore a heavy burden. He was at a loss for words. What he did not anticipate was, the clan of Whirlpools possesses a forbidden technique that allows one to rise from the dead. Why did Lord Mito not employ it to resurrect? Is there some form of limitation? With this thought in mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly addressed the heir, instructing that a team be dispatched to the ruins of the Wokai village to meticulously search for any remaining scrolls or pertinent information. Rising to his feet, he gazed out at the moonlight, his thoughts racing through his mind. The resurrection of Minato filled him with joy, yet there lingered an unsettling notion in his heart. What could this thought be? The third Hokage himself stood atop the hill behind the village. Minato leaned Kushina's lifeless body against a great stone, his movements delicate, as if fearing to awaken her from slumber. Gradually, he cradled the swaddled Naruto and sat down. The moon hung in the night sky, casting a faint crimson glow, as if draped in a scarlet cloak. He gazed quietly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Naruto, tonight marks the first time our family gazes at the moon together. It seems particularly beautiful this evening. No sooner had he spoken than Naruto began to wail in his arms. Lowering his gaze to the child, he tenderly wiped away the tears and softly murmured, Naruto, you must be missing your mother. Do not fear, she is here with us. Kushina, You would agree, wouldn't you? I apologize for forgetting you are already asleep. Under the blood moon, tears of crimson flowed from his youthful eyes, cascading down his cheeks and falling to the ground. Kushina, I wish to create a world with you in it. As dawn broke, a night slipped away. In the cold chamber, he placed Kushina's body into a crystal coffin with gentle caution. She lay serenely within, her beauty enhanced by the fiery red of her hair, resembling a sleeping beauty from a fairy tale. For the final time, he caressed Kushina's cheek, his eyes filled with longing and sorrow. With a voice low and tender, he said, Kushina, rest for a while. Good night. With that, he slowly closed the lid of the coffin, gathered Naruto, and transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from the cold chamber. When that flash reappeared, he stood before a house, gently knocking on the door. Who is it knocking so early? An impatient female voice called from within. The door opened, revealing the homeowner, a woman of modest beauty. Upon seeing Minato, she covered her mouth in disbelief. Minato, the fourth Hokage you were supposed to have. The rest of her sentence faded into silence. Minato offered no explanation, merely extending Naruto toward Kushina's friend. Kushina has passed. If you are willing, could you please help me care for my child? After much contemplation, Minato ultimately chose to seek the assistance of this former teammate from Team 7. Naruto was still an infant, requiring nourishment, and his own child had just been born. Given his own temperament, he deemed it best to request her temporary care for Naruto. As for why he did not approach the Uchiha matriarch, the thought of potentially toxic milk that might lead to a comical disaster deterred him. Zonghuizi initially received Naruto with a look of shock, eventually regaining her composure to inquire. Do you mean for me to help take care of the child? She was taken aback. Minato nodded earnestly. I would greatly appreciate your assistance. Zonghuizi. The kunai of Flying Thunder God rests in your hands in times of peril. Infusing it with chakra unleashes a gust of wind. After a moment of silence, Tsunade accepts the kunai with a sudden nod. I understand, Minato. Rest assured, I shall take care of this child for now. Upon hearing her response, Minato bowed deeply, then circled the house, a commotion erupting around him. The Flying Thunder God marks swiftly climbed the surrounding structures. Finally, Minato cast a lingering glance at Mingyuan before transforming into a flash of light, ascending to the rooftop of the Hokage building. Gazing at the dawn breaking over the horizon, he fell into contemplation. In just one night, he had fully integrated the memories of the Hokage left to him and the vengeful disposition that accompanied them. He also unraveled the nature of the so-called system, known as the Slaughter and Salvation System. This system randomly rewarded items based on the targets he either eliminated or saved. Upon learning of this, he was overwhelmed with excitement possessing the memories. There were countless individuals he yearned to vanquish. The mysterious rewards, perhaps echoes of the cycle within his memories, would surely allow for the resurrection of the 9 stars in the future. However, the current ninja world was tainted, and he knew he must first reshape everything. That moment, silence enveloped him, and he clenched his fists, his face etched with hatred. It pained him to realize that he and his beloved had sacrificed everything for their village, only for their child to endure such inhumane treatment. 9 stars. I was truly mistaken. Tears streamed from his eyes as he slowly lifted his gaze to the setting sun. In that moment, his pupils reflected nothing but an unending coldness. Such a filthy Konoha, and indeed the entire ninja world, should not exist. He raised his hand, clenched it fiercely towards the sun, declaring, I shall change all of this, eradicating every individual who has harmed us. When you return, 9 stars, you will surely be joyous. Several hours later, the news of the 4th Hokage's survival spread throughout the land, leaving the civilian clans in utter shock. Those who had intended to realign their allegiances found themselves ensnared in contemplation, as the winds of change once more stirred in the village of Konoha. In the underground base of Root, Danzo shattered a teacup in a fit of rage, his face contorted with fury, a murderous glint emanating from his eyes. How dare that Minato survive? If he lives, how can I ever become Hokage? He had firmly believed in Minato's demise, envisioning himself as the 5th Hokage, but now Minato's revival cast a shadow over his aspirations, leaving him to ponder how he could possibly outlive someone so youthful. The Root ninja, who had come to deliver this news, trembled in fear, prostrated on the ground, terrified that Danzo would unleash his wrath upon him. After a prolonged silence, Danzo seemed to formulate a thought. He narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke to the shadows behind him. Seek an opportune moment to test the fourth. Remember to tread carefully. A cold response echoed from the darkness. At that moment, Danzo sipped the tea his subordinate had presented, his gaze chillingly inscrutable. He could not believe that Minato's resurrection would come without consequences. Perhaps his strength had waned, and he might yet find an opportunity for himself. Meanwhile, Minato sat poised in the Hokage chair, cradling his chin in his hands, his gaze coldly fixed on everything before him. The space had long been filled to capacity by those who came to pay their respects. Upon receiving the news, his disciples and friends immediately expressed their sentiments regarding the resurrection. It was a matter best left undiscussed. Lu Jiu gazed into his eyes, which were as cold as ice, and an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity surged within him. Yet, he could not help but speak up. It is truly a relief that you are unharmed. Concerning the matter of Jiuxing, he added, please accept my condolences. Shui Min, with a stoic expression, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this, Akashi quickly interjected, Master, I am sincerely sorry. If only I were stronger, perhaps I could have aided you, and Jiuxing would not have faced such misfortune. However, as soon as the words left his lips, the previously indifferent expression on his face suddenly morphed into one of disappointment and mockery. If you could help me, then why not assist my child? Why has his childhood been so filled with sorrow? Is it that even a single visit to the hospital is beyond reach? Is he not the finest of disciples? Truly remarkable indeed. The third Hokage observed this scene, mistakenly believing that he was burdened by profound grief, and promptly patted his shoulder. Shui Min, do not dwell in sorrow. Jiuxing would not wish to see you in such a state. Just as the third's words faded, a cacophony erupted outside the Hokage building. Let's meet the fourth Hokage. We implore you. I wish to see the fourth Hokage. I long to behold our hero. Ignoring the throng before him, he abruptly stood, a sinister smile adorning his face as he strode toward the outside world. He was eager to confront this crowd, who fancied themselves heroes while they would ultimately harm his child. As he stepped out of the Hokage building, the clamor escalated outside. The gathered civilians surged toward him. Yearning to connect with the hero, they revered the fourth Hokage. However, they were met with a barrier formed by the vigilant guards, creating a long line of security. The civilians could only gaze at his visage from beyond the protective line, their eyes brimming with admiration. Observing the crowd, his eerie smile deepened. He exhaled slowly, raising his hand in a ghastly grin to reciprocate the enthusiasm of the citizens. When the civilians saw him engaging with them in such a manner, they mistakenly believed he too was joyful, and their excitement intensified, unaware that they had been regarded as prey. This moment, the others from the Hokage's office approached him from behind, watching his interaction with the populace. The third felt a sense of relief wash over him indeed. When it came to the villagers, his demeanor improved considerably. Contemplating this, the third addressed everyone present, assuring them, it is all right. The fourth Hokage has safely returned, and Konoha will surely thrive even more. Following this, a wave of the will of fire surged, and the villagers became even more animated, convinced that the fourth Hokage would safeguard them. Meanwhile, Shui Min maintained his smile as he regarded the crowd. While only Yamakami Kai whispered softly in Lu Jiu's ear, his chakra feels dark, it no longer possesses the warmth it once did. Lu Jiu frowned at this revelation. He had sensed something amiss from the outset. Yet, reflecting on the passing of Jiuxing, he quietly remarked, it must be the loss of Jiuxing that has affected you. You know how deeply Shui Min values emotions. Perhaps, in time, things will improve. This matter should not be disclosed to others. Amidst the throng of excited commoners, a middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with a glint of gold. Seizing the opportunity, he suddenly voiced an unsettling proclamation. I am the fourth Hokage. In the chaos of the Nine Tails, my comrades were slain. Why could you not protect him? As his words echoed, the cacophony around him abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. The crowd behind him trembled, their minds racing with an ominous thought trouble was brewing. Indeed, as the middle-aged man spoke, a young man stepped forward, fixating his gaze on Minato. In a somber tone, he declared, Fourth Hokage, my sister has also perished, all because of that accursed fox. Your wife, serving as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, bears some responsibility, does she not? No sooner had he uttered those words than the third Hokage involuntarily shuddered, an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from Minato. More alarming was the fact that the young man before him remained unfazed, convinced that Minato would not dare to act against him in such a public setting. The rewards offered were far too enticing. Mere words could yield a fortune that would take him years of toil to earn. Soon, a growing number of individuals began to voice their grievances. Indeed, Minato, why did you fail to protect me? Do you truly deserve to be Hokage? You allowed your wife to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, yet the Nine-Tails chaos erupted. Is this not a consequence of your negligence? A barrage of accusations rained down upon Minato, yet he remained motionless, a cryptic smile adorning his face as he regarded those who spoke out. He had etched their faces into his memory, his gaze occasionally drifting to the crowd, where a small mouse lingered. Contemplating this, he feigned a look of outrage. The long-haired youth within the crowd, upon noticing, revealed a gleeful expression. A splendid opportunity had arisen if the fourth Hokage lost control. All they needed to do was subdue him and eliminate the civilians. He would undoubtedly be unfit to remain Hokage. This individual was none other than Yamashiro Kaze, a guard of Danzo, silently channeling chakra amidst the throng. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals, aligning his jutsu through the gaps in the crowd, yet remained oblivious to the peculiar symbol beneath his feet, faintly emanating chakra. Minato, at that moment, covered his right eye with one hand, a devilish grin broadening on his face. Finally, the trap was sprung. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of yellow light, vanishing from his original position. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What has happened? Fourth Hokage, keen-eyed observers, including the third Hokage, sensed the unusual commotion around Yamashiro. They also caught sight of the Grim Reaper looming behind him. At that moment, Minato materialized behind Yashiro, a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique poised against the young man's neck. Leaning in close, he whispered in a tone audible only to Yamashiro Mouse, "I have caught you." The water gate was behind him, speaking in a voice that only the mountain winds could hear. "Mouse, I've caught you." At that moment, the third Hokage seemed to realize something, his face suddenly showing urgency as he shouted loudly, "Watergate, no." However, just as the third's words fell, gurgle gurgle, the head of the mountain wind rolled directly off its neck, producing a dull sound. A pungent smell of blood instantly filled the air, making people nauseous. Everything happened too quickly for most people present to react, until blood splattered, screams erupted from the crowd. "Ah, someone is dead. Ah, ahead." At this moment, swish, Watergate's figure flashed and transformed into a beam of light, quickly returning to the side of the third Hokage and others. At this moment, tick-tock, he held the bloodied Flying Thunder God kunai in his hand, turning his head towards the third Hokage and others, his face filled with sorrow. "Third Hokage, I'm sorry. I just felt a powerful chakra attacking me and mistakenly thought it was an enemy's attack, so I acted a bit too harshly." After saying this, Watergate, disregarding the shock on the faces of the third Hokage and others, turned his head again, looking behind the panicked villagers, his eyes showing a hint of a smile. "Obito, are you here to see your teacher again? But right now, your teacher doesn't want to move against you. Your teacher only wants to see your desperate expression when Rin is resurrected. Rin will have a good ending. I'm really looking forward to it." Chapter 4. Am I unworthy? You want to be Hokage? Behind the villagers, in the void, our shinobi could hardly hide his tears, feeling as if someone was spying on him. Buzz. His body immediately convulsed, his mind racing with thoughts. No, it's impossible, it can't be. No one can see through the shinobi. With this thought, he continued to secretly watch over and care for his teacher. What a devoted disciple. Meanwhile, Minato no longer focused on the faintly fluctuating Flying Thunder God mark in the void. Instead, he turned his attention back to the panicking villagers, his eyes filled with mockery. Just then, swoosh, a group of ninjas quickly sprang into action, surrounding the body of Yamashiro Kaze. "Ah, this. Hachi. Isn't this the young genius from your clan?" Shikaku furrowed his brow, asking in confusion. Upon hearing this, Hachi showed a hint of embarrassment on his face, but slowly spoke, "That's right. His name is Yamashiro Kaze." At the same time, the third Hokage looked at the bloody scene on the ground, his expression gradually becoming heavy with worry. The fourth Hokage actually killed someone in public. If this were to be exploited by someone with ulterior motives, the consequences would be unimaginable. With this in mind, the third Hokage helplessly looked at Minato and said, "Minato, you are too impulsive. You need to clarify the situation now." As soon as the third Hokage finished speaking, the middle-aged man who had been trembling at the sight immediately jumped out, shouting loudly, "Everyone look, this is our fourth Hokage. He personally killed his own comrade." As soon as he finished, it stirred up a huge uproar. The villagers who had just criticized Minato jumped out one after another. Yeah, he didn't do anything. He just killed him. This kind of Hokage is too terrifying. Third Lord, why did you choose such a cruel Hokage? Can we still rely on him to protect us? It's a miracle he hasn't killed us yet. Why do these people dare to jump out? It's simple. Danzo pays them for their performance. Besides, they don't believe Minato would dare to kill again. With each of their accusations and curses, the other villagers who originally admired Minato also showed signs of hesitation. At this moment, everyone present looked at Minato. If he didn't clarify things, he would surely be condemned. However, Minato's eyes were filled with mockery, as if he were watching a farce, yet his face bore an innocent expression. Then, Minato pointed at the corpse on the ground, his face showing sorrow as he spoke to Hachi. Hachi, look at his movement. Disposed at the heart transfer technique. Hearing this, Yamashiro Hachi immediately examined the body closely, sensing the chakra flow within. After a moment, he turned to Minato, nodded, and said, "That's right. It is indeed the heart transfer technique." Receiving the reply, Minato immediately pointed both hands at the body of Yamashiro Kaze and said to the third Hokage, "Third Lord, you heard it too. This person might have used ninjutsu on me in the crowd. I thought it was an enemy attack and acted too quickly. After all, you know my nickname, the Yellow Flash." After saying this, Minato quickly turned to the villagers, displaying an incredibly innocent expression as he explained, "My beloved villagers and family, how could I ever harm you? This person actually tried to control the Hokage at such a time. I had no choice but to kill him. I didn't expect that after sacrificing so much for the village, I would still be doubted by others. It's truly heartbreaking, but I have no regrets. I just don't know who this person's subordinate is." After speaking, Minato slowly raised his head, gazing at the clear blue sky, gently wiping the corner of his eyes as if to erase the almost imperceptible tears. This action made those around him feel an indescribable sadness. After witnessing this, the villagers, who had previously shown some hesitation, were suddenly filled with guilt, quickly transforming into a nearly frenzied admiration and anger. "I'm sorry, Fourth Lord. I shouldn't have doubted you." One villager was the first to shout out, his voice filled with regret. The others quickly echoed, "Fourth Lord, you're the most handsome and the best Hokage I have ever seen. Who on earth sent this person? They're truly malicious. Yeah, how dare they attack the Fourth Lord who is saving the village? This person seems to be from the Yamashiro clan. We must seek justice for the Fourth Lord." Sigh. Upon hearing these words, a strange smile gradually appeared on Minato's face as he looked at the sky. These villagers, who changed their stance with the wind, are truly adorable. Just then, Hachi suddenly stood up and said loudly, "This person is indeed from our Yamashiro clan, but he was taken away by the root when he was young, and since then, we have had no contact with him." After saying this, Hachi wiped the sweat from his forehead. If I explain too slowly, the Yamashiro clan will be overwhelmed by the villagers. Sure enough, as soon as Hachi finished speaking, a villager immediately asked, "What is root?" Upon hearing this, a knowledgeable villager replied, "I heard it's an organization of high-level advisors. It seems to be Lord Danzo. I've heard his methods are very..." As these words fell, the previously noisy villagers quieted down significantly, and when it came to the advisors, they seemed a bit scared. But still, a fearless diehard fan raised their arms and shouted, "So what if they are advisors? We must seek justice for Lord Minato, right? That's right." In an instant, the scene became noisy again. The third Hokage, seeing this, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems Minato is fine. Public opinion has shifted towards Danzo, and it's okay. After all, he is the scapegoat. However, what the third Hokage didn't expect was that Danzo had long been accustomed to the assassination of Hokage. But this time, Danzo was actually so bold as to publicly control the Hokage. Somewhere, Danzo was thinking, "I didn't say that. I just told him to find an opportunity." Find an opportunity. Yamashiro Kaze, now deceased. Isn't this an opportunity? Danzo, okay. To act while everyone is present. It's really my fault. At this moment, the middle-aged man who had caused the trouble was shocked. If this escalates to root, Danzo might feel that he hasn't done his job well and will bring disaster upon himself. With this thought, the middle-aged man immediately made one last desperate attempt to shout, bluffing Minato. "But in the end, don't you have any faults? You still killed your fellow countrymen. You are not worthy to be Hokage, not even as good as me. Just step down." As soon as he finished speaking, all the ninjas present were taken aback. This person is so bold. He is forcing a coup. The third Hokage stared wide-eyed at the middle-aged man. He can't? Who can? Which ordinary ninja has such strength and can listen to my opinion? At that moment, swoosh, Minato instantly transformed into a flash and appeared beside the middle-aged man. Without hesitation, he threw his cloak of shadows over the middle-aged man. Then, Minato calmly turned to leave, leaving behind a statement full of sarcasm. Hee, I'm unworthy, so I won't do it anymore. Let you take over. This phrase, coupled with his lonely back, made everyone present feel a pang of sadness. It was the feeling of being forced into helplessness. Don't do it, Gigi. The third Hokage immediately yanked the cloak off the middle-aged man and rushed after Minato. Don't go. The middle-aged man was knocked to the ground by the furious crowd, enduring the pain he deserved. For example, the 1,000 years of pain. The third Hokage caught up with Minato and draped the Hokage cloak over his shoulders again, gently patting him on the shoulder and speaking earnestly. Minato, no one is more suited to be the fourth Hokage than you. Everyone sees your contributions. Don't worry. I will seek justice for you. Minato pretended to nod sadly at his words, then continued to walk forward alone. Seeing this, the third Hokage didn't know what else to say and walked towards the villagers with eyes full of anger. But no one noticed that at this moment, a strange smile had already spread across Minato's face. Is this the power of the foolish villagers' public opinion? How interesting. Chapter 5. As long as I want. Your heads will disappear within 3 seconds. The departing Minato also heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding. Host's first kill of a Jonin, Yamashiro Kazuhiko, reward. Equal amount of chakra as Kushina Uzumaki. Space-time perception improved. In an instant. Buzz. A warm current filled Minato's entire body, making him feel incredibly comfortable both physically and mentally. After a moment. Boom. A terrifying chakra surged from Minato's body, causing the surrounding ground to crack. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he murmured. The first reward is Kushina's chakra. Are you blessing me, Kushina? Then, Minato felt that with the chakra and improved space-time perception, all the Flying Thunder God seals he had set up became clearer, and the confusion he once had about the Flying Thunder God technique seemed to gradually take shape in his mind. The gentle smile on Minato's face gradually became abstract. Kushina, don't worry. With these, I will definitely protect Naruto. Until you come back, the ninja world will be renewed. In the Root Underground base. At this moment, the atmosphere inside was extremely tense, with the third Hokage and Danzo facing each other. The Root ninjas trembled at the sight. The third Hokage, with anger on his face, shouted at Danzo. Danzo, it's one thing to assassinate me. You even dare to assassinate Minato. Do you know what would happen if I weren't here? You wouldn't even be able to keep your position as advisor. Bang! Hearing this, Danzo slammed his cane heavily on the ground, rebutting with a face full of anger. You're talking nonsense. Kazuhiko only admired the fourth Hokage and cared for him. That hand seal was just his habit. I want to ask you, why did you kill him without asking anything? Are my people that easy to bully? After he finished speaking, the Root ninjas secretly gave a thumbs up, silently admiring. Boss is so domineering. We love it. The third Hokage looked at Danzo's shameless appearance and was momentarily at a loss for words, only able to glare fiercely at him. Danzo, of course, refused to back down, returning the fierce gaze. After a long time, the third Hokage turned around and slowly walked towards the door. Just then, boom! Suddenly, a terrifying chakra erupted from the third Hokage, wildly rushing towards Danzo and the Root ninjas. The third Hokage's threatening words came. Danzo, be careful. Don't let me find out that the Root ninjas are doing anything out of line. Otherwise, it won't be so easy to talk. Seeing this, Danzo's face instantly darkened. Then, boom! A powerful chakra pressure erupted from Danzo, colliding with the third Hokage's chakra. However, despite his best efforts, he was ultimately much weaker than the third Hokage, and his body involuntarily retreated. Even so, Danzo's mouth remained defiant, gritting his teeth as he said, Sarutobi, I am the leader of Root. Danzo, you will regret this. Bang! After saying this last sentence, the third Hokage forcefully slammed the door and left. The sun set in the west. Minato stood in front of Kushina's door, his eyes revealing a hint of tenderness and expectation as he gently knocked on the door. After a moment, Minato held little Naruto in his arms, his face filled with immense tenderness. He looked down at Naruto in his arms, his eyes sparkling with paternal love. Naruto, have you been good today? After saying this, Minato gently poked Naruto's chubby little face with his finger, teasing him. At this moment, Minato's face was full of doting, enjoying this time spent with his son. Suddenly, clap! Naruto reached out his chubby little hand and grabbed Minato's finger, showing an innocent smile. The scene was incredibly warm and peaceful. Here, it must be mentioned, a story called God's Might Cannot Hide Tears. After a long time, Minato returned Naruto to Kushina. Then, he transformed into a flash of light and disappeared from the spot. Night fell over the land. The cold storage was deathly silent. Suddenly, whoosh, a dazzling flash of light broke through the darkness, and Minato's figure appeared in the radiance. He tightly gripped a bloodied kunai in his hand, its blade glinting coldly, striking fear in people's hearts. Minato slowly approached Kushina's ice coffin. His eyes filled with obsession and attachment, then gently leaned against it. Tender words escaped his lips. Kushina, I've just sent a few people who insulted us to the Pure Land. They should treat Naruto the same way in that future. I'll just collect a little interest since someone in Konoha is bound to go missing. You think I'm right, don't you? You will definitely support me, right? It just seems like the rewards for killing them are so little. What is 001 chakra? The next morning, the sunlight shone into every corner of Konoha village, seemingly bringing happiness. However, in the Konoha high-level conference room, the atmosphere was particularly tense at this moment. The conference table was already filled with advisors and clan leaders, leaving only 2 empty seats, with the names of the 4th Hokage and the 3rd Hokage written on them. Sarutobi Hiruzen had to go door to door to calm the situation from yesterday, to stabilize public sentiment. There was no other way. His eloquence and the will of fire made him the most suitable person for the task, but it also meant he couldn't attend the conference room today. Just then, bang! Danzo slammed the table, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. What's going on with that 4th Hokage? We're all here. He still hasn't come. The other 2 advisors frowned, showing the same displeasure. Suddenly, swish, a dazzling golden light shone in the conference room, and Minato appeared before everyone with a gentle smile. He pulled out a chair and sat down, softly explaining, Sorry, I went to see my child, so I'm a bit late. Upon hearing this, the 2 advisors thought of the 4th Hokage's wife's death, and with the 4th Hokage saying this, their brows slightly relaxed. But Danzo's face was still filled with anger, immediately attacking. The 4th Hokage is really in high spirits. I just don't know how you'll account for killing my subordinates yesterday. The people present fell silent upon hearing this. Everyone knew the truth of the matter, yet he still pretended. Minato, still smiling, said to Danzo, Danzo-sama, I'm really sorry, but it was really your subordinates who sought their own death. Although the words were polite, they were filled with mockery. After speaking, Minato looked at Yamashiro Kahii. Seeing this, Yamashiro Kahii showed a hesitant expression, but thinking of his allegiance to the Hokage, he immediately spoke up. The 4th Hokage is right. Kazuhiko did indeed mobilize his chakra to try to use the body flicker technique on the 4th Hokage. Upon hearing this, Danzo's face immediately showed a furious vein. But since the leader of the Yamashiro clan had spoken, he had no choice but to let the matter go. However, he still had other remarks and immediately spoke again. Then, regarding the Nine-Tails incident as Hokage, shouldn't you bear the main responsibility? After this statement, the 2 advisors also echoed. Indeed, Minato. Danzo is right this time. Clearly, these 3 old men had already conspired together, wanting to forcibly strip some power from the Hokage. Meanwhile, the clan leaders loyal to the Hokage showed worried expressions, not expecting these 3 old men to team up to take advantage of the 3rd Hokage's absence to attack the 4th Hokage. Lugio, as the hidden dragon of Konoha, was about to refute. However, Watergate spoke first. Then I would like to ask, during the Nine-Tails incident, did Lord Danzo and the Root, as well as the 2 advisors, contribute? As he finished speaking, the others present immediately fell into memories. It seemed they really hadn't seen Danzo and the others at that time. At this moment, cold sweat was streaming down Danzo's face. But thinking that the 3rd Hokage was not present and he was facing just a little blonde brat, he immediately shouted angrily, What do I and the 2 advisors do? Even Hiruzen wouldn't dare say anything. It's not your place to speak. Just look at how capable you are. The 2 advisors nodded in agreement. However, just as they expressed their stance, a terrifying wave of chakra pressure suddenly erupted from Watergate, fiercely pressing down on the 3. At this moment, Watergate's face once again broke into a strange yet oppressive smile. My capabilities? As long as I want, within 3 seconds, your heads will be moving elsewhere. Do you believe it? Chapter 6. Severing Danzo's right arm. As the words fell, the entire venue was stunned. Without giving everyone a moment to think, A more powerful and terrifying chakra pressure erupted from Minato, surging wildly towards Danzo and his companions. This chakra pressure carried a strong, killing intent, making people feel alarmed. At this moment, Minato, who had obtained Kushina's chakra, had his chakra pressure increased by several times. Seeing this, Danzo and his companions immediately unleashed their chakra in a desperate attempt to resist. However, even in their prime, they could not compare to Minato in his normal state. Moreover, now they had already decayed beyond recognition. How could they possibly compare to the enhanced version of the eternal Tsukuyami? In an instant, bang! Danzo and his companions were unable to withstand this terrifying chakra pressure. Their chairs were instantly pressed deep into the ground, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the walls of the conference room could not bear the impact of this pressure and began to crack. At this moment, the clan leaders present were filled with fear. They could only think of one thing. The fourth Hokage dared to openly provoke the advisory council. And why had his chakra pressure become so strong? However, at the end of the conference table, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance. Minato, so you're also dissatisfied with the advisory council. At this moment, a strong commotion arose. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Danzo and his companions were almost pressed under the conference table, looking extremely disheveled. They were filled with frustration, never expecting Minato's chakra to be so powerful that they couldn't even speak in response. At this time, Minato wore his signature charming smile, but his gaze was exceptionally cold, sending chills down people's spines. Just then, someone finally spoke up. Fourth Hokage, how can you do this? How dare you attack the advisors? They are the elders of Konoha. Everyone turned to see that it was the leader of the Shimura clan who spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, the leaders of the Tsurugi and Mito clans also chimed in. Fourth Hokage, release the advisors. Everything you do today, we will unite to impeach you. What do you all think, clan leaders? After saying this, they directed their gaze towards the other clan leaders. However, upon hearing this, the clan leaders immediately shook their heads. What? What did you say? Are you joking? The fourth Hokage has clearly become stronger and more decisive since the Nine-Tails incident. Stirring up trouble now is just asking for death. Didn't you see what he dared to do to the advisory council? Seeing the clan leaders in this state, the family heads of Danzo's group were anxious, but had no way out. At this moment, Minato suddenly showed a gentle smile and said, "Oh, why are you so nervous? I was just joking with the advisors to see if their strength had declined." After he spoke, he appeared so gentle that he seemed harmless. Wow! At that moment, the chakra pressure on Danzo and his companions instantly vanished, and they quickly straightened their backs, restoring calm to the conference room. After regaining composure, Danzo's face was filled with rage, and he immediately shouted, "Fourth Hokage, you actually dared to ambush us." However, before he could finish, he was restrained by Mito Minyan beside him. Mito Minyan whispered in his ear, "Danzo, he just lost his wife. His emotions are likely running high. Don't provoke him, or it may backfire." After speaking, Mito Minyan cautiously glanced at Minato, clearly still shaken by the earlier chakra pressure. Hearing this, Danzo immediately regained his composure and chose to heed his friend's advice. At this point, Tsurugi Koharu changed the subject. "Fourth Hokage, how will you handle the Nine-Tails incident?" Her voice was much softer, clearly shaken by the earlier scene. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Minato. Minato was also deep in thought at this moment. The young Nine-Tails had been sealed within Naruto, but the Ine Nine-Tails had been collected by the Shinigami along with himself. However, after being resurrected, he did not sense the Ine Nine-Tail soul wave within his body. On the contrary, he could feel an immense mass of golden chakra deep within himself, which seemed to lack consciousness and was beyond his control. But he could sense that it was the chakra of the Ine Nine-Tails. It just seemed to lack a soul. So he had not bothered with it, mainly because he did not need it for the time being. Thinking of this, Minato's gaze turned cold as he looked at Danzo and said in a calm tone, "As for the Nine-Tails, I naturally have a way to deal with it. Otherwise, you all wouldn't be able to sit here safely." However, upon hearing Minato's words, Danzo sneered coldly in his heart. When it came to the Nine-Tails incident, he immediately forgot Mito Minyan's earlier advice and hastily retorted, "Everyone knows you sealed the Nine-Tails into your child. Fourth Hokage, you should hand it over. I will train it. I can definitely turn it into a war machine, which will also contribute to Konoha." As he finished speaking, Danzo's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a smug smile. He believed his reasoning was sufficient, and with the excuse of contributing to Konoha, everyone would surely support him. However, at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. Swish! Minato's figure instantly transformed into a dazzling golden light, piercing through Danzo's body in an instant. As Hokage, the entire conference room was already marked with his flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, blood gushed from Danzo's right side, staining the floor crimson. Upon closer inspection, blood was flowing profusely from Danzo's right shoulder, which had been cleanly severed by a sharp weapon. Just as everyone was still processing what had happened, whoosh, Minato had transformed back into a golden light, returning to his position with a gaze filled with killing intent. Ah! Danzo knelt on the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching scream, the intense pain making it impossible for him to control his cries. All of this happened so quickly that it was less than the blink of an eye. This was the speed of the yellow flash, Minato Namikaze. At this moment, the clan leaders finally reacted, staring in astonishment at the scene before them, unable to believe that Minato dared to attack Danzo. Even more shocking was that his speed was faster than before, beyond imagination. They originally thought that Danzo, who possessed shadow-level strength, could be severed in an instant. The leader of the Shimura clan hurriedly moved forward to support Danzo, quickly applying pressure to stop the bleeding. Moments later, although Danzo's face showed signs of pain, he did not immediately question Minato. Instead, he endured the excruciating pain and frantically scanned the entire venue. He had only one thought in mind. He absolutely could not let anyone find the arm he had lost. After all, it contained several of his painstakingly collected Sharingan. However, after looking around, Danzo found that there was no sign of his severed arm in the venue. What he did not know was that Minato had just severed it and had transported his arm away. Minato did not want anyone to discover Danzo's wrongdoing. He wanted to personally torture Danzo. Seeing that his search for the arm was fruitless, Danzo decided to take the initiative and, enduring the severe pain, shouted, "Fourth Hokage, how dare you? I will definitely unite with the advisory council to impeach you." Absolutely. After saying this, Danzo looked at his two friends, hoping for their support. However, the two old men are quietly sitting in their chairs. Abba, what? Abba, there's nothing they can do. They really don't dare to intervene now, at least not to speak carelessly. The fourth Hokage is truly willing to take action. Seeing this, the furious Danzo secretly cursed the two for being cowards. He had even turned his hand against himself. Now the evidence is irrefutable. What is there to fear? With this thought, Danzo's face twisted as he shouted, "Fourth Hokage, now you dare to strike at me," during the Nine-Tails incident. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Minato's cold words. "I don't want anyone in Konoha to covet my child anymore. If I find out again." At this point, Minato's blue eyes gradually narrowed, resembling two sharp blades, filled with killing intent and determination. In the next moment, a powerful and intense killing aura suddenly erupted from his body, enveloping the entire scene in an instant, as if the Grim Reaper had descended. Guaranteed kill. Chapter 7. Killing the Shimura clan leader again. A great scholar will debate for me as the words fell. Everyone gasped in shock, feeling a bone-chilling murderous intent enveloping them, as if death itself was hovering above their heads. Gulp. At this moment, Danzo's face was stiff, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The words he intended to refute were stuck in his throat, unable to be spoken, unlike the collective murderous intent felt by others. He was enduring an extreme, individual murderous intent that made his soul tremble, as if death was right at his doorstep. Danzo was filled with confusion, despite Kushina's passing. Why had Minato's character and strength changed so drastically? It was as if he had become a different person. However, at this moment, he no longer dared to mention Naruto. Just then, Mito Kamizuki, though filled with fear, was also worried that his old friend Danzo might really be killed. So he quickly stepped forward to mediate, saying, "Minato, I represent Danzo in apologizing to you. He might have acted out of consideration for Konoha. Rest assured, we will never bring up your child's matter again." Narashikaku also chimed in, yes. They even automatically ignored Danzo's bleeding body, as if it didn't exist. However, Minato did not respond to them. His gaze coldly fixated on Danzo. Danzo felt a chill run down his spine under Minato's stare, cold sweat dripping down, yet he dared not make any movement. The scene fell into a dead silence, quiet enough that one could hear a pin drop. This moment was delightful for Uchiha Fugaku, who was secretly pleased, thinking that finally someone could teach this old fox a lesson. After a long time sigh, Minato suddenly let out a long sigh. Instantly, the overwhelming murderous intent dissipated, and everyone felt their bodies relax. Of course, Danzo felt it most acutely. He felt a weight lifted off his shoulders, nearly collapsing to the ground. At this moment, Minato wore a sorrowful expression, looking at Danzo and sadly saying, "I'm sorry, Lord Danzo. As soon as I heard someone coveting my child, I overreacted. Can you understand the feelings of a father?" His tone was filled with guilt, even pausing to wipe his right eye, continuing sorrowfully, "You will forgive me, right, Lord Danzo?" As he spoke, Minato looked up at the ceiling, as if trying to hold back tears, yet no one could see the mocking glint in his blue eyes. Upon hearing this, Danzo thought to himself, "I'm going to explode." But thinking of his arm likely in the fourth's hands, and with the third not present, there was no one to restrain the fourth. Even if he wanted to settle scores, he could only wait for the meeting to end. Speaking now would surely provoke him. Ultimately, all of Danzo's resentment turned into a cold snort. Seeing this, Kakashi, as the Hokage's strategist, quickly said, "Lord Danzo, I hope you can understand. After all, Lord Fourth just lost his beloved wife, so it's understandable he would react strongly when mentioning his child." The clan leaders of the Hokage faction echoed one after another. "Yes, Lord Danzo, you should understand Lord Fourth. Lord Fourth must have been overly stimulated. As a consultant of Konoha, you surely can understand. Yes, Lord Danzo's heart is incredibly broad." Listening to their words, Danzo's remaining left hand unconsciously clenched, veins bulging on his face. Meanwhile, Minato, with his hand raised and gazing at the ceiling, had a strange smile appear on his face. Finally, Danzo could no longer endure the words of the Hokage faction. His expression darkened to the extreme. He let out another cold snort, filled with complex emotions. Then, as he was supported by the Shimura clan leader, Danzo slowly walked toward the conference room door. At this moment, the Shimura clan leader whispered in Danzo's ear, "Lord Danzo, are you really going to let this go? Can you swallow this anger?" Danzo shot him an annoyed glare. The meaning in that gaze was clear. If you can go ahead, if he dared to say another word, the fourth Hokage would undoubtedly kill him without hesitation. Seeing this, the Shimura clan leader dared not mention it again. But he couldn't help but mutter softly, "Really, if the third Hokage had let you manage the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki back then, the Nine-Tails incident wouldn't have happened. It's all that damn Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's fault." However, just as the Shimura clan leader's words fell, Danzo suddenly felt a chill rising from his spine, cold sweat pouring down his body. And he internally screamed that it was bad. Sure enough, in the next moment, whoosh! A flying thunder god appeared beside the Shimura clan leader like lightning. Swish! The sound of a head rolling on the ground echoed. Then, puffed, the Shimura clan leader's body instantly sprayed a large amount of bright red blood from his neck, blooming into a vivid red flower blood, before collapsing to the ground. This scene sent shockwaves through everyone present. At this moment, Minato appeared behind Danzo, holding the bloodied kunai of the flying thunder god. At this point, his expression turned extremely cold, then gradually twisted as he looked at the head on the ground, questioning madly, "Why did you insult my family?" "Why?" However, the Shimura clan leader on the ground could never answer. The expression on his head was even frozen in a moment of complaint, as if it were captured in time. As a Nin, he hadn't even fully reacted before being completely slain. At this moment, the air in the conference room was incredibly silent, as though time had frozen. Danzo was frozen in place, and everyone dared not speak, fearing that Minato would become overly agitated again. After a moment, the air remained deathly silent, and Minato continued to stare at the Shimura clan leader on the ground. At this time, the system's voice suddenly rang out. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Nin. Shimura Kuriko. Reward. Wind Release Chakra Mastery." In an instant, a swift feeling surged through Minato's body like a gale. At this moment, Minato felt incredibly light, as if he could stand in midair. It was the qualitative change of Wind Release Chakra. Minato's earlier madness transformed into sorrow as he turned to the others and said, "I'm sorry, everyone. I get too emotional when someone insults my family. I hope you can understand." As he finished, the clan leaders who had a good relationship with Minato also reacted. When Akimichi Chozo walked over, he handed Minato a bag of chips from his waist, then said with concern, "Are you all right, Minato? Eating some chips might cheer you up." The Akimichi clan had always been known for their simple-mindedness, representing those who care for their friends. Minato took the chips and thanked Choza. "Thank you, Choza." He always had a good impression of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Whether in the past or the future, their clan members treated him and Naruto quite well. Kakashi and other clan leaders also approached Minato to check on his state. No one cared to ask about the Shimura clan leader on the ground. Well, after all, he brought this upon himself. Besides, if Danzo hadn't fought for many benefits for his clan as a consultant, the Shimura clan leader wouldn't have had the qualifications to sit here. This scene was truly delightful, for Uchiha Fugaku in the corner. Minato responded sorrowfully to everyone, finally saying, "I'm sorry, please understand my feelings. I'm too saddened, so I must leave for now." With that whoosh, the water gate transformed into a golden flash and vanished from its original spot. As for everything that happened today, the water gate said, "Don't worry, there will be great scholars to debate for me." Chapter 8. The F4 of Konoha falls apart, the Sarutobi clan's territory. At this moment, the Konoha F4 is gathered in the third Hokage's home. Clap, clap, clap. Sarutobi Hiruzen is smoking his old tobacco pipe, looking helplessly at the three advisors before him. Having just calmed the villagers, he learns about everything that happened in the meeting room. Naturally, his immediate action is to seal off all information, as the impact is quite severe. Moreover, the fourth Hokage is someone he personally appointed, and hearing from the clan leaders like Shimura Danzo that Minato seems to have significantly increased in strength, he realizes he must protect him at all costs. The ninja world is unstable, and Konoha needs a young and powerful Hokage. At this moment, Danzo suddenly stands up, forcefully yanking with his remaining left hand. Whoosh! He rips off the black robe draped over him, revealing his smooth, unblemished right shoulder. His face is filled with anger and resentment as he snarls at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, look at what your chosen Hokage has done. He dares to openly attack an advisor. What should I say about my right arm? And our clan leader from the Shimura clan was killed by that lunatic Namikaze Minato." As he speaks, Danzo's eyes reveal endless hatred and madness. Yet in the face of the fourth's immense power, he can only helplessly question Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, seeing the scene before him, can't help but take a deep breath. Even though he already knew the news, witnessing it firsthand, he was still shocked by how decisively Minato had cut off Danzo's right shoulder. However, recalling what Danzo described, he feels a hint of relief. At this moment, huff. The third Hokage slowly exhales a puff of smoke and then says, "Danzo, you know the chaos caused by the Nine Tails, the pain of Minato losing his wife, and his newborn son becoming the Jinchuriki. That child must be feeling very sad right now." At this point, the third pauses, putting down the pipe, and continues with a stern demeanor. "And now you suddenly demand he hand over the child to you? It's normal for Minato to be emotionally unstable right now. As for your clan leader, insulting Kushina, even if he was killed, there's no room for discussion on this matter. A hero must not be mocked after death." After saying this, clap, clap, clap. The third Hokage picks up the pipe again and starts to smoke slowly. Danzo, hearing this, is furious and shouts, "Sarutobi, what do you mean? You appointed the fourth Hokage, and now you protect him like this? Am I just supposed to let him chop off my arm for nothing?" The third responds calmly, "I'll have Orochimaru help you get a new arm. Don't worry, it will definitely be better than your previous one. As for your clan leader, the village will provide compensation for that." Upon hearing this, a wave of unrest spreads through Danzo. Hiss! At this moment his veins bulge, and his entire body trembles with rage as he clenches his fists. That arm of his had the Sharingan of Uchiha Kagami. No other arm could compare. Of course, he wouldn't dare say this directly. At this time, Mito Minyen also frowned and said, "Hiruzen, you are too protective of Minato. You are not handling this matter well." After he finishes, the only female member of Konoha F4, Tsunade, quickly chimes in, "The fourth is now openly threatening us. He even attacked someone. Hiruzen, are you really going to ignore this? Aren't you afraid the fourth will become more arrogant in the future?" With that, the two old advisors also fix their gaze on the third Hokage, wanting to put some pressure on him. Danzo, filled with hatred, glares at the third Hokage, unable to believe that the three advisors have spoken up without any pressure on Hiruzen. At this moment, Hiruzen's gaze is somewhat distant. It's impossible to say he feels no pressure. After all, he is not Kisame. The pressure is immense. However, regardless of his previous choice of Minato as the fourth Hokage or other factors, he must make a definitive stand. With this in mind, the third Hokage gathers his focus again and says to the three advisors, "Don't worry, Minato is at fault in this matter too. I will talk to him properly about it later," implicitly meaning that after this matter passes, they should not dwell on it further. Danzo and the others widen their eyes, unable to believe what they are hearing from the third Hokage. They never imagined that this former friend would actually abandon them for the fourth Hokage. Previously, he called them babies, hoping they would help him. But now, with a new favorite, he refers to them as the three old men. Danzo, not willing to give up, stubbornly says, "Hiruzen, I demand an explanation." Mito Minyen and Tsunade echo his sentiment. However, the third Hokage's heart has already made a choice, and he speaks again, "Rest assured, Regarding your lost arm and the Shimura clan leader's matter, the village will provide appropriate compensation. Let's put this matter to rest and not make it public anymore. As soon as he finishes, the third Hokage turns his back, no longer looking at the three advisors. Danzo and the others feel a chill in their hearts. They realize that the third Hokage has completely sided with Namikaze Minato. In the end, filled with anger and feeling powerless, Danzo can only rely on the other two advisors to help him slowly leave the room. The relationship within Konoha F4 has shattered at this moment. The bond between Sarutobi and Shimura has also completely dissipated. In the evening, as the sun sets, in front of the home of Kazuhiko, Minato is holding Naruto, teasing his whiskers with a doting smile on his face. Naruto, your whisker patterns are so strange. As if sensing the love from his father, little Naruto giggles, gently rubbing his soft whiskers against Minato's fingers while letting out innocent laughter. Looking at Naruto in his arms, Minato's eyes brim with endless tenderness and love. At the same time, a surge of intense hatred wells up in his heart. Those who will harm Naruto in the future must pay the price. Just then, top, top, top. A faint sound of footsteps approaches, and an old figure gradually emerges, slowly walking to Minato's side. It is none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon seeing him, Minato remembers what happened today and takes the initiative to speak. I'm sorry, third Hokage, I was too impulsive today. The third is momentarily taken aback, not expecting Minato to start with this, but since the relationship with Konoha F4 has completely broken, he knows he must firmly bind himself to Minato. He immediately replies, "It's okay. I've handled this matter. Just be a bit more low-key with your words lately." After saying this, the third Hokage looks around and continues, "I didn't expect you to have former teammates help you take care of the child. If you need, I can arrange for someone to help take care of little Naruto." Hearing the third's words, Minato can't help but feel a surge of disdain. Although he acknowledges that the future third Hokage will occasionally look after Naruto, in reality, more often than not, the third just watches as others bully Naruto. Thinking of this, Minato puts on a look of helplessness and slowly says, "No need, I think things are just fine as they are now." Seeing Minato's resolute attitude, the third Hokage no longer insists but leans closer to Naruto, carefully examining the little guy. Just as he is about to praise Naruto for being cute, suddenly, puff, Naruto's little hand reaches out, grabbing the third's beard and pulling out a few strands with force. "Oh, that hurts." The third Hokage instantly winced in pain. Covering his chin with both hands, his face filled with a look of agony. Seeing this scene, Minato couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction in his heart. However, he still put on an apologetic expression on the surface and said, "Children don't know better, so please forgive him, Lord Third." The third Hokage rubbed his painfully throbbing chin, forcing out a smile and saying with feigned calmness, "It's all right, he's just a kid. But Naruto is really cute. He looks just like Kushina when she was little, so mischievous," because he was worried about upsetting Minato. The third Hokage did not mention anything about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki this time. At this moment, the third Hokage carefully protected his chin, then extended his finger to gently touch Naruto's cheek, slowly saying, "Minato, this child is named Uzumaki Naruto, right?" Upon hearing the third's words, Minato's body trembled slightly, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. After his rebirth, it seemed he hadn't considered this issue yet. However, in just a moment, Kushina's figure surfaced in Minato's mind. At this moment, her gentle blue eyes were filled with love. "No, his name is Uzumaki. Uzumaki Naruto. He is our little one, me, and Kushina." Chapter 9. Accepting Naruto's light after a long time, the third Hokage slowly spoke. "I'll take my leave now, Minato. Just consider it a vacation for the next couple of days. Take a good rest." He gently patted Minato's shoulder and then turned to leave. "Understood, Lord Third." Minato smiled and nodded while holding the swaddled Naruto. However, as he watched the third Hokage's figure gradually fade into the distance, his eyes suddenly sharpened, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in their depths. "I wonder what kind of reward the system would give me if I killed a Hokage like the third." The next day at noon, the first commercial street of Konoha was bustling with activity. People were bustling about, and the street was filled with figures. Suddenly, whoosh, a tall male figure appeared in an instant at a corner of the street. This man was dressed in black, wearing a cap, and exuded a suffocating aura of terror, an incredibly pure, murderous intent. However, looking at his face, he was extremely handsome. One might not know who had opened the door for everyone. This person was none other than our beloved Minato. He was seen swinging a kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique in his hand, with traces of blood on it. Finally, after completely cleaning the blood off the kunai, Minato nodded in satisfaction and put it back into his ninja tool pouch. Then, Minato lifted his head, gazing affectionately at the sky. In his eyes, it seemed as if the figure of his beloved was hanging high in that dazzling, starry sky. He whispered softly, "Kushina, if I were to eliminate everyone in this world who could bully Naruto, would you be happy?" After a long time, the sound of a very lonely stomach growled from Minato, breaking the silence of the corner. This noise instantly pulled his thoughts back. Minato rubbed his stomach, recalling that since his rebirth, he had been relying on soldier pills to fill his belly. Thus, he immediately decided to have a warm meal. Decided, "It's Ichiraku ramen," Minato said with a gentle smile. The next moment, whoosh! Minato transformed into a beam of light and appeared in front of the Ichiraku ramen shop in the blink of an eye. It can be said that Minato had the flying thunder god marks in all important places in Konoha, and Ichiraku ramen was no exception. Minato then lifted the curtain and walked in. The owner, who was still cooking noodles, turned around upon hearing the sound and said, "Welcome to Ichiraku ramen. What would you like to eat?" Minato pressed down his cap and, in a deep voice, said, "1 bowl of tonkatsu ramen." After speaking, Minato sat down in a corner, making it hard to see his face. "All right," the owner responded immediately, but his squinty eyes seemed to flash with light. At this time, the only customers in the shop were Minato and 2 young boys. Looking at the familiar ramen shop, Minato couldn't help but recall the beautiful memories of eating ramen with Kushina. After a moment, whoosh! The owner brought a steaming bowl of ramen and placed it in front of Minato. It was topped with abalone, sea cucumber, oysters, etc., making it quite sumptuous. Minato was a bit surprised. Was this the typical configuration for tonkatsu? He immediately raised his hand to look at the owner. At this moment, the owner was still cooking the noodles, but he raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up. Minato understood at once. It seemed the owner had recognized his identity. Whether in the past or the future, the owner had always been a good person. Thinking of this, slurp, Minato was not polite and began to eat heartily. Just as he was enjoying his meal, the 2 boys beside him suddenly made a commotion. Clap, clap. One of the black-haired boys lowered his head, tears continuously falling into the ramen, and he made an incredibly sad sound. "Dad, Mom, they won't come back." "Ooh, what?" The ramen bowl quickly filled with fresh tears, overflowing as if narrating the boy's indescribable pain at that moment. The silver-haired boy beside him revealed a barely noticeable smile. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a hint of mockery in that smile. However, he still reached out and gently patted the black-haired boy's shoulder, comforting him in a gentle tone. "It's okay. Irika, I'll always be here for you. Don't forget, you still have me as a good friend." At this moment, Minato's entire body trembled, and he turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. Irika, the one who redeems Naruto? The first light in that child's life? Sure enough, when Minato's gaze fell upon the black-haired boy, the scar on his nose clearly indicated his identity. "Whoa, thank you, Mizuki." At this time, Irika wiped his tears with his hand, expressing his gratitude. However, hissing. Soon, tears soaked his face again. This scene made Minato feel incredibly pained. He would not be soft on those who harmed Naruto in the future, but he would definitely repay those who helped Naruto. Moreover, for Naruto, Irika could be said to be the first ray of redemptive light in his life. Thinking of this, Minato unhesitatingly yanked off his cap, revealing his handsome face and dazzling blonde hair. He quickly walked over to Irika and gently comforted him. "Boy, don't cry anymore. There's something I want to tell you." Irika was still immersed in sadness and didn't react. Mizuki looked at Minato first. In an instant, buzzing, Mizuki trembled with excitement, his expression shocked as if struck by lightning. "Fourth Hokage. It really is you, Fourth Hokage?" It can be said that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was the idol of all the children in Konoha, without exception. When Irika heard Mizuki's words, he also looked up in disbelief. Until his blurry eyes could see Minato's face clearly, he immediately stammered, Fourth Hokage." At this moment, Minato placed his right hand on Irika's head, gently stroking his hair, and said with a warm expression, "I want to take you as my disciple. What do you think?" Mizuki suddenly exclaimed, shocked by Minato's words. At this moment, Irika also seemed to be at a loss, this sudden opportunity leaving him confused. Although he couldn't understand why the fourth Hokage would say this. Irika still trembled and opened his mouth. "Em willing. Fourth Hokage. Very good," Minato said with a smile, his smile as bright as the sun. Meanwhile, Mizuki's face turned incredibly grim as he roared internally. "Why is Irika more popular than me? Why? The fourth Hokage takes him as a disciple, not me. What makes him better than me?" Just as Mizuki was raging inwardly, Minato turned his head to look at Mizuki. Mizuki's twisted face instantly returned to calm. And at that moment, his heart raced as if it might leap out of his throat. Could it be? The fourth Hokage wants to take me as a disciple too. However, Minato had already seen through his thoughts and quickly withdrew his gaze. After leaving a Flying Thunder God mark and paying for the ramen on the table at Ichiraku, he took Irika's hand and walked outside, completely ignoring Mizuki as if he were an insignificant ant. Mizuki was taken aback, his face turning paler than a white sheet. But thinking that if Irika could do it, he immediately trembled and spoke to Minato. Fourth generation, sir. I also want to be your disciple. As soon as these words fell, the Watergate, about to walk out the door, stopped in his tracks. Waterwood, seeing this, felt a surge of joy in his heart, thinking that his request had been answered, and a look of ecstatic delight appeared on his face. At that moment, Watergate turned around and looked at Waterwood. His face showed the gentlest expression, but he uttered the most venomous words Waterwood had ever heard in his life, striking at Waterwood's soul. Huh, sorry, but it seems I really dislike you. A young man with long hair shattered lightly. Chapter 10. Wind Release Spiral Shuriken Complete. As the words fell, Minato no longer paid attention to the already shattered Tsukumo and directly took Irika out of Ichiraku ramen. At this moment, the person at the table turned around to pick up several times the amount of ramen money, looking at Minato's figure and immediately scolding with a laugh. Minato, why are you being so polite with me? Irika, on the other hand, had a face full of confusion and asked Minato, fourth Hokage, why do you dislike Tsukumo? He's much more talented than I am. It was clear that Irika did not understand why Minato would dislike Tsukumo, yet chose to take him as a disciple instead of the more gifted Tsukumo. Minato smiled faintly, reached out to gently pat Irika's head, and replied, he is not suitable for me, and he has his own mission. You'll understand later. As the words fell, a strange light flickered in Minato's blue eyes. Why not kill Tsukumo? Because Irika, that's what I leave for you. Of course, Irika would never know these words. In the back mountains of Konoha, swish, a golden light suddenly flashed, and Minato appeared with Irika. Irika looked around at the completely different environment from before, shocked, and exclaimed, Teacher, why do we suddenly appear here? Minato smiled gently and explained, this is the space-time ninjutsu of the teacher. When the time is right, I will teach it to you. Irika's eyes widened, looking at Minato with excitement. Really? Can I learn this amazing ninjutsu? Minato nodded and answered with a smile. Of course, but you must practice hard. Irika immediately straightened his back and said firmly, Teacher, I will definitely practice hard and not disappoint your expectations. Minato patted Irika's head, encouraging him, keep it up, I believe you can do it. As the words fell, Minato's hands quickly formed a seal. Bang! A puff of smoke erupted beside them, revealing another Minato, which was the shadow clone. Minato turned to the shadow clone and instructed, take Irika to practice the basic 3 ninjutsu and physical techniques. Understood, the clone replied. Then the clone led Irika nearby to start guiding him. The guidance of a shadow-level expert is definitely extraordinary. Watching Irika working hard, Minato couldn't help but smile and nod. Since he had taken Irika as a disciple, he naturally wouldn't limit him to just being a chunin. Of course, the premise is that he must also possess powerful strength. Thinking of this, Minato withdrew his gaze, his eyes firm as he murmured to himself, it's time to research new jutsu. As the words fell, Minato suddenly spread his right hand, and a powerful aura instantly emanated from his palm. At this moment, boom! A massive blue chakra surged from Minato's right hand, emitting strong energy fluctuations. Immediately after, swish, 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 the chakra began to spin wildly, and a blue spherical ball with the intent to obliterate everything appeared in his hand. Spiral sphere. At this moment, looking at the spiraling spiral sphere in his hand, countless thoughts flooded Minato's mind. This jutsu was originally created by him to protect Kushina and counter the tailed beast bomb. It's just a pity that its current power is indeed insufficient. It's time for a change. Thinking of this, a hint of determination flashed in Minato's eyes. Boom! An incredibly terrifying chakra erupted from Minato's body. Then, this chakra violently surged towards the spiral sphere in his hand. With the vast chakra, the spiral sphere began to spin even more violently and grow larger. Finally, rumble! A spiral sphere with a radius of half a meter, exuding a terrifying aura, was raised above Minato's head. Great sphere, spiral sphere. Looking at this massive spiral sphere in his hand, its aura was several times stronger than before. But Minato's face showed no signs of fluctuation. This move simply increased the chakra supply to the spiral sphere. Although its power was astonishing, it was not difficult for him. Initially, his chakra was limited, and his combat style ended in an instant, so he had never tried this before. Next comes the main event. Minato murmured to himself. As the words fell, a faint blue light emerged from Minato's body, accompanied by a soft whistling sound, and a stream of gentle wind released chakra continuously surged out from within him. With his mastery of wind release chakra, he could definitely be called the greatest wind release user in the history of the ninja world. Then, under Minato's control, the wind release chakra surged towards the great sphere spiral. However, a violent commotion ensued. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As the wind release chakra made contact with the giant spiral sphere, the entire spiral sphere began to tremble violently, as if unable to withstand such powerful force. Its shape even started to twist and deform. After a moment, the already severely deformed spiral sphere frantically released its wildly raging chakra, with terrifying energy fluctuations spreading outward from it. Everything around was swept into it, creating waves of smoke. Not far away, Irika, who was still diligently practicing physical techniques, was suddenly attracted by this astonishing scene, his face filled with shock and worry. And he asked with a trembling voice, "Teacher, what is that? Is something going to happen?" The nearby shadow clone of Minato gently patted Irika's head and smiled. "Don't worry. The main body is training a new ninjutsu." As the words fell, the clone Minato's eyes were filled with appreciation. This child is truly kind. At this point, Irika, although worried in his heart, could only continue to practice upon seeing the confident gaze of the clone Minato. Meanwhile, Minato was struggling to maintain the spiral sphere in his hand, secretly astonished. "I never expected that even with my mastery of wind release, I couldn't perfectly integrate the wind release chakra into the spiral sphere at the beginning." As the words fell, bang! The twisted spiral sphere finally disintegrated completely, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The massive chakra that lost its vessel instantly went on a rampage, causing strong smoke to rise all around. As the smoke gradually cleared, Minato's figure appeared. At this moment, looking at the destruction around him, his expression became very complex, filled with an undeniable sadness. Now that he had attained mastery of wind release, it was still so difficult to fuse it. Yet Naruto, under the interference of the Nine Tails chakra, could still successfully inject wind release chakra into the spiral sphere. The hardships and pain involved were unimaginable. Thinking of this, an indescribable sense of guilt surged in Minato's heart. He clenched his fists tightly, murmuring softly, "Naruto, Dad won't lose." As the words fell, he quickly formed a spiral sphere with his right hand. Then followed countless attempts. Several hours later, at this moment, Minato raised his right hand high into the air, his gaze incredibly determined. In the next moment, swish, 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 a spiral sphere spun wildly in his right hand, emitting a powerful aura. Immediately after, a cutting force of wind release suddenly radiated from Minato's body. This wind release, with unparalleled might, surged towards the spiral sphere. Boom! The wind release-enhanced Rasengan began to spin even more violently at this moment, emanating an incredibly terrifying aura as if it wanted to devour everything. At the same time, a ring of red and white shuriken light surrounded the Rasengan, dazzling and eye-catching. In an instant, the world lost its color. Boom! A massive shuriken Rasengan, rotating violently and exuding the intent to strangle everything, suddenly appeared, causing all beings to tremble. Wind release, shuriken Rasengan. Feeling the shuriken Rasengan in his hand, radiating a terrifying aura, Minato couldn't help but smile faintly, excitement flashing in his eyes. Finally, success. Unlike the future Naruto, he, with his mastery of wind release, could completely unleash it barehanded without worrying about the intense chakra damaging the cells in his hand. "It's time to test its power," Minato muttered to himself. As he finished speaking whoosh, Minato instantly transformed into a golden light, carrying the destructive ninjutsu, and vanished from the spot, near the root underground base. The golden light flashed, and Minato appeared, holding the shuriken Rasengan. At this moment, boom, the shuriken Rasengan emitted an incredibly terrifying aura, resembling an ancient divine beast, ready to devour everything in front of it. Minato looked at the nearby root base, a strange smile appearing on his face. "Danzo-sama, I'm going to treat you to a little round ball." With that, boom, Minato suddenly hurled the shuriken Rasengan towards the root underground base. Chapter 11. The destruction of the root base in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The throne spiral shuriken erupted in the air with an incredibly terrifying roar. At this moment, inside the root base, the sensing team ninja suddenly trembled all over, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He said in disbelief, "Not good. A huge ninjutsu is attacking the base." Upon hearing this, the root ninjas were immediately alarmed. How is that possible? Who dares to attack the root? One questioned. Yeah, did you sense it wrong? Another agreed. However, as soon as they voiced their doubts, a horrifying sound that seemed to be strangling everything rang in their ears. Then, boom, an incredibly terrifying aura descended upon the root ninjas present. In an instant, they believed the words of the sensing team ninja. The root ninjas hurriedly appeared outside the base. Is it just these people? Danzo isn't here? Minato murmured upon seeing this. At this time, the root ninjas, upon seeing the spiral shuriken approaching in the air and feeling that terrifying aura, were instantly frozen in place. What is this? Someone trembled and spoke. The pupils beneath their masks had long been consumed by fear. At this moment, the root only had 1/3 of its usual ninjas, most of whom were weaker and had not completely eradicated their humanity. The others had gone out to carry out Danzo's secret missions. Danzo was also not in the root base at this time. Looking at the terrifying ninjutsu that was about to strike, the highest-ranking jonin present suddenly regained his senses. He waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Quick! Earth-release ninjas! Use Earth Flow Wall for defense. Others, intercept with long-range ninjutsu." As soon as he spoke, even though they were afraid inside, the root ninjas were still well-trained and quickly regained their composure. They immediately began to form hand seals. In a place where everyone couldn't see, Minato watched everything, a slight smile on his lips. It was both futile and useless. How sad. Bang. The Earth-release ninjas were the first to complete their hand seals and quickly pressed their palms against the ground. Earth release, Earth flow wall. In an instant, boom, boom, boom. Countless huge earth walls broke through the ground, forming a solid defense line, firmly blocking in front of the root ninjas. Following this, other ninjas also successfully formed their seals in that moment. Fire release, fireball technique. Wind release, vacuum wave. Water release, water severing flow. Lightning release, lightning wave. In an instant, swish, swish, swish. Dozens of ninjutsu of the 4 attributes, fire, wind, water, and lightning, cut across the earth walls, rushing towards the spiral shuriken in the air. However, all these efforts were in vain. When the two met, boom! All the incoming 4-element ninjutsu were easily sliced apart by the red and white halo generated by the violently spinning spiral shuriken. The scattered chakra of the ninjutsu began to twist madly in the air. The root ninjas looked at this scene with expressions of disbelief. Impossible, the commanding jonin shouted loudly. However, at that moment, something shocking happened to everyone. Hiss! The spiraling shuriken in the air suddenly began to absorb the raging power of the 4 elements around it at an astonishing speed. In just a few breaths, the spiral shuriken had absorbed all the power of the 4 elements. Then, an even more astonishing scene appeared. The size of the spiral shuriken instantly multiplied several times, becoming incredibly huge. Inside it, the 4 powers of fire, lightning, wind, and water were twisting and spinning madly, emitting an extremely terrifying and powerful energy fluctuation. Feeling this terrifying aura, everyone present couldn't help but have their legs go weak, an endless fear rising in their hearts. It actually absorbed our ninjutsu, a root ninja exclaimed in terror. At this moment, Minato looked at everything before him, his eyes shining with confidence. His experiment had succeeded. By subtly altering the wind chakra inside the spiral shuriken, he had given it the ability to absorb and fuse other ninjutsu. Unless the enemy's ninjutsu was more powerful than his, the spiral shuriken could easily absorb and merge them together. Faced with such a powerful spiral shuriken, the root jonin could no longer maintain his composure. His face was filled with terror as he waved his hands, shouting, "Quick, retreat, retreat." However, accompanied by a sound that instilled fear in all beings, boom, the spiral shuriken, charged with the power of the 4 elements, came crashing in. In an instant, the seemingly indestructible earth flow wall completely collapsed. Then, with the power to destroy everything, the spiral shuriken completely disintegrated within the root base. Whoosh! A dazzling light instantly illuminated the darkness of the entire underground root base. The next moment, boom! An incredibly terrifying explosion shot into the sky at that moment. Its power so great that it threatened to swallow everything around it. At the center of the explosion, a massive tornado composed of the four elements of wind, lightning, fire, and water formed, rampaging and wreaking havoc on everything nearby, releasing a terrifying aura that made the entire world tremble. As for most of the Root members, they had already turned to dust in the instant the explosion occurred. Those lucky enough to be standing at the edge of the explosion were also caught up in the violent tornado, mercilessly thrown towards the center of the vortex. Under the wild twisting of the four-element powers, they also turned into mere skeletons. After a long time, the explosion gradually subsided, and the entire underground base had long since vanished. What replaced it was an enormous deep pit. Sound still echoed from within the deep pit. Zzz. It was the residual chakra of the ninjutsu still rampaging after the aftermath. In the distance, Minato looked at this scene with slight surprise. He hadn't expected that after absorbing other ninjutsu, the power of the spiral shuriken would be so terrifying. He had thought it could only destroy half of the base. He never expected it to completely devour everything. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing Jonin. Murakami Yachting. Reward fire release chakra mastery. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing Chunin. Shimura Abba. Reward 0. 1 chakra. Ding! Once all the system rewards were issued, Minato felt a warm sensation wash over his body, and his chakra amount noticeably increased. It was known that he had fused all of Kushina's chakra. Indeed, even small soldiers can accumulate to a lot. He would definitely come again next time. Thinking this, whoosh, Minato instantly transformed into a beam of golden light and disappeared from the spot. At this moment, the root base snow, the deep pit, no longer had any life presence, only an incredibly dense silence. Orochimaru's base on the border of the land of fire. Crack! Orochimaru attached an arm made from various fused cells to Danzo's incomplete right shoulder. Moments later, the arm was completely fused with Danzo, as if it had always been a part of his body, with no sense of incongruity. Then, Orochimaru injected a potion into Danzo and said in a hoarse voice, "It's unbelievable, Minato actually survived. The Uzumaki's secret technique? It is indeed possible." Danzo shook his newly attached right arm, and upon hearing Orochimaru's words, anger immediately appeared on his face. That guy's just a madman. When I return to the root, I must find a way to deal with him. Danzo, come home often. Chapter 12, Fulfilling Sakura's Wish. The next day, as the sun just rose, in the underground base of the root, in the deep pit of the root, whoosh, several figures suddenly appeared here, and it was none other than Danzo and his companions. Danzo's gaze was incredibly sharp as he glanced at the horrifying deep pit before him. His expression filled with confusion as he turned to his subordinate and asked, "Torian, did we come to the wrong place? Where's the base?" At this moment, Torian was also filled with doubt, but responded, "Lord Danzo, perhaps we were too fast and ended up in the wrong place." Danzo nodded, his tone firm. "It should be. We need to be more careful next time." After he finished speaking, everyone's figures instantly disappeared into the darkness. A moment later, whoosh, Danzo and the others reappeared here. What's going on? Wrong again? Danzo frowned tightly, feeling an uneasy sensation in his heart, as if a large hand was gripping his old heart tightly. Torian was now sweating profusely, his voice trembling as he said, "Lord Danzo, it seems like this is indeed the root." Danzo sneered at these words, his voice cold. "Torian, what nonsense are you talking? What does this deep pit have to do with my root? Let's leave and try again." After saying that, everyone instantly left this place once more. A moment later, Danzo and the others found themselves back in the deep pit of the root again. At this moment, bang! Danzo fell to the ground, finally accepting reality, his face showing an expression of immense pain and despair. "Damn it, where's my root?" After a long time, in the Hokage's office, the broken Konoha F4 gathered here. The third Hokage looked at the dejected Danzo and wanted to comfort him, but didn't know where to start. At this moment, clap clap, Mito Gate 10 was gently patting Danzo's back, saying, "Take it easy, Danzo. We knew right after the root was attacked, but when we got there, all that was left was a pit. We will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly." The third Hokage also said, "Don't worry, Danzo. This matter involves the dignity of Konoha, and I will give you an explanation." However, Danzo remained dejected, his face ashen. Tsunade couldn't stand it anymore and immediately scolded, "Danzo, who told you to build a root base so far underground? That's why we couldn't support you in time. Besides, aren't there many root ninjas out on missions? It's not like we can't rebuild." Hearing Tsunade's words, Danzo looked up at her with immense pain. "Damn it, what do you know, old woman? That place contained all my experiments over the years, even the cells of Hashirama. That was my way to become strong enough to defeat that bastard fourth Hokage. At this thought, Danzo's expression grew more pained. Mito Gate 10 thought Danzo was sad due to personnel losses and immediately said generously, "Don't worry. I will always support you. When the time comes, I'll let you choose some ninjas from the Mito clan to strengthen the root." Upon hearing Mito's words, Danzo suddenly came to his senses. Right? Power. I can still gain power from other places. He instantly recalled the failed alliance with Hanzo, the Rain Village, the Akatsuki organization, the Rinnegan. He would plan again to seize the Rinnegan. At this thought, whoosh, Danzo stood up directly and said to Mito Gate 10, "Thank you, 10. Then he quickly opened the door and left. Mito and the others didn't stop him, but their eyes revealed confusion. Danzo? Has he figured out? In the Konoha vegetable market. At this moment, Minato was carrying various vegetables. Irika beside him had hearts in his eyes. "Teacher, will I really get to eat the food you cook?" Minato smiled gently, his eyes soft. "Of course, Irika. Eat more now, so you can protect those around you in the future." "I understand. I will definitely protect Naruto well," Irika said with determination. Clearly, Minato had already brought Irika to meet little Naruto. Minato reached out and gently ruffled Irika's hair. "That's my good disciple, unlike someone who gave me a detonating tag for my child at the start." Just then, a couple of civilians passed by, carrying a pink-haired child. The male suddenly spoke up, "Sai, it's really annoying. After the Nine Tails incident, business has been bad." The woman also showed a complaining expression. "Yeah, it's all that damn Jinchuriki's fault for rampaging around." Upon hearing this, Minato's expression turned cold, a glint of icy light flashing in his eyes. He silently stared at the couple before him, preparing to settle this score later. Just then, the woman began to complain again. "Sai, poor little Sakura. She can't even have the best milk powder." With this sentence, Minato's whole body trembled violently. Sakura? No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity when he saw that pink-haired girl earlier. At this moment, Minato recalled the word Sakura had once said to Naruto in the memories he had received. "That guy doesn't have parents. That's why he does so many stupid things." However, the person who said such things would later rely heavily on her own child. Hee. Minato couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Suddenly, he remembered Sakura's wish expressed in his memories. She hoped her parents wouldn't care about her anymore, even hoping they would disappear. At this thought, a strange light flashed in Minato's eyes. As the fourth Hokage, he loved to help others. For example, fulfilling the dreams of the village's children. He handed the vegetables to Irika and gently said, "Irika, wait a moment. Teacher is going to help a child in the village fulfill their wish." After saying that, Minato directly followed Sakura's parents. Irika watched Minato's back, his eyes filled with admiration. "Teacher, you are so kind, helping children fulfill their wishes." In a corner, Minato stopped Sakura's parents. Sakura's father looked at Minato's appearance, and he was immediately excited. "Fourth? Lord Fourth." Sakura's mother was even more starstruck, nearly fainting. The fourth Hokage was the idol of many women in the village. At this moment, Minato smiled and gently poked Sakura's pink cheek with his finger, asking in a soft tone, "This child is so cute. Is her name Sakura?" Hearing this, Sakura's mother was taken aback, her face showing a mix of surprise and joy, unsure of how to respond. "Why you? How do you know her name?" Minato smiled slightly, not explaining further, and continued, "If she has a wish to fulfill when she grows up, would you let me help her?" Upon hearing this, Sakura's parents exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. They never expected Minato to care so much about their daughter and even be willing to help her fulfill her dreams. The two excitedly spoke in unison, their voices trembling. "Of course, Lord Fourth. If we have your help, that would be our child's honor." Minato's eyes flashed with satisfaction, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he softly said, "That's good. That's good." After a long time, "Ah!" Suddenly, a loud baby cry echoed from the corner. On the streets of Konoha. At this moment, Minato calmly took the dish from Irika's hands and turned around with a smile. "Let's go, Irika." With that, he strode forward. Upon hearing this, Irika immediately followed and then asked, "Teacher, did you help that child fulfill her wish?" "Of course. Your teacher is the fourth Hokage, you know." Ahem. If it's hard to accept, you can understand it as Minato sending Sakura's parents to live elsewhere and using Jinjutsu to make them forget about Sakura. Chapter 13. Kakashi regains his faith at the fourth Hokage's home. At this moment, Minato was busy operating kitchen equipment, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Meanwhile, in the dining room, Irika was affectionately teasing the young Naruto, who was in his arms. Irika gently touched Naruto's little face with his finger, and the little guy burst into joyous laughter. Perhaps because of their future relationship. The two were very close at this moment. Just then, Irika's gaze fell on Naruto, and he suddenly remembered his own parents. His expression gradually turned sad. Unable to help himself, he asked Minato, "Teacher, will Teacher Kushina and my parents really come back someday?" Minato placed the last delicious dish on the dining table and, hearing Irika's question, immediately stopped his movements. He smiled gently and replied, "Don't worry, Irika. I won't lie to you, I promise." "Okay, I believe you, teacher." Irika immediately responded to Minato's firm words. However, even if his parents ultimately couldn't return, he wouldn't say anything. Being accepted as a disciple by the Hokage was already an immense stroke of luck. Minato reached out and gently patted Irika's head. "Just give me Naruto first. You eat your meal." As Irika was about to hand Naruto over to Minato, suddenly, ding dong, the doorbell rang. Hearing the sound, Irika immediately stood up. "Teacher, I'll go answer the door." Minato nodded gently, pondering who could come to his home at this time. At that moment, Irika pulled open the door. What greeted his eyes was a pale-haired boy with a vacant expression, radiating an aura of sadness and despair. It was none other than Kakashi. Seeing a child he didn't recognize at the door, Kakashi's eyes slightly widened in surprise. However, upon seeing Minato in the dining room, his vacant eyes gradually focused, and he bowed slightly, saying, "Teacher, I saw the light in the room and wanted to come see you. Can I come in?" After saying that, Kakashi's eyes returned to their lifeless state. Minato smiled gently. "Come in. You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll get you a bowl and chopsticks." A moment later, Minato, Kakashi, and Irika were seated around the dining table. Minato smiled and pointed to Irika, introducing him to Kakashi. "This is my new disciple, and your junior, Irika." "Oh, a junior? Hello." Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, then extended his hand. Clap. Irika stood up excitedly, gripping Kakashi's hand tightly and enthusiastically said, "Hello, senior. Teacher has already told me about your achievements. I will definitely work hard to learn from you." At this moment, admiration sparkled in Irika's eyes. He was filled with respect and longing for this senior. After all, Kakashi was the youngest jonin in the history of Konoha. Kakashi, hearing Irika's words, showed a hint of an awkward smile and replied softly, "Thank you." Soon, his gaze dimmed even further, and he sighed inwardly. He couldn't even protect anyone beside him, so he wondered what Irika could learn from him. Minato witnessed all of this, and his expression was complicated. Although he had blamed Kakashi for not taking care of Naruto in the future, looking back, everything Kakashi had protected after the Nine Tails incident had vanished. At that time, he must have been the most pained. Life was completely hopeless. Perhaps at that time, Kakashi was still alive because that youthful might guy had forced him to continue living. Perhaps, as a teacher, he should give him a new bond to protect. Naruto also lacked a guardian, and he needed a sharp blade in his hand. With that thought, Minato slowly stood up and walked toward the crib. He gently picked up the swaddled Naruto, his eyes filled with love and warmth, and then came to Kakashi's side. Then, Minato gently said to Kakashi here, "Let me give you Naruto." He slowly handed the baby over to Kakashi. Kakashi was slightly taken aback, but cautiously extended his hands, gently receiving the child from Minato. He couldn't help but tremble as he said, "Teacher, is this your child?" Minato smiled and nodded, his eyes sparkling with happiness. "That's right. His name is Naruto Uzumaki." Uzumaki, Kakashi murmured upon hearing the surname. He knew what this surname represented. His teacher was still the same teacher, deeply in love with Lady Kushina. Just then, Minato's expression suddenly became serious. He stared intently at Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, I hope that when I'm not around, you can protect Naruto for me." Upon hearing this, Kakashi was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Minato. An overwhelming sense of guilt and sadness instantly enveloped him, causing his body to tremble as he struggled to speak. "Teacher, I can't even protect anyone. Why would you want me to protect Naruto?" However, clap. Minato reached out and firmly patted Kakashi's shoulder, looking at him with utmost gentleness and saying, "Because you are my disciple. If the teacher doesn't believe in you, who else can he believe in? Of course. Except for Kamui when it can't hide tears." Hearing Minato's words hiss, tears streamed down Kakashi's face instantly. His face began to tremble, overwhelmed with emotion. "But I couldn't protect Obito, Rin, Lady Kushina, or even you, my previous teacher. I failed to protect any of them." However, before he could finish, Minato interrupted him. "I said, because you're my disciple, I have unwavering faith in you. These words struck Kakashi like a fatal blow, causing his heart to break completely. His entire body began to tremble violently as tears poured out uncontrollably. Minato continued, Kakashi, you were right about one thing last time. Your strength is still too weak. I hope you can regain your spirit and find the talented boy Kakashi from back then, so you can protect Naruto well for me. After saying this, Minato sat back down at the dining table and fell silent. Upon hearing this, it seemed as if some kind of restraint within Kakashi was gradually shattering. Looking at the adorable Naruto in his arms, his gaze gradually became resolute. He immediately wiped away his tears and declared, Teacher, I will definitely protect Naruto. Before you stands the Kakashi who has regained the path of protection, never to fall into despair again. Minato smiled upon hearing this, took a bite of food, and then said with a light smile, I believe in you. After saying that, Minato suddenly appeared in front of Kakashi, a sealing paper appearing in his hand, which he promptly placed over Kakashi's Sharingan. Sealing. The sealing paper on Kakashi's Sharingan instantly vibrated violently. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Then it completely adhered to his Sharingan. Kakashi felt a warm current flowing through his body, as if his chakra had significantly increased. He was immediately startled and asked, Teacher, what is this? Minato returned to the table and spoke calmly. After all, you are not a member of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan will only hinder your growth. I will seal it for you first until you find your own path. Kakashi was taken aback by Minato's words, but his mind was filled with countless thoughts. Indeed, after handing the Sharingan to himself, Obito could clearly feel his body growing weaker. I didn't expect the teacher to think of this as well. With this thought in mind, Kakashi immediately said, Teacher, I will definitely find my own path. I will not let you down. I will protect Naruto well. Teacher, I will also protect Naruto well. Iruka, seeing this, was unwilling to be outdone. Hearing this, Minato smiled and said, All right, I believe in you, now hurry and eat. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Minato's head. Ding! The host has saved the elite J-Nin. Hatake Kakashi for the first time. Reward. Mastery of lightning release. Ninjutsu. Kirin. Minato was taken aback, then felt relieved. So this is what the system calls saving. What a hassle. The first function was better. After a while, the three finished lunch. Junior brother, have you graduated now? The re-energized Kakashi was cleaning up the kitchen with his new junior brother Iruka, while also strengthening their bond. Suddenly, ding-dong. The doorbell rang again. Minato was somewhat surprised. Who could be visiting him at this hour? Nevertheless, he went over to open the door. What greeted him was a seemingly very composed man, and a boy who appeared to be burdened with deep thoughts. The man looked guilty, and upon seeing Minato, he immediately spoke up. Sorry to disturb you. I brought my son Itachi to visit you. Minato didn't look at him right away. Instead, he gazed at the boy, a strange glimmer flashing in his blue eyes. Uchiha, the white-eyed wolf. He dislikes people who can't be tamed the most. What do you all say we should do with Itachi? I'm afraid of being scolded by you, cough cough. Chapter 14. Let me see the value of Uchiha at this moment. Minato still wore his classic smile as he spoke to Fugaku. How could that be? Fugaku, Itachi has grown quite a bit. As he finished speaking, Minato placed his large hand on Itachi's head, suppressing the urge to use a Rasengan, and began to stroke his hair. Itachi looked up at Minato, his face displaying a rare calmness for someone his age, and said, Thank you for the compliment. Lord Fourth Hokage. Minato smiled and said, Come in and have a seat. Fugaku quickly nodded and led Itachi into the room. However, no one noticed. Hiss. A small flying thunder god mark slowly appeared above Itachi's head, perfectly concealed by his black hair. Minato watched Itachi's figure, a strange smile appearing in his eyes. He thought to himself, perhaps in the future, Danzo used Kotoeme Tsukumi to control Itachi to annihilate his clan. So maybe I should give him a chance to properly test this great filial son in the future. If he still chooses to be that so-called great filial son, then I have nothing to say about my actions. Of course, the most important reason is that Itachi is still young. Killing him now wouldn't yield any good rewards. As Fugaku entered, the guilt in his eyes intensified, and then he said sadly, Minato, I'm sorry. On the day of the Nine-Tails incident, if the Uchiha clan had intervened, perhaps the outcome would have been different. So, you can't talk about this, Minato said, revealing a strange smile. Seeing this, Fugaku felt tormented, thinking Minato would blame the Uchiha clan, and immediately explained, in fact, that day, it was Danzo who said that Lord Hokage ordered the Uchiha clan not to assist. I doubted it, but I was afraid of exacerbating the conflict between the village and the Uchiha, so I could only comply. No one issued such an order. Minato sneered at that moment. Fugaku was taken aback and then said sadly, I should have known this earlier. Minato, how could you issue such an order? It's all that damn Danzo's fault. Irika, standing quietly beside Minato, was confused, but Kakashi's eyes flashed with determination. Danzo, it was you who harmed my teacher and them. I must kill you. At that moment, Kakashi's heart was filled with killing intent. Hoo. Minato sat calmly in his chair, holding a cup of hot tea, gently blowing on the steam, and then said calmly, Danzo, I will kill him myself. As soon as he finished speaking, an icy killing intent seemed to fill the air, making everyone shiver. Fugaku trembled at these words, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. He had been waiting for Minato to say this. Since the Nine-Tails incident, he had felt he had lost the face to seek out Minato. But after witnessing Minato's powerful strength displayed in the conference room, even daring to take action against the advisors, Fugaku finally mustered the courage to approach him. For the Uchiha clan, they needed to find a supporter who could stand against the advisory group to ensure their survival. Thinking of this, Fugaku's heart filled with determination. Whoosh! Fugaku stood up without hesitation, deeply bowing to Minato, and sincerely said, Minato, I hope to ask you for a favor. This action caused both Kakashi and Itachi to widen their eyes in surprise. What could possibly make this proud Uchiha clan leader lower himself like this? Seeing this, Minato's azure eyes sparkled, as if he guessed something, but he still replied unhurriedly, Oh, clan leader Fugaku, what do you need my help with? At this moment, Fugaku's eyes were filled with indecision. However, after a moment, he trembled and spoke with a pleading tone, Minato, you are also aware of the current tense relationship between the higher-ups and the Uchiha. The Uchiha must find a supporter who can stand against the higher-ups. At this point, Fugaku paused for a moment. Then, without hesitation, he said loudly, I hope you can help the Uchiha. Once these words were spoken, everyone present gasped in shock. The impact of this news was tremendous. Even Irika, an ordinary civilian child, felt particularly astonished. After all, this was the Uchiha clan. Who would have thought they would seek to rely on the fourth Hokage? At this moment, young Itachi's mind was racing. Father, are we really going to go this far? Meanwhile, Kakashi's gaze became increasingly resolute. He clenched his fists tightly, his desire to protect his friends becoming even stronger. Teacher, I see you have become so powerful that even the Uchiha clan seeks your protection. I must work hard to become stronger until I can keep up with you. Just then, gulp. Minato took a sip of tea, his expression still calm, not giving any response. Seeing this, Fugaku's heart sank, and he quickly spoke again. Please, Minato. His voice was filled with sincerity and pleading. If even the fourth Hokage was unwilling to lend a hand, then the Uchiha clan would surely face annihilation. However, at this moment, Minato finally spoke, but his tone was exceptionally calm. Fugaku, to be honest, I do not want to take on a burden. As soon as these words were spoken, Fugaku's heart instantly shattered. His body trembled, and images of the Uchiha clan gradually disappearing from history flashed before his eyes. But just then, Minato spoke again. Of course, considering the relationship between my partner and Mikoto, I might give the Uchiha clan a chance. Hearing this, Fugaku's already broken heart seemed to be pieced back together in an instant. He immediately said, excitedly, his voice trembling, Minato, please. At that moment, a teasing smile gradually crept onto Minato's face. At this moment, Minato's eyes were filled with mockery. At least, let me see the value of the Uchiha. As soon as he finished speaking, Fugaku was startled, but couldn't help but ask Minato, do you mean? Before he could finish his sentence, Minato suddenly stood up, smiling at Fugaku. If you, the Uchiha clan leader, can satisfy me, then I will help your Uchiha clan. Minato had his own considerations. He also wanted to take this opportunity to test the true strength of Uchiha Fugaku. Hearing this, Fugaku's mind was filled with thoughts. The change in Minato's personality after the Nine-Tails incident was so significant. He understood Minato's meaning. He wanted to see the strength of this Uchiha clan leader, although he did not wish to fight for the sake of the Uchiha. Thinking of this, Fugaku immediately said firmly, all right, Minato, the Uchiha clan will not let you down. As soon as he finished speaking, very good, Minato smiled. At that moment, Minato gently picked up Naruto from the crib. Then whoosh, Minato's figure holding Naruto instantly disappeared. He soon reappeared, but now it was just Minato alone. Clearly, Minato had already sent Naruto to Kiid's home. Come closer, Minato said lightly. Upon hearing this, everyone walked toward Minato. In an instant, whoosh, a golden light flashed, and everyone's figures vanished from a spot. Konoha training ground. Whoosh, the golden light reappeared, and the figures of Watergate and others emerged. The battle between the fourth Hokage and the Uchiha clan leader is about to begin. Chapter 15. Namikaze Minato versus Uchiha Fugaku at the Konoha training ground. With the arrival of Minato and his team at the center of the training ground, a peak confrontation between the Hokage and the Uchiha clan leader is about to unfold. At this moment, several figures suddenly appeared on the field, all wearing Konoha's green CHNine vests. These were the guard ninjas of the training ground. The captain of the guard team, upon seeing Minato, was taken aback and bowed, saying, "Fourth Hokage, what brings you to the training ground?" Minato smiled lightly. "It's nothing. Just a friendly spar with clan leader Fugaku." Fugaku also nodded to the guard ninjas, his eyes showing a hint of determination. Everyone was immediately shocked, their bodies trembling. What an astonishing revelation. The Hokage is actually going to spar with the Uchiha clan leader. However, before they could ponder further, Minato continued, "All right, you can leave now?" "Yes." The guard ninjas could only comply. As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh. The guard ninjas disappeared from the scene, and of course, they quickly informed their friends and family about the news. After all, a duel between the fourth Hokage and the Uchiha clan leader is a sight that can be seen once in 100 years. "Kakashi, take those two to the audience seats first," Minato said calmly. "Yes, teacher," Kakashi promptly replied. Subsequently, Kakashi quickly brought Irika and Itachi to the audience seats. Seeing that everything was ready, Minato smiled at Fugaku and said, "Let us begin, clan leader Fugaku." Upon hearing this, Fugaku's eyes momentarily lost focus, but quickly regained their determination. All right. With that, the two instantly separated, each moving to opposite ends of the training ground. At this moment, boom, a powerful chakra suddenly erupted from Fugaku's body, sweeping wildly in all directions, causing dust on the ground to scatter. In the midst of the dust, Fugaku's hands formed hand seals at an astonishing speed, making it impossible to discern the jutsu he was using. At this point, Fugaku's cheeks bulged, and the temperature around him began to rise, a scorching sensation spreading outward. At this moment, he completed the seals. The classic opening move of the Uchiha clan, fire release, great fireball technique. Boom! A massive fireball, exuding an aura that could incinerate everything, suddenly erupted from Fugaku's mouth, hurtling toward Minato with unparalleled, terrifying pressure. This fireball resembled a small sun, incredibly hot and radiant, illuminating the entire training ground. Zzz. The overwhelming high temperature caused the surrounding air to sizzle, and wherever the fireball passed, it seemed as if space itself was distorted, making it impossible to look directly at. From the stands, Itachi watched this scene with surprise. "Father, your great fireball technique is so powerful." His eyes were filled with shock, giving him a deeper understanding of his father's strength. This was worlds apart from the great fireball technique Fugaku had taught him before. Minato, looking at the incoming fireball, smiled. "Fugaku, it seems your fire release is on par with Jiraiya-sensei." With that, Minato's hands quickly formed seals. Whoosh! A torrent of blue wind, release, chakra, surged from his body like a storm. At this moment, Minato's gaze was firmly fixed on the enormous fireball approaching him. He suddenly pointed his right hand skyward. Wind release, pressure damage. In an instant, boom, boom, boom. An incredibly terrifying, massive whirlwind erupted in the training ground. This whirlwind was like an ancient beast, carrying a wildly furious and violent force as it swept toward the fireball. The moment the two collided, rumble, rumble. A deafening roar erupted as the fireball and the whirlwind violently clashed, generating a powerful energy shockwave. But soon, the fireball was mercilessly torn apart and consumed by the terrifying whirlwind, ultimately transforming into countless sparks that gradually dissipated in the air. The whirlwind did not cease its assault, and once again charged toward Fugaku. Sensei's wind release. How extraordinary! Kakashi's eyes widened in shock as he watched everything unfold before him. Meanwhile, Fugaku on the field, witnessing this scene, was also filled with astonishment. However, his dark eyes quickly returned to calm. Fugaku's hands formed seals once more at a rapid pace. Then bang! Fugaku slammed his hands onto the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. In an instant, rumble, rumble. A massive earthen wall shot up from the ground with a resounding crash, standing protectively in front of Fugaku. At this moment, the whirlwind was already rushing in, its violent force creating endless noise. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The intense whirlwind transformed into countless sharp blades, continuously slicing at the earth wall, kicking up large amounts of dust and debris, leaving the earth flow wall in tatters in an instant. But ultimately, just before the wall was about to collapse, the whirlwind finally dissipated. Fugaku, not bad. Minato expressed his appreciation. However, Fugaku was drenched in cold sweat. Minato, although I had some guesses, I still didn't expect your wind release to be so powerful. At this moment, Fugaku slowly calmed himself. He had almost thought that the earth flow wall wouldn't be able to withstand that terrifying whirlwind. Let's go again. Minato simply smiled lightly. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's eyes gradually became serious, and he suddenly shouted, "Be careful, Minato!" With that swish, 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 dozens of kunai instantly appeared in Fugaku's hands. And then he leaped into the air with incredible speed, his hands forming seals once again. Seeing this, Minato's eyes lit up. Immediately after, a flying kunai appeared in his right hand. Clang, clang, clang. After a flurry of movement, all the kunai launched by Fugaku were knocked down to the ground. At this time, Fugaku in the air had completed his hand seals. Boom! Intense fire release chakra instantly filled the void behind Fugaku, an incredibly hot temperature surging outward. Fugaku's right hand suddenly swung toward Minato on the ground. Fire release, great fire heavenly link. In an instant, boom, boom, boom. Dozens of massive fireballs, radiating intense heat, appeared in the void behind Fugaku. These fireballs, carrying immense pressure and destructive power, surged toward Minato at an astonishing speed, as if seeking to turn everything to ashes. This was a comprehensive, all-encompassing attack. Such a method of attack posed a significant threat to those who had just begun to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. At this moment, Minato looked at the terrifying swarm of fireballs descending from the sky, his eyes filled with admiration as he exclaimed, "Fugaku, with just this fire release, your strength is absolutely at the level of a Kage." As he spoke, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Minato's mouth. He slowly reached into his ninja tool pouch at his waist, his movements exceptionally graceful. Then, Minato suddenly pulled out a dazzling golden light. In an instant, swish, swish, dozens of flying thunder god kunai appeared in the sky, carrying the terrifying power of space-time as they surged toward the swarm of fireballs. These kunai traced golden arcs in the air, incredibly elegant. At this moment, Minato made a slight movement. Boom! The terrifying chakra within him surged violently in an instant, and his entire body was enveloped by an incredibly dazzling golden light. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar, 3rd Style. Chapter 16. The darker than dead water Fugaku. In an instant, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth, and Minato's figure appeared in the air, his palm firmly grasping one of the flying thunder god kunai. Immediately after, swish, 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 his figure began to move rapidly among dozens of flying thunder god kunai in the air, each position change accompanied by a strong surge of space-time aura. At this moment, Minato's figure was no longer visible to the naked eye. All that could be seen were countless dazzling golden lights darting through the void above. These golden lights moved back and forth like lightning, releasing an incredibly terrifying space-time aura, as if they were going to completely engulf that void. At this moment, the entire arena was shrouded in this golden light, as if wrapping everything inside. The people of Konoha village nearby witnessed this astonishing scene and were all astounded. They hurriedly put down what they were doing and rushed to the arena. Just then, countless golden lights suddenly collided with a group of fireballs. In an instant, boom, a terrifying roar erupted in the sky, and a powerful shockwave surged in all directions like a tidal wave. Kakashi and the others had to raise their arms to shield against this terrifying wind. At this moment, in the air, whoosh, 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 countless golden lights darted through the group of fireballs at an incredibly terrifying speed. In no time, the entire group of fireballs was enveloped by the golden lights. Immediately after, those fireballs radiating intense heat were continuously devoured by the golden lights, and their scorching temperatures were gradually diminishing. In a short while, all the fireballs completely dissipated in the air. The flying thunder god kunai then fell from the sky, embedding themselves in various spots in the arena. Then, a dazzling golden light flashed, and Minato, with a smile, reappeared in his original position. Fugaku also returned to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. After a long time, he finally uttered a sentence. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? No wonder the yellow flash is a nightmare for other countries. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the others in the stands were greatly shocked. They couldn't comprehend how such a terrifying group of fireballs was resolved by Minato so effortlessly. At this moment, a massive crowd suddenly surged into the stands, consisting of Konoha's ninjas and villagers. Even the advisors, including the 3rd Hokage, and most clan heads were drawn to the scene, all rushing to the arena. In an instant, the entire arena became incredibly noisy, filled with various sounds. Who is that? Is it Lord Minato? Who is he fighting? Someone curiously asked. It looks like the leader of the Uchiha clan. Really? That is truly a once-in-a-hundred-year sight. People began to discuss, exchanging words among the ordinary villagers and ninjas. Kakashi explained to the third Hokage and other high-ranking officials that Minato and Fugaku were just sparring. After hearing Kakashi's explanation, the third Hokage looked down at the center of the arena, revealing a hint of confusion in his eyes. Minato, what exactly are you trying to do? At this moment, Fugaku noticed the crowd gathering in the stands, and a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Minato immediately sensed his thoughts and decisively said, "Don't mind them. Let's continue." Upon hearing Minato's words, Fugaku's body trembled slightly. Yes, when did I become so hesitant and cautious? Am I still the renowned, red-eyed Fugaku of the ninja world? It's time to go all out. With this thought, his black eyes instantly transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan, and a powerful ocular energy surged forth as he rapidly formed hand seals. With a loud roar, fire style, great dragon fire technique. A massive, blazing fire dragon erupted from his mouth, carrying intense heat and an overwhelming force, charging fiercely toward Minato. Facing such a fierce attack, Minato remained completely calm. He merely formed a one-handed seal. Instantly, a strong gust of wind surged from behind him, dispersing the massive fireball and stirring up a cloud of smoke. At this moment, Fugaku's feet suddenly stomped the ground. He burst through the smoke, gripping a sharp kunai tightly, and shot toward Minato at an astonishing speed. Minato smiled lightly upon seeing this. Now that's more like it. With that, he also tightened his grip on the flying Thunder God kunai, his figure flickering as he met Fugaku head-on. The weapons of both clashed violently in mid-air, producing a crisp metallic sound and sending sparks flying. They then each stepped back a pace, but quickly resumed their relentless series of taijutsu attacks. At this moment, Fugaku's Sharingan spun wildly, carefully analyzing every movement and intention of Minato. However, despite the enhancement of the Sharingan, his taijutsu still couldn't gain the upper hand, leading to a stalemate. Meanwhile, Minato maintained a calm smile on his face, responding methodically to Fugaku's attacks. At this moment, Minato was only using pure close combat techniques. If he employed the Flying Thunder God, it might be over in an instant. Even without the Flying Thunder God, his unparalleled reflexes paired with top-tier taijutsu were still astonishing. Suddenly, Fugaku seized a fleeting opportunity, swiftly forming hand seals with one hand. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire. Boom! A gigantic and searing fire dragon was instantly spewed forth from Fugaku's mouth, rushing toward Minato with unmatched momentum. The spectators in the stands gasped in shock at this scene. Not good. Teacher, Kakashi shouted anxiously. However, at that moment, whoosh, a golden light flashed, and Minato's figure instantly vanished from spot. The fierce fire dragon missed its target and soared off into the distance. The third Hokage observed this scene, his eyes narrowing slightly. Minato, your Flying Thunder God technique has become even faster. At this moment, Fugaku lost sight of Minato, and his Sharingan spun wildly, trying to locate Minato's position. Suddenly, Minato's voice echoed behind Fugaku. Fugaku, a proper taijutsu duel, and you go for a big move up close? How sneaky. Hearing this, Fugaku's heart jolted, and before he could react, he saw Minato, holding the Flying Thunder God kunai, appear behind him, thrusting the kunai sharply toward his waist. A small wound instantly appeared on his waist. The spectators in the stands, including Itachi, were taken aback, exclaiming "Dad!" The others in Konoha also displayed expressions of disbelief. The Uchiha clan leader lost just like that. So fast. Is this really Lord Minato? What a disappointment. The so-called strongest clan is nothing much after all. Not as good as my Byakugan. However, at this moment, Minato's face was filled with smiles. Fugaku, you really are sneaky. As he spoke, bang, the injured Fugaku suddenly transformed into a puff of smoke and vanished. The crowd in the stands was shocked by this sight. What? A shadow Krun technique. When did he form the hand seals? At this time, boom, a shattered piece of stone on the arena floor suddenly exploded, and a cloud of smoke rose, revealing Fugaku's figure. At this moment, Fugaku slammed both hands onto the ground, his Sharingan flashing with the pride of the red-eyed clan. In an instant, ki. A layer of black runes appeared on half of the arena. These runes burned like flames, radiating an incredibly hot and terrifying temperature. Uchiha Fire Formation. In an instant, the entire venue erupted violently. Boom! A terrifying pillar of flame shot up into the sky from the black runes. exuding an aura that seemed to devour everything. The pillar of flame enveloped all the flying thunder god Kunai in the arena. The position where Minato stood was also covered by the incredibly terrifying pillar of flame. The spectators in the stands couldn't help but gasp and break into a cold sweat at this scene. The change in the battle was just too fast. The third Hokage was also in disbelief at this moment. He never expected that Fugaku would disguise his true body as rubble using the smoke from earlier, thus setting up the fire formation. This fire formation covered all of Minato's flying thunder god Kunai. It seemed that Minato could only fly out of the arena now. After saying this, the third Hokage had a new understanding of Fugaku. They say you are an honest person, but I never expected you to be so cunning. Chapter 17, Flying Thunder, God's Second Stage. Is the outcome already decided? Just as everyone was in shock, an unexpected change occurred on the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying roar erupted from within the Uchiha fire formation, and countless terrifying blue chakra continuously surged out, gradually revealing a blurry figure. Fugaku was taken aback. An enormous amount of chakra suddenly exploded from within him, wildly pouring into the Uchiha fire formation. In the next moment, boom, the massive pillar of flame, now infused with immense chakra, became even larger, with the flames inside becoming more terrifying and solid, exuding a scorching aura that seemed to devour everything. However, a shocking scene unfolded. A tearing sound rang out. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. At that moment, the pillar of flame was violently torn apart by a surge of blue chakra, ultimately splitting the pillar in half. And Minato's figure suddenly appeared in between. Wow! At this moment, Minato stood in the center of the fire formation, his clothes billowing as an incredibly terrifying blue chakra surrounded him, representing an unimaginable power of wind release. He forcibly blocked the Uchiha fire formation, which was meant to devour everything, and even tore it apart. The audience in the stands was already in shock, using wind release to forcibly isolate the Uchiha fire formation. I can't even imagine Minato's mastery of wind release. At this moment, Jiraiya's face showed an expression of disbelief. Asuma Sarutobi was sweating profusely. My wind release isn't even worthy of carrying the fourth Hokage's shoes. The Uchiha clan's ninjas and other ninjas were also buzzing with discussions. Impossible. How could the Uchiha fire formation lose to wind release, especially when trapped inside the formation? It was forcibly torn apart by wind release chakra. So terrifying. Is this really the fourth Hokage? I once thought the fourth Hokage was the savior of the ninja world. But. The third Hokage, suppressing his shock, took a puff from his pipe and slowly said, if Danzo had not left the village and witnessed this scene himself, even his only pride in wind release would be completely shattered. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Minato, who was in the fire formation, couldn't help but slightly solidify his gaze. Indeed, being the head of the Uchiha clan is no simple feat. Had it not been for his mastery of wind release, he might have truly been blown out of the training ground. With that thought, Minato tightened his grip on the flying thunder god Kunai and seriously looked at Uchiha, Fugaku, across from him. At that moment, Fugaku stood up directly, and his massive chakra dissipated as he no longer maintained the Uchiha fire formation. Wow! The originally soaring giant pillar of fire lost its chakra support and instantly spread out, transforming into wisps of fire release chakra that gradually disappeared. Fugaku's expression was exceptionally complex at this moment. He stared at Minato, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Minato, you are truly too strong. Hearing this, Minato smiled slightly and casually responded, Hee, Fugaku, your strength is not limited to this, right? Fugaku was taken aback. However, before he could think much more, whoosh, Minato instantly threw several flying thunder god Kunai at him. This time, Minato was serious. Seeing this, Fugaku quickly activated his Sharingan, rapidly marking the positions of the flying thunder god Kunai. He swiftly formed hand seals, and in an instant, he spat out a ball of blazing fire, striking several incoming Kunai. At the same time, clang! Fugaku's Kunai was swung rapidly, knocking down the other flying thunder god Kunai that flew towards him. Suddenly, whoosh! One of the Kunai that fell to the ground erupted with a strong golden light, and Minato's figure suddenly appeared, holding the Kunai and charging down towards Fugaku. The distance was incredibly close. However, it seemed Fugaku had anticipated this, as he had already formed the hand seals. Boom! A massive fireball was instantly spat out, rushing straight at Minato's face. Did he predict Minato's flying thunder god position? The third Hokage, slightly focused, unable to help but feel anxious for Minato. Teacher, Kakashi couldn't help but grip his clothing tightly, silently praying for Minato. At that moment, a green-haired watermelon head suddenly patted Kakashi on the shoulder and said boldly, Kakashi, don't worry. This is the youth of Teacher Minato and clan head Fugaku. Kakashi's tense mood was instantly pulled back by this sudden action, and he shot a glance at the green-haired watermelon head with his remaining eye. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Minato merely smiled calmly. Then, whoosh, he suddenly threw the flying thunder god kunai towards Fugaku. At that moment, the fireball was already at Minato's face. Fugaku swiftly dodged the incoming kunai, and seeing this, he murmured, Minato, I'm sorry, but perhaps I have one. Just then, ding. Minato's figure suddenly disappeared. Reappearing at the location of the kunai, Fugaku had dodged, grabbing the kunai tightly. Whoosh! At this moment, Minato's right hand suddenly spread out, and the Rasengan instantly emerged, launching fiercely behind Fugaku. This is the Flying Thunder God's second stage. In an instant, boom, boom, boom. The Rasengan spun wildly behind Fugaku, knocking him down to the ground. The part of his back that was hit had long lost its clothing, and his skin was bright red. Of course, this was only because Minato had controlled his power. Otherwise, it would have likely resulted in severe injury. The audience in the stands was now in awe. Is it over? Is this really the fourth Hokage? This is the Yellow Flash. Deciding the outcome in an instant, it's simply astonishing. Meanwhile, Fugaku staggered to his feet, his eyes already filled with respect, and he spoke, Minato. You won. With Fugaku's acknowledgement, the stands erupted with astonishing cheers. Simultaneously, those who enjoyed verbal abuse among the villagers continually mocked. This is the Uchiha clan leader. So pathetic. What strongest clan? Not as good as me. Lord Minato is still so powerful. The Uchiha clan is still so weak. Hearing this, the Uchiha clan members on site were instantly enraged. Bastard, what did you say? Damn it. How dare you insult the Uchiha clan? Bang, bang, bang. The two sides immediately clashed, but since the higher-ups were present, neither dared to truly engage in combat. However, those skilled in verbal abuse among the villagers continued their tirade. At this moment, Minato looked at Fugaku with a puzzled expression. He hasn't even used the Mangeki Sharingan. You're telling me you've lost? Meanwhile, the villagers' trash talk reached Minato's ears. A cold glint flashed in Minato's eyes as he turned to face them. The crowd thought Minato was going to praise them and immediately cheered, Lord Minato, defeat the Uchiha. The inherently evil Uchiha has ultimately been defeated by the fourth Hokage. However, at that moment, boom, an incredibly terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped them completely. At this moment, Minato's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold, indifferent voice echoed throughout the arena. Speak again, and I will show no mercy. The crowd, covered by the killing intent, instinctively fell silent, looking at Minato in fear, unable to comprehend why the fourth Hokage was treating them this way. Meanwhile, the others in the stands were also in shock. The third Hokage looked particularly worried, muttering to himself, Watergate. Although those people like to spread rumors and distort facts, doing so in front of everyone is still, in the end. The third Hokage let out a long sigh. At this moment, Fugaku also looked at Watergate in disbelief. Watergate, you did this for the Uchiha. However, before he could finish his sentence, Fugaku saw Watergate looking at him with an expression of utter disappointment. At this moment, Watergate coldly spoke. Fugaku, I thought you would truly let go and fight, but I didn't expect you to still be so cautious. You have really disappointed me. After saying this, Watergate turned around and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Fugaku was immediately shocked and overwhelmed with thoughts. It seems, Watergate knows that I possess the Mangeki. Indeed, I have the Mangeki, but am afraid it would arouse the higher-up suspicion, so I dare not use it, living in hesitation all my life. But now Watergate is openly scolding and insulting the Uchiha in front of everyone. What am I still afraid of? With this thought, a slight smile appeared on Fugaku's face. In an instant, his three-tomo Sharingan spun wildly, and his ocular power spread out, while Fugaku slowly closed his eyes. The people present were all confused. What is he doing? Isn't it already over? Just as everyone was puzzled, Fugaku opened his eyes. At this moment, the familiar three-tomo had long disappeared, replaced by a pair of extraordinarily beautiful, new-formed Sharingan. Boom! An incredibly terrifying ocular power suddenly descended upon everyone present, instilling a deep sense of fear in them. Bang! The third Hokage, Mito Gateyen, and Tien Kobayashi suddenly stood up, their faces filled with disbelief as they exclaimed. That is the Mangeki Sharingan. Chapter 18. Fugaku's kaleidoscope with the exclamations of the third Hokage and other high-ranking officials. The entire venue erupted in chaos. What? The kaleidoscope Sharingan. The heads of other major clans also regained their senses, each screaming in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. At this moment, their eyes were not only filled with astonishment, but also a deep-seated fear that stemmed from their very genes. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. That is a legendary power, a unique ocular technique possessed only by the one and only Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. At the same time, the ordinary civilians and ninjas at the scene were already trembling in fear, as if facing an ancient, ferocious beast. However, the reaction of the Uchiha clan members in the stands was completely opposite to that of the others. At this moment, bang! An elderly Uchiha suddenly fell to his knees, trembling all over, tears streaming down his cheeks. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. The kaleidoscope. Finally, our Uchiha clan has a new kaleidoscope. Heaven bless the Uchiha, with his long cry. The other Uchiha members were already going wild. Ha ha ha. The Uchiha will surely rise to the top again. Kaleidoscope. 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 Fugaku, please revive the Uchiha. At this moment, the Uchiha members' eyes were filled with nothing but pride and excitement. In the martial arts arena, Fugaku looked at the reactions of the crowd and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Was it good or bad to expose the kaleidoscope this time? However, after thinking for a moment, Fugaku shifted his focus to Minato. He saw Minato flick his Hokage cloak and gracefully turn around, changing his previously indifferent attitude to a smile as he said, "Fugaku, this is how it should be." Hearing this, Fugaku's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he sighed helplessly. "Minato, I didn't expect you to notice my kaleidoscope ability without me even using it much." Minato still wore a smile on his face. He certainly wouldn't tell Fugaku that he actually had memories from another world. At this moment, Fugaku took a deep breath and sighed heavily. Finally, his gaze became exceptionally firm as he said to Minato, "Come on, Minato. The battle ahead will be vastly different from the one just now." Minato responded with a smile. "Just what I wanted." With that whoosh whoosh whoosh, Minato's figure flashed, and he suddenly threw dozens of flying thunder god kunai in various directions across the martial arts arena. Those kunai shot through the air like lightning and embedded themselves firmly into the hard ground. Meanwhile, in the stands, Uchiha Itachi's expression grew serious, his eyes revealing a hint of vigilance. He turned to the third Hokage beside him and said solemnly, "Fugaku actually possesses the kaleidoscope Sharingan and hasn't reported it. His heart is treacherous. Hiruzen, we cannot allow a second Uchiha Madara to appear. We have already lost the first Hokage. We cannot bear such a loss again." At this moment, Tsunade also fearfully echoed, her voice trembling noticeably. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi silently puffed on his large pipe, his face filled with worry, and his mind was racing with thoughts. Ultimately, he sighed helplessly, "Let us just wait and see, at least until this battle is over." At this time, in the martial arts arena, boom! Fugaku's terrifying kaleidoscope ocular power became even more astonishing, as if it were about to devour the entire martial arts arena. In an instant, swoosh, Fugaku's figure appeared before Minato, his right fist enveloped in enormous chakra, striking towards Minato with terrifying pressure. Minato reacted instantly, swiftly raising his hand to counter. The two arms collided with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust and smoke around them. Seeing this, Fugaku immediately swung his right leg at high speed, aiming for Minato's abdomen. Minato quickly sidestepped to evade, while simultaneously launching a strike with his left arm to attack Fugaku's opening. Fugaku took a slight step back, easily dodging Minato's attack. At this moment, Fugaku's kaleidoscope Sharingan spun rapidly, continuously analyzing Minato's movements. To his astonishment, even though Minato's actions appeared slow as a snail under the influence of the kaleidoscope, he could still keep up with Fugaku's pace. However, he did not dwell on it for long. A kunai suddenly appeared in his hand, and the kaleidoscope continued to spin wildly as he lunged at Minato. Minato remained unfazed, smiling as he held his flying thunder god kunai to counter. The two suddenly clashed again. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic sounds of their clash echoed throughout the martial arts arena. Boom! The two transformed into golden and red streaks of light, darting back and forth across the arena, constantly colliding, their speed and power displayed in an astonishing manner. What are they doing? Why can't I see their figures at all? At this moment, a Nin in the stands looked puzzled. Other weaker ninjas voiced the same confusion. The speed of Minato and Fugaku was so fast that the weaker ninjas couldn't even catch a glimpse of their movements. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! The red light that was Fugaku suddenly sped away from Minato, and his figure became clearly visible. At this moment, Fugaku suddenly focused his eyes on Minato's position. An incredibly powerful ocular power surged from his left eye, with streams of blood continuously flowing from it. Amaterasu, in that instant, whoosh! A terrifying black flame spewed forth, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, directly manifesting in the void before Minato, just a fist's distance from his skin. This heart-stopping scene made the spectator's eyes widen. It seemed as if the black flame was already burning Minato. However, Minato had long sensed the danger with his unparalleled reaction time. Whoosh! His body instantly transformed into a golden light and vanished, reappearing at another flying thunder god kunai in the martial arts arena. And at this moment, roar! The incredibly hot and terrifying Amaterasu black flames lost their target and struck the ground, igniting fiercely. The raging black flames emitted an unparalleled, terrifying aura that sent chills down people's spines. That aura made the audience in the stands change their expressions dramatically. Their eyes filled with fear and dread. They felt that if they came into contact with even a trace of that black flame, they would instantly be turned to ashes, with no chance of survival. What is this? Fire release? No, wait. This aura is far beyond what a normal fire release can compare to. As a master of ninjutsu, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was also filled with surprise and shock at this moment. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku, seeing everyone's reaction, slowly began to explain. Amaterasu, the ultimate ocular technique of my left eye, commonly known as the flame that never extinguishes, as long as it touches the enemy. Unless the enemy is completely burned away, it will never cease. Chapter 19. The Unmatched Eye Technique? Flying Thunder God, third stage. As Fuyue's voice fell, a sharp intake of breath echoed throughout the arena. This was simply too outrageous. If what Fuyue said was true, then anyone who met his gaze and couldn't evade would undoubtedly face death, right? No one believed they possessed the same extraordinary reaction, speed, and ability as Minato. At this moment, Minato merely smiled faintly upon hearing this. A good eye technique. After all, although Fuyue's eye technique was not mentioned in his memories, it was reasonable to infer that he possessed Amaterasu based on Itachi and Sasuke's techniques. Fuyue, upon hearing this, said nothing more and quickly formed hand seals. Fire release. Fire dragon bullet technique. In an instant, a massive dragon head of flames, radiating immense heat, soared into the sky with incredible might, charging towards Minato. At the same time, Fuyue's Mangeki Sharingan spun wildly, and at this moment, he had clearly marked the position of every flying thunder god kunai on the field. In the stands, the strategist Wulong Lugio was startled and spoke up. Fuyue intended to force Minato to use Flying Thunder God to evade the attack. However, he had fully marked all the kunai with his Mangeki. As soon as Minato moved, Amaterasu would likely cover that position. However, at this moment, Minato's smile showed no signs of fading. His hands tightened slightly, and in an instant, a kunai of Flying Thunder God appeared between his fingers. Immediately after, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from the kunai, infused with an incredible wind release. Minato hurled the 8 kunai, imbued with the power of wind release, towards Fuyue. The speed of the kunai, combined with the wind release, was astonishingly swift, even faster than the fire dragon bullet soaring through the sky. Fuyue's Mangeki was spinning at its peak, observing each kunai in the air. Since these kunai were moving targets, his eye technique couldn't precisely cover them. If Minato suddenly appeared at that moment, it would be extremely dangerous. Suddenly, a flash of golden light zipped by, and Minato's figure appeared atop a kunai, flying towards Fuyue's ear. Minato grasped the kunai tightly, and in an instant, a Rasengan surged from his right hand, hurtling towards Fuyue's face. Still the second stage of Flying Thunder God. The spectators in the stands gasped in shock. Could it be? The Mangeki couldn't compete with the yellow flash? At that moment, the elderly Uchiha from before let out a slight sigh. Suddenly, crack! Minato's figure seemed to freeze in midair. Even a Rasengan in his hand stopped spinning. What is happening? Why isn't the fourth Hokage moving? The crowd was in confusion. At this moment, Fuyue covered his right eye with his hand, turning his head to look at the frozen Minato. At this moment, his right eye bled slightly, and an astonishing eye power radiated from him. He fixed his gaze on Minato, confidence flashing in his eyes, before speaking slowly. Minato, The name of my eye technique is Heaven's Seal. As long as you use ninjutsu within 3 meters of me, you will be immobilized in the void for a short time." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of shock swept through the arena. Hiss! Everyone gasped. One strategist immediately spoke up. The Uchiha clan leader's previous attack was deliberately to force the 4th Hokage in a close range. He was sure the 4th Hokage would use the Rasengan. How terrifying! With such an eye technique, ninjutsu in close combat is useless, and physical techniques are even more so. Just look at the previous battle. Even the 4th Hokage couldn't gain the upper hand. This is simply outrageous. Fengshu echoed Wulong's words, just as everyone was astonished. At that moment, Minato, frozen in the void, blinked in surprise and slowly spoke, his voice echoing throughout the arena. "Fuyue, your eye technique truly astonishes me. If it were me from before, I might indeed have no way out, but now." As he spoke, Minato slowly closed his eyes. In that instant, a powerful force of space-time erupted from his body, causing the surrounding void to resonate with terrifying intensity. Fuyue was taken aback, and before he could react, crack. A sound of shattering echoed through the void where Minato was, as if shackles had been forcibly severed, sending chills down everyone's spine. At this moment, Minato roared. His body radiated an astonishing power of space-time, distorting the void within a 3-meter radius and forming a unique space-time domain. Fuyue's face was filled with shock, his manjiki wide open, seemingly about to pop out of his eye sockets. He could sense that Heaven's Seal had been broken. Sure enough, in this space-time domain, Minato's finger moved slightly. Everyone involuntarily felt a bone-chilling cold. The next moment, without any kunai as a medium, whoosh, Minato's figure appeared behind Fuyue in an instant. At this moment, he wielded the Rasengan, spinning wildly, and with incredible speed, he charged towards Fuyue's back. Fuyue, realizing the situation, pushed his Manjiki's abilities to the limit, barely retreating a step to evade the blow. Suddenly whoosh, Minato's figure reappeared behind him again, clearly without any kunai present. At this moment, Fuyue could no longer evade perfectly. He could only slightly turn his body, crossing his arms to brace for the impact. Boom! The Rasengan struck violently against his arm, and Fuyue was instantly sent crashing against the barrier of the training ground, engulfed in a massive whirlpool explosion, sending smoke billowing into the air. This shocking turnaround left the spectators in awe, murmuring about how spectacular it was. At this moment, the space-time domain surrounding Minato gradually dissipated, and he landed on the ground. Smiling calmly, Flying Thunder God, 3rd stage, space-time domain. Ignoring all spatial restraints, within this domain, I can jump freely without a medium. This is the immense breakthrough I achieved after deepening my understanding of space-time. As soon as he finished speaking, the stands erupted with incredible cheers. Although most people didn't fully understand, they followed the excitement. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage and 2 advisors exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Because Minato's current Flying Thunder God had completely surpassed that of their teacher, the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Amidst the clamor of the training ground, suddenly, rumble. A terrifying pressure emanated from the smoke where Fuyue was situated as a pair of black skeletal hands, resembling those of a demon god, burst forth from the smoke. Chapter 20. The terrifying Susanoo in an instant. A powerful and suffocating wave of wind swept across the entire training ground, as if it were going to destroy everything. People raised their arms in fear, trying to resist the raging wind, but their bodies uncontrollably swayed. The noise in the arena gradually faded under this windstorm, and the entire training ground fell into a dead silence. The crowd widened their eyes, staring fearfully at the smoke-filled area. What is that? So terrifying. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, their voice trembling. At that moment, bang! A loud noise broke the silence as a gigantic skeletal hand slammed down onto the ground, sending a powerful gust of wind that instantly dispersed the surrounding smoke. The terrifying state of Fayake, akin to a demon god, was now visible to everyone. His eyes sparkled with an incredibly crimson aura, as if he could control the souls of others. His body was tightly wrapped in a layer of dark skeletal framework, with a massive skeletal hand at the outer end, exuding an immensely terrifying aura. At this moment, Fayake's kaleidoscope, Sharingan, spun wildly, emitting waves of strange ocular power. Combined with the cold and terrifying skeletal framework enveloping him, it truly resembled a hellish Satan descending upon the world. Except for Minato, who still wore a faint smile. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Bang! The third Hokage and the two advisors suddenly stood up again, their pupils filled with terror as they trembled, and said, "Susanoo, Hachi." Upon hearing this, exclaimed in surprise, "What? Isn't that the legendary?" "That's right, the legendary power of the gods." The last known wielder was Uchiha Madara. Riku wiped the cold sweat from his brow and agreed. The nearby clan leaders, filled with fear, understood how terrifying Susanoo was. That was the power of creation and destruction. At this moment, Fyake's kaleidoscope ocular power surged towards the gigantic skeletal hand. In an instant, swish. The skeletal hand lunged towards Minato with an incomprehensibly terrifying speed and might. Although the extreme pressure did not directly affect the audience, they still felt a chilling aura. Minato's expression also grew slightly serious. Whoosh! His body transformed into a golden light, quickly flashing to the other side of the training ground. Crack! The skeletal hand missed its target due to Minato's dodge, slamming into the air and producing a strange sound. The crowd focused their gaze, noticing that the empty space appeared to tremble slightly. Seeing this, Minato's pupils slightly contracted as he whispered, "Is this Susanoo? Truly a terrifying power. Let's see if I can break it." As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, 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 Minato's figure transformed into streaks of golden light, swiftly traversing and leaping among the flying kunai on the training ground. In just an instant, he reached Fyake's blind spot. Bang! A terrifying chakra surged from Minato's body. His right hand manifested an incredibly massive Rasengan, carrying an aura that devoured everything as it surged towards Fyake. Super Giant Rasengan. Boom! The terrifying Super Giant Rasengan struck the skeletal framework, twisting and rotating continuously, the thunderous roar and violent chakra fluctuations resonating throughout the arena. Just then, bang! Covered by the massive Rasengan, Fyake's body suddenly erupted with unparalleled pressure. A cold and eerie black chakra surged from within him, as if forming into a gigantic monster. In an instant, bang! A giant skeletal figure radiating an evil aura suddenly rose from the ground, fully manifesting. But it wasn't over. "Stop," Fyake said coldly within the skeletal giant, clenching his fist tightly. Hiss! The power of the kaleidoscope ocular technique enveloped the skeletal giant. Dark flesh and armor continuously emerging from the void, attaching themselves to the skeletal giant. Susanoo, third form Yatengu. In an instant, rumble, a black Yatengu giant, resembling a war god, fully descended upon the battlefield, and the terrifying pressure instantly engulfed the entire arena. The crowd at the center of the training ground knelt down, trembling uncontrollably. "Is this the devil?" Their fearful souls questioned, seemingly reliving the Nine Tails chaos. The third Hokage, filled with urgency, stood up and shouted, "The crowd must evacuate the training ground. Quickly! Ninja, disperse the villagers. All ninjas below Jonin must retreat." Upon hearing this, the ninjas, suppressing their inner fear, immediately began to evacuate the trembling villagers from the training ground. The third Hokage's urgency was understandable, as the aura emanating from Susanoo indicated that the ensuing battle would undoubtedly affect the entire area. At this moment, Fyake's kaleidoscope Sharingan suddenly radiated power. Swish! In the giant hands of the Yatengu Susanoo, a black bow, an arrow emitting extreme pressure appeared, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Susanoo artifact, bow of the divine wrath. At this moment, whoosh! The Yatengu Susanoo suddenly drew the artifact, terrifying ocular power continuously flowing into the bow of the divine wrath. As a divine arrow radiating the aura of devouring all things was fully revealed. In an instant, whoosh! The divine arrow, carrying a terrifying pressure, shot towards Minato, aiming to devour him completely. Minato frowned slightly. He could clearly sense that this aura was indeed very ominous. However, he showed no fear. At this moment, swish! Dozens of flying kunai shimmering with wind release light instantly tore through the air, heading towards the divine arrow at an astonishing speed. Simultaneously, whoosh! Minato's body transformed into a dazzling golden light, appearing in the air among the flying kunai in the blink of an eye. Following that, countless golden lights leaped between the kunai like lightning, impossible to see with the naked eye. Rasengan flashed super dance roar, third style. At this moment, the two forces collided in the air without reservation. Rumble! Countless golden lights leaped, weaving into a massive golden light net that forcefully wrapped around the divine arrow. An earth-shattering wave erupted in the sky, the two forces entangled with each other, neither willing to yield. In the end, The golden light net began to dim, and the divine arrow vanished without a trace. Phew! Minato returned to the ground, slightly panting. The third Hokage watched everything unfold before him, filled with shock. Fyake's terrifying Susanoo had already astonished him, but Minato's strength was even more shocking. He couldn't help but question himself. If it were him, could he withstand this attack? He wasn't sure. However, Minato truly did it. Chapter 21. Celestial Technique Wind and Thunder Dual Flash Chilin, Descending Spiral Jewel in the Susanoo. Fugaku's shock was no less than that of the third Hokage. He never expected that Minato could withstand his attack. After all, this was the Susanoo, a divine tool. However, when he looked at Minato, he noticed that the latter was slightly out of breath. A smile appeared on Fugaku's face. In his view, Minato's methods should be nearly exhausted, and he might not be able to break through the defenses of his Susanoo. Although he might not be able to catch Minato, a draw was far better than a loss. With this thought, Fugaku immediately spoke up. Minato, this battle is likely to end in a draw. This statement quickly spread to the ears of all the Jonin present. The head of the Oil Woman clan, with a blank expression, spoke up. It seems that the fourth Hokage and clan leader Fugaku are at a stalemate. Meanwhile, Hinata Hizashi furrowed his brows deeply, murmuring to himself. Fugaku, I didn't expect the Uchiha clan to truly possess such a terrifying power. I thought it was just a legend. At the same time, he understood that from now on, the Hyuga clan could no longer claim the position of the largest clan in Konoha. Kakashi touched his forehead and said, one with space-time power and one with Azura power, it's beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. However, at that moment, Minato, upon hearing Fugaku's words, revealed a smile in his eyes. This guy, does he think I can't break through Susanoo? Well, let me fully grasp my strength this time. With this thought, Minato quickly formed hand seals with both hands. In an instant, he completed the technique. Fire style, multiple great fireballs. Boom! Several massive fireballs erupted from his mouth, flying straight into the sky with incredible heat. Everyone present showed puzzled expressions upon witnessing this scene. Fugaku couldn't help but ask Minato, what are you doing? However, Minato merely smiled faintly and did not respond. Just then, the originally clear sky suddenly turned gloomy. The brilliant blue disappeared, replaced by heavy dark clouds, as if the entire Konoha was shrouded in darkness. At the same time, a powerful natural wind surged from the sky towards the training ground. Minato had now reached the highest point of the training ground. Upon seeing this, Fugaku immediately realized that Minato had other means, and the Crow Tengu Susanoo stood ready, looking towards Minato's position. At this moment, Minato slightly closed his eyes. Suddenly, the surrounding air began to twist rapidly, and then it surged continuously into Minato's body. In the blink of an eye, Minato opened his eyes again. At this moment, his blue eyes had transformed into Toad's sage eyes, and the orange eyeshadow had emerged, revealing a natural mystery. It was, in fact, the sage mode of Mayaboka Mountain. Unlike Naruto and Jiraiya, Minato condensed quickly but in small amounts, only enough to support one release. Then, Minato suddenly raised his right hand high, pointing to the sky. Boom! A massive amount of chakra surged from his body towards his right hand. The next moment, a gigantic spiral shuriken, exuding a destructive aura, instantly appeared in his hand, spinning wildly as if it were going to devour everything. Spiral ball? No, this aura is far more terrifying than the spiral ball. The third Hokage exclaimed in shock. Fugaku felt the aura emanating from the spiral shuriken and slightly frowned, his expression becoming serious. This aura made him feel a bit fearful, but thinking of Susanoo's strong defensive power, he quickly dismissed his inner fear, shouting loudly, "Come on, Minato!" Seeing Fugaku's reaction, a glint of amusement flashed in Minato's eyes. Does this guy really think it's over just like that? Just then crackle. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to emit faint thunder sounds. Minato's left hand immediately moved, and lightning chakra surged upwards. In an instant boom, terrifying natural lightning continuously emerged from the dark clouds, twisting and reassembling before the astonished eyes of everyone. Each bolt of lightning seemed to contain endless power, instilling awe in all who beheld it. Finally, rumble. An ancient divine beast resembling a thunder god hovered in the void, exuding a breathtakingly terrifying thunder's power. Its body was enormous and majestic, flashing with dazzling thunder, just like a heavenly deity descending to the earth. It was indeed the lightning release, Chilin formed by natural power. At this moment, everyone was utterly shocked by the sight before them. They widened their eyes, gazing incredulously at the thunderous Chilin, filled with immense fear. Gulp, Fugaku swallowed hard, his expression turning grim. Upon seeing this terrifying lightning release Chilin, he suddenly felt a bit shaky inside. He was no longer sure if Susanoo could withstand these two attacks. At this moment, roar. The lightning release, Chilin roared, stepping through the void towards the spiral shuriken, clamping it in its mouth. With its movement, the auras of the two instantly fused together, forming an even more powerful energy wave. In an instant, boom, an astonishing aura surged into the sky, enveloping the entire Konoha. At this moment, Minato smiled slightly and then swung his hand fiercely. Instantly, roar. Once again, a deafening roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. The Chilin suddenly howled towards the sky, holding the spiral shuriken in its mouth, spiraling in the air before charging towards the position of the crow, Tengu Susanoo. Celestial technique wind and thunder duel, flash Chilin super wheel, descending magic dance roar flying thunder from the divine spiral jewel. The next moment rumble, before the Chilin could arrive. The overwhelming pressure had already descended, leaving those with weaker abilities in Konoha feeling despair and helplessness. The third Hokage's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, "No, Minato, Konoha will be destroyed." At this moment, Fugaku, at the center of the pressure, began to tremble uncontrollably. Facing such a powerful attack, he was now unsure if Susanoo could withstand it. With this thought, Fugaku could no longer maintain his composure, shouting, "Minato, stop. I really have no other means. I can't block this at all." As soon as Fugaku's words fell, swoosh, the terrifying Chilin suddenly transformed into a dazzling golden light, disappearing into the void. And Minato vanished along with the Chilin. Valley of the End. The giant statues of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara still stood tall. At this moment, the Valley of the End was exceptionally calm. Fish swam happily in the water. Suddenly, rumble, a strong wave appeared in the sky, and an ancient divine beast radiating dazzling lightning descended, holding a continuously spinning white light ball in its mouth, arriving in the world with absolute presence. In an instant, boom, 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 a world-shattering explosion erupted, soaring into the sky. Splash! A strong shockwave spread out at an astonishing speed, uprooting trees within dozens of miles and creating chaos. The Valley of the End had completely become a legend. At this moment, Minato stood at a distance from the explosion, quietly watching everything happening before him. A faint smile appeared on his face as he softly said, "This power, not bad at all. Who still dares to say that my master Minato is just scraping?" Step forward. Chapter 22. The overwhelming Watergate the next day in the Earth Shadow Building. The atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Inoki sat at his desk, resting his chin on his hands, rubbing them repeatedly while wearing a serious expression. He listened intently to the report from the intelligence ninja in front of him. "That's about it, Lord Suchikage," the intelligence ninja said, bowing slightly. "Sigh, you can leave now," Inoki said heavily after hearing the report, letting out a deep sigh. The intelligence ninja nodded respectfully and then vanished in an instant. Only Inoki and Lus remained in the office, and the atmosphere grew even more grave. At this moment, Lus couldn't help but ask, "Dad, I remember you once fought against the Sharingan, right? Just how powerful are those eyes?" Hearing his son's question, Inoki's expression darkened further. A deep fear welled up within him. After a long pause, Inoki slowly replied, "Those are nightmarish pupils, almost inhuman, like those of a god. Although they may not reach the level of that person back then, they're certainly terrifying." After finishing his words, Inoki stood up, turning his back to Lus, bending slightly and gazing out the window at the Hidden Rock village. Seeing his father so silent, Lus couldn't help but speak again. "So, should we send someone to assassinate him?" Inoki remained silent, his gaze revealing a hint of helplessness and worry as he quietly stared at the entire Hidden Rock village. At this moment, his mind was filled with various complex thoughts. More shocking than the Sharingan was the ultimate nightmare of the Hidden Rock village, Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. The news of the fourth Hokage's resurrection after the Nine Tails incident had already dealt him a great blow. Now, this man could actually contend with Susanoo by himself and even gain the upper hand. The speed of his power growth was simply unbelievable. After all, he was only in his 20s. In contrast, the younger generation of the Hidden Rock village had hardly anyone comparable to Minato, not even a shadow-level ninja. Inoki knew very well that if he could not find a suitable successor for the Tsuchikage before he grew old, the Hidden Rock village would undoubtedly decline. He felt like he was older than Sarutobi Hiruzen and still had to be the Tsuchikage. He could almost see a future where the Hidden Rock village was shrouded in Minato's shadow, forever unable to escape the nightmare of Yellow Flash. After a long while, he sighed heavily. All worries turned into a helpless sigh. In the land of lightning, in the cloud thunder gorge, above the sky, dark clouds gathered, and strands of thunder spread through the mist, instilling an absolute fear in people's hearts. At this moment, bang, bang, bang. A series of dull sounds echoed from the depths of the gorge, accompanied by flying dust and shattered rocks. A majestic dark figure was continuously striking the hard cliff with his fists. Each strike made the entire cliff tremble, with countless fragments flying out like raindrops. This person was none other than our fourth Reikage. With each strike, zzz, strands of thunderous power surged from the sky into his body, merging with him. At this moment, a slightly attractive dark-skinned female secretary quietly arrived at the entrance of the Cloud Thunder Gorge. She looked up into the depths of the gorge and then shouted loudly, "Lord Reikage, you've been training for a long time. Why not take a break? I have important matters to report to you." As soon as her voice fell, the Reikage's authoritative and domineering voice echoed from within the gorge. "No, it's not time to rest yet. The yellow flash has become stronger again. I absolutely cannot fall behind him. I want to improve so badly." The secretary couldn't help but show a hint of helplessness, but continued, "But Lord, the previous Reikage has gone out to play again." At that moment, boom, a bolt of blue light, shimmering with thunderous power, shot out from the Cloud Thunder Gorge like lightning, racing away at an incredible speed. From within the blue light came a furious voice by, "I'm going to twist your ox head off." In the Konoha village, in the high-level conference room. At this moment, aside from the positions of Hokage and advisors, all other seats were already filled. Whoosh! With a dazzling golden light flashing, Minato's figure suddenly appeared in the Hokage's main seat. As soon as he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. The moment Minato showed up, he noticed Fugaku sitting in the corner with a serious expression and immediately spoke. "Fugaku, you can sit in Danzo's position from now on." As soon as he finished speaking, the clan leaders present were taken aback. But they quickly recalled the terrifying battle from yesterday. Instantly, everyone tacitly accepted Minato's decision. However, Tsunade Koharu immediately showed dissatisfaction, standing up and angrily saying, "How can this be? Even if Danzo is not here now, this is a position that only an advisor can hold. Fugaku is not qualified." Fugaku, initially pleased to hear Minato's words, thinking that Minato really intended to support the Uchiha, suddenly felt his joy vanish, replaced by anger and dissatisfaction. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he secretly thought, "Damn old Danzo, one day I will." Due to frequent use of the Manjiki Sharingan, Fugaku's previously stable character had gradually begun to darken. Meanwhile, Mito Gadei was preparing to echo his old friend's opinion and express his views. However, Minato suddenly smiled and interrupted his speech. "Oh? Then I want to ask, who is the Hokage now?" Tsunade Koharu was taken aback, not understanding why Minato would suddenly ask this. So she replied angrily, "Of course it's you, am I?" However, as soon as her words fell, bang, Minato slammed the table, stood up, and shouted loudly, "I am the Hokage. So whatever I say, you all better listen well. Understand?" Minato's voice was deafening, echoing through the entire conference room. Everyone was shocked, but thinking of Minato's incredible strength from yesterday, they instantly accepted the situation. There was no way, in the ninja world, strength spoke louder than words. "You, how can you be so rude?" Tsunade Koharu's face turned red with anger, her lips trembling as she struggled to speak. Just as she was about to retort, Mito Gadei tugged at her sleeve, signaling her not to get angry. Then Mito Gadei questioned Minato, "What should be done when Danzo returns?" At this moment, Minato's expression returned to a smile, and he answered leisurely, "Of course. He will sit in a little corner where Fugaku was before." "Does he want to sit in my position?" Mito Gadei's face also revealed some veins. Not expecting Minato to say such a thing, which was already an insult to the advisor, he immediately said, "Fourth Hokage, treating the advisors like this is a bit too much, isn't it?" As soon as he finished speaking, a tense atmosphere instantly spread throughout the room. The clan leaders dared not speak, quietly watching Minato and the two advisors. Minato, upon hearing this, was slightly taken aback. Seeing this, everyone thought he had realized this point. Clap, clap. Unexpectedly, Minato suddenly snapped his fingers in realization and said, "Yes, it's indeed inappropriate. Then the advisor position for Danzo will be replaced by Fugaku." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present was taken aback. Especially Fuyue himself felt flattered and even somewhat incredulous. Even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had his eyes tightly closed, opened them to look at Minato. For such a significant decision, Minato actually made a choice without consulting him beforehand. As soon as he finished speaking, bang, Mito Minyin and Kurinai Yuhi slammed their hands on the table, stood up, and their faces were filled with anger. They shouted loudly, "How can the position of advisor be treated so lightly? Although you are powerful, you cannot act so decisively without the consensus of everyone. Right, everyone?" After saying this, the two turned their gaze towards the other high-ranking officials present. However, the high-ranking officials merely looked at each other, appearing somewhat bewildered. "No way. Are you asking us to echo Yoldinga? Is Minato's strength not to be underestimated?" At this moment, Minato sneered, and his eyes became incredibly indifferent. In the next moment, hissing, a strong aura of killing intent suddenly enveloped the two. Sarcastic words echoed in the conference room. "I'll give you face and call you advisors. If I don't give you face, I'll send you to meet the first Hokage." Chapter 23. Winning over Fugaku. You can handle it. Watergate's words were like someone performing 1,000 years of pain behind the backs of the two advisors. Their faces gradually twisted, their eyes bloodshot as they glared fiercely at Watergate. The heads of the major clans narrowed their eyes, their minds racing with thoughts, all sharing the same idea. It seems the fourth Hokage has truly fallen out with the advisors. Perhaps it's time to take a side. At this moment, Mito Minyon's face was flushed, angrily pointing at Watergate and stammering, "Oh, you simply..." He was so furious he couldn't find his words, his body trembling as if he would collapse at any moment. If he really couldn't catch his breath, he would meet the first Hokage for real. Meanwhile, Tsunade Koharu turned her anger towards Sarutobi Hizashi, shouting, "Hizashi, look at this. Aren't you going to do something?" Her voice was sharp and piercing, full of accusation and questioning. As she finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Sarutobi Hizashi. Watergate's pupils also revealed a glimmer of interest. If Hizashi chose the wrong side, he wouldn't mind letting him enjoy the same treatment as the two old advisors. At this moment, Sarutobi Hizashi's expression showed deep helplessness. He silently observed everything before him, his heart filled with contradictions and entanglements. He began to smoke his pipe faster and faster, eventually expressing a sorrowful remark. "Minyon, Koharu, sit down. We are old." After a long consideration, Sarutobi Hizashi ultimately chose to follow Watergate's orders. Not only because of Watergate's formidable strength, but also because Hizashi felt that Watergate's strong personality might lead Konoha further. However, this statement caused an uproar among Mito Minyin and Tsunade Koharu. Their eyes were bloodshot, staring in disbelief at Sarutobi Hizashi, their faces displaying shock and anger, the kind of expression you see when you wake up early for class. Did the two advisors not hear that? "Sit down," Watergate said with a hint of mockery, his voice cold and stern. In the end, Mito Minyin and Tsunade Koharu sat down with faces full of humiliation and anger, yet their eyes still brimmed with resentment and hatred. At this moment, Fugaku also arrived at Danzo's position, a slight smirk on his face, filled with a sense of pride. Fugaku plopped down in the chair, making a soft sound. Hiss! He shifted in his seat with satisfaction, feeling the comfort of the chair, then provocatively glanced at the two old advisors, his eyes shimmering with disdain and contempt. Mito Minyon's eyes nearly bulged out, his face contorting as his inner anger erupted like a volcano. He couldn't stand Fugaku's arrogant attitude, and in an instant, anger clouded his judgment as he shouted, "Then, what do you have to say about Uchiha Fugaku concealing the report on the Mangeki Sharingan? Does he also want to become the next Uchiha Madara? Does he also want to defect from Konoha?" As he spoke, the crowd's gazes turned cautious. As this was indeed a fact, Fugaku's heart sank. He knew that this old advisor would definitely use this matter against him. Damn it, he didn't mention it just because you and Danzo were pushing Uchiha out, and now you dare to bring it up. Thinking of this, Fugaku's eyes twisted slightly, nearly releasing the Mangeki out of anger. At this moment, Watergate did not refute Mito Minyin. Instead, he supported himself and began to think seriously, then nodded and said, "You are indeed right about this." Upon hearing this, Mito Minyin suddenly felt as if he had been slapped and then given a candy. However, he couldn't care too much. Since Watergate said so, he immediately seized the opportunity and suggested, "I propose we immediately hunt down the entire Uchiha clan to see if there are others who have concealed reports. Fugaku must also be monitored." Hearing this, Fugaku was instantly enraged. Swish! His black eyes instantly transformed into the Mangeki Sharingan, chakra surging wildly. Everyone was taken aback and quickly mobilized their chakra to resist. At this moment, Fugaku's Mangeki was fixed firmly on Mito Minyin, his voice filled with anger and questioning. If it weren't for your constant exclusion of the Uchiha, would I have failed to report? You even think about infringing on our Uchiha's freedom. I see you have already chosen the path to death. Faced with such strong ocular pressure, Mito Minion momentarily found himself speechless, only able to return Fugaku's gaze with anger. Just then a light laugh echoed, "Huh." Watergate slowly walked over to Fugaku, gently patting his shoulder, speaking in a relaxed tone, "Don't be nervous, Fugaku. This is a respectable conference room. How can we resort to violence?" This statement made everyone present wipe the cold sweat off their foreheads, thinking to themselves, "Wow, what were you doing just now?" Upon hearing Watergate's words, Fugaku immediately closed his manjiki and apologetically said to Watergate, "I apologize, Fourth Hokage." Watergate's face instantly broke into a radiant smile, nodding in satisfaction, saying, "That's more like it, Fugaku. Konoha needs to be harmonious." The crowd thought, "Dude, you? Cough, cough." "So, what does the Fourth Hokage plan to do about this?" A recovered Tsunade Koharu spoke up, her tone somewhat cautious. Mito Minion also looked at Watergate with a hint of expectation. Regarding the handling of the Uchiha, Watergate's earlier insult had long been thrown out of his mind. At this moment, Watergate's pupils slightly narrowed, appearing to be deep in thought. Then, Watergate suddenly opened his eyes in realization, smiling as he said, "I have a good idea. Anyone who thinks Fugaku did wrong can challenge him. As long as you beat him, you can handle it as you wish, and I will not interfere." Upon hearing this, Mito Minion and Tsunade Koharu's hearts instantly sank in despair. They should have known that this troublesome Fourth Hokage would not have a good plan. These old advisors, aside from the Third Hokage and Danzo, likely couldn't even match up to the Jonin in terms of strength. How could they play this out? At this moment, Fugaku smiled slightly, a wicked grin appearing on his face. He looked sharply at the two advisors, his eyes flashing with a challenging light. "If you two want to give me pointers, I will definitely oblige." Fugaku assured that he would not kill them. Mito Minion and Tsunade Koharu were left speechless by Fugaku's words. After exchanging glances, they fell silent. They wanted to say something, but ultimately gave up. Huff. And the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hizashi, was at this point leisurely smoking his pipe, exhaling elegant clown smoke rings, as if the events happening around him had nothing to do with him. Seeing that everyone finally fell silent, the Third Hokage raised his head and solemnly said, "Recently, many people in Konoha have gone missing. Next, the Umbu will conduct a comprehensive investigation, and I hope everyone will cooperate actively." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, but eventually nodded in agreement. Just then, not good. "The seal is leaking." Watergate suddenly shouted anxiously. Before anyone could react, whoosh, Watergate's figure instantly transformed into a dazzling golden light, disappearing from the spot in an instant. Chapter 24. Shimura's Revenge. The White Fang Sword technique, most of the people present looked on with confusion, not knowing what had happened. However, the Third Hokage suddenly trembled all over, his face showing shock as he shouted loudly, "Quick, follow me. We need to assist Minato. The Nine-Tails chakra might have leaked." With that, the Third Hokage vanished in an instant, and the others quickly followed him. 5 minutes ago, at the entrance of Kid Huizi's house, clang, 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 white-haired Kakashi was holding a brand new short sword, constantly clashing with several Leaf Village ninjas. Behind them was Kid Huizi, holding Naruto. At this moment, Kakashi's eyes were filled not only with indifference, but also with an intense sense of anger. Bang! With the last fierce clash, Kakashi retreated in front of Naruto. He glared at the few people in front of him and shouted, "How dare you? This is the child of the Fourth Hokage." As soon as he finished speaking, a hum resonated through him, and his chakra surged violently, as if it were about to break through some limit. However, at that moment, the leader among the Leaf Ninjas suddenly sneered and spoke, "What are you talking about? I'm just curious about what the Fourth Hokage's child looks like." His laughter carried a chilling coldness that made one feel uncomfortable all over. "Oh, FY, Shimura, you really are kind," said a female ninja standing behind him, her tone flirtatious. Upon hearing their conversation, Kakashi frowned slightly and immediately asked, "Shimura? Are you people from the Shimura clan?" Hearing Kakashi's question, the leader's smile turned even more sinister. He suddenly spread his arms wide, showing a proud stance, and answered loudly, "That's right. I am a new clan leader of the Shimura clan. Shimura Rizan." With that, the people behind him also puffed out their chests, proudly introducing their identities and origins. I am the second elder of the Mito clan." "Oh, little brother, I'm the third elder of the Uchiha clan." At this moment, Kakashi's anger on his handsome face behind the mask flared even more, and he shouted furiously, You are all high-ranking members of major clans in Konoha. How dare you do this? Upon hearing this, the second elder of the Mito clan jumped out to defend himself, saying, "Kid, don't talk nonsense. We just came to see the fourth child." However, before he could finish his words, Shimura Rizan interrupted him with a wave of his hand. His eyes were filled with cold resentment as he said, "That's right. I want to destroy this child and bring about the chaos of the Nine Tails once more." As he said this, his expression twisted dramatically. Because that beast, Namikaze Minato, killed my brother, the previous clan leader of the Shimura clan. After saying that, a chilling aura filled his body. After all, in a ninja world, brotherly love is greater than anything. If he had the Sharingan now, Shimura Rizan could have opened the Mangekey in an instant. At this moment, Kakashi's icy gaze narrowed slightly. Sure enough, it's because my teacher killed their previous clan leader. Meanwhile, Kid Huizi, holding a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, anxiously said to Kakashi, "Kakashi, if it doesn't work, let Minato come over." Kakashi immediately stopped her, saying, "No. Teacher is still in a meeting. I can handle this. As his disciple, I will definitely protect you." Having said that, Kakashi fixed his icy gaze on the few people in front of him, his eyes glinting with an extremely cold light. Whoosh! That icy gaze combined with the cold gleam of the short sword made Shimura Rizan and the others shiver, a chill running down their spines. However, Shimura Rizan was still the clan leader, and he immediately shouted, "Attack. It's just a little brat. What does the youngest Jonin matter?" With that whoosh, the few of them rushed towards Kakashi's position in an instant. Kakashi immediately unleashed his chakra, rushing towards them at an astonishing speed, the short sword in his hand gleaming with an extreme cold light. In an instant, bang lang, the sound of metal clashing echoed continuously as the combatants unleashed their full strength. Their attacks were fierce and sharp, each strike carrying a lethal threat. However, Kakashi alone with his sword displayed his taijutsu to the extreme. In the face of Kakashi's ultimate taijutsu, none of their attacks could touch him. In fact, they were the ones sustaining more and more injuries. Seeing that their taijutsu could not harm Kakashi, Shimura Rizan's eyes flashed with a cold light as he quickly formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. In the next moment, swish, swish, swish. Terrifying wind blades suddenly appeared around him, rushing towards Naruto's position with a cutting force. Kakashi was startled upon seeing this. He immediately appeared in front of little Naruto, slamming his hands down. Earth release, earth flow wall. Boom! A massive earthen wall rose up instantly, adorned with a doghead sculpture, blocking all the wind blades. Suddenly, the second elder of the Mito clan took advantage of Kakashi's moment of inattention, appearing right behind him, and slashed down with his blade. Thud! Blood gushed out instantly. "I got him." The second elder of the Mito clan was now grinning madly. However, ZZZ. The Kakashi who had been struck emitted a blue light all over his body, which then transformed into arcs of lightning. Seeing this, Shimura Rizan shouted, "Not good. Lightning clone, be careful." Unfortunately, the second elder of the Mito clan was now completely bound by the lightning power released by the lightning clone, unable to move at all. At the same time, Kakashi's real body had quietly appeared behind the second elder of the Mito clan, his eyes shimmering with an extreme cold light that made one tremble. Then, Kakashi raised the short sword in his hand. Boom! A powerful chakra surged from within him, and that intense killing intent mixed with chakra rushed towards the short sword, enveloping it completely in the blink of an eye. Then Kakashi swung it fiercely, a dazzling white light flashing as the short sword struck down towards the second elder of the Mito clan. White Fang's sword technique, God of Death. In an instant, swish, 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 countless sharp sword shadows surged wildly, perfectly covering the body of the second elder of the Mito clan. These sword shadows did not directly target vital points, but their sheer number was overwhelming. Each strike carried Kakashi's killing intent and chakra. Despite not hitting vital areas directly, such a dense barrage was enough to be fatal. 3 seconds later, bang! The leaf Jonin, covered by countless sword shadows, finally collapsed heavily to the ground. Disbelief etched across his face, as if he couldn't believe he had lost. The second elder of the Mito clan dead. Chapter 25. The value of the White Fan knife technique is rising Pucci. At this moment, the body of Mito Gates' second elder was continuously oozing bright red blood, quickly gathering into a puddle that stained the ground. His face was filled with a fierce and unwilling expression. Second brother, Shimizu Ryoma saw this scene. His eyes filled with despair and anger, nearly bursting with rage. He had come with good brothers who had shared hardships. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked this adventure with them. In this moment, Shimizu Ryoma's face twisted in extreme pain and fury, his eyes revealing endless killing intent. "Little brat, I will kill you," Shimizu Ryoma roared to the sky, his voice echoing across the battlefield. As his voice fell, a powerful wind-released chakra surged from Shimizu Ryoma, sweeping the surroundings. He held a kunai, his whole body enveloped in wind-release chakra, charging at Kakashi with incredible speed. At the same time, the third elder of the turn sleep charm shouted to the three people beside her, "Quick, go cover for the big brother." The three moved upon hearing her voice, tightly gripping their weapons as they rushed towards Kakashi. The third elder of turn sleep also reached back and forcefully threw a sealing scroll into the air. In an instant, bang bang bang, a large amount of smoke exploded rapidly, and hundreds of gleaming weapons surged forth like a storm. These weapons trembled slightly, emitting a low, buzzing sound. Then they all pointed uniformly at Kakashi. However, facing such a scene, Kakashi's gaze remained indifferent and calm, as if everything around him could not affect his state of mind. At this moment, Shimizu Ryoma had already gone mad, charging in front of Kakashi, his weapon slashing down towards Kakashi's face with the fierce momentum of wind release. At this moment, Shimizu Ryoma's face was filled with madness, distortion, rage, and resentment. Kakashi's expression showed no fluctuation. He steadily gripped the short knife in his hand, meeting Shimizu Ryoma's attack. The short knife in his hand emitted a dazzling white light, its blade seeming ethereal and elusive, making it impossible to determine its true form. White fan knife technique, soul severing. Clang! The two weapons violently collided, producing a piercing sound. While sparks flew, quickly dissipated by the overflowing chakra. Suddenly Shimizu Ryoma felt the scene before him blur in an instant, as if countless bees were buzzing in his head, causing him to feel dizzy and disoriented. When he opened his eyes again, one of his ears had already been severed by Kakashi, blood gushing out in an instant, and the intense pain immediately jolted him awake from his daze. "Big brother, be careful," Shimizu Ryoma's three companions shouted out upon seeing this. Then clang, clang, clang. The three quickly surrounded Kakashi, engaging in a fierce confrontation, their weapons clashing against each other, successfully interrupting Kakashi's continued attack on Shimizu Ryoma. At this moment, Shimizu Ryoma covered his bleeding wound, quickly retreating from Kakashi while enduring the severe pain, a deep sense of fear surging in his heart. On the other side, the three were continuously sustaining bloody wounds, their clothes stained with blood, looking very tragic. They were merely special J-Nin level, and despite their best efforts, they still could not compete with Kakashi. Just as they were about to be taken down by Kakashi, the third elder of turn sleep hurriedly manipulated the weapon mechanism. Instantly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of sharp weapons glimmered with a cold light, carrying strong killing intent as they flew towards Kakashi's position at incredible speed, forming a net of attacks. Seeing this, Kakashi couldn't help but frown slightly. The three who had been fighting with him took the opportunity to break free from Kakashi's entanglement and quickly fled to Shimizu Ryoma's side. At this time, Kakashi reversed his grip on the short knife, his gaze becoming extraordinarily sharp. Boom! A powerful chakra suddenly erupted from his body, surging towards the short knife in his hand. In an instant, the short knife released an overwhelming pressure, its blade shining with dazzling light, while countless afterimages appeared. At this moment, Kakashi suddenly slashed the short knife down towards the weapons coming from the sky. White fang knife technique, 1,000 blades. In an instant, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless blade shadows emerged like phantoms, illuminating the heavens. These blade shadows carried an incredibly terrifying might as they rushed towards the weapons in the air. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of clashing weapons rang out incessantly. Each collision produced dazzling sparks and intense energy fluctuations. Eventually, all the weapons were cut down by the blade shadows. This scene left everyone present astonished, their eyes showing shock and fear. Shimizu Ryoma's eyes widened, filled with disbelief, as he shouted, "How is this possible? Such a sword technique?" Upon hearing Shimizu Ryoma's words, Kakashi smiled slightly, gently stroking the blade in his hand, and said, "Indeed, incredibly hard to believe. My father's sword technique is truly powerful. Ever since my Sharingan was sealed, I've only now realized what a blade is, what a sword is, by relearning the White Fang knife technique. The value of the White Fang is continuously rising." Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. a deep sense of fear rising in their hearts. Seeing Kakashi so fierce, Shimizu Ryoma couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. But he quickly suppressed this emotion and shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid. He is just skilled with his sword technique. As long as we don't get close to him, we will find a way to deal with him, using long-range ninjutsu to attack him." After saying this, Shimizu Ryoma immediately began to form hand seals rapidly. The others nearby, upon hearing his words, also followed suit. The third elder of Turn Sleep controlled the remaining weapons, preparing to launch an attack. Instantly, everyone formed their seals. Wind release, vacuum sphere, fire release, fireball, water release, water stream jet, weapon manipulation, 100 shots. Suddenly, rumble rumble. The three ninjutsu of wind, fire, and water surged towards Kakashi with tremendous might, while the 100 or so weapons followed closely behind, aiming to crush Kakashi into powder. At this moment, Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had made an important decision, and he slowly extended his right hand. Boom! A powerful chakra suddenly exploded from Kakashi's body, then surged wildly towards his right hand. As Kakashi moved, his right hand suddenly erupted with an extremely strong pressure. Hiss! A strange purple light continuously radiated from his right hand, instilling fear. Kakashi's left hand tightly gripped his right arm, then suddenly shook. The purple light from his right hand immediately shot out wildly, transforming into terrifying thunderous power. Zizizi. This thunderous power emitted an unparalleled momentum and noise, like the cries of countless birds, deafening. Then whoosh! Kakashi suddenly charged forward with a terrifying purple, thunderous power in his hand. Lightning release. Purple lightning. Chapter 26. Ninetales chakra leakage. Purple lightning. In a later period of Boruto's era, Kakashi, having lost his Sharingan, began to research and develop S-rank lightning release techniques. However, this was now revealed to the world decades ahead of time. This is the terrifying aspect of Kakashi, the absolute genius of the ninja world. After regaining his faith, at this moment, rumble. The purple lightning emitted a heartbreaking, terrifying aura, causing even the sky to darken. Gulp. Shimizu Ryusen and the others swallowed hard at the sight. Kakashi had already collided with Shimizu Ryusen and others' attacks while wielding the purple lightning. Zizizizi. The terrifying purple lightning erupted like a thunder god, instantly unleashing waves of intense thunder power that, under the astonished gazes of everyone, tore apart the wind, fire, and water natures. The chakra of the three natures twisted violently in the air, ultimately dissipating into strands of chakra fluctuations. Kakashi, wielding the purple lightning, charged fiercely towards the 100 weapons coming from the sky. In an instant sizzle, the purple lightning split into countless tiny bolts, each carrying terrifying pressure and destructive power. They surged towards the weapons at an incredibly terrifying speed. In a flash, bang bang bang. The weapons covering nearly 100 meters were instantly struck by these terrifying thunder powers, emitting a thick cracking sound. They all developed cracks, losing their original power, falling from the sky, and eventually dissipating into clouds of smoke. Shimizu Ryusen and the others witnessed this scene, their faces filled with terror. They widened their eyes, incredulous at what was happening before them, and before they could think too much. Whoosh! Kakashi had already cut through the smoke, his right hand shining with violent purple lightning, continuing to charge towards them. His gaze was incredibly indifferent, combined with that purple lightning. It was as if a thunder god had descended. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Shimizu Ryusen's heart was instantly filled with fear, shouting to everyone. However, it was too late. Under the enhancement of the S-rank lightning release, Kakashi's speed reached its peak, even surpassing ordinary Kage-level powerhouses. He instantly reached in front of one person, the purple lightning poised to strike down. Suddenly, a hint of hesitation flashed in Kakashi's eyes. However, this hesitation lasted only a moment. Kakashi's gaze immediately became resolute, and the purple lightning in his hand thrust down with unparalleled, terrifying force. Sizzle. That person's chest was instantly pierced by Kakashi's thunder power, blood gushing wildly from the wound. The bloody scene sent chills down everyone's spine. Seeing no hope of escape, Shimizu Ryusen shouted angrily, "Brothers, let's fight him." The terrified crowd nearby, hearing this, also showed fierce determination on their faces, deciding to fight Kakashi to the death. Unfortunately, facing Kakashi, who wielded the S-rank lightning release purple lightning, these special jonin were utterly powerless, and the outcome was already predetermined. In just an instant, another person was pierced through the chest by Kakashi, The violent thunder power even leaving the nearby elder of the Uchiha clan and another person numb, unable to move. Kakashi continued to flicker with purple lightning in his hand, instantly killing the two, their heads and bodies separated, heavily falling to the ground. Their necks were even scorched by the intense thunder power, forcibly stopping the wounds, with not a drop of blood flowing out. At this point, only Shimizu Ryusen was left. "Oh, I will kill you," Shimizu Ryusen screamed in despair. The kunai in his hand was covered with razor-sharp wind release power, stabbing towards Kakashi. However, all of this was in vain. Kakashi merely raised the purple lightning in his hand to block. Bang! Shimizu Ryusen's kunai was knocked away. Not only that, but he also lost his balance due to the paralysis from the thunder power, sitting down heavily on the ground. At this moment, Kakashi stood in place, holding the incredibly terrifying purple lightning. Like a god of death, he coldly stared at Shimizu Ryusen, perhaps due to the innate human fear of death, or for other reasons. Shimizu Ryusen, who had just been vicious and arrogant, was now in tears, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Due to the paralysis from the lightning release power, he could only produce indistinct sounds. "Don't kill me, I just became a clan. I don't want to die." Kakashi, seeing this scene, remained resolute and indifferent, saying, "When you first made your move, you should have known that you had no way out. Those who harm my teacher's family must die." As his words fell, rumble, Kakashi forcefully struck the purple lightning towards the opponent's head, accompanied by a strong, acrid smell. Shimizu Ryusen finally ended his foolish life. Kakashi then retracted his right hand. The thunder power on it vanished. At this moment, he looked at the dark clouds in the sky, his heavy feelings mixed with a hint of relief, muttering to himself, "This is true protection." Just as Kakashi was still sighing, rumble, a terrifying chakra fluctuation suddenly erupted behind him. He was startled and quickly turned around. At that moment, he was lying on the ground unconscious. Meanwhile, Naruto was floating in the air. At this moment, sizzle. Naruto's exterior was wrapped in a layer of deep red chakra. The aura emitted by that chakra was extraordinarily powerful, filled with intense hatred and rage. "This is bad. The battle just now affected Naruto, and the Nine-Tails chakra is leaking," Kakashi exclaimed anxiously. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi made a quick decision, instantly appearing in front of Naruto, attempting to stop the leakage of the Nine-Tails chakra. However, as soon as Kakashi approached Naruto, the layer of red chakra around Naruto suddenly expanded several times, directly knocking Kakashi away. Kakashi instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, his face was as pale as paper. The previous battle had consumed an enormous amount of energy, and now he was struck hard again. His eyes instantly closed tightly, clearly losing consciousness. At this moment, swish! A golden light flashed, and Minato's figure suddenly appeared. He took in the situation at a glance. However, Naruto's situation was urgent, and Minato did not think much, instantly appearing in front of him. At this moment, the Nine-Tails chakra within Naruto also sensed Minato's arrival, immediately becoming agitated, wildly surging out of Naruto's body. The outer red chakra became even more terrifying, and a stronger aura of hatred spread out. The entire area was enveloped by this aura, making it feel incredibly suffocating. Seeing this, Minato roared, immediately unleashing the powerful chakra from within himself, engaging in a fierce clash with the Nine-Tails chakra. At the same time, he quickly formed seals with his hands, then thrust his right palm forward, pressing hard against Naruto's abdomen. Seal. As soon as they made contact, whoosh. The agitated Nine-Tails chakra around Naruto gradually calmed down at a visible speed, ultimately disappearing completely. The aura of hatred that had enveloped the area also gradually dissipated, returning to calm. Luckily, I made it in time. Minato let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Suddenly, Minato's vision went dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dark sewer. Chapter 27. Meeting the Nine-Tails? Where's this? Minato furrowed his brows as he looked around the strange yet familiar environment, a hint of confusion rising in his heart. Suddenly, a strong sensation surged through his entire body. Whoosh! It felt as if an ancient ferocious beast was awakening within him, and a wild, crimson chakra burst forth from his body like a raging torrent. The oppressive force of that chakra was terrifying, filled with intense resentment. Immediately after, whoosh whoosh whoosh, as this chakra surged, Minato's body involuntarily levitated, lifted into the air by this immense power. He was enveloped in a red glow, emanating an incredibly frightening pressure. At this moment, Minato's pupils slightly focused as he carefully sensed the overwhelming chakra within him. Then, he looked around again. His thoughts instantly connected, and he concluded, it seems to be the resonance between my Nine-Tails chakra and Naruto's, which is why my consciousness has arrived here. Indeed, this is clearly Naruto's inner seal space. At this moment, Minato slightly gathered his right hand, closing his eyes that had changed due to the resonance of the Nine-Tails chakra, attempting to control the massive Nine-Tails chakra within him. After a long while, Minato reopened his eyes, still the sharp fox-like slits, and he frowned slightly, murmuring to himself, still unable to control it? This Nine-Tails chakra seems to be subtly altering my body. Having said that, Minato closed his eyes once more, falling into thought. However, not long after, a look of realization suddenly appeared on his face, and he slowly opened his eyes, murmuring, well, it seems my body's quality is transforming for the better, so let's suppress the chakra that is overflowing from my body first. As his words fell, rumble. An astonishing oppressive force erupted from within Minato, and a terrifying blue chakra surged wildly out of his body. It then continuously flowed toward the mass of crimson chakra. The moment the two chakras met, HSS, they instantly intertwined, twisting madly. They crazily wove together in the air, creating a bizarre phenomenon. Soon after, they surprisingly merged into a form of bizarre red-blue chakra, emanating an aura that was immensely fearsome. Before long, HSS, this red-blue chakra, gradually retracted back into Minato's body. The previously dark and gloomy sewer regained its cold and quiet atmosphere, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Minato clenched his fist, and two tiny vertical pupils suddenly appeared deep within his azure eyes, startling him. What is this? Could it be that my chakra has already fused with the power of the Nine-Tails? His voice carried a hint of disbelief. At this moment, Minato felt a surge of excitement as he sensed that his chakra had undergone a significant transformation. Although he still couldn't fully control the powerful Nine-Tails chakra within him, he discovered that his chakra seemed to have become even stronger, capable of condensing into a physical form to attack. However, this excitement did not last long, and Minato quickly regained his calm. He then raised his hand, staring intently at the dark depths before him, where an aura emanated that made one tremble all over. That aura was filled with malice, resentment, and endless hatred, as if it wanted to devour all humanity. Crack! Without hesitation, Minato stepped toward the darkness. As he delved deeper, that violent aura of hatred grew stronger. Even an ordinary jonin would likely lose their sanity and fall into madness under the impact of this aura. At this moment, Minato felt immense self-reproach in his heart, his gaze revealing a sense of guilt. He looked at everything before him, filled with regret and pain. Naruto, Dad really made a mistake, sealing the Nine-Tails within you, never considering how much you would suffer. However, Minato's eyes soon became incredibly determined as he tightly clenched his fists. Having been reborn, he believed he could change all of this. Finally, after traversing the long, cold passage, Minato reached the end and saw a ceiling door radiating an overwhelming aura of grievance. This door displayed an immensely powerful sealing technique, seemingly capable of containing all things. It was exactly the sealing technique he had set before his death. Before Minato could continue to ponder SSS, from the endless darkness behind the door, a flash of red light suddenly appeared, revealing two enormous crimson beast-like pupils, glimmering with hatred. In an instant, the beast's pupils reflected Minato's figure. In that moment, rumble. The beast's pupils were consumed by overwhelming rage, becoming incredibly violent, and a terrifying red chakra surged upward, bringing with it infinite destructive power that spread in all directions. A strong wave of energy rampaged through the entire ceiling space, distorting the very void. Roar! Accompanied by the beast's furious roar. Bang! A gigantic claw burst through the door, carrying the momentum of crushing everything as it lunged toward Minato. However, facing this breathtaking scene, Minato remained standing calmly, quietly watching the claw approach, without a trace of fear. Sure enough, when the claw broke through to a certain extent, it seemed to be held back by something, unable to advance further. At this moment, an extremely agitated and resentful voice came from within the door. Yongdae Mei, I will kill you. Roar, 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 roar. Following that came the voice of impotent rage. The speaker was none other than our Nine-Tails. However, despite the Nine-Tails' continuous roaring, Minato did not react at all, still quietly gazing at the Nine-Tails. After a long time, Even the tailed beast could not withstand the cold indifference. And the Ninetales' furious pupils gradually calmed down. At the same time, the now calm Ninetales expressed a deep sense of confusion, incredulously asking Minato, Yongdai Mei, who is inherently evil, "You should have been killed by me already. Why are you still alive now?" Upon hearing this, Minato finally took action. He raised his head to meet the beastly pupils in the darkness and slowly said, "Do you believe I am the child of prophecy?" However, this teasing remark resonated like a tidal wave in the Ninetales' mind, and it stared intently at Minato. It couldn't help but recall the prophecy of the Sage of Six Paths, that the blue-eyed youth would change the tailed beasts and guide them on the right path. But upon thinking of how Minato sealed it, the Ninetales became furious again. "Roaring, impossible. How could you possibly be the child of prophecy mentioned by the old man? I will definitely kill you when I get out." Roar, roar, roar. However, there was no fluctuation in Minato's azure eyes. He coldly said, "Ninetales, no matter what you have done in the past, I still hope you and my child can coexist peacefully. Otherwise," Minato did not finish his sentence. Considering the Ninetales' future sacrifice for Naruto, he still wanted it to open its heart to his child. Of course, if it was unwilling later, he wouldn't mind erasing the Ninetales' consciousness. Minato believed that his future self would have the means to do so. Thinking of this, Minato ceased speaking and turned to leave. Surprisingly, the Ninetales did not rebut. It only slightly focused its pupils, murmuring to itself, "I just realized that the hatred deep inside him is actually far greater than mine." Chapter 28. Watergate and Watergate. Just as Watergate was preparing to exit the sealed space, suddenly, a dazzling white light erupted within the seal, illuminating the entire dark space. Immediately after, a hand filled with warmth appeared out of nowhere, transcending time and space, and grasped the departing Watergate. "Wait!" A voice emerged from the white light, filled with immense tenderness and longing. Watergate turned his head upon hearing this, and a slight smile appeared on his calm face. As the white light gradually dissipated, the figure within was finally fully revealed. It was none other than the chakra version of Watergate, sealed before his death. With Watergate's arrival, the chakra seal was triggered early, allowing this hero of the Ninetales' chaos to reappear. At this moment, the two simply stared at each other in silence, neither willing to break the stillness. Their gazes collided fiercely, plunging the void into a deep silence. After a long while, the chakra version of Watergate finally couldn't hold back, his face showing a hint of awkwardness as he gently looked at Watergate and said, Can you tell me why you became like this?" This question sounded somewhat strange, as if he were asking himself. However, the chakra version of Watergate's consciousness was set by the previous Watergate, and thus was naturally different from the current Watergate. Upon hearing this question, Watergate's azure eyes showed no signs of fluctuation. He simply gazed quietly at the chakra version of Watergate, remaining silent. After a long time, Watergate slowly spoke. "If someone from Konoha harms our child, what would you do?" The chakra version of Watergate frowned upon hearing this, falling into a brief contemplation. After a moment, he replied without hesitation, "I will protect him, and I will make those people realize their mistakes. They will receive the punishment they deserve." As soon as he finished speaking, a look of unwavering determination appeared on the chakra version of Watergate's face, with a firm and confident light flashing in his eyes. Watergate chuckled softly, but his laughter revealed endless desolation and bitterness. He guessed that his original self would respond this way, and the so-called punishment was merely verbal education. The former self had been too gentle with everyone in Konoha. Thinking of this, Watergate continued to ask his chakra version, "What do you think of Konoha now? How do you think they will treat the hero-esque child?" After saying this, Watergate fixed his gaze on the other, wanting to know the true thoughts of his former self. The chakra version of Watergate immediately showed a warm gentleness, smiling as he said, "Konoha today is united, and everyone is striving for this big family, and the hero-esque child will surely be treated as a hero." After finishing, Watergate's mouth curled into a slight arc, revealing a strong disdain. "Is this really my former self? How foolish." Seeing Watergate's reaction, the chakra version felt some confusion in his heart, but still firmly believed in what he had said earlier. Just then, Watergate asked again, "Do you want Kushina to be revived?" After the words fell, buzzing sounds erupted in the chakra version of Watergate's mind, and his thoughts twisted continuously. His gaze became confused, and his body felt helpless. After a long time, the chakra version of Watergate's face twitched slightly, a hint of painful light in his eyes as he slowly spoke. I really want to. But life and death are the fate of the ninja world. As a ninja and Hokage, I cannot go against that. After saying this, the chakra version of Watergate painfully closed his eyes, struggling to suppress the endless sorrow within his heart. Sigh. Watergate gently sighed, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Yes, he had long known how his former self would answer. The once gentle self was truly too. After a long time, Watergate slowly extended a fist towards the chakra version of Watergate and said blandly, "Let us fist bump. You will know everything." Upon hearing this, the chakra version of Watergate raised his head again, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. But he still complied. Then, with a soft sound, their fists lightly touched, producing a crisp sound. In an instant, swish, swish, swish. Countless images and information surged into the chakra version of Watergate's mind. He widened his eyes, displaying shock and pain on his face. The influx of information was overwhelming, causing his brain to throb violently. He tightly held his head, his body shaking slightly. Finally, he trembled and sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Watergate stood quietly beside him, watching the chakra version of Watergate with no signs of fluctuation in his gaze. After a long time, the chakra version of Watergate stood up again, his body shaking slightly, the blood vessels in his eyes increasing, making him look incredibly frightening. "So, is it like this?" A voice filled with immense sorrow escaped his lips, conveying endless pain. His tone was no longer gentle like before, only filled with profound silence and sadness. At this moment, Watergate quietly looked at the chakra version of Watergate, a hint of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. But he did not speak again. At this time, the chakra version of Watergate, with bloodshot eyes, stared intently at Watergate, revealing a determined light. "You must bring Kushina back. You must protect Naruto. I believe you will bring true change to Konoha and even the ninja world." After saying this, the chakra version of Watergate waved his hand fiercely. Whoosh! His body instantly transformed into faint light spots, disappearing within the sealed space. Having learned the truth, he felt he had no face to say anything further and was unworthy to inquire about the new self. He could only place all his hopes on this brand new self. At this moment, Watergate silently extended his right hand, gently brushing against those fading light spots. After a long while, he slowly spoke, his voice deep yet resolute. "Don't worry. In this life, I will definitely change all destinies." After saying this, Watergate gently glanced towards the depths of the sealed space. Then, he suddenly turned his head. Whoosh! In an instant, his consciousness swiftly returned to the real world. At this moment, Watergate stood quietly in place, tightly holding the already sleeping Naruto in his arms. Around him, the people of Konoha, led by the third Hokage, were continuously pouring out. Watergate looked around, a faint smile appearing on his face. "All right, now I'm going to start asking for accountability." As the words fell, boom, an incredibly cold, killing intent instantly enveloped the entire area. The weak could barely breathe, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. In the sealed space, Naruto was pulling at a hair on one of his fingers, muttering to himself, "He is the child of prophecy. He is not the child of prophecy." That finger was already close to being bald. Chapter 29. Large-scale identification scene. Back to the main topic. At this moment, the scene was filled with an incomprehensibly dense and terrifying killing intent emitted by Minato. Everyone present was enveloped by this invisible pressure. The weak ninjas had rapid breaths, pale faces, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow and slightly released a ninja's aura, trying to calm Minato. "Minato, don't be impulsive. First, let's understand the situation." After hearing Hiruzen's words, Minato turned to look at the surrounding ninjas. He chuckled coldly and slowly retracted his terrifying killing intent. Just then, a group of medical ninjas arrived at the scene. They quickly performed healing techniques on the unconscious Kakashi and Kid. As the treatment progressed, Kakashi and Kid's faces gradually returned to normal, and their previous exhaustion faded away. Minato stood quietly by, watching this scene, waiting for them to wake up and explain everything. On the other side, the medical ninjas responsible for clearing the bodies of the deceased Shimura Ryozan were retching continuously. The gruesome sight before them was almost unbearable, and some who had just eaten felt like they were about to vomit. The damage caused by the lightning was simply too disgusting. Nevertheless, they endured their discomfort and continued with their tasks. Finally, after the medical staff's relentless efforts, the restoration of the bodies was nearly complete. With the last piece in place, the appearance of the bodies gradually became clearer. Everyone suppressed their disgust and gathered around to examine the bodies. At this moment, Mito Minin pointed at one of the corpses, his face filled with shock and confusion. "Isn't this our family's second elder?" At the same time, T-Rin-K Haru looked at the three corpses on the ground. Her face pale with shock as she exclaimed, "This is our family's third elder and two geniuses about to become J-Nin." Her voice was filled with despair and sorrow. After speaking, she collapsed to the ground as if she had lost all her strength. Her eyes were filled with pain and sadness. These three individuals were the hope and pillars of their clan's future. Now, they had died here without warning. Minato Namikaze was also trembling all over. His face as pale as paper, because besides the corpse of the second elder, he saw another body. Its face burned by lightning, but its physique remarkably resembling that of his son. His lips trembled slightly as he tried to say something. Impossible, impossible. At this moment, Minato Namikaze quickly shook his head, dispelling that thought. He couldn't believe his son would suddenly die here without a sound. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched his two friends in pain, feeling a wave of unease surge within him. He frowned and hurriedly walked towards the last corpse. The body of Shimura Ryozen was surrounded by people, all wearing strange expressions. As a newly appointed head of the Shimura clan, many recognized him. But the scene before them made it hard to believe that the clan leader had been suddenly killed. Fortunately, it wasn't someone from the Sarutobi clan. After seeing the corpse's appearance, Hiruzen let out a long sigh of relief. However, when he took another look, the sense of relief instantly vanished, replaced by shock and disbelief. "This is the newly appointed head of the Shimura clan?" As he spoke, everyone around gasped in shock, confirming their thoughts. Hiruzen's shock and disbelief gradually transformed into overwhelming unease. He turned to glance at the unconscious Kakashi and the chaotic scene, pondering silently. Combining the corpses of the high-ranking members from the Shimura, Mito, and T-Rin clans, the unconscious Kakashi, the environmental destruction, and the leaking Ninetales chakra, there was only one conclusion. It was all over. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen already had the answer in his heart. At this moment, he turned to look at the seemingly calm Minato, silently praying that things were not as he feared. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze slowly approached the corpse before him. He meticulously examined the body, and his hopes gradually shattered. He finally confirmed that this corpse was indeed his son. His body trembled involuntarily, filled with grief and anger. As he shouted hoarsely, "Why? Why did my child have to die here?" His voice carried endless sorrow and despair, and he was on the brink of collapse. His son was supposed to have a bright future. After all, he was about to be promoted to J-Nin. For a clan like theirs, with ordinary talent, becoming a J-Nin was already considered top-tier strength. Moreover, he had always viewed this son as his pride and hope. Now, everything had turned to dust. Seeing Minato Namikaze in such a state of despair, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly walked up to him, gently patting his shoulder in comfort. "Alas, Minin, please accept my condolences." However, Minato Namikaze did not appreciate this gesture. He violently swatted Hiruzen's hand away, his eyes flashing with pain and anger as he roared, "Hiruzen, I demand an explanation. Otherwise, I will not rest." T-Rin-K Haru, sitting on the ground, immediately echoed this sentiment. "That's right, we must have an explanation. Otherwise, this matter will not end." Third Hokage. We too. The hastily arrived members of the Shimura clan were filled with hatred. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed the instinct to retaliate, silently praying for them. "Don't talk about explanations. They better not have targeted Naruto, or else you will truly be in trouble." However, Sarutobi Hiruzen still offered some symbolic comfort. "Don't worry, everyone. It seems that only Kakashi knows the specifics. Once he wakes up, we can discuss it further." Upon hearing this, the members of the three clans looked at the unconscious Kakashi with faces full of anger. Some, driven by rage, even wanted to shake him awake forcibly. However, upon seeing the quiet Minato nearby, their anger was instantly replaced by fear, and they stood frozen in place, turning into mere onlookers. After a long while, Kakashi finally opened his eyes, looking exhausted and dazed as he surveyed the crowd around him, his expression reflecting confusion. Minato Namikaze, seeing this scene, pointed at the terrifying corpses on the ground. Roaring in anguish, "Kakashi, what on earth happened? How did these people suddenly die here?" Kakashi, just waking from unconsciousness, was still in a daze. The last words of Minato Namikaze echoed in his ears, and he involuntarily blurted out, "I killed them all." Chapter 30. Random annihilation gift pack. This sentence suddenly exploded in everyone's ears like the sound of a great spiral wheel, and everyone widened their eyes, looking at Kakashi in disbelief. "What?" Mito Gate Yan's face instantly turned pale, and his body trembled slightly with anger. He pointed at Kakashi with a face full of fury, his voice filled with suppressed rage. "You, say that again." The members of the Shimura clan also gathered around, each one's eyes filled with bloodshot anger. staring intently at Kakashi as if they wanted to devour him alive. It was me who killed them. Kakashi still wore a dazed expression, as if he hadn't fully come to his senses, but his tone was very certain. As Kakashi's words fell, the ninjas from the three clans displayed shocked and angry expressions, immediately clamoring. Some even surged forward, trying to rush at Kakashi, their eyes flashing with rage, as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. However, at that moment, a terrifying pressure of chakra erupted from Minato, accompanied by a death-like killing intent, instantly enveloping the ninjas from the three clans. This pressure was so terrifying that they were instantly suppressed, unable to move a single step. They could only stand in place, straining to resist this dreadful pressure. At the same time, Minato's cold voice rang out, "Anyone who harms my disciple dies." His tone was filled with absolute killing intent, leaving no room for doubt. Upon hearing Minato's warning, Fayek immediately rushed forward without hesitation, blocking the way of the three clans' ninjas. Fayek's Sharingan activated instantly, his gaze sharp and determined. He loudly declared, "Kakashi possesses our clan's Sharingan. If you dare to harm him, you will be enemies with the Uchiha clan." The others from the surrounding clans were left speechless. He's clinging to the fourth Hokage's leg. Is this really the reason? No. It seems he's already done it. At the same time, Minato, disregarding the shocked and fearful gazes of the crowd, turned with a smile, reached out to pat Kakashi's head, and said with immense satisfaction, "Kakashi, not bad. Your strength has improved again. Your teacher is very happy." Hearing this, everyone present broke into a cold sweat. "Fourth Hokage, your disciple has killed someone, and you still praise him." However, this also served as a warning to them. Never offend the fourth Hokage's disciple. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, nervously approaching Kakashi, and said kindly, "Kakashi, can you tell us what exactly happened?" After speaking, he silently prayed that it wasn't what he feared. At this moment, Kakashi's confused mind finally returned to normal. He looked at the surrounding Konoha ninjas and then glanced at the third Hokage. Finally, his gaze landed on Minato, revealing a hint of unease. Seeing this, Minato smiled reassuringly. "Kakashi, go ahead and speak. Don't worry, with your teacher here, there's nothing to fear." This statement was not only for Kakashi, but also served as a warning to everyone present. Upon hearing Minato's words, the Konoha ninjas couldn't help but swallow hard. Beginning to speculate, Kakashi took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. The leader of the Shimura clan, he allied with the higher-ups of the Mito and Tsuji clans. "Want to take revenge on you, teacher." They attempted to control Naruto and restart the Nine-Tails incident. "I discovered this, so I killed them all." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's minds went blank, and disbelief covered their faces, their eyes filled with shock. The ninjas from the Shimura clan, at this moment, felt their anger dissipate with this news. They looked at the corpses on the ground with incredulity. "How dare you? You still want to lay a hand on the fourth child? You want to restart the Nine-Tails incident?" It could be said that if our leader Danzo were here, he wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. The third Hokage was now sweating profusely, constantly wiping his forehead with his sleeve, his eyes filled with unease. Just as he thought it was over, he looked anxiously at Minato, hoping he wouldn't take any drastic actions. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to claim he could stop Minato. After witnessing Minato's strength during the last battle with Fayek, he knew he was no match even in his youth. However, Minato was surprisingly calm at this moment. He handed Naruto, who was in his arms, to Kakashi and said with a gentle smile, "So that's how it is. You did well. Next, leave it to your teacher to handle." His voice held no killing intent, no anger, only a warm calmness. Yet this state was often the most lethal, the most terrifying, and the most frightening. At this moment, the elder of the Shimura clan, filled with pain, spoke out. "That's just his one-sided story. My child could never do such a thing. I want an explanation." Indeed, Shimura Ryozen was his son, and also his last child. The ninjas from the three clans echoed. "That's right. We want an explanation. This is just one side of the story. He still killed someone. Hand him over. Let us deal with him. We want revenge." However, the anger of Mito Gate-yin and Tsuji Koharu had already transformed into fear after hearing Kakashi's words. They thought about how Danzo merely mentioned Minato's child and lost an arm. Now their own clan members actually wanted to control. Mito Gate-yin and Tsuji Koharu couldn't bear to imagine the consequences. Their minds raced to find a solution. After hearing the words of the three clans' ninjas, Mito Gate-yin, drenched in cold sweat, shouted at them, "Shut up! Stop talking!" The ninjas from the three clans looked at Mito Gate-yin in disbelief. Their expressions seemed to ask, "Aren't you our leader? Why are you scolding us?" However, Yin had no time to care about them. Forcing himself to calm down as he spoke to Minato, "There must be a misunderstanding. Now that they are dead, let's just let this matter rest. After all, what Kakashi said is only one side of the story. That's right, let it go. Everyone, please go back." Tsuji Koharu also spoke out, suppressing her fear. This scene formed a stark contrast to their earlier frantic outburst. Some clan leaders who understood the situation looked at them in disbelief. What kind of old fool is this? Able to bend and stretch? Sarutobi Hiruzen, frowning, slowly relaxed. If these two backed down, perhaps the matter could be resolved easily. However, Minato seemed to be deaf to all this and simply smiled at Faike. "Faike, what price do you think they should pay?" Upon hearing this, Faike immediately propped his chin, as if genuinely lost in thought. Yin realized that Minato would definitely not let their clan off easily. He turned to look at the numerous ninjas from the three clans beside him, a sense of courage inexplicably swelling within him. He still wanted to negotiate, so he immediately said to Minato, "Fourth Hokage, we can compensate. We hope this matter can be put to rest." As he said this, Yin paused, narrowing his eyes as he threatened. "Otherwise, the ninjas from our three clans will swarm you, and you may not be able to slay us all before your chakra runs out. At that time, you'll find it hard to escape death." With those words, the expressions of the others from the surrounding clans were filled with disbelief. They couldn't believe that Minato Namikaze would say such a thing. "Fool!" Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted in his heart at that moment. Fugaku let out a cold laugh. He didn't even want to comment on Minato's strength. They actually dared to threaten him. At this moment, however, Minato seemed to be completely ignoring Minato Namikaze's words. He smiled and raised his finger, speaking to Fugaku. "Fugaku, which clan do you think we should eliminate first?" Chapter 31. The abandoned Shimura clan. As the words fell, the scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. The expressions on everyone's faces were filled with shock and disbelief. At this moment, Fugaku seemed to not have heard clearly, showing a hint of confusion as he asked, "What? Lord Fourth? What clan did you just say?" He couldn't believe that the words "exterminate the clan" could come so easily from Minato's mouth. "Ha ha ha! Fugaku, are you deaf?" Minato laughed heartily at this moment. After the laughter, his expression was suddenly replaced by an icy cold indifference, and he said in a chilling tone, "So, which clan should we exterminate first?" At this point, everyone finally stopped doubting whether they had misheard. It was indeed true that Minato was talking about exterminating clans. The three clans fell into a dead silence, and the ninjas who had witnessed the battle in Minato's training ground were now trembling all over. They admitted that they were a bit scared for their lives. Fugaku's confusion finally turned into shock. After pondering for a moment, he finally spoke in an extremely restrained manner. "Lord Fourth, is this punishment perhaps too?" He still found it hard to believe. After all, a clan could have hundreds of people. Combined, the Shimura clans had at least thousands. Just as Fugaku was still pondering, a voice as cold as ice rang out from Minato. "No punishment is too severe for traitors. Afterwards, all the territories of the three clans will be given to the Uchiha." At that moment, bang! Fugaku knelt on one knee without hesitation, clenching his fists tightly. His eyes filled with an unwavering conviction as he shouted, "I am willing to be the vanguard. Please approve it, Lord Fourth." At this moment, Fugaku had only one thought in his mind: to quickly eliminate the Shimura clans. Their territory was truly rich. It was all because of those three old geezers, Danzo and the others, who, as advisors, constantly sought benefits for their own families. Otherwise, he wouldn't even bother with an ordinary clan like the Shimura. Buzz! The other ninja clans around suddenly began to stir violently, and they all had the same thought in their minds. "Damn it, I should have spoken up too. That is a huge piece of meat." Seeing this, Mito Kamen was trembling with anger, his face pale. "We haven't even started yet. You are already brazenly dividing the spoils in front of them." Thinking of this, he immediately shouted, "Lord Fourth, they are already dead. Your child is fine. Why must you go to such extremes?" Tsunade Koharu, upon hearing this, also anxiously chimed in, "Yes. We also don't know about this matter. We can't kill innocent people because of them. Yes, I." At this moment, the elder of the Shimura clan just opened his mouth, but before he could finish, swoosh, 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 several umbus suddenly appeared around him, and a large hand waved down sharply. Bang! The elder of the Shimura clan instantly fainted and was then taken away by the umbu. Seeing this, the third Hokage wiped the cold sweat from his brow and secretly cursed. "Damn it, your clan leader is already causing trouble. What else is there to say? Just shut up." The ninjas from the three clans, witnessing this scene, did not dare to protest. After all, they truly wanted to survive. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked over to Minato, gently patted him on the shoulder, and softly comforted Minato. This is a bit too much. Hearing the third's voice, Mito came in, and the others breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. They felt that with the third helping to speak, things shouldn't be too bad. However, a cold laugh escaped Minato's lips, his voice chilling enough to instill fear. At this moment, his eyes were filled with disdain and mockery as he looked at the third and slowly spoke, "Third Hokage, why don't you take on the role of Hokage?" At these words, the entire place fell silent, and everyone wore expressions of astonishment. They couldn't believe that Minato dared to so bluntly refute the third. The third's eyes widened in disbelief as he heard this. Since Minato's rebirth, he had often contradicted other high-ranking officials, but he had never spoken so harshly to him. But today, everything seemed to have changed. Minato seemed to be saying, "Old Sarutobi, you just didn't block my way. Otherwise, I'd be ready to use Flying Raijin and Rasengan on you at any time." But a moment later, the third forced himself to comfort his heart. It must be because Naruto is being coveted, so Minato is in a bad mood. He still respects me. Thinking of this, the third finally spoke slowly. With a tone of persuasion, "Minato, after all, the others are innocent. We just need to investigate and find out who knew about this matter. And you can handle them however you want. How about that?" As soon as he finished speaking, the ninjas of the three clans instantly cast grateful looks at the third, their eyes filled with relief, as they truly didn't know about this matter. Upon hearing this, Minato rested his chin on one hand, his gaze serious as he stared ahead, as if deep in thought. Everyone silently awaited the verdict of death. After a long while, a smile suddenly appeared on Minato's face as he looked at the nervous three clans. A mischievous thought crossed his mind, and he said, "How about this? You all can nominate one clan to be the scapegoat." As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant smile spread across Minato's face. He wanted to see if this so-called close-knit three clans would fracture due to survival. At this moment, hissing, the ninjas of the Shimura clan gasped in shock, because their leader, Danzo, was not present. Sure enough, at this time, the ninjas of the Mito and Tsunade clans all breathed a sigh of relief. They implicitly agreed to let the Shimura clan take the blame, with no room for negotiation. After all, your leader is not here. Ours is. Moments later, Mito came and showed a conflicted expression on his face and tentatively spoke to Minato. "Lord Fourth, could we have chance? We are willing to hand over most of our assets to you. Is that okay?" "Yes. Lord Fourth, please give us a chance," Tsunade Koharu echoed, her face showing no signs of tension. At this moment, they all felt a huge sense of relief, but still wanted to fight for the Shimura clan on the surface. However, the only response they received was Minato's emotionless smile and extreme killing intent. Seeing this, Mito came in and Tsunade Koharu naturally led their respective clan ninjas to retreat until they drew a clear line with the ninjas of the Shimura clan. At this moment, the members of the Shimura clan were in disbelief. They wanted to angrily curse the two clans, but their intense fear made it difficult for them to speak. At this moment, clap. Minato suddenly clapped his hands, a sigh of an alligator showing in his eyes as he said, "It seems you have already made your choice. The members of the Shimura clan can rest assured to go to their deaths." Chapter 32. The destruction of the Shimura clan. The ninjas of the Shimura clan trembled at the sound. Their faces were filled with reluctance and despair, scanning the crowd around them as if seeking a final glimmer of hope. However, the surroundings were silent, and no one was willing to speak up for them. People exchanged glances. Some showed a hint of helplessness in their eyes, while others wore smirks of schadenfreude. After all, due to Shimura Danzo's high status in the village, the Shimura clan had acted arrogantly, leading many to harbor resentment against them. Now, seeing them in a predicament, those who had been bullied by the Shimura clan felt a sense of satisfaction. At this moment, the third Hokage sighed deeply, his voice filled with endless heaviness and helplessness. He had still held onto a glimmer of hope, wanting to negotiate, but when he sensed the unwavering aura emanating from Minato, he understood that everything was beyond repair. Ultimately, he made a decision to stand by Minato's side, knowing that the ninja world needed a powerful Hokage in Konoha. It was a pity. One could only blame their leader for attacking Minato's child. The third Hokage thought to himself, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. With that thought, he felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness wash over him. He slowly bent down and walked away, heavy-footed, wanted to see if he could reach the Shimura clan's territory in time to save some innocent children. As the third Hokage left, the ninjas of the Shimura clan fell into complete despair. Bang! One by one, they knelt on the ground, their eyes filled with pain and helplessness. Their resentment towards Shimura Ryozan reaching its peak. This fool, not only did he die, but he was also dragging the entire clan down with him. At this moment, Minato looked at the scene before him and suddenly smiled, saying, "Don't think I won't give you a chance. Starting now, I'll give you an hour to prepare." The ninjas of the Shimura clan raised their heads to look at Minato, their despair instantly transforming into sparks of hope. However, that flicker of hope was cruelly extinguished the next second. Minato continued with a smile, "But don't even think about escaping. My sensory abilities are quite strong." With that, the Shimura clan fell back into endless despair. They had indeed thought about escaping, but with Minato's words, it meant they had no way out. Everyone knew that with Minato's strength and speed, even fleeing would be futile. He was known as the Yellow Flash, unmatched in speed. Then, Minato waved his hand and called to everyone present, "Everyone leave. See you in an hour." With that, a terrifying wave of chakra erupted from Minato, sweeping towards everyone. The others present immediately understood that Minato was ordering them to leave. They turned and left, and the Shimura clan members also departed with sorrowful expressions. Kakashi, watching the scene, had a very complicated expression. After a moment, he couldn't help but speak to Minato. "Sensei, isn't this too cruel?" Gulping, Fugaku also snapped back to reality. Unable to suppress a gulp, Minato, hearing their words, did not respond directly, but turned around and took Naruto from Kakashi, then smiled meaningfully. Sometimes, once hatred is sown, for the sake of family and comrades, it must be eradicated. Buzz! Kakashi's mind trembled at those words, as if he had grasped the truth of the world, then resolutely said, "I understand. Sensei." Fugaku thought the Mato and Uchiha clans were too weak, and since Minato wanted to protect them, he would first deal with the Shimura clan. Fugaku was sweating profusely at the side. "Minato, you're really ruthless. Fortunately, I successfully aligned with the Uchiha." With that thought, Fugaku immediately spoke to Minato. "Minato, do we need the Uchiha clan to lead the charge?" Minato turned to look at Fugaku, his eyes filled with appreciation. He needed loyal companions, and it was clear he was satisfied with Fugaku's performance. Minato smiled lightly and said, "Just come with me when the time comes." "Do we need the Uchiha clan to deal with just one Shimura clan?" Fugaku was taken aback for a moment, then nodded without hesitation. At that moment, he knew he had become Minato's trusted aide. 1 hour later, Shimura clan territory. Inside, there was a constant noise. Nearly all the Shimura clan members stood at the entrance of their territory. Their faces showed anxiety, pain, hatred, sadness, and fear. And around the Shimura clan territory, Konoha ninjas were continuously appearing, all eager to watch the spectacle. Finally, a flash of golden light appeared as Minato, along with Fugaku, made a grand entrance. As soon as they appeared, the members of the Shimura clan nervously gripped their kunai, fearfully locking eyes with Minato and Fugaku. At this moment, the clan's elders stepped forward and pleaded with Minato, "Lord Fourth, can you give us another chance, or wait for Lord Danzo to return?" Still steaming. They wanted to continue steaming. Minato, hearing this, had a smile on his face and replied, "Danzo, he'll be joining you very soon, don't worry." Minato was well aware that Danzo had led the remaining root members to the Rain Village. He didn't need to think to know that Danzo was after the Rinnegan. To be honest, Minato was a bit afraid that Danzo would get killed by the Rinnegan, and he wouldn't be able to personally torture him. At this moment, the third Hokage, smoking his pipe, walked out from the crowd, looking weary, with a group of young Shimura clan members behind him. He spoke to Minato. "Minato, can you spare these children from this disaster?" Minato looked up at the third Hokage, but instantly reaffirmed his resolve to eradicate them. The young Shimura members were glaring at Minato with intense hatred. Minato could not let them escape. They might come back to annoy him in the future. With that thought, Minato smiled and said, "Sure, if they're here, I won't be, so it's up to you, third Hokage." With those words, Minato appeared indifferent. A storm arose in the hearts of everyone present. A threat, a blatant threat. However, the third Hokage was still swayed by it. Sighing lightly, he ultimately allowed the young members behind him to approach the Shimura clan. Seeing this, Minato nodded in satisfaction. This old man still knew how to be tactful. Looking at the sea of Shimura clan members, Minato raised his right hand. In an instant, a terrifying red-blue chakra erupted, surging toward his right hand. In the blink of an eye, a strong whirlwind emerged, and a wind-style Raisen Shuriken, exuding the power to kill everything, appeared in his hand. This aura instilled fear in all beings. "I won't go down without a fight. I want to live." The members of the Shimura clan were now frantically roaring, unleashing their techniques in a desperate attempt to find a sliver of hope. At this moment, Minato smiled calmly and gently said, "Gena." The words fell. Boom! The spiral shuriken was suddenly thrown towards the people of the Shimura clan. All obstacles were meaningless. Rumble! The spiral shuriken exploded among the Shimura clan members, and a terrifying explosion shot into the sky. The strong aftershock surged toward the other people around, who could only raise their hands to defend themselves, let alone the Shimura clan members at the center of the explosion. After a long while, everything returned to dust. Minato turned to the shocked Fugaku beside him and said, "The rest is up to you." Hearing this, Fugaku immediately snapped out of his shock and quickly replied, "Okay, please rest assured. From this moment on, with the destruction of the Shimura clan, a new era truly began." Chapter 33. The double conspiracy of the Uchiha and the reincarnation. After giving instructions to Fugaku, Minato's mind echoed with the system's reward sounds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the elite Jounin. Shimura Ryu. Reward. Earth Release Chakra. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the special Jounin. Shimura Do. Reward. 0. 1 units of chakra. Ding! As nearly 1,000 prompt sounds faded away, Minato felt his body enveloped by a warm current. An unparalleled warmth and attraction. Meanwhile, the people around him were silent, trembling. Even their breathing became cautious. The scene they had just witnessed was too shocking, instilling a deep sense of fear within them. The members of the Shimura clan had already vanished, leaving behind only a massive deep pit on the ground, with some bloodstains and chunks of flesh at the bottom. Above the pit, strong chakra fluctuations occasionally surged, sending shivers down their spines. Sigh. The third Hokage let out a soft sigh, his eyes filled with complex emotions. The Shimura clan had truly disappeared. At the same time, swish! Uchiha Fugaku was constantly darting across the sky above the Shimura clan's territory, meticulously searching every corner. He would not let any possible hiding place for enemies slip by. Once he found a fish that escaped the net, he would not hesitate to strike and eliminate them completely. This was the first task entrusted to him by Minato, and he absolutely could not allow any mistakes. At this moment, Minato had successfully integrated all the abilities rewarded by the system. Then, Minato gently spread his right hand. Swoosh! The 5 nature transformations of wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water instantly surged forth, swirling in his palm. The 5 transformations intertwined, forming a colorful vortex. What? This is 5 nature chakra. Those with sharp eyes immediately noticed Minato's actions, their eyes widening in disbelief. That's right. This reward not only completed Minato's incomplete nature transformation chakra, but also more than doubled the total amount of chakra in his body. The third Hokage also witnessed this scene, his gaze filled with disbelief. Minato, you have even mastered the 5 nature chakra. The third's voice trembled slightly. It was known that in today's Konoha, besides himself and Kakashi, no one else could master the 5 nature chakra. Moreover, Minato previously only had basic nature transformations of fire, wind, and lightning. However, despite the overwhelming shock in his heart, the third did not question anything. After all, no matter how extraordinary Minato had become, as long as he still belonged to Konoha, that was enough. At this moment, whoosh! Minato waved his hand, and the 5 nature chakra instantly scattered into the air. Watching this scene, a faint smile appeared on Minato's face. He seemed to have envisioned a brand new ninjutsu. Flying Thunder, God, Infinite Rotation, 4 Styles, 5 Nature, Joint Super Rotating Rasengan. Then swish! Minato instantly transformed into a flash of gold light, disappearing from his spot, leaving behind the stunned and fearful crowd. They gazed at the wealth of the Shimura clan, their hearts racing, with a hint of greed gradually surfacing. However, remembering that Minato had said these belonged to the Uchiha, everyone felt a shiver and forcibly suppressed their greed. They did not dare to follow in the footsteps of the Shimura. Soon after, everyone present began to leave one by one. Before long, the news of the 4th Hokage annihilating the clan would spread throughout the ninja world, triggering far-reaching consequences. Rain Village. Supreme Council Room. At this moment, the room held only 2 old figures sitting across from each other, the air unusually silent. One of the blindfolded old men spoke with a sinister expression. "Hanzo, have you considered it?" The old man opposite him immediately became serious, slowly replying, "Danzo, let me think it over." These 2 were none other than our infamous Danzo Shimura and Hanzo of the Salamander, known as the demigod of the ninja world. Don't rush, don't rush, Danzo said with a dark smile, feigning indifference. Although he was anxious inside, he had to maintain appearances. After a long while, swoosh. The urgency inside Danzo made his toes itch, and he couldn't help but fidget. At this moment, Hanzo finally spoke again. Are you confident this time? The reincarnation is no trivial matter. Hanzo's concerns were reasonable. The terrifying outer path golem from last time had left him deeply shocked. If it weren't for his peak-level body flicker technique, the leader of Rain Village might have been replaced. Hearing this, Danzo immediately ceased his fidgeting, his face filled with confidence. Don't worry, last time we were just careless. This time, I'm mobilizing all my resources, and with the Rain Village's help. Do you really think we can't take down a wet-behind-the-ears brat? As he spoke, Danzo fixed his gaze on Hanzo, almost leaning in closer. However, Hanzo still wore a serious expression, raising his hand to glance at Danzo, feeling a wave of disdain inside. Old man, you were the one who ran the fastest last time. You caused me to lose a large part of my subordinates. How dare you say that? Thinking of this, Hanzo's face twitched, and he almost wanted to reject Danzo's plan immediately. At this moment, Danzo noticed the expression on Hanzo's face and understood that Hanzo was about to back down, so he immediately employed a provocation tactic. Danzo's face was filled with disdain as he mockingly said, "Are you really afraid of a brat in the ninja world, demigod?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hanzo stood up, shouting angrily, "How dare you? What are you barking about?" Although he knew this was Danzo's provocation, the title of demigod was his honor and could not be desecrated by others. Hearing this, Danzo immediately continued, "If you still want to maintain that demigod status, then join forces with me to eliminate the reincarnation eye." At this point, Danzo paused, his eyes narrowing slightly and chillingly said, "Otherwise, once the reincarnation eye grows up, it might spell trouble for Rain Village." This tactic clearly worked. Hanzo's eyes flashed with determination as if he had made a decision, and he solemnly said, "How do you want me to cooperate with you?" Hearing this, Danzo knew Hanzo had agreed and was almost too excited to jump for joy. However, he quickly suppressed this excitement and spoke with a sinister expression. "As long as the Rain Village puts on a show, pretending to break off relations with you and your subordinates, and feigning allegiance to the Akatsuki organization. When the time comes." Before Danzo could finish, Hanzo directly took over his words and added, "Then we can catch them all in one net." Danzo nodded in satisfaction, thinking that Hanzo was indeed teachable. "Once that's done, we'll each have a share of the reincarnation eye, right?" Hanzo said darkly. Danzo replied with a tone of course. "Naturally. Clap." The two immediately clasped their hands together. Very good, ha ha ha." Their laughter echoed through the room. Of course, neither of them had such simple minds. Black eating black had long been a norm in the ninja world. Chapter 34. The annihilation of the clan, self-directed and self-performed the next day. News of the annihilation of the Shimura clan by the fourth Hokage spread across the nations, shocking various forces in the ninja world. For a time, opinions on the fourth Hokage varied widely. It should be noted that such a massacre had not occurred for a long time. In a Wagakure, who, on top of the Tsuchikage building, Inoki was floating, his hands constantly rubbing a stone, his gaze deep and complex, lost in endless thoughts. The yellow flash has become so brutal. Perhaps I can use the power of public opinion to counter him. With this thought, Inoki decisively waved his old hand, issuing orders to his son, Kuratsuchi, below. Immediately send spies to various places in the Land of Fire to spread rumors about the fourth Hokage's brutality, plundering, and killing. I want the Land of Fire to solve the problem of the yellow flash by themselves. As you command, Father, Kuratsuchi respectfully responded. Despite his plump figure, as soon as Kuratsuchi finished speaking, whoosh, his figure vanished from the spot. After Kuratsuchi left, a little girl on the rooftop called out sweetly, "Grandpa, Grandpa." Hearing the girl's call, the serious expression on Inoki's face instantly melted away, revealing a kind smile. Whoosh! He flew to the little girl, picked her up, and gently said, "Kuratsuchi, Grandpa will make sure you have a powerful land of earth. You naughty grandson, don't pull my beard." In Kumogakure, at the Komorii Gorge, boom, boom, boom. The gorge continually emitted terrifying thunderous power, each explosion seeming to tear the entire gorge apart. Nearby Cloud Ninja felt a chill from this immense power. At this moment, swish, swish, swish. Countless flashes of lightning flickered in the gorge, caused by the extreme speed of using lightning release. Meanwhile, a powerful voice roared from the gorge, shaking the air. "Minato, my interception technique is almost complete. Wait for me." The title of the fastest ninja in the ninja world will definitely be mine. In Sunagakure, in the Kazakage's office, Raza was sitting in the Kazakage's exclusive seat, smiling as he looked at the desk in front of him, and spoke. Chiyoboba, do you still think I should learn from the fourth Hokage? Cough, cough. Chiyo, sitting at the desk, awkwardly coughed at his words. However, she quickly adjusted her demeanor, appearing calm and composed as she responded. Some things can be learned from, but some things do not need to be imitated. You must learn to make your own judgments. Hearing this, a hint of disdain and contempt flashed in Raza's eyes. He secretly muttered, You didn't say that before, old lady. Back then, you told me to learn well from that guy, didn't you? What an old fool. Of course, he did not reveal these true thoughts. Chiyo seemed to sense the contempt in Raza's eyes, but chose to ignore it and continued. What are your plans regarding Gaara's recent chakra rampage? Upon hearing this, Raza's smile instantly vanished, replaced by an extremely serious and deep expression. The atmosphere in the entire office grew heavy. After a long while, Raza crossed his hands, supported his chin, and said solemnly, Gaara, as the ultimate weapon of the village, if he cannot fulfill his role, then I will. He stopped halfway through his sentence, but the meaning was already clear. I personally think the Kazakage is a beast. Don't worry, Gaara will definitely be taken by Minato, and Raza will definitely eat the capped Rasengan. In Amigakure, at the highest tower, Danzo stood quietly at the top of the tower. Splash! The cold rain continuously pelted down on him, but he remained unfazed, his gaze deep as he stared at the sky. Rest in peace. It's hard to imagine such a thing as the annihilation of clan. Danzo's companion, Hanzo, comforted him. However, Danzo did not respond, still expressionless as he gazed at the dark sky. After a long time, Danzo waved his hand, turned around, and said in a deep voice, Let's go. The plan should begin. With that whoosh, he instantly vanished from the top of the tower. Hanzo couldn't help but sigh slightly. Is this the darkness of a ninja world? His own family was annihilated, and he feels nothing? However, he did not see that at this moment, after Danzo vanished. His eyes were already filled with endless madness and hatred. Fourth Hokage, wait until I obtain the Rinnegan. I will eliminate everything related to you. An hour later, boom! A shocking explosion suddenly erupted from the tower in Amigakure, and the terrifying blast echoed throughout the entire village. This sudden, massive commotion immediately alerted everyone in Amigakure. Just then, swish, swish, swish. Numerous shadows appeared around the explosion, all dressed in the uniforms of rain ninjas. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 rain ninjas tightly surrounded the tower, their eyes filled with hatred and anger, as if their life-and-death enemies were within the explosion. Suddenly, bang! A bloodied rain ninja was thrown out from the explosion, crashing heavily to the ground. This rain ninja looked like he was struggling to breathe, clearly on the verge of death. At the same time, roaring from the rolling, thick smoke produced by the explosion, a figure slowly walked out. His steps were incredibly arrogant, as if he feared nothing around him. Until he emerged from the thick smoke, his face gradually became clear, ultimately fully revealed to the rain ninjas. It was none other than the man hailed as a demigod in the ninja world, Hanzo. As soon as Hanzo appeared, the rain ninjas surrounding the tower were filled with rage, their eyes burning with endless anger and hatred. One of the rain jonin shouted at Hanzo, Hanzo, you beast! You exploit your subordinates, burn, kill, and plunder, committing every evil. You're simply a demon. Today we will act for justice. His voice immediately resonated throughout the area. Following his words, the emotions of the other rain ninjas became frenzied. They gripped their weapons tightly, glaring at Hanzo. Hanzo coldly smiled at this moment, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, revealing a hint of sarcasm. His gaze was icy and merciless, as if everything before him was merely a farce. Then, he contemptuously spoke, Betrayal is betrayal. Why talk so much nonsense? You ants dare to betray me? Truly do not know the meaning of death. Since that's the case, just right, my hands are itching to take your heads. With that, Hanzo instantly bit his finger, letting a drop of blood flow out. Following this, his hands quickly formed seals, bang. Then he slammed them onto the ground, shouting loudly, summoning jutsu. As his words fell, boom. An incredibly terrifying chakra wave surged wildly from the ground. Come forth, salamander. In an instant, bang. A massive cloud of smoke erupted at Hanzo's location. Within this cloud of mist, an overwhelmingly powerful aura permeated, causing suffocation. Then, rumbling, a gigantic salamander, exuding a terrifying toxic gas, emerged from mist. As soon as the pufferfish appeared, the atmosphere on the scene became extremely tense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the pufferfish suddenly puffed up its large mouth, preparing to unleash its power. This scene instantly terrified the rain shinobi present, their faces filled with fear and helplessness. The leading rain jonin quickly shouted, "This is bad. Retreat. The pufferfish is not something we can contend with. Let's seek refuge with the Akatsuki. They must have a way." After saying this, whoosh, the jonin immediately took the lead and rushed towards the exit of the rain village. The other rain shinobi followed suit, one by one, until they gradually disappeared. Roar. The pufferfish then expelled an incredibly dense poison gas, like a thick dark cloud, covering the area around the tall tower. However, due to Hans's special control, it soon dissipated. At this moment, Hans looked in the direction where the rain shinobi had vanished, a slight smile appearing on his lips. These kids have some acting skills. After he spoke, patter patter, Danzo walked out from the depths of the incredibly dark tower to Hans's side, chillingly saying, "Inside, I have 100 assassination geniuses at my disposal. Soon, the Rinnegan will definitely be ours. Nagato, Minato, everyone associated with them must die. The pain of the six paths is ready to make an appearance." Chapter 35, We Are Pain, We Are Gods. The next day, the news of the many ninjas from the Rain Village rebelling and breaking away from Hanzo had spread throughout the ninja world. The great nations were eager to act, as swallowing the Rain Village at this opportunity would grant them an extraordinarily strong advantage in future wars. However, they remained on the sidelines for the time being. Akatsuki's base. A dense crowd surrounded the entire base, and these people were the rebellious Rain ninjas. At this moment, a Rain Village jonin stepped out from the crowd, looking at the Akatsuki base with a face full of anger and sorrow. He took a deep breath and shouted with all his might toward the base, "Please, great ones, uphold justice for us." Hanzo is numb and heartless, losing all sense of morality. As the jonin's shout fell, others echoed him, their faces filled with excitement as they shouted in unison, "Great ones, please strike down Danzo. We, the Rain Village, want a new leader who can lead us to prosperity." In an instant, the crowd was fervent. The emotions of the people surged, and they pushed forward, attempting to break through Akatsuki's defenses to enter the base. The outer members of Akatsuki sensed the excitement of the Rain ninjas and formed a tight defensive line, attempting to stop their advance. However, faced with so many Rain ninjas, this line seemed somewhat powerless. At this moment, the leader of the outer team saw the situation was dire and hurriedly shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, please do not be agitated. The leader will definitely seek justice for everyone. Please trust us." However, his words could hardly stir any waves in this massive crowd. "We want to get in. We want to see the leader." The Rain ninjas' emotions became even more agitated as they desperately tried to push into the Akatsuki base. Just then, a rustling sound, a flurry of white paper, emanating a cool chakra pressure, suddenly began to slowly fly from above towards the crowd. Ultimately, these sheets of paper hovered in the air, stopping dozens of meters away from the crowd. Suddenly, swish, 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 the sheets of paper began to rapidly spin and intertwine, as if they had been given life, gathering tightly together at an astonishing speed. In an instant, whoosh, the papers converged into a remarkably graceful figure. It was a blue-haired beauty with a cold face, dressed in a black robe with red clouds, and white paper wings growing from her back. She was none other than Konin of Akatsuki. As soon as Konin appeared, the entire place fell silent and the previous noise gradually dissipated. The outer members of Akatsuki saw this scene and immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing Konin. "Angel-sama." Konin replied coldly. Her voice carried an irresistible authority. Then Konin slightly raised her right hand, gesturing forward. Instantly, an endless stream of white paper surged from her hand. These sheets danced in the air, as if they had been given life, and then continuously flowed towards the crowd below. They quickly gathered together, forming a solid barrier that separated Akatsuki from the Rain ninjas. "Angel-sama." The Rain ninjas were greatly moved by this scene, their expressions filled with surprise and awe. The leading Rain jonin suddenly came to his senses and bowed, speaking in a pleading tone to Konin, "Please, Angel-sama, uphold justice for us." The other Rain ninjas quickly followed suit, shouting in unison, "Please, Angel-sama, uphold justice for us." Their eyes were fixed on Konin, sparkling with a desire for justice. Such great acting, pure old trick. Konin heard this and showed no emotion. She had long grown accustomed to such scenes. Then whoosh, she suddenly spread her pristine white wings, rising higher, her voice cool yet slightly tender as she spoke. "Akatsuki will bring peace to the ninja world and will make the great nations aware of the pain of the small nations. The bewildered beings, we will bring you hope. We will create a harmonious rain village that no one dares to invade. At this point, Conan slowly descended from the sky, and a hint of hatred and determination appeared on her expressionless face as she continued. Hanzo will be killed by Akatsuki. Certainly, her gaze was incredibly firm and resolute. This was the determination that Akatsuki had to execute. Conan's words instantly touched some of the rain ninjas below. They raised their heads, their eyes revealing a glimmer of confusion as they gazed at Conan, their minds deep in thought. Peace. Will the great nations also know the pain of the small nations? Can the Rain Village also make the other great nations fear it? These pondering rain ninjas were all those who had lost family and friends in the Third Great Ninja War, because the great nations treated the land of rain as a battlefield. At this moment, their hearts were deeply moved. They had originally come to act, cooperating with Hanzo to eliminate Akatsuki, but that mission was gradually fading away. The balance seemed to be slowly tilting. Seeing the confused crowd, Conan waved her small hand slightly. The sheets of paper returned to her body, no longer blocking the rain ninjas. At this moment, Conan once again addressed the crowd below, her red lips slightly trembling. The gods are about to reveal themselves. As she finished speaking, the rain ninjas present were all taken aback. God! What? God! However, hiss. The outer members of Akatsuki were indeed so excited that they shed tears, shouting in exhilaration, God! We can finally meet the god. The roots hidden among the rain ninjas, however, smirked in disdain. God? Just a kid with the Rinnegan, and he dares to call himself a god? Soon, everything will belong to Danzo Dano. Just as everyone present held different thoughts, suddenly, boom, a terrifying chakra pressure surged from above, crashing down on the crowd. This pressure was suffocating, a fear that came from deep within their genes. Everyone present struggled to withstand this pressure. At this time, patter, patter. A series of heavy and authoritative footsteps echoed from the highest building of Akatsuki. Each step felt like it was stomping on the hearts of the rain ninjas, causing their heartbeats to quicken involuntarily. As the footsteps drew closer, the invisible pressure grew heavier, making it nearly impossible for everyone to breathe. Just as the crowd endured the fear and looked up, the god had finally revealed himself. At this moment, whoosh, the god stood atop a high platform, looking down upon all beings. He had dazzling orange hair, and his eyes were a cold purple, exuding overwhelming ocular power, as if he could see through everything. Dressed in a black robe with red clouds, the ends of the robe fluttered slightly in the wind, adding an extra divine aura. As soon as he appeared, the air in the venue seemed to freeze instantly. The noisy crowd immediately fell silent, each face showing expressions of awe and terror. Boom! A powerful aura spread from the god, enveloping everything below. It made it hard to breathe and filled hearts with fear, as if he truly were a deity capable of ruling everything. At this moment, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, swoosh, 5 figures with the same orange hair and purple eyes appeared beside the god in an instant. At this moment, a voice that made all beings tremble came from the high platform. We are pain. We are gods. Chapter 36. The 6 paths of pain pressing down. That domineering voice resonated, causing the people below to tremble, as if a thread of fear emerged from the depths of their souls. The faces of the 6 paths of pain were fully exposed to the world. Each of their faces bore eerie black pins, extremely unsettling. Boom! 12 terrifying Rinnegan eyes, like the abyss, were continuously releasing unmatched powerful ocular energy, making the entire base tremble. This oppressive force felt like a true deity, suffocating and shocking. At this moment, standing at the forefront, Tendo Pain slightly bent forward, his terrifying Rinnegan taking in everything below. Then he spoke in a tone filled with authority and dominance. God will save you, bestow upon you the peaceful land of rain. The crowd below was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to react. Soon after, the outer members of the Akatsuki organization quickly regained their senses, their emotions becoming extraordinarily excited as they shouted loudly. God, Lord Pain, you are the supreme deity in our hearts. God, please lead us to the light. The shouts echoed, resounding through the skies. Hiss! Hot tears involuntarily welled up in their eyes. Most of these people were at the end of their ropes or had once suffered persecution and pursuit from others. It was the Akatsuki organization that had given them new life and hope. Therefore, they felt gratitude towards the leader of the Akatsuki and harbored unwavering faith. At this moment, the roots hidden within the Rain Ninja were filled with disbelief. their pupils already clouded with confusion and surprise. Pain? Isn't that the Akatsuki leader who was killed before? How is he resurrected? And those 12 Rinnegan? What is going on? Before the Roots could ponder further, Lord Pain, the surrounding Rain Ninja, also awakened from their shock and followed suit in shouting alongside the outer members of the Akatsuki. With Pain's appearance, the thoughts of the Rain Ninja were tumultuous. Nearly half of them had developed a hint of dissent, yearning for peace and a Rain village free from oppression. The terrifying aura emanating from the 6 paths of Pain, along with his unwavering words, seemed truly capable of achieving that. At this moment, half of them were completely indifferent to Hans' mission. They only wanted to follow Pain and create a new land of rain. This was the exclusive charm of the Rinnegan. At this time, Tendo Pain spoke again in a deep and authoritative voice, shaking the entire venue. From now on, let the world feel pain. A bag of rice can bear 100 floors. As the words fell, swoosh, the 6 paths of Pain instantly transformed into black light, rushing towards the direction of the Rain Village at an astonishing speed. The people below witnessed this scene, each harboring different thoughts, but all followed closely without hesitation. Conan spread her wings at this moment. Whoosh! She quickly ascended, flying to Tendo Pain's side in the blink of an eye. Her expression was serious as she lowered her voice and said, Pain, aren't you worried that these people might be spies sent by Hans? However, Tendo Pain's cold face showed no ripple of emotion, not even a change in his gaze. He responded with unmatched dominance. No need to care. As a deity, I fear nothing of mortals. After saying this, the 6 paths of Pain increased their speed again, charging towards the Rain Village. Conan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then revealed a gentle smile. For her, every word spoken by Tendo was truth, an unbreakable will. She had already experienced the pain of losing a loved one. At this moment, she could not lose this only dear friend again. Meanwhile, atop the Akatsuki Tower, swoosh, a pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared out of thin air, followed by the emergence of a figure wearing a red leather one-eyed mask. It was none other than our dear disciple, Obito, whose tears could not be hidden. At this moment, Obito looked at the large army led by Tendo Pain rushing towards the Rain Village, his eyes flashing with a glint, murmuring to himself, the plan seems to be going smoothly. Since the change of ownership of the Rain Village began, as he spoke, boom, the terrifying ocular power of the Sharingan erupted from beneath the mask. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The pitch-black space-time vortex reappeared, and Obito's figure was slowly enveloped by the vortex, disappearing. Why? Do I always feel like someone is watching me? Rin, are you watching me? Obito wondered aloud just before his figure vanished. At this moment, among the rushing Rain Ninja behind the 6 paths of Pain, an inconspicuous Ichnin had a slight smirk, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Oh, Obito! The teacher almost couldn't help but use Flying Thunder God to give you a cool breeze. Moments later, the 6 paths of Pain, leading a massive army, had already arrived at the entrance of the Rain Village. The momentum they exuded seemed unstoppable, instilling a sense of awe. At this moment, in front of the entrance to the Rain Village, Hans and Danzo were already waiting with their subordinates. Upon seeing the scene before her, Conan narrowed her eyes slightly and said coldly, You were prepared in advance? At this time, Danzo, with a face full of disbelief, stared at Tendo Pain across from him and exclaimed, How? How is this possible? There are actually 6 pairs of Rinnegan. Immediately after, Hans also showed a shocked expression, his gaze firmly locked on Tendo Pain as he spoke. Also, Yahiko is supposed to be dead. Why is he here and still possesses the Rinnegan? As soon as Hans's words fell, the previously expressionless faces of the 6 paths of Pain flashed with a cold light, their pupils filled with intense killing intent. At the same time, Danzo quickly regained his composure from his shock, turning it into an uncontrollable delight. 1 pair or 6 pairs. They will all become my possessions. What a windfall. At this time, standing at the forefront, Tendo Pain slowly said in a deep and authoritative voice, Hans, today is your day to die. After the Rain Village. Before Tendo Pain could finish speaking, suddenly attack. Danzo and Hans shouted loudly. As the words fell, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Danzo and Hans's many subordinates immediately began to throw various long-range weapons madly towards the location of the 6 paths of Pain. The sheer number was terrifying. Almost simultaneously, boom. From the massive group behind Tendo Pain, hundreds of Rain Ninja instantly pounced towards the 6 paths of Pain. Among them, the Hidden Root Ninja were the most numerous, each holding all sorts of bizarre assassination weapons, each emanating a deadly aura. If these assassination experts got close, the consequences would be unimaginable, as they would undoubtedly be separated from their heads. Clearly, Danzo had learned from the lessons of the last failure, employing a tactical approach combining long-range attacks and close-quarters combat. At this moment, the six paths of pain were surrounded, facing a perilous situation. However, in the face of such a scenario, the six paths of pain remained calm and composed, their expressions showing no sign of fluctuation. Attempting to contend with a deity is truly foolish. Tendo, Pain, coldly stated. The next moment, rumble, rumble. The incredibly terrifying eye of the Rinnegan instantly burst forth from its sockets, surging wildly in all directions. The heavenly path slowly raised its right hand and gently pushed. Shinra Tensei, Chapter 37, The Will of the People, the Power of the Rinnegan. In the next second, everyone at the scene was left dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Whoosh! An extremely terrifying chakra fluctuation, accompanied by dazzling white light, surged wildly from the towering body of Pain, the Deva Path. Immediately after, rumble. The overwhelming repulsive force of the Rinnegan erupted completely at this moment, radiating outward from Pain as the center point. In an instant, the whole world seemed to tremble under this immense power. Those root members and Rain ninjas who attempted to approach for assassination became the first targets of this force. In an instant, bang! They were all met with insurmountable obstacles and were violently flung away by the terrifying Shinra Tensei. One after another, they crashed heavily to the ground. Their bodies twisted and deformed, their fates unknown. In the blink of an eye, this group of so-called assassination experts was utterly annihilated. This is what the Rinnegan possesses: an unmatched, world-shaking divine power. Clang! The thousands of long-range weapons that came flying in were also met with an irresistible immense force, all being sent flying back at incredible speed. Once all the attacks had dissipated, Pain slowly lowered his right hand. As his ocular power was retracted, the originally immense Shinra Tensei gradually faded into nothingness. At this moment, the scene before everyone was profoundly shocking. The ground within a few meters around Pain had become completely barren. The surface and everything else that had been covering it were completely devoured under the endless repulsive force. It looked as if it had suffered an absolute apocalyptic catastrophe, leaving only the bare earth, looking extraordinarily desolate. How is this possible? Hans's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief as he gazed at the scene before him. His voice trembled slightly with extreme shock. Yahiko, is this the true power of the legendary Rinnegan? He could hardly imagine that someone in the ninja world could withstand so many attacks by themselves. Pain's face was as cold as ice, showing no signs of emotion, nor did he offer any explanation. However, at that moment, Danzo, who stood nearby, could no longer contain his inner fury. He glared angrily and harshly reprimanded the Rain ninjas who pretended to defect behind Pain. What are you useless fools doing? Hurry up and take action. At this moment, Danzo hated these Rain ninjas to the core. He believed that if they had all acted together just now, Pain would definitely not be able to withstand it and would have been dealt with on the spot. At this moment, the outer members of the Akatsuki had already gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes filled with rage as they stared at the Rain ninjas. They had clearly agreed that the leader would help them seek justice, yet they were pretending to defect, preparing to ambush the organization with two old fogies. The outer members were getting angrier by the second and were about to charge at the Rain ninjas. However, at this moment, the pretended defectors among the Rain ninjas all had conflicted expressions, feeling at a loss. One of the Rain ninjas, suppressing his fear, spoke loudly to Hans. Lord Hans, I'm sorry. Lord Pain said he could bring us peace. Why can't we join forces with Lord Pain? We are all compatriots of the Land of Rain. When one bird sings, all birds respond. As he spoke, the other Rain ninjas echoed one after another. Yes, Lord Hans, Lord Pain's power is so terrifying. This way, we can definitely bring true peace to the hidden Rain village. Lord Hans, we beg you. Suddenly, the scene became chaotic. The Rain ninjas behind Hans, upon hearing this, also showed slight changes in their expressions, as if something in their hearts had been pierced. After all, the impact of Pain's Shinra Tensei just now was truly terrifying. In the sky, Conan witnessed everything happening before her, and a faint smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. Then, whoosh, Conan spread her magnificent white paper wings, her voice as cold as ice resonating throughout the battlefield. Hans, this is the will of the people. The power we possess will surely bring eternal peace and tranquility to the Land of Rain. Accompanied by Conan's words, the already noisy clamor on the battlefield grew even stronger. The rain ninjas standing behind Hans became increasingly agitated. Just then, the previously silent Pain finally spoke. His face showed no emotional fluctuations, and he spoke in a cold and authoritative tone. Silence. Instantly, all the noise and clamor on the battlefield came to an abrupt halt, stemming from the pressure radiating from Pain. In the next moment, Pain suddenly spread his arms wide, his terrifying Rinnegan gazing into the distance, emitting a frightening light. At the same time, he spoke in a solemn and dignified tone. The divine will forgive those who are lost, and grant you the true peace you have longed for. As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, a wave of terrifying Rinnegan pressure instantly enveloped the entire area, resonating in everyone's hearts. The rain ninjas who had been advocating for peace deepened their trust in Pain. At this moment, Hans finally snapped out of his extreme shock, staring intently at those rain ninjas who betrayed Pain, his anger over losing power flaring up fiercely. Unable to suppress his emotions, he immediately shouted at Pain, "Don't spout nonsense here. Since I can take your life once, I can certainly do it a second time." As soon as he finished speaking, Hans swung his arm violently, issuing orders to the rain ninjas behind him. "Don't stop. Keep throwing kunai. I want to see if he can really keep withstanding our attacks." However, after this statement, Hans noticed that the majority of the rain ninjas behind him were showing hesitant expressions. Clearly, these people seemed to have begun to trust the words of Pain. Danzo, seeing this scene, felt a surge of anger and disdain in his heart. He sneered at Hans. "So-called demigod of ninjas. Is this the kind of subordinates you lead?" One after another choosing to defect. Hearing this, Hans's face immediately turned red. He was so furious that he trembled all over, turning to the rain ninjas behind him and shouting angrily, "What are you doing? Have I raised you in vain all this time? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths." After saying this, Hans's ninja tool, scythe, suddenly appeared in his hand, and then he swung it back violently. Whoosh! The scythe, with a violent momentum, instantly killed a hesitant rain ninja, blood splattering all over the ground, extremely chilling. "If you don't take action now, this will be your fate." Hans roared in anger at this moment. The rain ninjas behind him all trembled in fear, and under Hans's intimidation, they had no choice but to comply. The next moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh, thousands of kunai flew towards Pain in an instant, carrying intense murderous intent. "Foolish," Pain said coldly at this moment. He felt extremely disdainful of Hans's actions. At this time, the Azura Path Pain suddenly raised both hands. A mechanical vibration occurred, and his hands transformed into cannon launchers. Then, boom, countless terrifying projectiles infused with the power of the Rinnegan shot out like meteors, their overwhelming aura causing people to tremble. In the blink of an eye, they collided with the shurikens. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of explosions erupted, echoing through the skies, as countless terrifying explosions burst forth above. The shurikens in the sky were completely engulfed by the explosions, disappearing without a trace. Everyone present witnessed this heart-stopping scene, and they were once again shocked. Is this still a human form? Danzo stared wide-eyed, staring incredulously at the Azura Path, unable to hold back his voice. However, Hanzo forcefully suppressed the shock deep within his heart and issued orders to the rain shinobi once again. "Continue. Don't stop. Keep attacking." However, the rain shinobi were all trembling at this moment, genuinely startled by the previous scene of the Azura Path. Regardless of their desire for peace or anything else, they truly dared not continue attacking the 6 paths of Pain. Hanzo saw this and felt immense anger in his heart, but he also knew that threatening them with death was futile at this point. He immediately turned to Danzo and said, "Let your root members go first. We'll find an opportunity to strike." After saying this, Hanzo suddenly gripped his scythe tightly. Boom! Chakra erupted from his body, and he fixed his gaze on the 6 paths of Pain. Danzo, despite his extreme reluctance, realized there was no way out and could only issue orders to the remaining root members. "Go! For Konoha!" As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of root ninjas instantly surged out at incredible speed. Except for the Deva Path, the other Pains also lunged towards the root ninjas. The two sides immediately clashed together. It could only be said that they were indeed the top organization of a great nation. These root ninjas surprisingly managed to hold their ground against the taijutsu attacks of the 5 Pains, although their expressions showed how difficult it was for them. Of course, they could only handle the taijutsu attacks of the Pains. At this moment, the Deva Path remained stationary, and no root ninja could break through the defense line of the 5 Pains. Just then, the Deva Path, like an unshakable deity, suddenly raised its arm towards Hanzo's location. In an instant, whoosh, The unique, terrifying gravitational pull of the Rinnegan surged forth wildly. Universal pull. In an instant, swish. Hanzo's previously taut body suddenly lost control and involuntarily flew towards the Deva path. At this moment, Hanzo's face turned extremely fearful, at the brink of life and death. He hurriedly extended his right hand and quickly formed hand seals. Water body technique. In the blink of an eye, Hanzo's body, which had been drawn halfway by the universal pull, suddenly transformed into a puddle of seawater. He then reappeared beside Danzo. Phew, that was terrifying, that inexplicable pulling force. It's simply astonishing. Hanzo gasped, still feeling a lingering fear. Ah, damn it. Danzo was also roaring in anger at this moment, because the root members were already completely at a disadvantage, being slaughtered by the pains. And he himself dared not strike easily, as the Deva path was still watching them. The next moment, crack. As the Azura path crushed the last root ninja's throat, the root became a legend. At this moment, Danzo finally became a true commander without troops. At this time, whoosh. The Deva path slowly floated several meters into the air, the light of the Rinnegan shining even brighter, and then spoke with authority. God, will spare the people of Amigay-Cure. You may all return to your village on your own. This battle should not lead to your demise under the steps of a god. After his words, all the ranged shinobi immediately used their fastest speed to rush back to Amigay-Cure. Then, they cautiously observed the changes on the battlefield from within Amigay-Cure. They had long wanted to flee, and as for fearing Hanzo's retribution afterwards, given a few moves from the Deva path, it was already a miracle that Hanzo survived. The Deva path showed no change in expression upon seeing this, then turned to Conan and said, Conan, you take the members and retreat to a safe distance. The next battle will affect you. Understood. Conan immediately responded. She didn't remind the Deva path to be careful, as she had absolute confidence in the strength of the 6 paths of pain. Subsequently, Conan led the other members of Akatsuki to retreat. At this moment, on the battlefield, only the 6 paths of pain and the 2 old men remained. This is troublesome. Danzo squinted his eyes, cold sweat pouring down. They had unexpectedly turned from hunters into prey in the blink of an eye. It was useless to say anything now. Go! Hanzo shouted fiercely at this moment. After speaking, Hanzo suddenly bit his finger, quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and then slammed them onto the ground. Summoning technique. Salamander. In an instant, rumble. The ground shook violently as an enormous salamander, exuding a terrifying poisonous gas, burst forth from the earth. Then, roar, roar, roar. The giant salamander suddenly opened its massive mouth towards the direction of the 6 paths of pain. Whoosh! A terrifying purple poisonous gas surged continuously from its mouth, rushing towards the 6 paths of pain. Undoubtedly, even a slight exposure could lead to uncertain life and death. Danzo saw this and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Powerful wind chakra erupted from his body. Then his cheeks swelled up, and he suddenly spat towards the position of the 6 paths of pain. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. In an instant, rumble, rumble, rumble. Dozens of powerful vacuum spheres shot out from his mouth, attacking the pains. These terrifying vacuum spheres even carried the poisonous gas, causing it to spread more rapidly, deepening the color of the poison. However, upon witnessing this scene, the 6 paths of pain remained unaffected, their Rinnegan devoid of any emotional fluctuations. The hungry ghost path suddenly stepped forward, spreading its hands, and a faint white light shield surged forth. The vacuum spheres, imbued with strong, cutting intent, transformed into chakra and were absorbed upon colliding with the white light shield. What? It can absorb ninjutsu. Both Danzo and Hanzo were shocked by this scene. Moreover, this was only the 3rd pain using its ability. There are still 3 more to go. At this moment, the horrifying poisonous gas had already begun to corrode the 6 paths of pain. Hanzo looked at this scene, and his shock instantly turned into joy, addressing Danzo. We won. I didn't expect they wouldn't dodge. Ha ha ha. However, something that left Hanzo utterly baffled happened. Clap clap. The 6 paths of pain began to walk towards Hanzo through the poisonous mist with terrifying steps. No, the poisonous mist truly has absolute toxicity to living beings. But these guys are dead. Chapter 38. Reincarnation Divine Power. A desperate struggle. Why has Hans been honored with the title of demigod of the ninja world? The reason lies in the terrifying toxicity of the salamander, which undoubtedly played a crucial role. It can be said to have at least supported half of his achievements. However, at this moment, whoosh, the bodies of the 6 paths of pain stood firmly within the poisonous mist, their 6 pairs of Rinnegan eyes, radiating an eerie glow, gazed silently ahead. It was as if nothing in the world could shake them even slightly. They were completely unaffected by the poison. This scene truly resembled that of deities. At this moment, the joy that once filled Hans's eyes had completely vanished, replaced by endless astonishment and disbelief. Unable to control his voice as he exclaimed, "How? Is this possible? The salamander's poison has no effect." The Rain Shinobi, who had been watching from afar in the Hidden Rain village, were equally unsettled. Just moments ago, they believed the 6 paths of pain were doomed. After all, that poison was renowned throughout the ninja world. Yet, the pains were unharmed, completely unscathed. The Deva Path Pain, with his terrifying Rinnegan, took in everything around him. Then his voice, filled with power and authority, instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Hans, resisting the divine, is foolish, arrogant. Upon hearing this, Hans was filled with uncontrollable rage. He swung his arms fiercely, and the massive, sharp scythe cut through the air with unmatched killing intent, aimed directly at the Deva Path Pain's face. Swish, the scythe was like a blade of death, moving at an incredibly terrifying speed. However, in the face of such a terrifying assault, the Deva Path Pain remained standing. His Rinnegan showed no sign of fluctuation. At that moment, the human path and the animal path suddenly produced a pair of chakra rods, each shimmering with a strange black light. Without hesitation, the two swiftly raised their chakra rods. Clash! In an instant, sparks flew, and brilliant light erupted. Those seemingly inconspicuous chakra rods managed to block Hans's fully unleashed scythe. As the two sides were at a stalemate, the human path and animal path simultaneously exerted their strength. Whoosh! The powerful impact caused Hans to stumble forward involuntarily, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. The scythe he held tightly almost slipped from his grasp due to the violent vibrations. Fortunately, Hans reacted quickly and explosively unleashed all his power, barely managing to stabilize the chain in his hand. At this moment, Hans's face was filled with rage, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Damn it! Danzo, come help me!" The Deva Path then spoke again, his voice devoid of any emotion. "Hans, you are getting old." Hearing this, Danzo felt an immense conflict within himself. At this point, he didn't care about the Rinnegan. He just wanted to escape. He wondered if he could survive. However, glancing at the terrifying strength of the 6 paths of pain, he estimated that he couldn't outrun them. He could only fight alongside Hans. Thinking of this, Danzo immediately shouted, "Don't be afraid. I'll help you." With that, Danzo swiftly formed hand seals. Boom! An extremely powerful and violent wind-style chakra surged wildly from Danzo's body. His cheeks quickly inflated. Then he suddenly opened his mouth and forcefully spat forward. Wind-style, vacuum wave. In the next moment, hissing, a blade of wind, shimmering with cold light and containing endless cutting power, appeared and rapidly rushed towards the location of the 6 paths of pain. Wherever this wind blade passed, the air seemed to be sliced in half, producing an incredibly sharp sound of breaking through the air. Bang! The ground where the wind blade flew past was overturned by its powerful force, kicking up dust and debris everywhere. The once clearly visible figures of Danzo and Hans were immediately shrouded in this thick dust, becoming indistinct, making it difficult to discern their exact positions. This scene caused most of the spectators present to gasp in shock. To be fair, Danzo's wind techniques were truly impressive. Not to mention the fact that he could have used wind to cut through Susanoo, but opted for Kanai. At that moment, the hungry ghost path suddenly leaped at an astonishing speed to the front of the 5 paths of pain. He quickly spread his arms, raising a dazzling white light shield. At the same time, the sharp wind blade collided violently against the shield. Undoubtedly, in the blink of an eye, the once aggressive wind blade transformed into countless tiny chakra particles, which the hungry ghost path effortlessly absorbed. Useless, the Deva Path Pain said coldly, expressionless, as if indifferent to everything. However, the next moment, whoosh, several shuriken, glimmering with cold light and containing extreme wind-style cutting power, suddenly pierced through the thick smoke, hurtling toward the face of the hungry ghost path with terrifying momentum. Let's see how you block this. A cunning smile appeared on Danzo's face. The previous wind blade was merely a diversion. These shuriken imbued with wind-style power were the main event. Danzo realized that the hungry ghost path's ability was likely to absorb ninjutsu, but his wind-style shuriken was a combined technique of ninja bodies. Yet, facing such a perilous situation, the hungry ghost path showed no signs of panic. It was as if everything was under his control. He remained calm and composed. At that moment, hissing, the white shield quickly devoured all the powerful wind-style energy contained within the shuriken. But even so, the power of the shuriken remained completely unaffected. Then, bang! Every single shuriken accurately struck the face of the hungry ghost path. In an instant, the hungry ghost path's body was violently thrown backward, crashing heavily to the ground, his life hanging by a thread. Haha, finally taken one down. Witnessing this, Danzo was overwhelmed with joy, unable to contain his excitement. Meanwhile, Hans also successfully freed his massive sai from the entanglement with the two paths. He fixed his gaze on everything happening before him, his face also showing extreme excitement. Now that one troublesome opponent had been dealt with, perhaps he and Danzo still had a chance of victory. At that moment, the hungry ghost path, who had fallen to the ground, was swiftly picked up by a figure. It was none other than the human path. He carried the hungry ghost path, and, with a flash, instantly moved to the side of the hell path. The mysterious Rinnegan of the hell path suddenly erupted with a strange light. In an instant, rumble, a terrifyingly huge head of the king of hell materialized, exuding an incredibly eerie aura, surging outward. "What is this?" Danzo exclaimed, unable to contain his shock. Even he, a dark figure in the ninja world, felt a chill upon seeing this scene. At this moment, crack, 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 the king of hell's head suddenly opened its enormous mouth, filled with the aura of death. Then whoosh, an eerie, gigantic tongue shot out from the king of hell's mouth, swiftly grabbing the hungry ghost path from the human path's hands in front of everyone's astonished gaze. The king of hell, having devoured the hungry ghost path, closed its mouth and began to chew. Moments later, Yama once again opened his mouth wide, and the hungry ghost path emerged unscathed. This scene instantly terrified the onlookers. They could actually resurrect the dead. Lord Pain truly is a god. Hanzo, please stop. Lord Pain is the true deity. Only a god could accomplish this. At this moment, the rain ninjas in the village all looked up to the sky and shouted, firmly believing that Pain was a god. Hanzo, upon witnessing this, became at a loss for words. Danzo was equally stunned. People can be resurrected. How are we supposed to fight this? At this moment, Deva Path Pain scanned the surroundings with his Rinnegan, displaying an aura of unmatched authority and nobility. He had intentionally allowed the hungry ghost path to be hit, then had the hell path resurrected, simply to make everyone present fully believe that he was a god. Their expressions greatly pleased Deva Path Pain. At this moment, Hanzo looked gravely at Danzo and whispered, "What should we do? If they can resurrect, how can we fight?" Danzo trembled at his words, quickly snapping out of his shock. After a moment, he moved his lips and slowly spoke. "At this point, there's no other way. That guy will definitely not let us go. We can only fight back with all our might. Otherwise, we might both die here today." With that, Danzo bit down hard on his own finger without hesitation, then quickly formed hand seals and slammed his hands onto the ground. Summoning technique. In an instant, a massive cloud of dust erupted, and amidst the rolling smoke, an enormous Dream Eater appeared before everyone like a mountain. The Dream Eater let out a deafening roar, its voice like thunder that spread in all directions in the blink of an eye. Then, the Dream Eater suddenly opened its huge mouth, causing the surrounding air to stir violently. In that moment, boom, accompanied by a thunderous sound, an extremely terrifying suction force erupted from the Dream Eater's massive mouth. This force swept in like a storm, as if the surrounding air had been torn apart, forming a violent whirlwind. The entire scene instantly descended into chaos, with howling winds and flying sand. Countless particles of dirt and debris surged toward the Dream Eater's gaping mouth. The six paths of pain caught in the chaos could not escape either. Their bodies were involuntarily pulled toward the Dream Eater by the immense attraction. At that moment, the Beast Path's Rinnegan suddenly emitted a strange light, and he quickly formed hand seals, then slammed his hands forward. A thick cloud of smoke erupted before him. Following that, an enormous, terrifying three-headed hellhound emerged from smoke. This beast exuded a strong, hellish aura, as if it had come from the underworld. As soon as it appeared, all three heads opened their gaping mouths simultaneously and leaped toward the Dream Eater, biting down fiercely. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking echoed as the Dream Eater, caught off guard, had its thick, long nose bitten off, blood spraying everywhere. The Dream Eater instantly writhed in pain, ceasing its suction. The next moment, bang, it transformed into smoke and vanished from the spot. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. Once the hellhound lost its target, it immediately charged at the enormous salamander behind Hanzo. Hanzo was startled. Whoosh! He quickly threw out dozens of explosive tags toward the hellhounds' heads. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive tags stacked together, creating a terrifying explosion at the heads of the hound. Roar, roar, roar. The explosion unleashed the hellhound's furious growls. When the smoke cleared, the three-headed hound was completely unharmed, and its aura became even more terrifying, the breath of hell blowing fiercely. Moreover, it had grown a fourth head. The four heads charged toward the salamander. Hanzo tried to intervene, but it was too late. The salamander's renowned toxins had no effect on the Rinnegan-controlled creature. In an instant, it was bitten and left bloodied. Bang! It turned into smoke and disappeared. Ah, J-Butsu! Hanzo cried out in agony at the loss of the salamander. At that moment, the beast path formed seals, and the hellhound vanished without a trace. Deva Path stepped forward, speaking with an irresistible tone. Hanzo, what can you do now? With that, several black chakra rods appeared in the hands of the other pains. Damn it, let's fight. Hanzo's eyes filled with blood, roaring in fury. Then bang. Hanzo tightly gripped his scythe and charged fiercely at the Azura Path. Danzo, hearing Hanzo's roar, swiftly drew his kunai and followed closely behind him. At this moment, as ninjutsu had lost its effectiveness, they had no choice but to rely on taijutsu to seek a glimmer of hope. In an instant, clang, clang, clang. The five pains clashed fiercely with Danzo and Hanzo, their weapons colliding in an incredibly thrilling scene. Meanwhile, Devapath quietly stood by, watching the battle without moving an inch. It had to be admitted that as demigods and the root leader, their strength was indeed formidable. They could actually withstand the powerful taijutsu assault launched by the five pains. Moreover, Danzo and Hanzo occasionally seized opportunities to use ninjutsu, attempting to attack the other pains aside from the Hungry Ghost Path. Unfortunately, each time their attacks were keenly sensed and successfully absorbed by the Hungry Ghost Path. It seemed there was some mysterious connection among the six paths of pain, allowing them to share vision completely, with no flaws to exploit. At this moment, cold sweat dripped from Danzo and Hanzo as every strike they made grew weaker. While their opponents showed no signs of change, they seemed almost inhuman. Moreover, the one who appeared the most terrifying, Yahiko, was merely watching the show. Just as the two were contemplating this, whoosh, the terrifying power of Devapath's Rinnegan surged forth. Then, he suddenly raised his hands toward the two. Universal Pul. Instantly, whoosh, a horrifying suction enveloped Danzo and Hanzo, who were already struggling against the taijutsu, making it impossible for them to resist the universal pull. They were immediately drawn toward Devapath. Just as they were about to make contact, buzz. Devapath's right hand suddenly shook, and a terrifying repulsive force erupted instantly. Almighty push. In an instant rumble, the terrifying repulsive force of the Rinnegan acted upon Danzo and Hanzo, sending them flying away. They landed heavily on the ground, feeling as if their bodies had shattered. They could only support each other in agony as they slowly sat up. They didn't even have the strength to stand. Devapath slowly approached, looking down at the utterly miserable Hanzo, and spoke without a hint of emotion. You and Danzo have conspired against us. Now, seeking only to save yourself, you are nothing but a waste. At this point, Tendo paused for a moment, the Rinnegan flashing with a hint of light, and continued. I once respected you immensely. However, you have changed. Upon finishing his words, a trace of barely noticeable guilt appeared on Hans's face. But it quickly transformed into anger as he shouted at Tendo, what do you understand? Everything I've done is for Amage cure. Tendo listened, simply looking at Hans. After a long while, he slowly raised his hand and coldly said, you have already rotted away. Disappear, Hans. It's not your place to kill me. Hans laughed maniacally at this moment. With the last of his strength, his right hand formed hand seals. In an instant, a large number of explosive tags surged from the ground of the battlefield. These had all been buried long ago, meant for mutual destruction. At this moment, Danzo silently formed hand seals, and it seemed that a hint of red light was emerging from the bandages. Let's die together, Hans shouted fiercely. As he finished speaking, Hans's right hand swung down violently. Explosive tag, fire formation. Please help by clicking the yellow button below. Thank you, handsome guys. Chapter 39. The dust settles, and the storm reignites in an instant. All the explosive tags seem to be infused with life. And a series of subtle, yet exceptionally apparent chakra fluctuations emerged simultaneously on them. These fluctuations quickly spread out, intertwining and blending together, forming an incredibly terrifying resonance. In a flash, rumble. An extremely terrifying explosion suddenly erupted at this moment, its power so immense that it was beyond imagination. Thick smoke and dust soared into the sky, blocking out the sun and rushing toward every corner of the battlefield, engulfing everything within it. Immediately after, a powerful shockwave surged outward in all directions. Those watching from a distance could only raise their arms to shield themselves from this overwhelming aftershock. Damn it, Lord Pain, that despicable Hanzo! Even at the moment of death, he still attempted to drag Lord Pain down with him. The outer members of the Akatsuki witnessed this scene, their faces contorted with rage as they shouted angrily. Then, without hesitation, they prepared to rush into the center of the explosion, filled with smoke and flames. In search of Pain's figure, at this moment, Conan, who had been standing in the sky, took action. Buzz, her wings, transformed from white paper, suddenly trembled violently. Countless sheets of snow-white paper poured out from her wings, quickly flying toward the outer members of the Akatsuki. Subsequently, they formed a white paper barrier, blocking everyone in place. The outer members of the Akatsuki looked on in confusion and anxiety. One of the squad leaders looked up at Conan in the sky, respectfully and urgently asking, "Lady Angel, what are you doing? Why won't you let us save Lord Pain?" Upon hearing this, a subtle confidence appeared on Conan's face as she coldly replied, "Pain is a god. How could he fall here?" After saying this, she fell silent. Hearing her words, everyone fell into deep thought, and soon their expressions changed to one of realization. Yes, Lord Pain is a god. Such an attack could never defeat him. That's right. It seems our faith is still lacking. We actually doubted Lord Pain. The outer members of the Akatsuki revealed expressions of guilt, the guilt of not trusting the divine. At this moment, the earth-shattering explosion caused by the explosive tag formation began to weaken and slowly dissipate. As the smoke and flames gradually faded, the scene inside finally became clear to everyone. Focusing their gaze on the core area of the explosion, they saw a giant light shield, shining with dazzling white light, standing majestically amidst the chaos, formed by powerful repulsive forces. This light shield isolated all the destructive power of the explosion. It was the almighty Shinra Tensei. Moreover, through the hazy Shinra Tensei, one could vaguely glimpse the blurred figure of Pain's six paths. However, looking at Danzo and Hanzo in the scene, their traces had completely vanished. Clearly, they had been completely consumed by that extremely terrifying explosion, reduced to ashes. After a long time, when the last trace of the explosive aftershock completely subsided, the awe-inspiring almighty Shinra Tensei gradually disappeared, revealing Pain's six paths, unharmed, fully before everyone. Seeing this scene, the outer members of the Akatsuki were all extremely excited, their emotions reaching a peak as they shouted to the heavens. "Lord Pain, you are the true deity. God, great true God. No power can stop your progress. We will surely reach the supreme pinnacle under your guidance, Lord Pain." All the ranged shinobi were also shocked, their hearts unable to calm for a long time. Eventually, a more experienced Jonin stepped forward and respectfully addressed Pain. "Lord Pain, please take over Rain Hidden Village and lead us to achieve true peace. Hanzo is dead now. It is Pain who will take charge of Rain Hidden." The ranged shinobi's expressions changed from shock to excitement, just about to echo the sentiment. Suddenly, a chakra fluctuation erupted from the void in front of Pain's six paths, and a figure appeared. Most people were momentarily startled by this sudden appearance. At this moment, the Deva Path's Rinnegan took in everything, and a strange light flickered in his eyes as he coldly said, "Danzo, you really are an immortal rat." Indeed, the person who appeared was Danzo, who had evaded reality using Izanagi. Looking at the unscathed Deva Path, Danzo trembled internally, incredulously saying, "How is this possible? How could you be unharmed from such an explosion? How could this be?" He was on the verge of breaking down, having thought that under the explosive formation, Pain's six paths would undoubtedly die, and he could ultimately escape and survive using Izanagi. Unexpectedly, Pain's six paths were completely unscathed. That useless Hanzo! The Deva Path remained expressionless, only saying sternly, "Foolish. The power of a god. How could mortals understand?" After saying this, the Deva Path suddenly extended his right hand toward Danzo's location. In an instant, rumble. The terrifying power of the Rinnegan surged forth. Universal pull. In an instant, swish. Danzo's body was as if caught by an invisible giant hand, completely losing control over his own movements, involuntarily flying rapidly toward the Deva Path. In the blink of an eye, he flew into the void in front of the Deva Path and was firmly restrained there, unable to move an inch. At this moment, Danzo was like a beast trapped in a dead end, desperately struggling. However, he had already been severely injured when he activated his Anaji. Even if he was revived now, his physical condition was still in a severely injured state. Faced with the full-force universal pull unleashed by the Deva Path, Danzo had no strength to break free, only able to emit indistinct sounds, attempting to threaten the Deva Path. You cannot kill me. Konoha will definitely not let you go. Hee. Conan, suspended in midair, could not help but let out a disdainful cold laugh. In today's ninja world, who didn't know that the fourth Hokage ruthlessly exterminated the Uchiha clan? Could Konoha still act against you? Someone who has already suffered genocide? It's simply wishful thinking. The Deva Path looked at Danzo, who was struggling desperately, without a trace of mercy, and said sternly, Konoha cannot block a god. Feel the pain, Danzo. After finishing his words, the Deva Path slightly closed his hand, about to end Danzo's life. At this critical moment, swish, 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 a black space-time vortex suddenly appeared beside them, and then a tall figure wearing a single-eyed mask emerged. This person was none other than Obito Uchiha. This scene frightened the ninja spectators again. At this moment, Obito spoke softly to Pain. Give him to me. He will be useful for our plan. Pain, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes slightly and then nodded emotionlessly. Obito reached out and grabbed the floating Danzo, just as he was about to take him away, when suddenly, boom! A golden light erupted from Danzo's right arm, and a voice filled with mockery rang out. Masked Man, where are you taking the people of Konoha? Chapter 40. The appearance of Minato. Initial display of power. As the dazzling golden light dissipated, the owner of the voice finally appeared clearly before everyone. To their surprise, it was a Rain Village ninja. This sudden turn of events instantly reflected in the eyes of all the lowly ninjas present. They widened their eyes in shock, as if witnessing the most unbelievable sight in the world, with some people's jaws nearly dropping to the ground. No way. When did our Rain Village ninjas become so impressive? At the same time, Obito's heart jolted. Without hesitation, he leaped backward, and his Sharingan suddenly erupted with power, swiftly entering a phasing state. Almost simultaneously, the five Pain bodies leaped at incredible speed to stand beside Nagato. They expressionlessly drew black rods from their robes, coldly confronting the Rain Village ninja before them. At this moment, the Rain Village ninja had a uniquely shaped kunai in his hand that had appeared from nowhere. He gripped this strange weapon and slashed fiercely at Nagato's wrist. In an instant, blood gushed forth, pouring down from Nagato's wrist. The intense pain was unbearable for Nagato, who couldn't help but throw back his head and let out a heartbreaking wail of agony. Obito saw the kunai, and his pupils constricted sharply, revealing a hint of indescribable shock. Immediately afterward, his expression beneath the mask became extremely serious, and he said solemnly, Who are you? However, the Rain Village ninja did not respond, only gazing at Obito with a smile full of strange meaning. Then suddenly whoosh, the Nin and Nagato transformed into a dazzling golden light and vanished without a trace. At the spot where they had stood, a uniquely shaped kunai was left sticking out of the ground. In just a moment, whoosh, the kunai suddenly erupted with a faint golden glow. The Rain Village ninja's figure reappeared, but Nagato's figure had already vanished without trace. Flying Thunder God technique. What? It's actually the Flying Thunder God. The low-ranking ninjas were horrified, all exclaiming in unison. The Flying Thunder God technique. Even ordinary ninjas with low status and average strength like them could immediately recognize, because it was the ultimate technique of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the ender of the third Great Ninja War. At that moment, bang, the Rain Village ninja suddenly exploded in a cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, a tall, extremely handsome man appeared before everyone. His signature yellow hair billowed in the wind, exuding an unparalleled charm and authority. It was none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Minato, holding the Flying Thunder God kunai, stared at Obito with a sly smile and said, Oh, Lord Uchiha Madara, how could you not recognize me? The low-ranking ninjas were now completely overwhelmed by the information before them, their brains crashing. What fourth Hokage? And Uchiha Madara? This was simply not something of their level to hear. Obito looked at Minato, and although he had seen him after his resurrection, there was still an indescribable shock in his pupils. But he forced himself to remain calm and spoke in Obito-esque voice. You've been pretending to be a Rain ninja all along, and there's no Flying Thunder God here. How could you possibly have come here in an instant? Upon hearing this, a glimmer flashed in Minato's blue eyes. When he severed Nagato's arm last time, he had planted an inconspicuous flying thunder god mark at the wound. This mark, as the wound healed, completely fused into Nagato's skin. Even a ninja world scientist Orochimaru wouldn't be able to detect it. And when the news of the Rain Ninja's betrayal spread, he immediately came to the Rain Village, disguised as a traitorous Rain Ninja. This was to watch a good show and to prevent Nagato from dying at someone else's hands. The Flying Thunder God mark was now in use, indirectly ensuring Nagato's survival. However, Minato certainly wouldn't say all this to Obito. He merely responded with a strange smile. Don't kids like to imitate adults too? When Obito heard this, it felt like a boulder was thrown into his heart, causing terrifying ripples. A hint of undeniable shock crossed his Sharingan. Could it be? Did the teacher already see through his true identity? No, this is absolutely impossible. My disguise is seamless. No one can see through it. Just as Obito's thoughts were in disarray, Minato spoke again. That guy Nagato cannot be easily handed over to you. I have to enjoy torturing him first. As he finished speaking, the dark aura on Minato's face intensified. Here, let's silently pray for Nagato for a minute. Meanwhile, Nagato's Rinnegan slowly narrowed, and he spoke in a deep voice, Fourth Hokage, you are very strong. At this moment, Nagato could truly feel the terrifying chakra within Minato, its power far exceeding that of his own body. Such a level of chakra was beyond imagination, and it should not exist in the body of a mere commoner, even if the other party was the Fourth Hokage. Upon hearing this, Minato smirked slightly, looking calmly at Nagato, and gently said, Junior, desecrating the remains of the deceased is not good. At this Nagato's Rinnegan filled with shock, and he involuntarily let out a gasp. At this moment, he was nothing like his previous cold, unfeeling, and high and mighty self. At the same time, swoosh, Konan, who had been hovering in the air, observing the situation, quickly descended, her expression grave and filled with vigilance as she watched Minato. This secret was known only to herself, Nagato, and that mysterious Uchiha Madara. How could this Fourth Hokage possibly know? After a brief moment of shock, Nagato quickly regained his composure, his expression turning extremely dark as he coldly directed at Minato. Originally, out of consideration for Jiraiya-sensei, I was planning to let you go, but today you will undoubtedly die. At this moment, Nagato was solely focused on eliminating Minato, allowing for no mistakes. After all, the secret of the 6 paths of pain was not something outsiders were worthy of knowing. At this time, Obito, standing aside, saw this and sneered, slowly activating his Kamui. He gradually disappeared from the spot. He had gathered a lot of information, and the longer he stayed, the more afraid he was that Minato would truly recognize him as Uchiha Obito. Minato did not stop at this scene. He couldn't bear to strike down his beloved disciple when he hadn't seen Obito's pained expression upon witnessing Rin's resurrection. Cackling. Meanwhile, Nagato suddenly stretched out his right hand, which seemed to control life and death. In an instant, boom, a powerful force surged from the Rinnegan, spreading wildly in all directions. Universal. As Nagato coldly uttered these 4 words, Minato's body was instantly pulled towards Nagato's position. However, Minato showed no sign of panic. His pupils suddenly brightened with a dazzling flash, radiating an extraordinary space-time aura. In an instant, the unique domain belonging to the Flying Thunder God's 3rd stage surged wildly from Minato's body, continuously expanding outward. Then, the terrifying gravitational force that was originally acting on Minato's body was unexpectedly blocked by an unimaginable force, and then it simply dissipated. Minato's body steadily landed on the ground, and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes as he gazed at the Rinnegan Pain in front of him. What? The universal pull actually failed. At this moment, Pain couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 41. Minato versus Pain, 6 paths at this moment. An incredibly strange light flickered in those Rinnegan eyes that were said to belong only to the sage of 6 paths. Now, their master was deeply shocked by the scene before him, filled with disbelief. Boom! After a brief moment of shock, Pain could not accept this cruel reality and, unwilling to relent, continued to unleash his terrifying ocular powers against Minato. However, all of it was in vain. Every force directed at Minato would instantly dissipate, having no effect whatsoever. Minato stood firmly at the core of the space-time domain, exuding an incredibly terrifying aura. A faint smile appeared on his face as he slowly spoke. Junior brother, it's not a good habit to attack your senior brother. As he spoke, Minato's hands began to tremble slightly. In an instant, Dozens of kunai, imbued with mysterious space-time energy, tore through the void, rushing towards Pain at an astonishing speed. At this moment, Pain seemed to awaken from a dream and quickly responded, his right hand suddenly opening wide. Shinra Tensei! Boom! A violent, repulsive force surged from Pain's body, wildly radiating outward in all directions. The sheer power of it sent the incoming kunai flying off in all directions. After being deflected, these kunai embedded themselves into the ground, emanating a formidable aura of space-time energy. The next moment, swish! The 5 paths of Pain instantly teleported next to the Deva path. They formed a tightly knit circular formation. 6 pairs of Rinnegan spinning rapidly, not missing a single movement around them. They were fully focused and on high alert, fearing that Minato might suddenly launch an attack from any of the kunai. After all, the name Yellow Flash was known throughout the world, and his speed was unprecedented in the history of the ninja world. No one could match him. Ha 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 ha. Minato laughed loudly at the sight of the 6 paths of Pain on high alert. His laughter carried a hint of mockery and disdain. Deva Path, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable surge of anger and sternly questioned, "What are you laughing at?" Minato ceased his laughter, a smirk of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth as he replied, "Sorry, junior brother, but seeing God take things seriously is a bit hard to resist." The small soldiers present looked on in shock, realizing that even a deity as strong as Pain seemed to be no match for the 4th Hokage. At that moment, Conan's paper wings behind her suddenly trembled, and she instantly reached the high ground where Pain's 6 paths were located. With a serious expression, she said in a low voice, "Pain, fighting him now is not conducive to our upcoming plan." Clearly, at this moment, Conan was already feeling hesitant. After all, everyone present could clearly sense the unparalleled pressure emanating from Minato. This sense of oppression was not something the likes of Hanzo could compare to. Moreover, Jiraiya had often mentioned their senior brother when he was training Conan and the others. At that time, Jiraiya had unlimited trust in Minato, asserting that he was the savior. Those words had left a profound impact on the young Conan and her companions, leading Conan to be reluctant to confront Minato directly today. She was worried that Pain might face a setback. Hearing Conan's words, Deva Path frowned slightly, and an unusual light flashed in his Rinnegan. Then, as if he had made a decision, he spoke calmly, "4th Hokage, consider my teacher Jiraiya's feelings. Let's put an end to today's matter." As he spoke, the 6 paths of Pain turned in unison, their movements synchronized and imposing, as if to announce to the world that they were granting Minato the opportunity to continue living. The small soldiers present felt their fear transform into a profound faith in Pain, and they all spoke up, "Indeed, Lord Pain is terrifying. The 4th Hokage is only alive today due to the gods' mercy. The gods are invincible. Even the legendary Yellow Flash cannot be a match for Lord Pain's power." These words reached Deva Path's ears, and he felt pleased. This was the effect he wanted, to let the world know that even legendary ninjas could only survive due to the gods' compassion. However, the voice of Minato came from behind the 6 paths of Pain, shattering Deva Path's delusional thoughts. A god? Ha ha ha. Just a foolish self-righteousness. At this moment, Minato wore a scornful smile, openly mocking him. This single sentence ruthlessly pierced through the last line of rational defense in Deva Path's mind. The 6 paths of Pain were now radiating an uncontrollable anger. The next moment, swoosh! The 6 paths of Pain quickly turned. Their 6 pairs of Rinnegan simultaneously flashing with brilliant light, filled with endless killing intent. Deva Path fixed his gaze on Minato's provocative face, his throat emitting a commanding roar. "Yellow Flash, you insult the gods. You must die today." As he finished speaking, swoosh, Azura Path lunged fiercely towards Minato. The other paths of Pain remained alert, watching the surrounding kunai. Azura Path suddenly ripped off the black cloak of the Akatsuki organization, and like a transformer, his body began to undergo astonishing changes. His form swelled and twisted, and in an instant he sprouted 4 sturdy mechanical arms and 2 terrifying faces. On his back, a gigantic, sharp saw emerged, resembling the legendary 3-headed, 6-armed evil god, exuding waves of fearsome aura. This scene frightened everyone present. Even though they believed Pain was a god, they were still momentarily terrified by Azura Path's appearance. Then swoosh! The sharp saw behind Azura Path suddenly extended at an incredible speed, heading straight for Minato, clearly intending to slay him in one blow. Facing such a terrifying saw, Minato's handsome face showed no sign of concern. He still wore a faint smile. And without even using the flying thunder god technique, he swung his right arm vigorously, his palm open wide, directly facing the incoming saw. In an instant, boom! A spinning Rasengan appeared in Minato's right palm, radiating a terrifying power capable of shredding everything in the world, rushing fiercely towards the menacing saw. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking echoed as the supposedly indestructible saw was forcefully smashed into two pieces upon contact with the Rasengan, the head of the saw falling helplessly to the ground. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pile of lifeless scrap metal. However, Azura Path seemed completely unfazed by the destruction of his weapon. Hiss! At this moment, all 6 of his arms completed their transformation, turning into 6 powerful cannon launchers. An almost suffocating aura of slaughter surged violently from these launchers. The 6 dark cannon muzzles all aimed directly at Minato's position. The next second, nearly 100 powerful Azura shells were instantly launched. Azura Path 6-armed heavenly bomb. Chapter 42. Instantaneous Azura. The 3 overlords of my Bokuzen in an instant. Shoo shoo shoo. Nearly 100 Azura shells, carrying an incomparably terrifying aura of slaughter, pierced through the air towards Minato. This scene sent chills down the spines of everyone present. To say the least, even a Jainin would meet their end in the northwest upon taking a hit. No, they would meet the Sage of 6 Paths. However, there was not a trace of panic on Minato's face. He reached into the bag at his side, and a kunai shimmering with a cold light. The flying thunder god kunai was pulled out. Swish! Minato swung his arm fiercely, hurling the kunai towards the oncoming shells. The small kunai instantly cut across the sky, charging straight into the group of shells. At that moment, the scene resembled a mere ant attempting to shake a towering tree, giving off an impression of overreaching. Yet, the next moment, boom! An extremely terrifying chakra surged madly from Minato's body. His hands quickly formed seals. Shadow clone technique with shuriken. In an instant, the originally solitary flying thunder god kunai split into 3 more. 1 becomes 3, 3 become myriad. Ultimately, it formed a vast army of tens of thousands of flying thunder god kunai. Each of these kunai was enveloped in a dense green chakra, exuding an overwhelming aura of space and time. Swish, swish, swish. These kunai suddenly charged towards the shells, and at that moment, Xiao Nan's beautiful big eyes widened in shock. Her mouth slightly agape, her face filled with disbelief. The sheer visual impact of so many flying thunder god kunai gathering together was unparalleled. They darted through the air, instilling a sense of endless pressure and fear. At this moment, the flying thunder god kunai and Azura shells made contact. Boom, boom, boom. The sky erupted with countless explosions, and without any suspense, the Azura shells were instantly devoured by the army of kunai. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The kunai's momentum remained unabated, charging with a violent aura towards the position of Azura Path. The scene resembled a Gatling gun spewing blue flames, incredibly terrifying. Seeing this, Azura quickly bent down, and his head underwent a shocking transformation, turning into a mechanical cannon that radiated cold light. At this moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A strong wave of energy surged from the cannon, which then fired at the incoming kunai army. Whoosh! A terrifying energy beam shot skyward, engulfing the kunai. Unfortunately, the number of kunai was too overwhelming, and some inevitably missed, heading straight for Azura Path. The next moment, whoosh! One of the flying thunder god kunai suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, and Minato's figure instantly appeared. At this moment, Minato's right hand clenched tightly, forming a massive Rasengan that struck directly at Azura Path's abdomen. However, Azura Path did not appear flustered. On the contrary, it seemed to have anticipated this. As 6 thick and powerful arms quickly began to move, each gripping a black rod, stabbing towards Minato with astonishing speed and force. Unfortunately, all of this was in vain. Whoosh! The flying thunder god field around Minato remained intact, and with a thought, he instantly teleported behind Azura Path. Then, without hesitation, Minato swung the terrifying Rasengan downward with great force. In an instant, boom, boom, boom. The horrifying Rasengan wreaked havoc on Azura Path's forehead, spinning rapidly. Its destructive power effortlessly obliterated Azura Path's brain into nothingness. As the last glimmer of life faded away, bang, Azura Path's body seemed to lose its support, collapsing into a heap of broken iron, heavily crashing to the ground. The scene before them left the surrounding small soldiers with expressions of disbelief. They simply could not accept the fact that such a powerful Azuropath pain was easily slain by Minato in such a short moment. Without hesitation, Minato stepped onto the still body of Azuropath, a faint smile on his lips, and softly spoke to the pains. Junior brother, this is rather unsatisfactory. The eyes of Tendo filled with a heavy expression. He had originally planned for Azuropath to confront Minato to discern Minato's weaknesses. However, in such a short time, Azuropath was so easily defeated. He had to admit, his senior brother was indeed formidable. Nevertheless, Tendo would not concede on the surface. He responded with unparalleled dominance. God will never fall. As he spoke, bang. The already completed seal of the beast path suddenly slammed his palm onto the ground. Summoning technique. Inan instan, bang bang bang. 3 enormous clouds of smoke erupted before them. Within the smoke lingered an extremely violent, beastly aura. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, the mysterious creatures hidden within finally revealed themselves. It was none other than the Cerberus from Hell, a powerful bull, and a muscular rhinoceros. At this moment, roar, roar, roar. The 3 ferocious beasts roared in unison, their voices deafeningly terrifying. The fearsome roar, laden with the overwhelming pressure of the Rinnegan, instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Undoubtedly, these 3 beasts could destroy a small ninja village. At this moment, rumble, rumble, rumble. The 3 ferocious beasts, with an incredibly powerful aura, charged towards Minato. However, Minato didn't even blink. Bang! He kicked the lifeless body of Azuropath towards Tendo Pain, smiling as he said, "How interesting." Just in time, I didn't get to think when the last time as he spoke, bang. He bit his finger, forming the summoning seal, and slammed it onto the ground. Summoning technique. The 3 overlords of my Bokuzen. Instantly, bang, bang, bang. 3 enormous clouds of smoke appeared in front of the incoming Cerberus. However, the summoned beasts controlled by the Rinnegan had no emotions, and they crashed right into them. The next moment, bang. The 3 beasts were violently sent flying, landing far away. This scene horrified the small soldiers. They never expected such enormous summoned beasts could be sent flying. As the dust began to settle, the scene within the smoke gradually emerged. It was 3 toad monsters, each the size of a tailed beast. Their colors were vibrant red, purple, and blue, each wielding gigantic weapons that radiated a terrifying pressure. They were indeed the 3 giants of my Bokuzen. But. Winta, holding a large pipe and a katana, covered the scene with his voice. Where did these beastly lunatics come from? They start fighting right away. I'm not very useful, so I don't understand. The expression on Toad Kin's face revealed guilt at this moment. Toad Gamma spoke up. When I talking about you, Kin. You're strong. No need to be like this, Winta, Kin, Gamma, long time no see. At this moment, Minato spoke from behind them. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 giants immediately turned to look back, their eyes filled with surprise. Winta immediately stopped smoking his pipe, excitedly saying, Minato, I heard you were fine last time. It's really you. Hiruzen smiled upon hearing this, then pointed to the summoning beasts of pain that were rushing back from a distance, and said, Wintai, let these 3 beasts be your practice. The 3 bullies of Mayaboka Mountain immediately understood and said no more. They were absolutely obedient to Hiruzen's orders because all the toads of Mayaboka Mountain believed that Hiruzen was the savior. In the next moment, bang, the 3 giants jumped into the air, raised their weapons, and fiercely struck down towards the Cerberus. Chapter 43. There are gaps even among summoned beasts on the battlefield. An immense cloud of dust suddenly surged up, as if it were going to swallow everything. 6 colossal beasts stood between heaven and earth, their bodies blocking out the sun, exuding an incredibly terrifying aura that made everyone shudder. It is no exaggeration to say that if these 6 behemoths teamed up, even a slightly weaker tailed beast would probably struggle to compete. At this moment, bang, accompanied by a tremendous crashing sound, the 6 great beasts finally clashed head-on, colliding fiercely. In an instant, whoosh, a horrifying shockwave swept out, sending sand and stones flying, and the onlookers could only raise their hands to shield themselves. Roar, roar, roar. The Cerberus was using one of its fearsome heads to bite down hard on the sharp spear held by the Toad Warrior, while the other 2 heads were raised high, letting out deafening roars toward the sky. However, just a moment later, a sharp blade of light flashed by. Swish! At this moment, Wintai swung his gigantic sword, which shimmered with endless cold light, swiftly chopping toward one of the Cerberus's heads. At the same time, Wintai used his other claw to firmly grip the rhino's sharp horn, keeping it in place. Bang! Without a doubt, The head of the Cerberus on the right was brutally severed, blood splattering onto the ground. Howl, howl, howl. The pain caused the other two heads to involuntarily cry out in agony. When Tai observed this scene with cold eyes, a slight smirk forming on his lips as he sneered, holding a pipe in his mouth. Humph, just a beast barking like a mad dog. Bang! Meanwhile, the Toad Warrior seized the opportunity to knock the Cerberus away, kicking up a cloud of dust, and then spoke to Wentai. Sorry, I'm not very useful. Wentai rolled his eyes, thinking that this guy was too humble. He then shifted all his attention to the rhino in front of him. Boom! All of his senjutsu, chakra, suddenly gathered on the giant sword, bursting forth with an incredibly terrifying power, and he swung it down hard at the beast's body. Bang! The massive sword struck the rhino's abdomen, and blood immediately gushed forth. In the next moment, bang! The rhino transformed into a cloud of smoke, disappearing from the spot. After all, for a summoning beast of this level, while it posed some trouble for Wentai, a shadow-level toad, it was still somewhat lacking when he got serious. Meanwhile, the Toad Warrior was toying with the enraged bull. MMM, MMM, MMM. The bull's eyes were wide open, its face flushed as if burned by flames, and it was panting heavily. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the bull charged toward the Toad Warrior with astonishing speed and power. Its hooves stomped heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, making the very ground tremble. However, facing such a fierce attack, the Toad Warrior remained exceptionally calm. He stood firmly in place, arms crossed tightly over his chest, not even moving the pair of exceptionally sharp dual knives behind him. As the saying goes in martial arts, nothing is invincible, only speed can break through. As one of the most agile toads of Mount Mayaboku, the Toad Warrior simply sidestepped lightly, easily evading the bull's full-force charge. Seeing this, Wentai couldn't help but shake his head in resignation and then shouted at the Toad Warrior, Guang, stop playing around. Hurry up and finish this. Hearing Wentai shout, the Toad Warrior slightly nodded but maintained his cold, expressionless demeanor. Then, in the next instant, boom! The Toad Warrior suddenly unleashed an astonishing amount of power, grabbing his dual knives from behind with both hands and leaping into the air. Whoosh! A dazzling light burst forth. In the blink of an eye, the Toad Warrior flew straight through the massive body of the bull. In that instant, swish, swish, swish. Countless blades rained down violently upon the bull, carrying an unparalleled force that instilled fear in all beings. The bull's figure instantly became blurry. Its once strong body was now covered in countless knife marks, blood flowing continuously from the wounds, staining the ground red. At this moment, the Toad Warrior stood with his back to the bull, exuding an unmatched dominance. He slowly sheathed his dual knives behind him. The next moment, bang! Covered in knife marks. The bull let out a final furious roar before turning into smoke and disappearing unwillingly. Thus, on the battlefield, only the three tyrants of Mount Mayaboku remained. They looked down upon the masses, causing the small soldiers to tremble uncontrollably. The summoned beasts of the divine had actually been defeated. This is the summoning beast of the fourth Hokage. I even feel they are stronger than shadows. The crowd spoke up, their eyes filled with fear and shock. They couldn't believe that Pain's powerful summoned beasts had been defeated. At this moment, Tendo's Rinnegan narrowed slightly, a cold voice echoing across the battlefield. It's not over yet. Don't get too proud too soon, fourth Hokage. Upon hearing this, Minato showed a hint of confusion on his face. I'm not proud at all. Sure enough, in the very next moment, a deafening boom sounded. Boom! The area where the Cerberus had been shrouded in dust suddenly exploded with an extremely powerful wave of power. At this moment, roar, roar, roar. Accompanied by the roar of a beast, the Cerberus leaped up from the swirling dust, its head held high toward the sky, continuously releasing a terrifying aura of hell. The sight left the small soldiers present in shock. The Cerberus had drastically changed from its previous form. It had grown a fourth head. Not only that, but even the head that had been severed earlier had fully recovered. Seeing this, Wentai's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the Cerberus. His expression serious as he murmured softly, it actually grew another head, and its aura is even stronger than before. Standing beside him, the Toad Warrior showed a hint of bitterness and helplessness on his face, sighing as he said, I'm not very useful, but I should still be able to hold on for a while. At the same time, swish. The Toad Warrior unhesitatingly drew the two sharp, long knives hanging behind him, speaking with a voice as cold as frost. No matter how many heads it has, just one cut for each. Chapter 44, Water Candy Iron Cannon. Brutally killing the evil dog on the other side, Watergate appeared somewhat indifferent. He placed a flying thunder god kunai on his index finger, spinning and playing with it. watching the battle with great interest. At that moment, a loud roar erupted. The terrifying hellhound suddenly threw its head back in a long howl, as if it wanted to tear the entire world apart. Following that, it opened its 4 gaping mouths, each filled with glimmering fangs, and lunged straight at the mysterious wood trio. Witnessing this scene, Wentai did not hesitate to put away his pipe and tightly grip the cold shark katana in his right hand. With a powerful push of his feet against the ground, he swiftly charged toward the 3-headed dog. In the blink of an eye, he reached the side of the hellhound, and with his massive, strong claws, he swung the katana down hard at one of its enormous heads. The blow was like 1,000 pounds of force. In an instant, the terrifying dog head fell to the ground with a loud thud, blood splattering everywhere. However, the battle was far from over. Right behind Wentai, Frogkin and Frog Hero also sprang into action without showing any weakness. Frogkin, wielding a spear, stabbed at one of the hellhound's heads. Swish! Meanwhile, Frog Hero swung his twin blades, flashing with an incredibly fierce momentum as he slashed down. In a split second, bang! The other 2 heads of the hellhound were also destroyed in an instant, leaving only one lonely head hanging from its neck. Without the support of its 3 heads, the hellhound immediately lost its balance and flew backward. However, the next moment, boom! Just as the hellhound fell to the ground, a surge of extremely violent chakra energy erupted from its already broken neck. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the hellhound astonishingly grew back 6 brand new heads. The next moment, roar, roar, roar. Accompanied by terrifying howls, the grotesque hellhound with 7 heads lunged at the mysterious wood trio once again. Its 7 sharp fangs glimmered with cold light, as if they were going to tear everything in front of it apart. At the same time, Tendo's Rinnegan swirled with powerful ocular energy, and his cold, ruthless voice swept across the entire battlefield like a cold wind. This is the immortal summoning beast of the gods. Even if it's from mysterious wood mountain, it cannot be stopped. Hearing this, Watergate's mouth curled slightly, revealing a faint smile as he calmly replied, "Do not underestimate mysterious wood mountain, junior brother." Sure enough, the expressions of the mysterious wood trio slightly tightened, revealing a hint of anger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A powerful surge of sage chakra flowed from within their bodies. Brothers, this guy dares to underestimate us. Let us show them the true power of sage techniques. When I shouted at that moment, as he spoke, bang. The 3 giant beasts charged into the sky, exuding unparalleled sage power, their mouths wide open. Sage art, water candy, iron cannon. In an instant, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 streams of terrifying sage power shot from their mouths, striking fiercely at the hellhound with 7 heads. Seeing this scene, Tendo frowned slightly and coldly said, "The power of sage techniques." In the next moment, the water iron cannon, filled with sage energy, crashed violently into the massive body of the hellhound with 7 heads. At this moment, the terrifying giant beast, with its 7 fearsome heads, was covered in a layer of foul-smelling white mucus, looking extremely ghastly. However, despite being attacked by such filthy substances, the hellhound with 7 heads appeared to sustain no substantial damage. After a brief pause, as if nothing had happened, the hellhound lunged ferociously at the trio again, its momentum unstoppable. However, in the next instant, a piercing sound erupted. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The mucus suddenly erupted with an incredibly terrifying corrosive force. This power ruthlessly tore at the heads of the hellhound with 7 heads. In the blink of an eye, its fur, as fragile as paper, was rapidly eroded away. Howl! 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 The hellhound had to stop, throwing its head back and howling, pain evident in its expression. At the same time, from the eroded head area, an astonishing amount of chakra, energy, surged forth. Clearly, the hellhound's powerful regeneration ability was kicking in. However, hissing. Just as the hellhound was about to recover, it was once again subjected to the endless corrosive attack of the mucus. This cycle continued, and it could not escape this deadly torment, remaining trapped in a state of severe injury. Nevertheless, even though its physical condition was dire, new heads continued to sprout around the hellhound's neck. Unfortunately, the mysterious wood trio would not give it a chance. Bang! The 3 beasts had already arrived beside the hellhound, their weapons surging with power. When Tai aimed for the head, Ken struck the abdomen, and Hero chopped at the tail. In an instant, the hellhound's body was instantly gravely injured. Countless streams of crimson blood gushed from its massive form, creating a horrific scene. Following that, bang! The Hellhound finally could not withstand such immense pressure and damage. Its body suddenly burst apart, turning into a cloud of smoke, disappearing from the spot. The so-called regeneration ability ultimately has its limits. Once it exceeds what can be endured, it is futile. The scene unfolding before them left the previously trembling soldiers on the battlefield utterly stunned. The Hellhound they had regarded as a god had been defeated just like that. It seemed the opposing side still had strength left. Phew! At this moment, Wentai slowly drove his incredibly sharp katana deep into the ground beneath him, then leisurely took out his beloved pipe. After a moment, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "What a mortal beast of the gods! In front of us from mysterious Wood Mountain, it's nothing but a clown." Hearing this, Tendo instantly became furious, a glint flashing in his rinnegan. He suddenly extended a hand toward Wentai. Boom! An incredibly terrifying force from his rinnegan surged out wildly. Universal pull. In an instant, whoosh! Wentai's towering body was shot toward Tendo without any resistance. Tendo's left hand also opened wide, preparing to unleash Almighty Push. Undoubtedly, if he took this hit, Wentai would be gravely injured just like when Pain attacked Konoha. However, how could Watergate stand by idly? Whoosh! A flying thunder god Kanai shot toward Wentai in an instant, golden light flashing as Watergate appeared right in front of Wentai. Swish! Watergate's flying thunder god technique activated, instantly negating the force of universal pull. Wentai landed on the ground, his face filled with shock. At this moment, Watergate stood in front of Wentai and spoke to Tendo. "All right, the battle between summoning beasts is over. It's our turn now." Chapter 45, The Secret of the Rinnegan Heavenly Path, was silent, but in the next moment, rumble. A tremendous pressure of eye power that shook the heavens, and the earth erupted wildly from those eyes capable of destroying the world, pressing outward as if to annihilate everything in sight. At this moment, the domineering voice of Heavenly Path echoed in everyone's ears. "If we are to fight, then let us fight. The gods will never lose to any mortal." Wentai finally calmed down from the discomfort caused by the forced capture of Wanxiang Tianyin, and then looked at Heavenly Path Pain with a serious expression. However, when his gaze met the eyes of creation and destruction of Heavenly Path, his eyes were instantly filled with endless shock. What? It's actually purple rippling pupils. Isn't that the legendary sage of Six Paths' eyes? Wentai exclaimed in astonishment. During the fierce battle with the beast paths summoned beasts earlier, he and T paid much attention to the eye characteristics of those ferocious beasts, merely viewing them as some unique attribute. But now, after personally experiencing the power of Wanxiang Tianyin, Wentai was honest. To his surprise, upon closer inspection, those were indeed the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, Watergate beside him had a teasing expression, half smiling as he poked fun. "Wentai, I didn't expect you to have quite the insight." Zizizizi. Wentai's forehead seemed to have opened a sweat gland, continuously oozing fine beads of sweat, and he kept wiping the sweat away with his paws. Following that, he had a look of shock on his face, his mouth agape, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The great Toad Sage had described the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths in detail. Those were truly the divine eyes with the power to create worlds and annihilate everything. At this point, Wentai's originally round frog pupils suddenly constricted into a narrow slit. He stared intently at Pain's Six Paths, and only after confirming he wasn't mistaken did he finally tremble out a voice of doubt. The divine eyes, and now there are actually 6 pairs. This is too terrifying. Impossible. Upon hearing this, a hint of disdain suddenly flashed across Heavenly Path's expressionless face, and his incredibly terrifying Rinnegan revealed a deep sense of disdain. He then slowly opened his mouth and coldly said, "A mere mortal. How could you understand the power possessed by the gods?" As soon as he finished speaking, boom! Endless Rinnegan repulsive force erupted wildly from Heavenly Path's pupils. Heavenly Path's right hand suddenly waved towards the frog Wentai, and he shouted lightly, "Wanxiang Tianyin." Boom! An incredibly strong gravitational force instantly acted on Wentai. Unfortunately, Watergate was right in front of him, using the Flying Thunder God technique in 3 stages. All beings are equal, and the gravitational force immediately dissipated. The scene fell into a moment of silence. Caw, 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 until 3 crows flew across the sky. Heavenly Path finally came back to his senses and lowered his hand. His previously cold and calm heart now stirred. "I give up. I was so pleased for a moment that I forgot the 4th Hokage is immune." The godly prestige instantly dropped a level at this moment. Watergate held back his laughter, but ultimately couldn't contain it. Suddenly, he chuckled. Heavenly Path's deadpan forehead showed visible veins, and his face turned red. Watergate felt a bit embarrassed and spoke. Sorry, junior brother, I couldn't help it. Really couldn't help it. The god is too cool. Hearing this, Heavenly Path wanted to unleash his full power and directly release the Dadar star. But considering the others present, he forcibly suppressed this thought. At this time, Wentai also looked at Watergate helplessly, his voice filled with strong vigilance as he spoke. Watergate, although you can negate his move, the true power of the Rinnegan may not have appeared yet, because Wentai had heard from the great Toad Sage that every Rinnegan wielder possesses a near-defying ability. Watergate, upon hearing this, showed no panic on his face. Clap. He turned around and slapped Wentai on the skin, teasingly saying, The boss of Mount Mayaboku, are you still afraid of this? Don't worry. Only the true master of the Rinnegan can unleash that terrifying power. At this point, Watergate stretched lazily and continued. All right, you guys go back first. I'll take care of the rest. Upon hearing this, the Mayaboku 3 heroes narrowed their eyes slightly, but ultimately nodded helplessly. They knew that remaining would only hinder Watergate in the upcoming battle. The next moment, bang! The Mayaboku 3 heroes instantly turned into 3 clouds of smoke and disappeared from the spot. Watergate also turned around, facing Pain's 6 paths. Fingers slightly crossed, smiling as he said, Junior brother, come on. However, at this moment, Heavenly Path's face was filled with anger and confusion, and he coldly said, What do you mean? What do you mean the true master of the Rinnegan? The literal meaning. Watergate replied indifferently. Swish, swish, swish. In the distance, a stir could be heard in the void, and Obito, who dared only to show his head, was filled with shock in his eyes. Teacher? How does he know? Has Madara's plan been discovered? At this time, Heavenly Path, after a brief moment of self-doubt, instantly became steadfast, his dignified voice covering the entire area. Foolish. These eyes. Their true master is me. I am a god. I want to say more. Watergate responded with a cold smile, not wanting to argue further. In an instant, swish. Dozens of kunai shimmering with a terrifying aura of the flying thunder god appeared in his palm in the blink of an eye. Each kunai was enveloped in an extremely terrifying aura, as if it could tear apart space-time. Heavenly Path, witnessing this scene, suddenly tightened his Rinnegan, revealing an unprecedented sense of alertness. However, when he recalled the devastating power of his Shinra Tensei, an unparalleled confidence surged in his heart. Thus, he opened his mouth without backing down, shouting with a world-shaking momentum. Fourth Hokage, useless, with your flying thunder god technique. There's no way you can get close to me. After hearing this, Watergate's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes as he softly mocked back. Oh, is that so? Are you talking about the 5-second gap? As soon as he finished speaking, what? Heavenly Path's expression instantly turned extremely ugly, filled with shock and disbelief. He never expected that his senior brother would know this. You must know that Konoha didn't even know about this weakness yet. At this moment, Heavenly Path directly regarded Watergate's status as equal to his own level of divinity. Watergate noticed the change in Heavenly Path's emotions, smiled slightly, trying to ease the tense atmosphere, and spoke gently. Junior brother, what are you afraid of? 5 seconds. That is already quite terrifying. As he said this, Watergate paused slightly, then squinted his eyes, half smiling as he teased. Unfortunately, my senior brother is called the Yellow Flash. Chapter 46. No details. Just glimmers as the words fell. In the next millisecond whoosh, Watergate had already unleashed all the flying thunder god kunai in his hand. The speed of the kunai, enhanced by the faint spatial power, was almost beyond description. In an instant, the flying thunder god kunai had already reached Pain's 6 paths. The Deva path immediately regained focus, his eyes narrowing as his right hand suddenly opened wide. In that moment, boom! Boundless repulsive force surged outwards from the Deva path, spreading wildly in all directions. Shinra Tensei! Bang! The flying thunder god kunai, which had been rushing towards him, was utterly defenseless against this massive repulsion, being repelled in all directions. Not a single one could approach the Deva path by even a fraction. However, at that moment, the situation suddenly changed. Swish! The kunai that had been repelled, the one closest to them, suddenly emitted an extremely strong temporal and spatial fluctuation. Immediately after, whoosh! A dazzling golden light burst forth from that kunai, and Watergate's figure appeared. At this moment, Watergate had already manifested dozens of flying thunder god kunai again in his hands. Without hesitation, he threw them towards Pain's 6 paths once more. The The time taken for the two waves of kunai throws did not even exceed 2 seconds. As long as even one kunai gets close. The so-called 5-second cooldown, Watergate could have killed the Deva Path 10 times by now. The Deva Path could no longer maintain his composure. This was the most threatening enemy he had encountered since his debut. Compared to the likes of Hanzo and Danzo, they were nothing but insignificant. He seriously doubted he had been naive, deceived by Uchiha Madara, who claimed he was the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, possessing the power of creation and destruction. Damn it, how could he still be pressed by a mere mortal? However, time would not wait for him to ponder. Although he couldn't use Shinra Tensei, the other 5 paths of pain could still hold their own. In that instant, whoosh, the Animal Path and the Hungry Ghost Path quickly moved, instantly shielding the Deva Path and the Hell Path. At the same time, the already repaired Azura Path and Human Path flashed into view in front of the 4 paths. Immediately after, an extremely powerful ocular power fluctuation erupted from the 2 paths. In an instant, boom! The Azura Path's body began to undergo astonishing changes, accompanied by a series of deep rumbling sounds. He transformed once again into the terrifying 3-headed, 6-armed evil god form. The Human Path did not show any weakness either, gripping 2 iron rods tightly, emanating an indescribable, terrifying spiritual power. They suddenly swung their means. Clang! They forcibly resisted the incoming flying thunder god kunai, and at the moment of collision, a tremendous sound of weapon impact erupted. Seeing this, the Azura Path immediately bent down and lay on the ground, his head trembling violently, and in an instant transformed into an immensely powerful chakra cannon. At this moment, cough cough, far away in the Akatsuki's base, Nagato coughed violently, then coldly said, "Die under the firepower of the Rinnegan." He concentrated most of the Rinnegan ocular power he could temporarily mobilize onto the Azura Path. In the next moment, the aura emitted by the Deva Path and the other 4 paths began to gradually weaken. Swish, swish, swish. Their Rinnegan ocular power was now crazily converging towards the Azura Path. In an instant, a piercing sound erupted. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It was a violent agitation sound coming from the Azura Path's head, as if something was desperately trying to break free from its restraints. Before long, everyone present witnessed this astonishing scene. It turned out that the Azura Path had grown 2 massive chakra cannons from his head again. These 2 new weapons gleamed with dazzling light, emitting a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. At this moment, an unparalleled, terrifying aura spread out. Boom! The horrifying Rinnegan ocular power surged wildly between the 3 cannons of the Azura Path, forming a massive energy vortex. Immediately after, the Azura Path let out a furious roar. Azura Path, Heavenly Strike. This was a supreme strike that condensed most of the ocular power of Pain's 6 paths at this moment. Its power was beyond imagination, easily covering a full 310 degrees, truly an existence of absolute terror. Enough to annihilate a small ninja village. And the shared eyes of Pain's 6 paths had already recorded all the positions of the Flying Thunder God kunai. This move had already covered them all. At this moment, whoosh, 3 incredibly bright white lights were about to burst forth from the cannon mouths. Suddenly, a strong noise erupted from the Azura Path. ZZZZ. At this moment, the skin of the Azura Path's 6 arms that had come into contact with the Flying Thunder God kunai was suddenly inundated with a large number of Flying Thunder God marks. The Human Path, which was blocking the Flying Thunder God kunai with the black rod, naturally was no exception, but he immediately threw it away upon realizing it. Oh no! The Deva Path was alarmed and exclaimed. At this moment, before the Azura Path could react, whoosh! Endless, dazzling golden light surged violently from his body, as if it were about to tear apart the void. At the same time, Watergate's figure had instantly appeared behind him from where he originally stood. He saw his right arm tense up, then suddenly raise high. In an instant, the world changed color. Rumble. A terrifyingly powerful wind-style chakra burst forth madly. In an instant, swish, swish, swish. A gigantic, rapidly spinning wind-style spiral shuriken appeared in Watergate's hand, emanating a terrifying pressure that seemed capable of easily smashing everything in existence. Then bang! Watergate did not hesitate to swing the enormously powerful spiral shuriken down towards the Azura Path's 3-cannon head. At the same time, Watergate's figure flashed, returning to his original position. At this moment, rumble. The ferocious wind-style power swept across the entire battlefield, and the terrifying explosion erupted violently on the Azura Path, soaring into the sky. In an instant, he was turned to dust, The violent explosion vortex continued to rush towards the Deva path and the others. Watergate stood in place, smiling slightly at this scene. It seems my technique was successful again. Let's call it the Flying Thunder God Touch Transmission Induction Technique. It turned out that due to the significant enhancement of the temporal and spatial domain, Watergate could now mark any object that the Flying Thunder God Kanai had touched with the Flying Thunder God mark. And until now, he had finally experimented with it for the first time. After a long time, when the smoke cleared, the figures of the 5 paths of pain were also revealed. Hoo. At this moment, they were all panting heavily. This wave of explosion was only held back by the weakened Deva path and Hungry Ghost path working together. Seeing this, Watergate smiled slightly and said, "Junior brother, I knew you wouldn't be easily taken down, so next." Before he could finish his words, bang, Watergate suddenly leaped into the air, his hands clapping together. Flying Thunder, God Rondo, 3-stage, Flash, 9,000 Great World Destruction, Roar Technique. I have a fever at night, please forgive me. Chapter 47, God Defeated. Large chapter. In the next moment, the heavens and earth trembled. Boom! A powerful crimson-blue chakra surged wildly from Minato's body, soaring into the sky. This force was astonishingly overwhelming. Its violent might rendered everyone weak, like an unstoppable tidal wave sweeping everything away. Those weaker ninjas trembled uncontrollably in the face of such terrifying pressure, on the verge of being crushed. At this moment, a sharp, ear-piercing tearing sound echoed throughout the battlefield, as if the very space was being torn apart. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This strange and shocking sound emanated from the direction where Minato stood. At this moment, the void around him seemed to be cut, and menacing cracks began to appear, rapidly spreading and exuding a terrifying, devouring aura that instilled primal fear. Following that whoosh, 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 accompanied by a series of dazzling flashes of light, an endless brilliance of golden light erupted violently from the densely packed void cracks. The light illuminated every corner of the battlefield. Soon after, the resplendent golden light that had just appeared began to dissipate in the blink of an eye. In its place were hundreds of Flying Thunder God Kanai, shimmering with the power of space-time, flying out from the void. They circled around Minato, as if alive, quietly hovering in midair. This was the Flying Thunder God technique, Stage 3, a development technique of the space-time domain. It allowed the Flying Thunder God Kanai to be stored within the space-time domain, and after using Stage 3, they could break through the void and appear on the battlefield. Everyone present was stunned, watching this scene, feeling that aura, unable to calm their hearts for a long time. The 4th Hokage, the Yellow Flash, had never been serious before. Before they could think further, bang. Suddenly, 2 clouds of smoke erupted beside Minato. As the smoke gradually dispersed, 2 shadow clones, exuding the same immense pressure as Minato, appeared before everyone. At this moment, 3 Minatos stood firmly among the hovering Flying Thunder God Kanai in the void. Although they had not made any moves yet, merely standing there made everyone present involuntarily hold their breath. The 5 paths of pain, once filled with domineering power, now lost their former brilliance, replaced by undeniable astonishment. Especially Tendo, who struggled to suppress the deep-seated emotion that seemed to be called fear. He tried to maintain a calm demeanor and asked in a cold, low voice, 4th Hokage, "What do you want to do?" Hearing Tendo's question, the 3 Minatos simultaneously revealed faint smiles. They then replied in unison, lazy to explain. As soon as the words fell, clap. They suddenly clasped their hands together. In an instant, boom. 3 dazzling beams of light shot out from their hands, red, blue, and green colors shining together, soaring into the clouds. Super Space-Time Flying Thunder God Shadow Clone. In this moment, swish, swish, swish. The hundreds of Flying Thunder God Kanai hovering in the void began to tremble slightly, each tremor resonating with the surrounding void. Following that, countless phantoms continuously emerged, overlapping in layers, their numbers terrifying. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3. 3 gives birth to all things, and these things give rise to 9,000 great worlds. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Whoosh! Behind the 3 Minatos, countless Flying Thunder God Kanai floated in the sky, blocking out the sun and completely enveloping the battlefield. At this time, the 5 paths of pain could no longer see the situation behind Minato, as the Flying Thunder God Kanai were too densely packed. Pain, quickly retreat. Xiaonan flapped her beautiful white paper wings, her voice filled with urgency and fear. She could clearly sense a suffocating aura of death emanating from the countless flying thunder god Kanai that obscured the sky. It felt as if facing 600 billion terrifying explosive tags. However, before Tendo could respond to Xiaonan's call, the next instant, boom! The flying thunder god Kanai that had blocked out the sun suddenly activated simultaneously, carrying boundless, terrifying space-time power, rushing towards the 5 paths of pain to devour them. In an instant, hiss, hiss, hiss. A series of ear-piercing tearing sounds echoed in the void, as if the entire world was being torn apart, shocking everyone. Meanwhile, the 3 Minatos erupted with endless golden light. Tendo looked at this astonishing scene, his Rinnegan shrinking sharply. He suddenly spread his hands wide, ready to unleash the heavenly subjugation. At this moment, swish! The 3 Minatos suddenly disappeared from their original spots. In the blink of an eye, they had firmly stood atop the flying thunder god Kanai, heading towards Tendo. At this moment, the entire space was filled with an extremely violent, deafening light and sound. Whoosh! Accompanied by this loud noise, the bodies of the Minatos seemed to be transformed into dazzling golden light. This golden light rapidly merged with the flying thunder god Kanai. Following that whoosh, 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 the flying thunder god Kanai that obscured the sun began to intertwine and collide with each other. With every intersection, a portion of the Kanai quietly disappeared, while at the same time, more golden light continuously emerged. In just a fleeting moment, not a single flying thunder god Kanai could be seen in the sky. In its place was a scene of overwhelming fear. Boom! A massive golden flow of light that obscured the sky appeared above the heavens, resembling an abyss, exuding a terrifying aura that could devour all things in the world. Faced with such a shocking scene, an indescribable fear surged in the hearts of everyone present. They involuntarily recalled a strange feeling, as if they had experienced 9,000 cycles in endless time and space. However, just as everyone was immersed in this strange sensation, the next moment, boom! A tremendous roar resounded, and the golden flow of light erupted with an unparalleled powerful aura, instantly shattering the beautiful illusion of the 9,000 cycles that had just formed in their minds. At this moment, their illusory 9,000 cycles vanished without a trace, and their hearts were filled with endless sorrow and fear. Naturally, Tendo was no exception. Far away in the Akatsuki organization, Nagato, who had been seeking opportunities to save Yahiko in the dream of the 9,000 cycles, suddenly found that the illusion had shattered. He regained his senses. This was, after all, an illusion technique that could ensnare the Rinnegan. His thoughts instantly returned to Tendo Pain, and at that moment, rumble, the ultimate oppressive golden flow of light that seemed capable of crushing everything rushed towards Tendo. This was the most terrifying aspect of this technique. It could control the continuous collision of space-time, forcibly applying the illusion technique of the 9,000 world cycles to all who gazed upon the golden flow of light. This illusion could entrap people deeply, making it impossible to extricate themselves and ultimately deliver a fatal blow utilizing this overwhelming golden flow of light. If it weren't for the systematic rewards, Watergate would probably never have developed such a technique in his lifetime. At this moment, boom, the animal path and the hungry ghost path were the first to be struck, instantly hit by the dazzling golden light of the flowing light realm without any chance to fight back. In the blink of an eye, crack. Their bodies were shattered into pieces. Following that, these remains were further obliterated by the golden, flowing light realm, completely vanishing into the vastness of the world. Even the Hell Path Pain, positioned behind them, didn't have time to summon King Yin for rescue, watching helplessly as they fell victim to this deadly attack. And at this moment, boom! The 3 most brilliant rays of light within the golden flowing light realm once again erupted with unparalleled supreme pressure, and in an instant, the flowing light realm continued to press down on them. At this point, the Deva Path could no longer wait. His pupils were filled with shock and confusion, but he had no time to think further. Cough, cough. Far away, Nagato of the Akatsuki organization coughed up blood, splattering everywhere. But he couldn't care less, and immediately roared towards the sky. Oh, super Shinra Tensei. The next moment, the Hell Path on the battlefield instantly fell to the ground, his Rinnegan losing its color. At this moment, all the ocular power of Nagato's Rinnegan was concentrated within the Deva Path. In an instant, rumble, boundless repulsive force erupted within him, and a white light screen shot up into the sky, shattering everything it touched. Subsequently, The terrifying, repulsive white light screen suddenly collided with the golden flowing light realm. This was a clash of space-time and repulsion. It was also a battle between mortals at their peak and divine beings. Furthermore, it was a fight between senior and junior brothers. At this moment, the two forces collided violently. Wow! Endless platinum light illuminated the entire sky, temporarily blinding everyone present. Immediately after, bang bang bang. The sound of countless collisions spread for hundreds of miles, as the invincible golden flowing light realm and the divine Shinra Tensei continuously intersected and collided. No figure could be seen on the battlefield. Conan had already been knocked to the ground by the shockwave from the collisions. Her paper wings were severely damaged, making it hard to imagine the situation inside. And at this moment, rumble. The battlefield continuously erupted with incredibly terrifying aftershocks as the two forces clashed, but sadly, both were invincible frames, unable to determine a victor for the time being. Inside the Shinra Tensei, the Devapath's face was twitching, and he roared towards the sky. Oh, the gods will not lose. Oh, the next moment, the power of the Rinnegan was turned to its utmost. Hiss! Blood began to flow from the Rinnegan in the Devapath's eyes. Boom! The white light screen on the battlefield instantly expanded, its momentum even more terrifying. Unfortunately, the golden flowing light realm showed no signs of backing down, continuously moving and flashing at an even faster speed. It is not an exaggeration to say that if either of these two were to hit an elite ninja, they would be seriously injured and unconscious. At this moment, rumble. An incredibly terrifying collision echoed for who knows how many miles, with endless white light sweeping away everything in its path. The people of the Rain Village had long since evacuated. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Finally, as this massive collision took place, the battlefield gradually calmed down. However, above that calmness, there remained boundless and terrifying residual chakra. At this moment, the Devapath was lying in the center of the battlefield, his body nearly shattered. Unable to stand up, his Rinnegan staring blankly at the sky. Watergate beside him was also breathing heavily. This move had taken quite a toll on him, but in the end, the Super Shinra Tensei still lost to him. The name is too long to remember. And those who had been knocked down by the aftershocks also got back up, witnessing this scene. The difference was clear. They could hardly believe it. The god really lost. Lost to a mortal. Watergate slowly recovered and walked up to the Devapath, speaking. Junior brother, now do you still dare to call yourself a god? The Devapath said nothing. Watergate just watched him, waiting for his recovery. After a long time, the Devapath's cold voice covered the entire scene. What makes you think you have one? What gives you the right to deny the gods? My senior brother. Upon hearing this, Watergate was about to speak. However, the next moment, whoosh, a black sphere emitting endless gravitational force suddenly floated from afar, hovering in the sky above the battlefield. Watergate stared at this scene, his eyes narrowing instantly. Is it the Earth explosion star? The final resort? At this time, the Devapath on the ground suddenly shouted towards Conan in the distance. Conan, take everyone and evacuate from here. Upon hearing this, Conan looked up at the sphere in the sky and instantly understood. Although anxious, she hurriedly led the Rain Ninjas and the Akatsuki members away. And at this moment, clap. The Devapath gathered the last of his strength, his nearly shattered fists clenched tightly, and he roared towards the sky. Final Earth explosion star. As soon as he finished speaking, the last light of the Devapath's Rinnegan faded away. The next moment, rumble. An incredibly terrifying pressure surged from the black sphere in the sky, pressing down on everything below. Immediately after, whoosh, an astonishing gravitational force erupted from the black sphere. At this moment, the ground collapsed and rivers flowed backward. Everything below was being drawn towards the black sphere in the sky, unable to resist at all. Watergate stood on a floating stone, looking at this scene, and frowned slightly. Junior brother, it seems that only by breaking this can you truly recognize reality. After saying that, bang, Watergate suddenly stepped on the stone beneath him and shot up into the sky. Whoosh! Intense five-element chakra erupted from his body at this moment, filling the entire battlefield. Watergate quickly formed hand seals in the air. Bang, bang, bang. For shadow clones instantly appeared, each stepping onto a floating stone. And in the next moment, behind them, 5 giant hands made of crimson blue chakra surged forth. 5 pairs of azure eyes stared at the black sphere in the sky, which was continuously emitting immense pressure and gravitational force, and coldly said, with this next strike, everything will be over. Come on, did anyone tell me what this move is? The next chapter will determine Nagato's fate. Any suggestions? Chapter 48. One person can rival the power of a nation. As the words fell, a buzzing sound erupted. 5 colossal red-blue chakra hands behind Minato began to tremble violently. This tremor was not an ordinary shake, but a near-manic vibration, as if trying to break free from some kind of restraint. At the same time, a suffocating pressure surged forth, making it hard to breathe. These hands were actually a manifestation of chakra that could only be controlled in the Nine-Tails mode. Yet at this moment, they were displayed in Minato's hands. Through the fusion with some of the Nine-Tails chakra, Minato had already gained the ability to wield this terrifying manifestation of chakra at will. Just then, the 5 Minatos suddenly exerted force simultaneously, their hands swiftly spreading apart. In an instant, rumbling. The sound of wind howled, flames raged, water vanished into the void, dust covered the world, and thunder extinguished realms. 5 extreme forms of elemental chakra surged forth madly, enveloping all the manifested chakra hands on the field. At this moment, the entire sky was shrouded in a dazzling array of colors. However, it was not over yet, as the elemental chakra just covered the chakra hands. The 5 Minatos once again unleashed an earth-shattering chakra fluctuation, accompanied by a heart-shocking loud sound. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, forming visible cracks. At this moment, rumbling, 25 spiral shurikens, exuding the power to obliterate everything, emerged, spinning within the chakra hands, each rotation signifying a qualitative change. These were spiral shurikens infused with the 5 elemental chakras, fused into one. Each spiral shuriken radiated an aura powerful enough to crush the 5 elemental kings. This was true 5 elements, true spiral shurikens. But all of this was still not the end. Above in the sky, the formidable gravitational pull of the Earth explosion started already sucked in most of the surrounding objects, forming a substantial stone sphere. Its power was continuously increasing, yet the Minatos remained utterly still. The reason was simple. 5 brilliant powers of space-time suddenly erupted at this moment. The 5 Minatos had activated the Flying Thunder God Technique's 3rd stage, the space-time domain. As soon as the domain was activated, endless space-time power surged toward all the spiral shurikens. In the next moment, rumbling, all the spiral shurikens expanded by whole multiples, with the space-time power leading the 5 elements in a frenzied rotation, emitting the power to obliterate everything. Fortunately, there was no one below for the time being. Otherwise, just the aura alone would be enough to terrify the weak. At this moment, swoosh, all the massive chakra hands glowing with red-blue light soared into the air with an incredible force. The space-time 5-element spiral shurikens in their grasp also ascended. The previously calm sky was suddenly torn apart. 25 extreme bright lights illuminated the horizon, like the 28 constellations descending to the world. Such a shocking sight made those far away, desperately fleeing, involuntarily stop in their tracks, stunned at the sky. And the origin of this power was the 5 Minatos. At this moment, they roared in unison, explode, Earth explosion star. As the words fell, swoosh, all the red-blue hands unhesitatingly hurled all the spiral shurikens they held with destructive force. Flying Thunder, God Infinite Dance, 4 styles, 5 elements combined super spiral shuriken. In the next moment, rumbling, 25 spiral shurikens exploded in the sky, unleashing unparalleled destructive power, racing straight toward the Earth explosion star with the force to obliterate everything. In the blink of an eye, they reached their target. Whoosh! A light so powerful that even the Rinnegan could hardly penetrate erupted, illuminating the entire world. This light rapidly spread, engulfing an immeasurable area in an instant, drowning everything within. Those fleeing saw this light and fell to the ground in agony, their eyes filled with blood. There was no doubt about it. Crack! The gargantuan Earth explosion star, unable to make any resistance, had its outer layer ruthlessly erased, exposing the pitch-black core hidden within. And at this moment, a total of 25 spiral shurikens, containing the power of space-time and the 5 elemental ninjutsu, fully unleashed their long-accumulated true power. Rumbling, a deafening roar echoed through the sky. The black sphere of the Rinnegan was instantly obliterated, and an incredibly terrifying explosion erupted, soaring toward the heavens. The battlefield below, along with the Hidden Rain village, was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye amidst this world-destroying explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled violently. The familiar landscape underwent a drastic transformation. Mountains shattered, and everything was in ruins. At the center of this earth-shattering explosion, swish, 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 countless space-time vortices suddenly appeared, each vortex surging with endless elemental power. These powerful and mysterious forces intertwined and fused, vowing to obliterate all existence within sight. Minato had already dispelled the shadow clone technique at this moment, his figure flashing as he teleported to a place far beyond this location. He stood quietly there, gazing up at the terrifying explosion in the sky. Beside him lay Yahiko's corpse. Their shared mentorship and once common dream led Minato to decide to save the true leader of the Akatsuki in the future. Both of them were commoners. Both had made world-changing moves. Yet, they had sacrificed everything, ultimately unable to rival those with true sage bloodlines. But now, everything was different. And above in the sky, rumbling, the terrifying explosion had yet to cease, obscuring the horizon for an unknown number of miles. In the distance, bang! The people of the Hidden Rain village all knelt on the ground, suffering immensely, shedding tears of profound sorrow, because they knew the Hidden Rain village was no more. No creature could emerge unscathed from an explosion of that magnitude. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had already gained the divine power to fight a nation. The scene in the sky was witnessed by all the ninjas at the borders of the fire, wind, and earth countries. They were terrified, afraid, unsure of what had happened above the land of rain. They could only rush to report to their superiors. After a long time, whoosh, 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 the explosion finally ceased, accompanied by a violent wind. Obito, hiding in the space-time, was trembling uncontrollably, not daring to show himself, his eyes filled with fear. Teacher, how could he become so powerful? And just then, swoosh, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared outside the Akatsuki's base. Minato's figure emerged. He was seen holding a lifeless, strange body, which was none other than the previously formidable Pain. However, as Minato just appeared, boom, an extremely strong chakra fluctuation suddenly erupted from within the Akatsuki base. But this violent state did not last long. It quickly began to fade away, returning to calm. Seeing this, Minato remained indifferent, not caring in the slightest. He unhesitatingly carried Pain's corpse and stepped toward the dark abyss that was the Akatsuki's base. Ahem! Just as Watergate stepped into this darkness, a heart-wrenching, violent coughing sound suddenly came from within. Following that, a voice that sounded incredibly weak, as if it could collapse at any moment, slowly emerged. Senior brother, are you trying to take the place of Master Jiraiya to lecture me? Chapter 49. Subduing Nagato after hearing these words, Minato remained silent. Following that, with a calm expression, he carried the body that still emanated a powerful aura, the Rinnegan glaring wide-eyed, and walked toward the seemingly endless darkness. Moments later, he finally reached the end of this infinite darkness. Before Minato stood a red-haired man, extremely emaciated, as weak as a candle in the wind. He leaned helplessly against a strange machine, with numerous black chakra rods piercing through his back, creating a terrifying sight. This man was none other than Nagato, one of the founders of the Akatsuki organization, who would later shake the ninja world. Once the second-in-command of Akatsuki, he had now become a dictatorial chairman controlling everything. At this moment, Nagato was gasping heavily in the darkness, but his Rinnegan shone with a fearsome light, appearing exceptionally gruesome. Bang! Minato forcefully threw the body of Pain in front of Nagato. At that moment, Nagato's sage eyes suddenly connected with the pupils of Pain. In an instant, an indescribable emotion surged in Nagato's heart, an endless longing for his dear friend. After a long pause, Nagato thought, Yahiko, it seems I still can't fulfill your dream. I'm truly sorry. The fierce expression in Nagato's eyes gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented tenderness. Looking at Yahiko's face, he was filled with deep guilt. At this moment, Minato, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Oh, what do you plan to do about Konan? This question instantly pulled Nagato's thoughts from his overwhelming longing for his dear friend back to reality. He glared at Minato with anger, but ultimately it turned into helplessness, as his face bore an expression of resignation. In the darkness, no one spoke, silence enveloping them. Finally, Nagato took the initiative to make concession. He lowered his posture to an extremely humble level and spoke in a near-pleading tone. Senior brother, please don't harm Konan, she is truly kind. And as for the Akatsuki, it will disband after today. They're all people who have suffered. Please spare them. As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, without hesitation, Nagato pulled his hands forcefully from the black tubes and suddenly reached for his own eyes. Instantly, A strong will to resist from the Rinnegan emerged, blocking his hand's advance. However, it seemed that Nagato only wanted to dig out the Rinnegan and did not intend to destroy it. The blocking will gradually dissipated. In an instant, crimson blood splattered out, immediately staining the ground around him. And just like that, Nagato forcibly dug out his Rinnegan from his eye sockets. Throughout the entire process, Nagato gritted his teeth and did not utter a single sound. Perhaps, for him, the pain of never being able to help his dear friend fulfill his dream far outweighed the physical torment he endured. Minato, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. He never expected that his junior brother could be so ruthless. At this moment, Nagato held the Rinnegan in both hands and slowly extended them toward Minato, softly saying, "Senior brother, these Rinnegan are for you. Please spare Konin and the people of the Rain Country." His words were filled with sorrow. Nagato did not wish to go this far. But after the previous battle, he knew he could not defeat this senior brother anymore. Perhaps, by offering his Rinnegan, he could exchange for the lives of others. As for Nagato himself, who could not fulfill his dear friend's dream, he had no face left to live in this world. Minato looked at the scene, and an indescribable emotion appeared in his eyes as he made a decision. The next moment, whoosh! Minato's figure flashed and instantly appeared beside Nagato. Then, with a swift motion, Minato forcibly shoved the two Rinnegan back into Nagato's eye sockets. Nagato's brain instantly fell into chaos, leaving him dazed. However, the Uzumaki clan's innate powerful healing ability would not allow him much time to think. In that brief moment, a strong restorative power surged wildly from his pupils, and Nagato's eyes healed at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, he had completely regained his vision and recontrolled the Rinnegan. Nagato blinked hard, filled with disbelief, and stared at Minato. He could hardly imagine that there was someone in the world who could resist the immense temptation of the Rinnegan. Shocked, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Senior brother, what are you trying to do?" Upon hearing Nagato's question, Minato showed a hint of nostalgic emotion on his face and slowly replied, "Jiraiya-sensei has shown me great kindness. He had very few disciples throughout his life, and now only the three of us remain. I do not wish for internal strife. Today's battle was merely to test your character, junior brother." After he finished speaking, a deep confusion suddenly emerged in Nagato's Rinnegan, and he quickly asked, "Senior brother, what do you mean?" At the same time, Nagato felt relieved. At least from his senior brother's words, others and himself should be safe. At this moment, Minato waved his hand. Whoosh! He suddenly turned to face the light at the end of the darkness, murmuring, "You and I have both lost the most important people. All of this is caused by the dirtiness of a ninja's essence." As he said this, Minato turned his back to Nagato, clenched his fists, and spoke with unwavering determination. "And I will change all of this, bringing the ninja world back on track. Let everything we once lost return to us. This is my peace, the peace of a ninja world." After he finished speaking, Minato fell silent, gazing at the bright light outside the Akatsuki base, as if his pupils reflected the images of the future. Behind him, Nagato's Rinnegan was filled with shock. He felt the same aura from his senior brother as he once did from his dear friend Yahiko, intoxicating and mesmerizing. Minato's words were even more perfect than what he had intended to do. That was the true peace that belonged to us. Let everything we once lost return to our embrace, whether it be lovers or dear friends. At this moment, Nagato had not the slightest doubt. He believed Minato would not deceive him, and that he could do it, a being that could refuse the Rinnegan, a mortal body that could defeat the divine. What was impossible to achieve? At this moment, whoosh, Minato suddenly turned around, extending his right hand toward Nagato, softly saying, "Junior brother, join me, for the sake of peace. Reshape the ninja world and bring everything back." Looking at the sincere Minato before him, Nagato could no longer hold back. Clap! He reached out his extremely weak hand, with blood from the Rinnegan still on it, and fiercely grasped Minato's hand. "Senior brother, for our peace." At this moment, man and god stood together. They represent hope and despair, representing their own peace. What about Nagato's ending? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 50. Next to appear is the god's might that cannot hide tears. At this moment, as Nagato and Minato held tightly together, his eyes looking at Minato were filled with trust and admiration. "Junior brother, no matter what happens, your senior brother will stand behind you." Minato gazed at Nagato's Rinnegan, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Nagato was taken aback, then nodded immediately, responding with unwavering confidence, "Yes. Senior brother, for our peace." In fact, Nagato felt there was absolutely no need. He did not believe that in the current ninja world, besides Minato, anyone could withstand the power of the Rinnegan. No one, not even the Sharingan. Thinking of this, Nagato immediately asked Minato, senior brother, "Is the Akatsuki organization going to move to Konoha?" Upon hearing this, Minato turned around with great authority, looking towards the glimmer at the end of the darkness, and said in a deep voice, "No, this is your home." Then, Nagato asked, somewhat confused. Minato spoke again, his tone very gentle, yet carrying a hint of subtle dominance. "Continue with the Akatsuki's original purpose, capturing tailed beasts. Such power should not be in the hands of those ignorant people. When the time is right, everything will come back." At this moment, Nagato was fully focused on listening to every word Minato said, and a hint of astonishment appeared in his terrifying Rinnegan. He could hardly believe that Minato actually knew one of the important purposes of the Akatsuki organization. However, he soon let it go. Even his deity could be defeated, so it seemed not entirely unexpected that his senior brother understood these secrets. Then, Nagato quickly drove this thought out of his mind. Immediately after, a faint trace of melancholy appeared on his face, and a long-haired figure wearing a strange mask emerged in his mind. He lowered his voice and said gravely, "Senior brother, actually, the mastermind behind this series of events, including the Akatsuki, is someone else." However, before he could finish, Minato abruptly interrupted him. "Uchiha Madara, right?" Once he said this, Minato involuntarily raised his head, his gaze fixed on the endless dark abyss. In an instant, a dazzling light suddenly flickered in his originally azure eyes, containing endless ferocity. Uchiha Madara had become the root of all suffering and pain after the end of the Third Shinobi World War, including himself. The famous yellow flash was also manipulated by that old man Madara, prompting the subsequent events. The false Uchiha Madara was not to be feared, but in the future, the real Uchiha would be the tricky existence. However, Minato believed he would not be weaker than him. He would make Madara feel true pain and experience the real weight of a grain of rice. At this moment, Nagato was deeply shaken, his eyes wide open in disbelief as he looked at Minato before him. He never expected that Minato would even know about the Uchiha Madara behind the scenes. However, just a moment later, Nagato forcibly suppressed the surging emotions within him, striving to regain his calm. "Who?" He took a deep breath and spoke in a low, serious voice. "Then, how should we deal with him?" In fact, Nagato was very clear in his heart that the guy claiming to be Uchiha Madara was merely a counterfeit. They had been mutually utilizing each other, which was why they had never exposed each other's true identities. However, it was precisely these individuals who were unwilling to reveal their true identities and always hid in the darkness that were most likely to become lurking dangers by their side. Perhaps one day, when you were completely unguarded, this person would suddenly launch an attack, delivering a fatal blow. Nagato looked at the silent Minato, his expression becoming more serious and filled with alertness. Thus, he couldn't help but ask again, "Senior brother, this Uchiha Madara will definitely bring us great trouble in the future." However, before Nagato could finish his words, Minato directly interrupted him, speaking to the unknown darkness. "Oh, why are you peeping like a rat? Uchiha Madara." His voice carried strong sarcasm and extreme disdain. Upon hearing this, Nagato was taken aback. Boom! The recovering Rinnegan suddenly flashed with a glimmer in the endless darkness, erupting with extreme ocular power pressure. His hand shot up, ready to unleash Shinra Tensei, while also reminding, "Senior brother, be careful. His abilities are very strange." However, the void still seemed silent, with only the sounds from the outside blowing into the darkness. At this moment, in the Kamui space, Obito's head kept making noise. The Sharingan exposed on his mask filled with shock. He never expected that his teacher could discover him. Nevertheless, he still suppressed the turmoil in his heart, continuing to hide in the Kamui space, watching Minato and Nagato. After a long time, in that pitch-black darkness where one could not see their hand in front of them, it remained silent, with no figures appearing or any response coming. "Senior brother, could it be that I was mistaken?" Nagato slowly lowered his hands, his face filled with doubt as he whispered. Then sizzle. Minato's lips slightly curled upward, forming a smile filled with deep meaning. This smile revealed a hint of provocation and mockery, piercing the heart. Immediately after, his scornful words echoed throughout the space. "In fact, you are not Madara at all, are you? Otherwise, why would you sneak around like a rat, hiding and fleeing everywhere?" After saying this, Minato seemed to fall into memories a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes as he continued. If my dear disciple Rin were still in this world, she would surely feel pity for you. After all, her heart is just too kind. Having said that, Minato's gaze shot straight into the dark void. Just then, an unexpected change suddenly surged. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. An exceptionally strong energy fluctuation suddenly emerged, wildly surging from the void. At the same time, the power of time and space also began to surge wildly, as if it were going to tear the space apart. In the blink of an eye, swish, swish, swish. A pitch-black space-time vortex materialized out of thin air, surrounded by an incredibly terrifying and powerful force. A man clad in a black robe and wearing a single-eyed mask stepped out from the vortex. This person is none other than our protagonist, the god's might that cannot hide tears. At this moment, Buzz, his hands, which were originally tightly clenched into fists, were now gripped even tighter. And the whole person couldn't help but tremble slightly. Even the divine Sharingan seemed to be stimulated, spinning wildly. Obito's heart was flooded with endless anger, and he felt he could no longer suppress this violent emotion. Teacher, how could you even have the face to mention Rin? He silently roared in his heart, each word filled with indescribable grief and pain. The yellow flash, always absent at critical moments, failing to appear where he should have. But Obito knew that these thoughts could only be buried deep in his heart and must not be easily revealed. He desperately suppressed the surging anger within him. Adjusting his body to a perfect state of ethereality, he slowly began to speak. The fourth Hokage, inheritor of the will of Hashirama, we meet again. However, as he spoke, Minato seemed to not hear him at all. Minato let out a gentle breath, then reached out a hand to support his chin, murmuring to himself in realization. That's right, I can use the reanimation jutsu to bring Rin back. I believe that when she sees you like this, she will surely feel compassion for you, Achimadara. Chapter 51. The breaking point of Obito in the next instant. The endless darkness seemed to be enveloped by a mysterious power, falling into an atmosphere of extreme indifference and deathly silence. Nagato stood there bewildered, completely unaware of what Minato had just said. Yet deep within his heart, an indescribable intuition told him that the air around was filled with a strange aura. It was a faint presence that seemed to contain a fervent emotion of love and near madness. At this moment, Obito's body began to tremble violently, and his Sharingan erupted with unprecedented powerful chakra, surging crazily towards Minato. At the same time, bang! An extremely violent pressure accompanied this force, surging outward, unstoppable. In an instant, Obito used his Kamui to teleport right in front of Minato. His Sharingan had already spun to its limit. Kamui. Immediately after, swish, a terrifying space-time vortex that exuded a devouring power suddenly appeared before Minato, attempting to swallow him whole. Obito looked at this scene with a crazed expression. Teacher, you actually want to use Edo Tensei to revive Rin. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Rin is sacred. Obito was fuming inside at this moment. However, it seemed that due to his extreme emotions, he had forgotten the combat power that Minato had just displayed. At this moment, Minato didn't even want to use the Flying Thunder God technique. His fingers merely moved slightly. Whoosh! His figure instantly transformed into golden light, illuminating the surrounding darkness and appearing behind Obito. At this point, slap! Minato's right hand lightly patted Obito's back, but he made no further moves. Obito's mind instantly twitched, a strong sense of crisis causing his anger to subside in an instant. The Sharingan's power instantly covered him. At this moment, phew! Obito entered a state of partial intangibility again. Following this, the Kamui space enveloped him, bringing him to a relatively safe high point. Obito looked down at Minato, a face full of wariness. How is this possible? How could you suddenly be behind me? Clearly, there was no Flying Thunder God Kunai. Minato's hand was still suspended in that void, seemingly savoring the moment, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Just now, he had almost lost control of himself. But, Obito, you can't just die so easily. In the next moment, Minato slowly raised his head, his gaze directed straight at the towering platform above, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth, forming a teasing smile. Uchihamadara, I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. Then, as if he felt it wasn't enough, he continued to mock. In comparison, my beloved student Rin has much more courage than you. As soon as these words fell, the faint teasing expression on Minato's face instantly became more intense, spreading wantonly. At this moment, in his eyes, Uchimadara had already become a clown, subject to ridicule and mockery. Upon hearing Rin's name, Obito on the high platform began to tremble violently, his body flushed red, veins popping on his forehead, clearly having broken his defenses. However, thinking of the ongoing infinite Tsukimi plan, Obito had to grit his teeth, using all his strength to suppress the anger that was about to erupt. Finally, after a difficult struggle, Obito held back the impending rage and coldly shouted at Minato. "Fourth Hokage, what do you mean? What exactly do you want to say?" Upon speaking, Obito had already begun to suspect that Minato knew his identity. Otherwise, how could he keep mentioning Rin? However, this thought only lasted a moment before it completely dissipated. He didn't believe that someone could recognize him, wrapped up like a mummy. At this moment, Obito was in a state of intangibility, cautiously waiting for Minato's response. However, Minato seemed to have no intention of giving him an answer and continued to mutter to himself. "Yes, it's been a long time since I saw Rin. I really miss her. Let us use Edo Tensei." Hearing this, Obito sneered. His fists clenched tightly under the intangible state of Kamui. Although he was furious, he had already mentioned it several times. He managed to calm himself down. However, Minato's next words instantly broke his defenses. "When the time comes, let us find an opportunity to hold a wedding for her and Kakashi." In the next moment, the sky fell. The tears of Kamui could not be hidden. The sky fell. Obito's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Bang! The intangibility state instantly dissipated, and Obito knelt down on the ground. Within the Sharingan, there was nothing but despair. Nagato, seeing this, felt inexplicably puzzled. At this moment, swoosh! Minato instantly transformed into a golden flash, arriving beside Obito, helping him up and patting the dust off his clothes, smiling broadly. "The ground is dirty, don't kneel around. When the time comes, as a senior of Konoha, you must come to attend my student's wedding." Crack! Obito's heart shattered into two halves. Infinite despair enveloped him, even allowing Minato to touch him, without even using the Sharingan anymore. Minato looked at this scene, feeling instantly bored. He thought Obito would explode with rage and then retaliate. "Sai, Uchiha Obito, truly Obito." Just a few words, and he broke down. Thinking of this, Minato immediately spoke enticingly. "Right, I haven't mastered Edo Tensei yet. I need to go back and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Obito's brain twitched, his thoughts racing. "That's right. The teacher hasn't mastered Edo Tensei yet. As long as I get it first, then Rin can't marry Kakashi. It can only be me." In the next moment, bang! Obito's incredibly terrifying Sharingan unleashed its chakra madly. In an instant, he entered an intangible state, rapidly distancing himself from Minato. Then hiss! Obito pretended to be domineering, twisting his hand and speaking in a tone filled with indescribable arrogance. "I really am getting old. This body has been acting up from time to time." Such a simple sentence seemed to want to forcibly explain why that situation had occurred earlier. "Who?" Minato let out a long breath, barely managing to suppress the waves of laughter rising in his heart. Seeing Minato's reaction, Obito's eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a hint of barely detectable anger. But soon he ignored Minato. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Obito used his Sharingan to teleport in front of Nagato. Without hesitation, he reached out both hands and fiercely grabbed towards Nagato's terrifying Rinnegan. "Shameless traitor! Return what belongs to me!" Obito roared angrily. However, facing the fierce Obito, Nagato had long been prepared. Shinra Tensei! Boom! A powerful repulsive force suddenly erupted, a violent whirlwind sweeping around, instantly forming a dazzling white light screen. Faced with such a terrifying force impact, Obito had no choice but to abandon the attack and once again use his intangibility skill. At this moment, he glanced back at Minato, who had a teasing expression on his face. The situation was dire. Ultimately, swish! A Kamui black hole appeared, and Obito's figure instantly disappeared from a spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the border of the Land of Fire. He stood quietly on a branch, gazing into the distance towards the direction of Konoha Village, his eyes flickering with fragments of past memories. The memories of growing up with Rin surfaced in his mind like a movie. However, crack! These beautiful memories were ruthlessly torn apart by reality, replaced by endless pain and sorrow. Gradually, the recollection in Obito's eyes was consumed by deep despair. He knew he had done too many wrong things, and only the infinite Tsukuyami could change all of this. In the end, Obito's gaze became exceptionally resolute. He whispered softly, "Kakashi, it's time to take back my Sharingan. Can I ask for a little 5-star?" Chapter 52, Kakashi vs. Might Guy, Konoha Back Mountain. Boom! A thunderous roar suddenly erupted, as if tearing the entire sky apart, deafening and echoing beyond the clouds. ZZ. The source of the sound turned out to be a flickering purple lightning bolt filled with thunderous power. This purple lightning danced wildly below, exuding a terrifying pressure of thunder. At this moment, whoosh! The chilling purple lightning was darting back and forth in the back mountain at an incredible speed that was shocking. If the fourth Reikage were here, he would surely feel a strong sense of familiarity with this scene. And at this moment, boom! The eerie and fierce purple lightning finally came to a halt. Following that, a figure with white hair, a tall stature, and half of his face obscured slowly emerged. It was none other than Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi's body leaned slightly as he rested against a large tree, panting heavily. After a while, he murmured softly, using the purple lightning to stimulate the vitality of the cells within, thus enhancing speed and power. While effective, the chakra consumption is indeed too massive. That's right. Kakashi has already been able to integrate the purple lightning into himself, achieving effects similar to those of Reikage. However, he is still young and temporarily struggles with chakra management. Then, Kakashi took a deep breath and sat down on the ground, meditating to recover his chakra. As for why he wasn't protecting Naruto, but instead training, it's simple, because the place where Naruto was located had become a forbidden zone. The people of Konoha even held their breath when passing by, fearing to disturb Naruto and provoke a flying kunai of the Flying Thunder God technique. Thinking of this, Kakashi clenched his fist, his eyes revealing an unwavering determination. This is the influence brought by the teacher. This is the power that comes from strength. He must become stronger until he catches up to his teacher's shadow. At this moment, Kakashi took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes, isolating himself from the surrounding world. A faint, almost imperceptible aura quietly emanated from him. Then, Kakashi's chakra began to recover rapidly. With his Sharingan sealed, the quality of his chakra in various aspects had significantly improved. This feeling made Kakashi feel incredibly refreshing, and he couldn't help but secretly marvel in his heart. This is so exhilarating. Just as Kakashi was immersed in this pleasure, suddenly, a bone-chilling coldness surged towards him from behind without warning. The next moment, clap! A powerful hand suddenly clasped Kakashi's shoulder. Following that, the hand ruthlessly gripped his shoulder. Faced with the sudden attack, Kakashi was startled and instinctively reacted. Bow! He pushed off with his feet, propelling himself away rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown several meters away. At the same time, whoosh! Kakashi's white fang blade instantly unsheathed, gleaming with a heart-stopping cold light, the blade exuding an extreme murderous intent as if it could slay any enemy. However, the owner of that big hand, seeing Kakashi's intense reaction, showed a hint of confusion on his face and spoke in disbelief. Kakashi, are you a bit too tense? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Kakashi focused his gaze. Then, Kakashi's face instantly filled with speechlessness, his forehead covered with black lines. He helplessly shook his head, rolled his eyes, and said, Guy, can you please make some noise before you come over next time? This is really going to scare someone to death. After his words fell, Might Guy shyly scratched the back of his head, then raised his hand, giving a big thumbs up, his face breaking into an incredibly bold smile, his voice booming. Ha 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 ha, because this is youth. Following that, he looked at Kakashi with eager anticipation, his tone filled with excitement. Also, Kakashi, I've been looking for you for a long time. How long has it been since we had a good spar? Hearing this, Kakashi couldn't help but gasp, black lines instantly appearing on his forehead. Without saying a word, he turned and walked away. What a joke. He bore heavy responsibilities and had to continuously strive to become stronger to protect his companions. How could he have time to mess around with Guy? However, Guy was relentless, immediately chasing after him, tightly gripping the hem of Kakashi's clothes and refusing to let go. Wah! Tears and snot flowed continuously as he choked out. Woo-hoo! How can you do this, Kakashi? Have you forgotten the youthful oath we made? After his words fell, woo-woo! More tears filled with youthful spirit flowed from Guy's eyes. Kakashi, feeling disgusted, tugged at his clothes as Guy's tears had fallen on them. After some fidgeting, Kakashi realized he couldn't shake Guy off, and then, with great reluctance, said, all right, let's settle this duel with strength. Kakashi wanted to use the power he regained through his training to give Guy a good lesson, so that Guy wouldn't cling to him anymore and could realize his own weaknesses, thus training well. Yay, come on, Kakashi. Last time it was 163 wins to 163 losses. This time, I will definitely defeat you. Guy cheered loudly, then confidently said, Heh, I hope so. Kakashi was somewhat dismissive, not believing that Guy would win against him, although his father had placed great importance on Guy. Then, whoosh, the two instantly created a long distance between them, preparing for battle. The next moment, both of their feet suddenly exerted force, their bodies rushing towards each other. Bang! Their arms immediately made contact, producing a loud sound. Following that, a series of smooth taijutsu combos ensued. For a moment, neither of them could gain the upper hand. But upon closer observation, Kakashi would gradually retreat a little after each collision with Guy. Clearly, Kakashi was still not as good as Guy in taijutsu. After all, this guy was tough. He could easily do 100 laps or 1,000 something. Kakashi was clearly aware of this, but he did not panic. On the contrary, bang! He suddenly used Guy's leg technique to retreat quickly while forming hand seals with both hands. Fire style, great fireball technique. Instantly, boom, boom, boom. A scorching giant fireball erupted from Kakashi's mouth. This fireball carried a suffocating, powerful aura, tearing through space and hurtling towards Might Guy at an astonishing speed. Ha 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 ha. Upon seeing this, Might Guy burst into loud laughter. This is youth. After his words fell, bang! Might Guy stomped his foot hard, leaping straight into the air, charging towards the blazing fireball. At the same time, his body began to spin rapidly in mid-air, like an incredibly violent tornado. Konoha Hurricane. In an instant, whoosh, the sound of wind howling erupted. Might Guy's body spun wildly in the air, creating a strong airflow, and he kicked fiercely at the fireball. In the next moment, whoosh, the blazing fireball was instantly shattered, transforming into countless tiny sparks that scattered in all directions. In the air, only a faint trace of fire attribute chakra remained, slowly drifting down. Following this, Might Guy seized the opportunity and kicked directly at Kakashi from the air. However, Kakashi was already prepared. He quickly formed the earth release hand seals. Bang! He forcefully slammed his hands onto the ground. In the next moment, rumble. The earth trembled violently, and a massive earthen wall, embedded with a ferocious dog head, rose up from the ground, violently crashing towards the flying Might Guy. Chapter 53, Obito's Attack, Battle. However, even in his youthful state, Kai was not so easily dealt with. The next moment, whoosh, the nunchaku behind him was suddenly drawn out, and he quickly began to swing it with both hands. Whoosh, 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 a series of terrifying wind sounds erupted as the nunchaku danced. Following that, with an overwhelming momentum, the nunchaku struck the earth flow wall. Bang! The dog's head earth flow wall was shattered into pieces by the immense force. Kai, wielding the nunchaku, continued to charge at Kakashi. Clang! Kakashi also immediately drew his kunai and rushed towards him. Just as the two were about to engage in another round of taijutsu, suddenly, a strange aura surged through the battlefield. In the next moment, swish, 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 a space-time vortex emitting an extreme eye power suddenly appeared between the two. It was none other than Obito, who had come in response to the commotion. At this moment, Obito suddenly reached out his hands. Clap! With one hand on each of their arms, he spoke in a deep voice. Kakashi, I finally found you. Following that, boom. An extreme eye power pressure instantly surged from Obito's Sharingan as he suddenly focused. Kamui! In an instant, swish, swish, swish. The figures of Kakashi and Might Guy began to twist slightly, about to be swallowed by the Kamui space. From Obito's appearance to the release of Kamui, the entire process happened in an instant. Kakashi and Guy both sensed that something was wrong almost simultaneously, as a strong space-time force twisted their bodies. The next moment, accompanied by a loud bang, boom, the two suddenly raised their weapons and swung them forcefully at Obito. However, something shocking happened. They heard a whistling sound, whoosh. Their weapons passed through Obito's body without any obstruction, as if they had struck nothing but empty space, completely missing, just as Kakashi and Guy were in shock. The power that had originally enveloped them, causing the space to twist, suddenly vanished without a trace. Immediately after, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the two had teleported to a location far from Obito at an astonishing speed. After steadying themselves, they stared warily at Obito, who was still standing in place. What on earth is going on? Who is this person? Why is he attacking us for no reason? Might Guy furrowed his brows tightly, asking with a puzzled expression. Hearing this, Kakashi's expression became extremely grave, and he said coldly, he is probably from a hostile nation. Judging by his earlier performance, he seems able to easily neutralize our attacks. As Kakashi spoke, he paused slightly, a hint of indescribable confusion flashing in his eyes. And then he continued, "However, strangely enough, I can't shake the feeling that I've seen him before." Obito, who had been standing still recalling the scene of his first battle with the two, was suddenly awakened by this statement. Whoosh! He raised his head, intensely staring at Kakashi with the powerful pressure emanating from his Sharingan, his thoughts swirling. Kakashi, can you recognize it's me? Minato-sensei, why don't you? However, on the surface, Obito still maintained his imposing demeanor, speaking in Uchiha Madara's tone. You little brat from the Hatake clan, hand over your Sharingan. As soon as he finished speaking, before Kakashi could react, in the next moment, whoosh! Obito used the Kamui vortex to instantly appear behind Kakashi, his right hand swiftly striking towards Kakashi's neck. Who understands? Our Kamui was just trying to knock Kakashi out and pull him into the Kamui space. Back then, when I attacked Master and Mistress, that was ruthless. I even started with a warm-up explosion. This sudden attack caught Kakashi off guard due to the information gap. Just as Obito's hand was about to make contact with Kakashi, suddenly, whoosh! Guy managed to react, and the nunchaku rushed towards Obito with a gust of wind. Obito had no choice but to enter a phasing state, creating distance between himself and the two. Thanks, Guy, Kakashi said, sweating coldly, as he expressed his gratitude to Guy. Hearing this, Guy grinned widely, revealing a youthful smile. However, the smile soon vanished. Swish, swish, swish. The nunchaku in his hands danced violently as he coldly said to Obito, I won't let you get away with attacking Konoha, and I definitely won't let you off for attacking Kakashi. After saying this, whoosh! Guy charged towards Obito, unleashing an incredible momentum. Wait, Guy, be careful! Kakashi shouted urgently. However, Obito still stood in place, seemingly deep in thought. At that moment, whoosh! Guy had already closed in, the nunchaku bursting with terrifying power as it struck towards Obito's position. Unfortunately, it still missed. At this moment, Obito also reached out with his right hand, lunging towards Guy at high speed, aiming to take him out in one blow. However, the Taijutsu King Guy would not fall so easily. Whoosh! He flashed, and the nunchaku shot out like lightning, accurately striking Obito's wrist. However, whoosh! The nunchaku passed through Obito's body without any obstruction, and Obito's figure also passed straight through Guy's body. Guy's eyes narrowed slightly, but without much thought, he resolutely launched another attack, charging towards Obito once again. In an instant, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of rapid whooshing sounds echoed in the arena as Guy wielded his nunchaku with great vigor, creating a powerful and majestic presence, resembling a youthful dragon, charging forward with boundless might. Each of his strikes was terrifying, leaving onlookers in awe, as if the god of Taijutsu had descended to the mortal realm. Faced with such an assault, Obito did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Whoosh! He instantly entered a phasing state. At the same time, he kept searching for openings to strike, aiming to take Guy down in one blow. Thus, the two continued to exchange blows, repeating their previous actions. After a moment, that's enough. Guy, come back. I see through it. Kakashi suddenly shouted. Hearing Kakashi's call, Guy acted without hesitation. Whoosh! He swung his nunchaku fiercely, creating a dazzling array of stick shadows to obscure his figure. Then, using the body flicker technique, he instantly appeared beside Kakashi. At this moment, Obito's eyes narrowed slightly, fixating intently on Kakashi. Kakashi, could it be? Had he recognized me? Minato-sensei, why don't you? At this moment, Kakashi's expression slightly furrowed, his voice carrying a hint of surprise as he said, he should have the ability to phase, but it's not absolute. He must also deactivate phasing to attack others. After saying this, Obito sighed inwardly, realizing that no one could see through his disguise. Therefore, my darkening was only natural. You can only blame your own eyes for being dull. However, he still expressed some shock, speaking in a deep voice. No wonder you are Konoha's youngest jonin. But seeing through it doesn't mean you can break it. The next moment, Obito suddenly formed hand seals. Boom! The extreme eye power of the Kamui Sharingan suddenly erupted. Whoosh! A scorching aura emanated from the void. Kamui, fire release, storm dance. Everyone, let's work hard and help get the scores released. It's too sad. Chapter 54, combined attack on Obito in the next instant whoosh. Accompanied by a series of low, howling sounds, the kaleidoscope under Obito's mask suddenly unleashed a powerful vortex of wind. This vortex spread out wildly in all directions, as if it wanted to engulf the entire world. In a flash boom, a blazing flame, radiating extreme heat, erupted from the terrifying vortex. The fire twisted violently in the air, roaring like a strange, evil dragon, carrying a terrifying pressure capable of incinerating everything, and pounced fiercely towards Kakashi and Guy. At this moment, Huff, the void swept by the raging storm, also emitted a series of frightening sounds. Clearly, this was not a scene caused by an ordinary ninjutsu, but an incredibly powerful technique that perfectly fused spatial power with fire release. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Kakashi's expression instantly became extremely serious. The overwhelming heat and the almost suffocating spatial aura made him immediately recognize the terrifying nature of this ninjutsu. However, Guy showed no fear at all. Bang! He suddenly pushed off with his legs, leaping into the air without hesitation, charging straight into the raging storm. Swish! Swish, swish! The nunchaku in his hands swung with astonishing momentum, stirring up whirlwinds as he struck towards the raging storm. After all, Guy was Guy. It's normal for the young and impulsive to be a bit reckless. Seeing this scene, Kakashi, who usually had a laid-back expression, suddenly flashed a look of extreme anxiety, shouting hoarsely, "Guy, get back. That technique is very strong." Hearing Kakashi shout, Guy wanted to respond immediately, but at that moment, he had no time for any extra movements, because in that instant, he had already collided with the raging storm. In an instant, boom, the flames rapidly spread, climbing up the nunchaku, tightly gripped in Guy's hands at an astonishing speed. At the same time, a scorching breath, hot enough to suffocate, rushed towards him, as if it wanted to burn everything to ashes. Not only that, Huff, due to the influence of Kamuyui's power, the surrounding space-time was also affected, beginning to twist and deform violently. Guy felt as if his body was tightly gripped by an invisible giant hand, making him extremely uncomfortable. Burn, burn, burn. Guy couldn't help but howl in pain as he desperately swung the nunchaku in his hands. However, despite his full effort, he still found it difficult to resist. Finally, after a fierce struggle, he had to let go of the nunchaku, which had become unbearably hot, throwing it heavily to the ground. However, Obito clearly had no intention of letting up. Looking at the disheveled Guy, his killing intent grew even stronger. "How dare you steal my Kakashi? No. Should I say, how dare you stand on the same battlefield as Kakashi to fight me?" Thinking of this, he unhesitatingly activated the power of the kaleidoscope again, fully enhancing the power of the raging storm. Without the nunchaku, how could Guy possibly block the flames with just his fists? He immediately planned to retreat. However, Huff, the terrifying power of Kamuyui acted upon him through the flames, causing his entire body to twist slightly. If he waited any longer, he would surely be consumed. Seeing this, Kakashi's face was filled with immense urgency, and he shouted, "Guy, be careful. I'm coming to help you." As he spoke, swish. His hands quickly formed seals at an astonishing speed. In an instant, whoosh whoosh, a powerful surge of water-release chakra erupted from his body, forming mist behind him. Water release, water barrier. The next moment, whoosh, a wildly raging water wall instantly surged up from the battlefield, blocking between Guy and the flames of Kamuyui. Phew! Luckily, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. However, at this moment, Guy furrowed his brows tightly, as if still enduring immense pain. The reason was simple. The overwhelmingly powerful spatial force was still wrapping around his body, continuously distorting and tormenting him. Sure enough, in the next instant, swish! The water barrier was actually crushed by the raging storm in the blink of an eye. Some of the water quickly evaporated under the terrifying heat, turning into wisps of light, smoke drifting in the air. The rest, like a kite that had lost control, was mercilessly sucked into the incredibly terrifying space of Kamuyui. Kakashi had just managed to breathe a little easier, but when he saw what was happening in front of him, he couldn't help but scream again. At this moment, Guy, due to the severe interference from Kamuyui's power, had significantly slowed down. The flames were getting closer and closer, about to completely engulf him. Behind a mask, Obito's face, hiding endless mockery, revealed a chilling smile. 30 years of Might Guy, 30 years of Uchiha. It seems that the grudge from the previous Chunin exam is about to be settled. Kakashi wished he could fly over to rescue him immediately, but unfortunately, he couldn't make it in time. However, our Guy would never go down easily. At this critical moment, swish! Guy unhesitatingly extended both hands, using all his strength to pull out two heavy weights, and threw them fiercely towards the sky without hesitation. In an instant, an immense and magnificent youthful aura surged from his body. In a flash swoosh, his body left the area covered by the raging storm at several times the previous speed. Standing beside Kakashi. So fast! Kakashi exclaimed in surprise, feeling a sense of joy for Guy's escape. Yet the raging storm had its limits, and after being pulled apart, Obito also stopped releasing it. Then, he looked at the weights rapidly falling from the sky, saying with interest, using weights to enhance your physical technique? That's quite a trick for you stragglers. However, the next moment, Kakashi and Obito's mouths dropped open in shock. The weights had now fallen to the ground. Instantly, rumble. A terrifying cloud of dust shot up into the sky, and the ground could barely withstand the pressure of the weights, sinking down over a meter. Is this something a human can do? The expression under Obito's mask was one of shock. He never expected Guy would be crazy enough to tie such a terrifying weight to himself. Moreover, he was doing this while facing him. At this moment, Obito couldn't help but take this former physical beast, who had once kicked him to a pulp, seriously. Guy, this is too reckless. Kakashi also came back to his senses from the shock, reproaching Guy with lingering fear. However, whoosh, Guy simply waved his hand casually, a signature smile on his face, shouting loudly, "Because this is youth." As soon as he finished speaking, before Kakashi could react, swoosh. Guy's body suddenly erupted with a powerful momentum, his speed reaching its peak, and in the blink of an eye, he charged right in front of Obito. So fast, Obito was secretly astonished and exclaimed. At the same time, he immediately unleashed the power of his kaleidoscope Sharingan, instantly entering a phasing state. A fierce elbow strike from Guy came crashing towards Obito, but it missed. Seeing this, Obito seized the opportunity and swiftly reached out with his right hand to grab Guy. However, whoosh! A kunai flashing with dazzling lightning flew in from a distance, striking towards Obito's body. This kunai was clearly thrown by Kakashi. This blow forced Obito to halt his movement and quickly activate his phasing ability to dodge. Whoosh! At this moment, Kakashi had already drawn the white fan from his waist and lunged towards Obito, the blade's light flickering as the killing intent of the white fang spread. Immediately after, Guy also picked up the nunchaku that had just fallen and had already cooled down, shouting out loud, "Accept our combination technique. It's boiling with hot blood." Chapter 55, Unraveling Kamui, Ever-Changing Clang Clang Clang. The sound of weapons echoed as Kakashi and the others wielded their weapons in close cooperation, launching a series of dense attacks against Obito. Obito's blood-red Sharingan spun rapidly, continuously activating the power of Kamui to fend off the combined onslaught of Kakashi and Guy. At the same time, he occasionally found fleeting openings to counterattack. Unfortunately, every time Obito attempted to strike one of them, the other would suddenly swing their weapon down fiercely. Left with no choice, Obito was forced to abandon his attacks, constantly shifting to an intangible state for self-preservation. At this moment, even though Kakashi and his companions' attacks all missed, they did not show any signs of discouragement. On the contrary, while wielding the white fan blade, Kakashi calmly analyzed the situation. Guy, it seems my earlier assumption was correct. If he wants to launch an attack, he must first dispel this intangible state. Upon hearing this, Guy, with a whoosh, began to swing his nunchaku at lightning speed, shouting loudly, "With our combined efforts, his technique won't pose any threat. Now let's see how long he can hold on." Kakashi suddenly unleashed the white fang sword technique and said solemnly, "I don't believe Obito can maintain his intangibility indefinitely. That would be too abnormal. Every jutsu must have its weaknesses." At this moment, Obito stood still, taking a deep breath as the duo's relentless attacks passed through his form. "You too. Are you underestimating me?" he said. In the next moment, boom. The terrifying power of Kamui erupted, enveloping both of them. Kakashi and Guy suddenly felt their bodies stiffen, their movements slowing down. Soon after, their brains became somewhat foggy, as if entering a special state. Seeing this, Obito's kaleidoscope Sharingan flashed with a brilliant red light, and he spoke at such a close distance. "The kaleidoscope Genjutsu is successful." As those words fell, Kakashi and Guy's bodies froze in place, their pupils glowing red as they fell into the kaleidoscope Genjutsu. At this moment, Obito stood in front of Kakashi, gazing at him, complex emotions surfacing in his eyes. Chi. Obito placed his hand on Kakashi's face, memories flooding back. "Rin was killed by you. She would rather die at the hands of her beloved, but I entrusted Rin to you. It was you who failed to protect her. Therefore, this world is wrong, and I will change everything. Kakashi, return my Sharingan to me." Thinking of this, hissing, Obito's hand, with a chilling touch, slowly climbed towards Kakashi's forehead. His target was clear, Kakashi's right eye, covered by his forehead protector. As his hand was about to touch the protector, a slight tug would reveal and mercilessly extract the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Suddenly, zzz, a surge of intense electricity struck Obito's body fiercely. In an instant, he was enveloped in a dazzling blue light, as the power of lightning launched a fierce attack against him. The next moment, swish! Kakashi and Guy, who had their eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them, their gazes filled with resolution and killing intent. Without hesitation, they swung their blades toward the now paralyzed Obito. Damn it! Obito roared in furious anger. He quickly activated the hidden kaleidoscope powers within him. With a whoosh, the space around him began to twist and warp. In the blink of an eye, Obito successfully completed a risky space-time jump, disappearing from his original position and appearing elsewhere. However, due to the recent violent impact of the lightning, Obito's bodily functions were clearly affected. Even the operation of the kaleidoscope became somewhat sluggish. Hissing, a faint tearing sound emerged. Obito discovered that his right arm had been struck by Kakashi's blade, bright red blood gushing out and staining the ground beneath him. But Obito paid no mind to the pain in his body. Instead, he shouted at Kakashi, "How is this possible? How could you break my Jinjutsu? You must know, it's a kaleidoscope Jinjutsu. It can even control certain shadows." Upon hearing this, Kakashi summoned a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, exuding a powerful space-time aura. Seeing this, Obito's eyes widened in shock. "That's the fourth Hokage's kunai." "Exactly," Kakashi replied coldly, then continued, "My teacher's weapon, enhanced with the advanced Flying Thunder God technique, can help me resist any control." Obito was filled with disbelief. He never expected his teacher to have become so formidable. Yet, he still could not accept the reality of his kaleidoscope Jinjutsu being broken. Shouting at Guy, he demanded, "That pure kid, how did you do it?" "Me." Guy pointed to himself, confusion on his face. Then he scratched his head and laughed. "Just used the power of youth to infect everything within the Jinjutsu." In truth, he had pinched his thigh with great force beforehand. "You." Obito found it hard to accept this fact. Meanwhile, Kakashi took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he adjusted the angle of the white fang blade to its optimal position. Gripping the hilt tightly, he stared at Obito, his voice low, "Give up. As long as Guy and I are here, you will never have the slightest chance to strike." "Huh." Hearing Kakashi's words, Guy suddenly shouted loudly. He gripped his nunchaku tightly, leaning slightly forward, ready to defend and attack. However, Obito's anger only intensified. Beneath his mask, his face was filled with fury as he roared, "Don't underestimate me. You foolish ants." Immediately rumble. A tremendous wave of Kamui power surged around, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Multiple Kamui. In an instant, swoosh. Obito teleported in front of Kakashi and Guy. He then began to shift positions at an incredible speed, each movement leaving behind a terrifying space-time vortex. In the blink of an eye, numerous space-time vortices appeared densely across the battlefield, surrounding Kakashi. At the same time, those originally independent Kamui vortices began to quickly converge toward Kakashi and Guy. Hiss, 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 they connected and intertwined. Boom! Waves of terrifying energy continuously surged from within, as if they were going to devour everything. Kakashi and Guy, at the center of the vortex, found themselves in a dire situation. Guy's usual speed was no longer sufficient. The multiple Kamui had rendered the surrounding void incredibly slow. At this moment, Kakashi suddenly closed his eyes, then opened them again. Whoosh! Purple lightning suddenly appeared in his pupils. His hair, standing on end, bathed in the state of purple lightning chakra. He quickly pulled Kai beside him and dashed outward at an incredible speed. "Zulfast, is this your new trick?" Kai was somewhat shocked. Seeing this, Obito's pupils constricted and the power of Kamui surged again. Suddenly, just as he was about to unleash his dojutsu, Kakashi suddenly cried out in pain, covering his concealed left eye. In the next moment, bang! Just as he was fleeing the vortex with Kai, he fainted. Kai was startled and quickly picked up Kakashi, patting him. "Kakashi, what's wrong with you?" Unfortunately, no one answered. Obito, seeing this, felt a twinge of confusion. However, the resonance of dojutsu in the next moment instantly led him to guess the answer. It turned out that Obito had used Kamui too many times while being close to Kakashi, causing the dojutsu resonance. And Kakashi, who had never used the Manjiki Sharingan, was suddenly unaccustomed and was directly knocked unconscious by the sudden surge of dojutsu. At this moment, what will you do next? Obito walked towards Kai, sneering. He didn't believe that without Kakashi, Kai could contend with him alone. Hearing this, Kai gently placed Kakashi in a safe spot beside him. Then, he calmly walked toward Obito. Swish, he suddenly crossed his hands and placed them on his forehead. Now, it's time to protect my comrades. 8th gate of the Lotus, open. I'm taking a day off for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Isn't that awesome? Just asking if you think it's awesome. Can I get a 5-star to comfort me a bit? Love it. Chapter 56, The Power of the Gate of View. Helplessness, large chapter. In the next instant, boom. Might Guy suddenly radiated an overwhelming and suffocating terrifying pressure, causing the surroundings to tremble. At the same time, whoosh. A furious torrent of green steam erupted from his body, shooting up into the sky. This steam surged like a divine dragon soaring high, exuding an imposing aura that evoked reverence. Swish, swish, swish. The trees around him swayed relentlessly in the powerful airflow, seemingly bowing down in submission to Guy. Seeing this scene, Obito's eyes flashed with surprise as he spoke in a low voice. This aura, could it be that you have such a hidden trump card? Before this, he had always felt that Might Guy, who only relied on taijutsu, had somehow advanced to the rank of Jonin purely by luck. Although he had once been defeated by Guy with a single kick, now, Obito had already activated his Mangeki Sharingan, believing his strength had significantly increased, allowing him to look down upon the ninja world. Yet, he never expected that even such a powerful version of himself would still feel shock from the aura released by Guy. At this moment, whoosh, Guy suddenly waved both hands downward, and his skin instantly turned crimson like fire, with some veins bulging out, resembling coiling dragons. Immediately after, a powerful voice resonated throughout the area. 8th gate of the 8 gates. 6th gate, the gate of view, open, with the words spoken rumble, accompanied by a deafening roar. An incredibly dense green light surged outward in all directions. This light seemed to contain boundless power, radiating a terrifying pressure. What kind of aura is that? So powerful. The people near the back mountain of Konoha felt it most acutely, their faces filled with shock and gasps echoing everywhere. In an instant, that area fell into a state of turmoil. Some calm and experienced ninjas quickly sensed that something was wrong and decisively shouted, "Quick, go inform the higher-ups. There's an anomaly at the back mountain." Meanwhile, Might Guy's true appearance was fully revealed before Obito. Boom! His entire body turned an extreme shade of red, like burning flames, dazzling and intense. His pupils were completely white, revealing a bizarre madness and determination. And the veins on his forehead stood out like coiling evil dragons. Swish, swish, swish. Even more astonishing, terrifying green steam surged wildly from his body. This steam rolled and coiled, resembling eerie green flames tightly adhering to him, making him look like a demon emerging from the depths of hell, exuding a frightening aura. At this moment, the momentum radiating from Might Guy was a stark contrast to his previous self. Now whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the state of the gate of view, Guy's chest heaved violently, each breath emitting heavy and rapid sounds. The air around him seemed to be pulled by some powerful force, beginning to flow wildly. Obito, whose face was hidden under the mask and wrinkled, could no longer maintain his previous calmness, exclaiming, "This is an aura of a Kage." It was no wonder he was so astonished. After all, those of his age who could reach the Kage level were incredibly rare. Looking throughout the entire ninja world, there might be no more than 3. Yet, this was the same Might Guy who had faced numerous difficulties just to enter the Ninja Academy. Before Obito could think deeply, bang, Guy merely shifted his feet slightly, and the ground beneath him was instantly blown out, creating a massive pit, while he transformed into a green light and vanished from his location. In the next instant, Might Guy had already rushed in front of Obito. Boom! His right arm was enveloped in a brilliant green steam that suddenly surged violently, followed by an incredibly ferocious elbow strike that smashed down. You can't resist it. Obito's heart tightened, realizing the danger. After all, Guy had achieved Kage level through taijutsu. His close combat ability was bound to far exceed, even greatly surpassing others. In the next moment, whoosh! Without hesitation, Obito unleashed his Mangeki Sharingan again, instantly entering the intangible state, successfully dodging the heavy blow. Despite using the Mangeki so frequently, he felt no significant drain. It could only be attributed to the cells of Hashirama. Just then, Obito's Mangeki keenly detected a flaw in Guy's gate of view state, and the fleeting opportunity prompted him to strike without hesitation. Whoosh! With a wave of his arm, a powerful divine might enveloped his palm, and then he lunged towards Guy's back with ferocity. In an instant, it felt as though the void had solidified. Obito's hand was about to touch Guy's body. This time, he was sure he would succeed. His heart secretly rejoiced, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "I win." Yes, even if the opponent was a Kage. But he too was formidable. After all, he had even indirectly killed a Kage. Just at that moment, suddenly boom! Guy, who had initially appeared to have a moment of vulnerability, erupted with an even denser green steam, an unstoppable force. In the blink of an eye, he completely vanished from Obito's sight, his speed beyond imagination. Not good. Obito's heart tightened. Although his Mangeki Sharingan could perceive Guy's trajectory, his body was unable to react in time. The reason was simple. Guy had already circled behind him at extreme speed. That iron fist, containing boundless pressure, smashed down with the force to shatter everything. All of this happened far too quickly, in just 0.5 seconds. Obito had just materialized to attack, and now had no time to become intangible to dodge. At that moment, boom! Obito bore the brunt of that terrifying punch. The massive impact sent his body crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Guy immediately retreated, carrying Kakashi away to a distance. He realized that this battle might have wide-ranging consequences. Just then, boom! Amidst the billowing smoke, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted, as if it wanted to tear apart the entire space. Following that, Obito leaped out from the smoke, his eyes burning with fierce rage, the anger almost materializing. Swish! Obito extended his right hand, forcefully wiping away the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He then fixed his icy gaze on Guy, who was desperately fleeing in the distance, his voice cold as ice, seemingly coming from hell itself. "This is the second time I have suffered such humiliation. You will undoubtedly die today." Recalling the first time he faced such humiliation, it was against his teacher, Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God technique. And this time, it was again at the hands of Guy, who had once beaten him without any chance to fight back. He knew he was the proud wielder of the Mangeki Sharingan. This was an unbearable humiliation. With his thought whoosh, Obito unhesitatingly activated his divine might, and in an instant, the space-time enveloped his entire body. The next moment, he continuously opened the divine whirlpool, teleporting towards the direction where Guy was. In the blink of an eye, due to the continuous leaps of the Kamui vortex, Kai was about to catch up with Kakashi ahead. Just at that moment, with a hiss, Kai bit his finger without hesitation and immediately performed the summoning technique in midair. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound, an enormous ninja turtle suddenly appeared in the air. This ninja turtle seemed a bit dazed, opening its massive mouth and asking in confusion, "Kai, where is this place?" But Kai appeared not to hear at all, completely unresponsive. He carefully placed the unconscious Kakashi on the turtle's broad back and then shouted, "Kakashi is in your care." As soon as his voice fell, boom, Kai's hands suddenly erupted with an unimaginable powerful force, and then he forcefully threw the gigantic ninja turtle like a cannonball. In the next moment, swoosh! The cold and eerie Kamui vortex had quietly descended behind him. At the same time, Obito's cold and ruthless voice came through, "You won't escape. Today is your day to die." However, in the face of such an aggressive threat, the only response was a terrifying punch. Boom! This punch came with an incredibly terrifying pressure and momentum. Obito couldn't help but flinch as the sudden counterattack was astonishingly fast, leaving him little time to react. At the critical moment, he activated the Mangeki Sharingan, quickly covering his body to barely dodge the sudden counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, Kai dashed away like a green lightning bolt. Whoosh! A layer of thick green steam surrounded his body, and his red and white pupils fixed intently on the enemy before him. Just then, hissing, a bead of sweat slowly oozed from Obito's forehead, sliding down his cheek and finally dripping onto the ground. Sweat! Obito's heart jolted, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. However, in the next moment, whoosh! The originally clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, and heavy rain fell in torrents, enveloping the entire Konoha in a curtain of rain. Everything became damp and muddy. Obito quickly composed himself, muttering, "Yes. How could such an opponent make me sweat?" However, in the face of all this, the figure Kai across from him showed no reaction at all. His pale eyes remained steadfastly locked onto Obito, with no sign of retreat. Whoosh! Accompanied by a howling sound, the raindrops in the sky poured down even more violently. However, before these raindrops could approach Kai's body, whoosh, they were instantly evaporated by an extremely powerful green steam. In an instant, the entire space was filled with dense water vapor and a scorching atmosphere. For a moment, Obito and Kai silently stared at each other, neither of them speaking first. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, creating an indescribable tense atmosphere. Obito had to admit that at this moment, he was utterly powerless against this opponent, who had once been regarded as the underdog. The opponent's speed was as fast as lightning, easily evading his proud Kamui skill. Moreover, once he attempted to materialize, he would immediately be met with the opponent's astonishingly rapid attacks, making it impossible to evade. It was only at this moment that Obito realized the truth. All along, everyone had been deeply misled. The strongest genius of the younger generation in Konoha was not Kakashi. It was none other than the terrifying figure before him. Exuding a powerful aura, Might Guy. After a long time, boom. Obito's Mangeki Sharingan suddenly burst forth. Kamui. In an instant, swoosh. An extreme space-time vortex appeared at Kai's position, attempting to swallow him. However, the next moment, swoosh. Kai instantly vanished from his original spot and reappeared right in front of Obito, his fist swinging down with an incredibly violent wind. Who? Obito was already prepared, entering a phasing state. Seeing his attack miss, Kai shot off to the distance again, standing opposite Obito. Sigh. Obito sighed slightly, his face hidden beneath the mask revealing a look of helplessness. He truly had no way to deal with Kai. His eye technique was too countered by the speed of this ninja, although the opponent didn't have much of a way to deal with him either. Thinking of this, swoosh, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, a space-time vortex suddenly appeared. Obito stood there quietly, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Finally, he deeply gazed at Kai and stepped into the vortex. Whoosh! The space-time vortex slowly closed, and Obito's figure completely disappeared from this world. However, at this moment, Kai was still enveloped in an extremely violent green steam. He stood in place like a domineering demon, his gaze fixated on the direction Obito had left, his eyes flashing with a fierce aura. In the unknown shadows, a figure with yellow hair watched everything happening before him, secretly lamenting, "It seems I don't need to intervene anymore. This guy Kai is indeed impressive. The actions on the main body side should be going smoothly as well." Just as those words fell, swoosh, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth. In the blink of an eye, the figure of the yellow-haired person had vanished, and the dark corner returned to silence. At the same time, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large number of Konoha ninjas rushed to the back mountain, their expressions tense, weapons in hand. The atmosphere was heavy, filled with an imminent sense of tension. They immediately spotted Kai standing in the rain, exuding terrifying steam, resembling a demon. Boom! That overwhelmingly powerful shadow-level aura surged towards them. The Konoha ninjas were instantly frightened, each one on high alert, ready for battle. And just at that moment, whoosh, the steam around Kai suddenly vanished without a trace, and then his body trembled violently before collapsing to the ground. Among the crowd, Yugao immediately recognized his identity, her jaw nearly dropping in shock as she exclaimed, "What? That's actually Kai. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to everyone. Wishing you family reunions and early prosperity. Also, please give a free 5-star rating. Feel free to share any thoughts you have." Chapter 57, Meeting Uncle Snake, Gui Ying's Temptation, large chapter, inside the Shao organization base. It was incredibly dark. Minato and Nagato were still fully focused on discussing how to truly achieve peace in the ninja world. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a fierce howling sound like a wild wind erupted. Xiaonan appeared outside the base, her wings flashing as she instantly appeared before the two. Upon seeing Minato, her pupils dilated sharply, and an expression of extreme shock crossed her face. Without hesitation, Xiaonan swung her right hand in the air, and the white paper wings behind her seemed to come to life, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp paper shurikens that flew towards Minato with terrifying power. These paper shurikens glimmered with white light and extreme sharpness, as if they could cut through anything in their path. However, facing Xiaonan's sudden attack, Minato merely smiled slightly. His chakra began to tremble lightly, and a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the spot and teleported to another location. The paper shurikens that had been aimed at him all missed and embedded themselves deeply into the hard ground. At this moment, Xiaonan had already positioned herself protectively behind Nagato. With a serious expression and her eyes fixed on Minato, she guardedly shouted, fourth Hokage. We have no grudges with you. Why do you want to kill us? Ha 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 ha. Junior sister, no need to be so agitated. Upon hearing Xiaonan's question, Minato laughed heartily, his laughter gentle. His voice was warm, yet carried an irresistible friendliness. Xiaonan was taken aback, completely not understanding what Minato meant. Just as she was puzzled, Nagato gently tugged at her clothing and, with a tone of excitement and respect, said, Xiaonan, Senior Brother Minato is actually here to help us. He will guide us to find the true peace that belongs to us. Upon hearing this, Xiaonan's heart jolted, her shock evident. She quickly turned to Nagato, her eyes filled with urgency as she asked, Nagato, what does this mean? Next, Nagato recounted everything that had just happened to Xiaonan. At this moment, the surroundings fell into silence. After a while, Xiaonan seemed to awaken from a dream. She bashfully scratched her head, her cheeks flushing a faint red. Then, she turned to Minato, deeply bowing and apologizing. I'm really sorry for attacking you just now. Senior brother, I hope you can forgive me. After hearing this, Minato walked over steadily, gently extending his hand to help Xiaonan up, saying, It's all right. This just shows your high alertness towards enemies. He paused slightly before continuing. Moreover, that battle just now caused some damage to you. Xiaonan was about to respond, but before she could speak, Nagato quickly interrupted her with a firm tone. Senior brother, all of this was just a test of your generosity. Besides, there were no casualties. He continued without hesitation. For the sake of pursuing peace, we are willing to pay any price. That's right, senior brother. As long as we can achieve the peace that Yahiko envisioned. Xiaonan chimed in, her voice filled with determination and persistence. Minato couldn't help but be slightly stunned, his gaze sweeping over these two young disciples, a wave of emotions rising in his heart. Clearly, their yearning for peace was not mere words, but a deep-seated desire from their souls. It was just that reality had beaten them down, and they had been led astray by the harshness of life. Thinking of this, Minato approached Nagato and slowly crouched down, looking seriously at his injured feet. He asked Nagato, Do you want to stand up again? Huh. Nagato was instantly taken aback, his eyes widening as he looked at his bloodied feet, filled with despair and reluctance. After a long moment, he trembled and finally said, I want to. But the cells in these feet have been completely destroyed by the explosive tags. However, swish. Upon hearing this, Minato stood up directly, unhesitatingly patting Nagato's shoulder, his face breaking into a confident smile as he reassured him. Since you want to, as your senior brother, I will definitely help you fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, wham, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted in the boundless darkness, and Minato's figure instantly vanished from the spot, leaving behind only the bewildered expressions of Nagato and Xiaonan. At that moment, Lord Angel, what should we do? Outside the base, the panicked residents of Amigakure were shouting loudly, filled with despair. At the border of the land of fire, Orochimaru's experimental base was filled with an eerie and dangerous atmosphere, a forbidden area for ninjas. At this moment, low, heavy breathing sounds echoed from the entrance of the base, where several guards stood, their eyes glazed, eyelids heavy and drooping, their chests rising and falling rapidly with quick breaths. They had somehow fallen into a sleep state while standing. The quality of this sleep was terrifying. Just then, in the nearby forest, on an ordinary-looking stone, there was a black mark. Suddenly, hiss, hiss, hiss. The mark on the stone began to emit a strong chakra fluctuation. In an instant, boom, a brilliant golden light burst forth, and within the light, Minato appeared with a calm smile. After materializing, Minato gently closed his eyes, focusing on sensing the movements around him. After careful exploration and confirming his target, he began to walk slowly towards Orochimaru's base. Shortly after, Minato arrived at the entrance of the base. Looking at the guards who had already fallen asleep, a faint smile crept onto his lips. Orochimaru, you are quite lenient with your subordinates. Don't you fear someone stealing from the base? But then again, 99% of people wouldn't dare come here. At that moment, boom, the tightly closed gate of the base was suddenly pushed open. Following that, a figure came into view. It was a man with an unusually pale complexion, devoid of color, with a cold and sinister face that emanated a chilling aura. Especially his eyes, which were like those of a venomous snake, seemed capable of devouring souls, instilling endless fear and oppression. This person exuded a highly strange and evil aura, like a highly toxic snake lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any living being in front of it. Without a doubt, it was Orochimaru, the cold-blooded scientist of the ninja world in pursuit of immortality. The guards were suddenly startled awake and trembled uncontrollably upon seeing Orochimaru. They immediately lowered their heads, not daring to show any signs of negligence, standing obediently in place, fearing to anger Orochimaru. However, he only let out a cold laugh and ignored the guards. His chilling laughter echoed in the air, carrying an incredibly dark undertone. Then, in a deep and hoarse voice, he said, "Konoha es Minato, come in. From the moment you stepped onto this land, I sense your arrival." After speaking, Orochimaru turned around without hesitation and walked away with a serpentine gait. Behind him, Minato helplessly spread his hands, showing a nonchalant expression on his face, and then followed. Minato was not afraid of any traps in Orochimaru's base. If there were any, he wouldn't mind turning this self-important snake into a slippery one. The sound of Orochimaru's footsteps was unusually heavy and slow, as if he were waiting for Minato to catch up. Minato closely followed behind, quickly arriving at Orochimaru's back. Thus, the two silently moved deeper into the base, the journey utterly silent except for the faint sound of footsteps echoing in the air. After a long while, Orochimaru suddenly broke the silence, his voice cold and deep, almost eerie. "Minato, I wonder why you've come to find me today?" Upon hearing the question, Minato replied directly, without hesitation, "Orochimaru-sensei, I want you to help heal my legs." You seem to have no issues." Orochimaru abruptly turned to look at Minato, his eyes filled with suspicion. "It's not me. It's the current leader of the Akatsuki, the wielder of the Rinnegan." Minato waved his hand, explaining. The next moment, Orochimaru's pupils suddenly constricted, showing a hint of undeniable shock. But this surprise was quickly replaced by calm. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. He said with interest, "I see. One of the 3 children personally taught by Jiraiya back in the day." At this point, Orochimaru paused for a moment and continued to speak to Minato. What a pity, Minato. At this moment, Hanzo and Danzo may have already put them to death. Clearly, Orochimaru was aware of Danzo's plan to join forces with Hanzo against Nagato. After all, the vast root organization would not lack his spies. Minato, upon hearing this, slowly raised his hand, gently supporting his well-defined chin. His eyes slightly closed as if lost in deep thought. Then suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed, and Minato instantly disappeared from his spot. He reappeared, holding a figure in his hand. This figure looked extremely terrifying, as if it were a demon from hell. He was covered in grotesquely twisted wounds, blood continuously flowing from these wounds, instantly staining the ground red. Undoubtedly, it was Danzo, who had suffered endless torment. The next moment, bang! Minato casually and heavily threw Danzo to the ground, as if discarding a worthless piece of trash. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face filled with astonishment. However, Minato paid no attention to Orochimaru's reaction, only revealing a smile as he spoke. "Is this the esteemed Danzo you mentioned?" Orochimaru deeply exhaled, trying his best to suppress the shock inside him. Then, a look of enlightenment appeared on his face as he slowly spoke. "In that case, Danzo and Hanzo have already failed." After saying this, Orochimaru felt a bit annoyed. After all, a significant portion of the experimental subject he needed for his various experiments relied on Danzo's provision. Minato remained silent, simply raising his head slightly without making any rebuttal. At this moment, Danzo, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, suddenly opened his eyes wide, filled with endless pain. He immediately spotted Minato, and the pain in his eyes instantly transformed into a blazing fury. Trembling, he hoarsely shouted, "BB Breeze Minato, I will tear you to pieces." However, this intense roar caused the already grotesque wounds on his body to tear open at an even more alarming rate. Danzo was tormented by the severe pain. Upon hearing this, Minato gently and slowly squatted down. At the same time, a kunai shimmering with cold light reappeared in his right hand. In the next instant, the kunai accurately struck Danzo's already injured area, leaving several brand new wounds. Instantly, intense pain surged throughout Danzo's body, causing him to involuntarily contort his face, biting his lip tightly, emitting an extremely painful scream. The scene unfolding before them even made the usually cold-blooded Orochimaru feel somewhat horrified. This guy Minato was a bit too twisted. At this moment, Danzo finally noticed Orochimaru, who was watching coldly from the side. He endured the severe pain in his body and shouted in a near-pleading tone, "Orochimaru, please save me. I promise I will continuously provide you with more and better experimental subjects in the future. Without my support, Your experiments cannot proceed so smoothly. After hearing Danzo's words, a clear hesitation gradually appeared on Orochimaru's previously indifferent face. Indeed, in terms of experimental matters, Danzo held considerable importance and value for him. Seeing Orochimaru seemingly wavering, Danzo immediately seized the opportunity and intensified his persuasion. He widened his eyes, his face twisted in rage, and shouted again, "Moreover, he is the fourth Hokage. Now, he has heard us mention experimental subjects. He absolutely cannot let you go so easily." At this point, Danzo paused for a moment, then gasped for breath and added, "Also, haven't you always been very interested in his resurrection? ISNT this your chance." Faced with Danzo's continuous temptations and threats, Orochimaru fell into a brief silence. But his eyes revealed an unmistakable struggle. Meanwhile, Minato continued to quietly squat on the ground, occasionally swinging the kunai in his hand to give Danzo a jab. Ignoring their conversation, Danzo's words seemed to instantly amplify Orochimaru's inner greed. In the next moment, he suddenly swung his hand towards Minato. Serpent's hand. Swish, swish, swish. His right hand instantly transformed into several venomous snakes, lunging at Minato. However, swish. In a flash of golden light, the snakes were instantly severed. The water gate continues to inflict wounds on Danzo, but a voice with a hint of reproach comes from his mouth. "Orochimaru-sensei, you're not being obedient. Tomorrow I have to work again. A humble worker, sob sob sob. Please give a good review. Thank you. I want a rating. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Beautiful, beautiful. Ha ha ha." Chapter 58, Minato Namikaze vs. Orochimaru, Part 1. In the next moment, whoosh, Orochimaru suddenly waved his hand, and the severed snake hand quickly retracted. His already indifferent face was now filled with extreme shock. But in the next instant, his expression changed, replaced by a chilling, fearsome intent. "Minato, Danzo was absolutely right. Life is all about striving with all your might for everything that benefits you," Orochimaru said coldly, his eyes glinting with greed and interest. At this moment, Danzo was curled up in a pool of blood, his body trembling from excruciating pain, letting out a roar of unbearable agony. "That's right. Orochimaru, kill him." For Danzo, he didn't care whether Orochimaru could defeat Minato because he knew very well that at this moment, Orochimaru had become his only glimmer of hope, his last straw for survival. Hearing Danzo's shout, Minato's gaze instantly sharpened, his eyes narrowing into two elongated crescent shapes. Then, he thrust the flying thunder god kunai fiercely into Danzo's still unhealed wound. Accompanied by a piercing sound, the wound, which had just begun to show signs of scabbing, was instantly torn open, and blood gushed out madly. "Ah, damn beast." Danzo felt an unprecedented wave of pain hit him, unable to help but throw his head back and let out a shrill roar, cursing. In the next instant, Minato slowly straightened his body, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, as he looked at Orochimaru and said, "Orochimaru-sensei, do you think you have the ability to deal with me? Or do you think I'm inferior to the third Hokage?" As he finished speaking, Minato's smile grew increasingly radiant, as if it contained a sense of disdain for the legendary Sannin. Upon hearing these words, Orochimaru's cold eyes narrowed slightly, his thoughts swirling. He had already acquired relevant intelligence, knowing that the fourth Hokage's strength had greatly increased, and even the rumored Mangekyo Sharingan could not compete with him. However, he had not witnessed it with his own eyes. Faced with the immense temptation of scientific immortality and considerations of personal benefit, he still decided to take the risk. Besides, even if he ultimately couldn't defeat the opponent, what did it matter? After all, escaping with his abilities shouldn't be too difficult. Thinking of this, an extremely eerie and bizarre smile appeared on Orochimaru's face, accompanied by a terrifying cackle. "Hee Minato, whether you can handle this will only be revealed in the aftermath." As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru's bone-white hands swung vigorously towards Minato Namikaze. Multiple snakes of the shadow. In an instant, hissing sounds erupted. Orochimaru's hands transformed into a number of massive poisonous pythons that were several times more than before. Each of these pythons flicked their crimson tongues, as if they intended to strangle everything in the world, lunging fiercely at Minato. Seeing this scene, the faint smile in Minato's blue eyes grew even stronger as he spoke. "Orochimaru-sensei, your courage to try is indeed commendable. However, you should consider who you are truly facing." As he finished speaking, whoosh, golden light suddenly shone from the depths of Minato's azure eyes. In an instant, the Flying Thunder God Technique's third stage, the space-time domain, surged out from his body. Whoosh, 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 accompanied by a howling wind, the space-time domain tightly enveloped Minato. The current space-time domain expanded several meters, continuously emitting an astonishing wave of space-time energy capable of tearing the void and distorting time. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru's heart trembled. So this is the third stage of the Flying Thunder God technique? It seems to far exceed the ordinary Flying Thunder God technique. However, despite this, Orochimaru was still unwilling to give up easily. He took a deep breath, and his chakra surged violently. In an instant, hissing, accompanied by a terrifying sound, all the highly poisonous pythons rushed to Minato in the blink of an eye. Yet, facing such a terrifying scene, Minato didn't even flinch. The next moment, all the pythons faced a grim fate. Just as they were about to attack Minato, suddenly, swish, 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 hundreds of kunai, gleaming with dazzling light and emanating extreme space-time power, surged out from the void where the space-time domain was located. These kunai moved as if they were alive, darting towards the snakes at lightning speed. It should be noted that although the pythons were large and extremely poisonous, their physical bodies could not compare to the divine artifact-level kunai of the Flying Thunder God. Almost without any suspense, in an instant, snap, snap, crisp sounds of breaking echoed, and all the heads of the pythons were mercilessly severed, falling to the ground. The snake bodies that lost their heads continued to twitch on the ground, as if they had not yet escaped from the shadow of death. Orochimaru couldn't help but let out a painful scream, quickly dispelling the multiple snakes of the shadow jutsu and retracting his hands to his sides. Clearly, the attack of the Flying Thunder God kunai had caused him a bit of pain. Throughout it all, Minato had not even moved an inch. Or rather, it was because the techniques Orochimaru had unleashed were simply too weak to attract Minato's attention. Meanwhile, Danzo, witnessing everything unfold, was suddenly overwhelmed by a deep sense of despair. However, before he could think further, the next moment, whoosh, Minato waved his hand, and Danzo's figure was instantly swallowed by the space-time domain, trapped in a unique void. He didn't want Danzo to get caught in the aftermath. He still hadn't had enough fun torturing him. Oh, and he still had to leave some for Kushina and Kakashi. Thinking of this, a spring-like smile involuntarily appeared at the corners of Minato's mouth. Seeing this, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of confusion and wariness. He mistakenly believed that this smile was Minato's disdain and mockery towards him. Despite being shocked by Minato's third stage of the Flying Thunder God technique deep down, he still forced himself to remain calm and slowly said in a chilling voice, "Don't get too carried away, Minato. The real battle is only just beginning." As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, Orochimaru suddenly bent down and lay flat on the ground. In an instant, his originally cold and narrow mouth expanded astonishingly to several times its size and opened wide. Thousand snakes sword array. In an instant, boom, an icy, bone-chilling chakra surged wildly from Orochimaru's body. Then, a piercing sound erupted from Orochimaru's mouth. At this moment, hissing, countless poisonous snakes crawled out from Orochimaru's now gigantic mouth, all vying to be the first. In the blink of an eye, the single-sided corridor of the entire base was completely submerged by these densely packed poisonous snakes. They flicked their tongues, which had devoured countless lives, rushing towards Minato. However, it was not over yet. A more terrifying scene unfolded. Clang! Countless venomous snakes simultaneously revealed a shining long sword in their mouths, emitting an even stronger aura of horror than before. This scene was truly shocking. If it were witnessed by those with a fear of clusters, they would likely vomit on the spot. Watergate witnessed this scene, and his azure eyes moved slightly. In that instant, whoosh! 3 kunai of Flying Thunder God, shimmering with a cold light, surged forth from the void, appearing right before Watergate, suspended in the air. Subsequently, Watergate's long and powerful hands began to slowly form seals. 3 life Flying Thunder God, full of rotating images, super killing the sky. In the next moment, boom! An unimaginably powerful force erupted within the space-time domain, as the violent space-time power intertwined and fused with the terrifying chakra, madly rushing towards those 3 Flying Thunder God kunai. Hiss! Under the impact of this terrifying power, the 3 kunai of Flying Thunder God instantly fell into a state of extreme frenzy. They trembled violently, and countless phantom kunai of Flying Thunder God continuously emerged, extremely eerie. In the next moment, the phantoms became real. Rumble! Countless kunai of Flying Thunder God, glimmering with cold light, surged forth from the void, each radiating a trembling power of wind, fire, and thunder, causing everyone to shudder. Not only that, But a dazzling golden light also faintly appeared on these kunai, a terrifying enhancement of space-time power. Whoosh! The corridor where Watergate stood was instantly submerged by the overwhelming kunai of Flying Thunder God. If it weren't for the fact that this corridor in Orochimaru's base was designed as an open-air space, relatively spacious and wide, it probably wouldn't have been able to accommodate the attacks of the two. Just then, boom, the attacks from both sides finally collided fiercely. In an instant, clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as the kunai of Flying Thunder God intertwined with the long sword from the snake's mouth at an astonishing speed. For a moment, it seemed that neither side had the upper hand. However, just for an instant, whoosh, the power of wind, fire, and thunder contained in the kunai of Flying Thunder God suddenly surged out wildly, transforming into violent energy waves that charged straight towards those venomous snakes. This terrifying force instantly engulfed a large number of snakes, annihilating more than half of the snake swarm in the blink of an eye, leaving no ashes behind. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru's expression changed slightly. Whoosh! He dared not slack off for a moment, immediately mobilizing all his chakra, injecting it into the 10,000 snakes sword formation. The snake swarm, which had been somewhat weak, suddenly revitalized, becoming even more ferocious and menacing, continuing to launch a fierce attack towards Watergate. Watergate witnessed this scene, and his eyes moved slightly. He nonchalantly yawned, as if feeling utterly bored with the current situation. Immediately after, his right hand suddenly trembled violently. In an instant, buzz, countless kunai of Flying Thunder God erupted with an extremely sharp screech, like evil spirits howling, simultaneously releasing boundless killing intent. At that moment, Watergate casually waved his arm and then slowly lowered it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the kunai of Flying Thunder God charged toward Orochimaru with an unstoppable momentum, at an astonishing speed of 100 kilometers per second. Any obstacles attempting to hinder their advance seemed pale and powerless in the face of such terrifying power and speed. Hiss! In just an instant, the dense kunai of Flying Thunder God turned the 10,000 snakes sword formation into dust. At this moment, rumble! The swarm of kunai of Flying Thunder God maintained that limit-defying speed as they closed in on Orochimaru. At such a close distance, perhaps only AI from the current ninja world had a slim chance of dodging this lethal strike. Orochimaru's originally eerie and cold face completely lost its usual composure and calmness. Instead, it was replaced by an unprecedented expression of extreme shock. However, before he could react or change his expression further, swoosh, 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 the kunai of Flying Thunder God, gleaming with cold light, pierced through Orochimaru's body densely. In an instant, puffed, blood splattered, dyeing the surroundings a bright crimson, creating an exceptionally horrifying scene. Bang! Orochimaru's shattered and gruesome body collapsed weakly to the ground, with almost no intact place left on him. At the same time, rumble! Half of the base collapsed due to the overwhelming impact of the kunai of Flying Thunder God, countless fragments rolling down, revealing the bright and dazzling light outside. Watergate quietly observed everything happening before him, yet his heart was incredibly calm, with no fluctuations. Did Orochimaru die just like this? It seemed almost impossible. Sure enough, in the next moment, hiss! Orochimaru's already broken body suddenly swelled up. Then, two thick and powerful hands abruptly stretched out from his mouth, forcefully prying it open. Whoosh! A dark shadow suddenly shot out from within. A completely unharmed Orochimaru appeared right in front of Watergate. At this moment, the newly resurrected Orochimaru still bore an unmistakable look of shock in his eyes. He could hardly accept such a fact. He had been instantaneously killed by Watergate. Help me. Or death. Watergate stared at Orochimaru, the corners of his mouth slightly rising, but his words left no room for choice. Faced with such a situation, Orochimaru fell silent. However, a glimmer of hope still lingered in his heart. He wanted to take a gamble, as if sensing the thoughts deep within Orochimaru. Watergate smiled slightly and said softly, "Very well. Since that's the case, then a little punishment should be harmless, right?" After finishing, Watergate suddenly raised his arm high. In an instant, rumble! An overwhelmingly powerful chakra surged from his body, quickly enveloping the entire base. Immediately after, whoosh, 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 a spiral shuriken, shimmering with the light of destruction, appeared in the air. It spun rapidly, its speed astonishing, each rotation seemingly representing the cycle of life and death. Just then, 5 different types of chakra gathered together, flowing towards that spiral shuriken. In the blink of an eye, the already formidable spiral shuriken underwent another transformation. Its power multiplying. Rumble. The five-nature spiral shuriken, empowered by the five elemental forces, reappeared in the world, releasing an unparalleled, terrifying pressure. Its deafening roar echoing for miles around. At this moment, Watergate gently threw the ordinary five-nature spiral shuriken towards Orochimaru. Super wind, fire, water, thunder. Earth spiral wheel devouring kill, evil roar final dance sword. Give me a book review. Oh, I'm about to change the book title. Any recommendations? Chapter 59, Orochimaru being honest. What? When Orochimaru saw the scene before him, his originally silent and expressionless face instantly turned extremely astonished. And he couldn't help but let out a gasp. In the next moment, rumble. The terrifying five-element spiral shuriken, emanating an overwhelming aura that instilled fear, tore through the void and rushed toward him. Just the sheer, terrifying momentum was enough to make any shadow-level powerhouse tremble. Whoosh! Faced with such a terrifying offensive, Orochimaru didn't dare to hesitate for even a moment. His feet quickly transformed into a thick snake tail, and he fled in the opposite direction of the attack with astonishing speed. Are you kidding? Such an attack is beyond what a human can unleash. However, one must understand that this was a spiral shuriken fused with 5 types of chakra, and its speed was not something human could hope to match. In an instant, rumble rumble, the 5-element spiral shuriken, carrying endless pressure, had already caught up to Orochimaru. Feeling the intense pressure coming from behind, Orochimaru knew very well that continuing to flee was futile. So, he suddenly turned around. Hiss! Without hesitation, he bit his finger, and the summoning seal was instantly formed. Then, he slammed his right hand heavily onto the ground. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. In the next moment, whoosh, a strange and powerful force suddenly surged forth, enveloping the entire area with an extremely intense, hellish aura. In an instant, bang, bang, bang. 3 gigantic and terrifying demon-faced gates burst forth from the ground like ferocious beasts, soaring into the sky. They emitted a chillingly terrifying aura, standing firmly in front of Orochimaru. This was the legendary absolute defense technique used by the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju. Upon seeing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, and his previously tense nerves relaxed slightly. However, he quickly realized that he had relaxed too soon, because at that moment, bang, the 5-element spiral shuriken collided directly with the first Rashomon. That seemingly indestructible giant demon-faced gate suddenly collapsed in an instant, turning into a puff of smoke that dispersed in the air. Following that, rumble rumble, the spiral shuriken and scathe continued to advance with an unstoppable momentum. Its released, overwhelming pressure becoming increasingly intense, suffocating. Everything was without suspense, accompanied by a crisp sound. Crack! The second Rashomon also failed to withstand for a moment before suddenly collapsing and completely dissipating into the world. At this moment, only the last Rashomon stood alone in the back, appearing incredibly weak. Orochimaru's face was filled with fear. He never expected that even the triple Rashomon couldn't hold up. One must know that although he couldn't activate the 5-fold Rashomon, even the triple one had terrifying defensive power. However, now in front of the 5-element spiral shuriken, it was like a sheet of paper. And in the next moment, boom, accompanied by a deafening roar, the 5-element spiral shuriken violently struck the third gate. In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to change color. Whoosh! An unparalleled, powerful wind pressure surged out wildly, sweeping around, affecting everything within dozens of miles. It held. Orochimaru witnessed this scene, and a glimmer of surprise and excitement flashed through his originally fearful eyes. However, this joy lasted only a brief moment. Rumble rumble, the next second, the spiral shuriken suddenly erupted with an unprecedented violent force, instantly shattering the seemingly indestructible last Rashomon. Following that, boom, it, carrying destructive energy, rushed straight toward Orochimaru, ready to deliver its ultimate judgment. Orochimaru stood dumbfounded in place, mouth slightly open, unable to produce a coherent sound. It's over, my dream of immortality, my science. It's all over. Faced with such a terrifying attack, he knew he couldn't escape. The skin-shedding technique he had once prided himself on seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. It was simply a huge joke. However, HSS, the extreme desire for immortality, triggered an instinctive reaction deep within his body. His back suddenly bulged. A massive flesh ball, emitting a terrifying aura, surged forth. However, everything seemed so rushed and powerless. In the blink of an eye, the five-element spiral shuriken reached before Orochimaru. His originally cold face was now shrouded in endless despair. This was undoubtedly the first time he had felt such a real and trembling fear since his debut. As Orochimaru was filled with despair, preparing to welcome the end of his life, he even began to imagine his body instantly turning into countless fine particles, scattering with the wind. But Minato had no intention of taking his life. He merely wanted to use this opportunity to make him clearly understand who the real king of Konoha was. Following that, boom. In the distance, Minato's figure suddenly erupted with an indescribable powerful pressure, and the red-blue chakra surged into the sky, turning the heavens into a red-blue hue. In an instant, swish, the red-blue chakra quickly materialized into an enormous hand, carrying a destructive momentum, rushing toward the location of the spiral shuriken at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, whoosh, that five-element spiral shuriken, which had already approached Orochimaru and was about to cause a violent explosion, was easily grasped by the giant hand materialized from chakra. Following that swish, the giant palm, formed from chakra, suddenly exerted force and vigorously waved toward the sky. In an instant whoosh, the spiral shuriken, with the power to destroy everything, shot into the sky, tearing through the entire void. Completely, utterly exploded. In the next moment, rumble rumble, a dazzling explosion energy ball suddenly appeared in the sky, emitting unparalleled five-element chakra brilliance. The powerful shockwave immediately surged downward, swallowing everything for countless miles. Countless eyes witnessed this incredibly terrifying scene. Bang! Some people were deeply shocked by the sight before them, mistakenly believing that a deity had descended upon the world, and they all knelt down, praying devoutly with awe in their hearts. After a long time, finally after a lengthy wait, the dazzling energy ball gradually dissipated, and the aftershocks from the explosion slowly calmed down. Orochimaru, who had narrowly escaped from the brink of death, had been gazing up at the earth-shattering explosion in the sky the entire time. In his cold, snake-like eyes, there was now nothing but shock and disbelief. At this moment, HSS, the flesh ball behind him that had been writhing, began to become restless and then slowly retracted back into his body, his back instantly returning to its flat state. Because at this moment, Orochimaru was very clear that any resistance was futile. Even if he unleashed the legendary forbidden technique, the eight-headed serpent technique, then Orochimaru slowly withdrew his shocked gaze and shifted it to Minato, who was walking toward him in the distance. But. Minato was now approaching Orochimaru step by step, moving at a slow and leisurely pace. His face was filled with smiles, but to Orochimaru, that smile appeared particularly terrifying. Finally, Minato stood before Orochimaru. Minato quietly gazed at the Orochimaru, whose snake-like eyes were fixed on him, and spoke in an exceptionally gentle tone. Orochimaru-sensei, I'll say it again, help me, or death. As soon as the words fell, the smile on Minato's face became even brighter, but behind that seemingly harmless smile hid an intense, killing intent. Upon hearing these words, a hint of confusion appeared on Orochimaru's face, and then he turned to walk towards the base. At the same time, his deep and hoarse voice followed. Minato, what do you mean by choice? Wait, I need to get some experimental materials first before I can treat your junior's injured legs. Orochimaru, be honest. Rating 5. 9, are you going to kill me? My dual divine power Naruto. I don't know if you've seen it. It started off with 6. 3, woo, I've been broken down. Chapter 60. Creating a true great power after a long time. Huff. Orochimaru gently exhaled, slightly panting with evident fatigue, as he carried a large experimental box on his tall shoulders. It was clear that he had put a lot of effort into this matter. Seeing this, Minato's lips curled into a slight smile of satisfaction as he slowly spoke. Very good, Orochimaru-sensei. Those who know the times are the true heroes. Orochimaru's expression had already returned to its usual cold demeanor. After letting out a low, chilling laugh, he continued, Minato, all of this is for the pursuit of immortality. Indeed, Orochimaru continuously instilled this idea deep within himself. He did not fear Minato's strength. Rather, he hoped to seize this opportunity to closely study the Rinnegan and explore what kind of realm this eye, revered as the Eye of God, could reach. Perhaps he could even research the power of immortality he yearned for. So everything just now was aimed at achieving this ultimate goal of immortality. I might as well call Orochimaru the #1 self-comforter? As this thought resurfaced in his mind, an extremely strange smile suddenly appeared on Orochimaru's face, and he eagerly urged, "Let's go." Minato, I can hardly contain my excitement. Minato's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. What can't you contain? Slap. However, Minato did not pay much attention to Orochimaru's words and decisively placed his right hand on Orochimaru's back. In an instant, swoosh, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted, and the figures of Minato and Orochimaru instantly vanished from their original spot. At this moment, the subordinates belonging to Orochimaru left behind in the base were in a state of panic. Lord Orochimaru, they cried out in alarm, their voices filled with fear and anxiety. Along with them, a group of mutated creatures roared uncontrollably. Akatsuki's base. Nagato stood on the high platform of the base, with Konan carefully supporting him. This was Nagato's first time revealing his severely damaged true appearance to everyone. Below him, there were countless villagers from the Rain Village, each face etched with deep pain and despair. God, Angel, please save us. Some people directly knelt on both knees, clasped their hands together, and looked up to the sky, crying out loud. Our home is no more. The Rain Village has vanished. Are we, such a weak nation, destined to be bullied and manipulated by those powerful countries? One voice after another echoed, as people turned their gazes to Nagato and Konan, hoping to find true redemption from them. However, their homes had turned to dust in that brutal battle. What else could remain but sorrow and helplessness? Fortunately, at least so far, there were no casualties. But the displaced populace had no idea where they would find refuge in the future. Nagato took a deep breath, his mood exceptionally heavy as he anxiously gazed at the crowd below. At this moment, he felt equally helpless, unsure how to speak to comfort these traumatized souls. Moreover, the Akatsuki base simply could not accommodate so many people. As he watched the agitation in the crowd intensify, their emotions growing more fervent. Even the Akatsuki members responsible for maintaining order seemed about to lose control of the situation. At that moment, crash! A brilliant golden flash suddenly erupted in the seemingly endless darkness of the Akatsuki base. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. On the high platform, Nagato's unique Rinnegan glimmered with a strange light. An indescribable surge of excitement flooded his heart, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Senior brother, you finally returned. The next moment, pitter-patter, soft footsteps slowly approached from the depths of darkness, gradually closing in on the crowd. Under the astonished gazes of the many villagers, two figures gradually emerged. It was none other than Minato and Orochimaru. One villager turned pale as a sheet upon seeing the scene before him. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. However, in an instant, he frantically struggled to rise, continuously screaming in terror. Run, run! That's the fourth Hokage, a demon. Even the gods cannot defeat him. Hearing this villager shout, others who had been in a daze snapped back to reality, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. Nearly half of the crowd began to flee desperately into the distance. In the panic, countless innocent people were knocked to the ground, groaning in pain. The scene immediately spiraled into uncontrollable chaos. Stop! Nagato saw this, his mouth slightly open as he tried to speak out to stop them, but his throat felt as if it were being choked, unable to make a sound. Because to destroy the Rain Village, it seemed he could not escape responsibility either. At this moment, Minato moved slightly. Boom! Crimson blue chakra surged into the sky, as Minato raised his chakra pressure to the utmost, pressing down on the crowd. Buzz, feeling this overwhelming pressure, the restless crowd fell silent in an instant, not daring to move a muscle. It was the fear stemming from the brink of death, directly overwhelming their bodies and minds. Seeing this, Orochimaru's snake-like eyes flashed with a hint of confusion as thoughts churned within him. No, Minato, what are you trying to do? Why are they so agitated? Just as he was about to ask, his gaze was suddenly drawn to the exceptionally enchanting Rinnegan. Buzz! An intense curiosity instantly engulfed his entire being, and he no longer cared about what Minato was doing. At this moment, Orochimaru was solely fixated on Nagato, intoxicated by his desire for science. Meanwhile, Minato slowly walked towards the high platform and spoke. I know that many of you hate me, because I destroyed your home. As he spoke, Minato quietly gazed at the villagers below. However, below was a deathly silence. No one dared to speak. The thrilling battle moments ago seemed fresh in their minds, and they had not forgotten. The fourth Hokage could probably annihilate everyone present with a single blow. At this moment, Minato's lips curled into a smile, And he spoke again, his expression almost mocking the people below. In fact, you have long been accustomed to being bullied by great powers, just like today. Even if I destroyed your village, you dare not stand up and accuse me. At this point, Minato stopped speaking, merely using his contemptuous gaze to coldly look down at the villagers. Among the crowd, there were also tough individuals. Faced with such humiliation, they clenched their fists tightly. Then, the fourth Hokage, you're just powerful. That doesn't mean you can insult us at will. A young man stepped forward, his face filled with anger as he shouted loudly. With a shout, more and more people stood up. Yellow Flash, do you think we want this? It's you powerful nations. They don't give us the slightest chance. Beasts, does being strong mean you can do whatever you want? Can small countries only be slaughtered at will? Each of these angry accusations is like a sharp blade, piercing directly into Nagato's heart, and his fists involuntarily clenched slightly, filled with resonance. However, Nagato seems oblivious to the curses and questions from the crowd, even smiling as he loudly says, "Your fighting spirit is admirable, and in terms of unity, it even surpasses those great powers." At this point, Nagato pauses briefly, then waves his hand with unparalleled dominance and shouts, "If that's the case, then why not establish a true great nation on this brand new land? The rating is so low, why?" Chapter 61, The People's Hope. As the words fell, the entire scene seemed to freeze in time, instantly plunging into a dead silence. Even the slightest sound of a hand brushing against a head was clearly audible. The pupils of the crowd, once filled with anger, quickly transformed into expressions of disbelief and shock. Subsequently, various emotions continuously alternated in their eyes. After a long while, a long sigh was heard from an elderly man with white hair in the crowd, his tone filled with endless sorrow and grief. Indeed, for a small country like ours, no matter how hard we struggle, we will always remain a small country. Another elder, standing beside him, echoed his sentiment. After all, they had personally experienced the brutal Second Shinobi World War. In those days, Hanzo was a formidable presence, revered as a demigod. Even the legendary Sannin of today owe their names to him. It's a pity that despite such great power, they ultimately could not escape the fate of being defeated by the great nations. This is the sorrow of being a small country. In terms of background and foundation, we are far inferior to those powerful nations. At this moment, a wave of invisible sorrow suddenly swept through, drowning every citizen present in a sea of deep sadness, making it hard for them to breathe. Just then, a faint smile slowly appeared on Minato's face as he gazed down at the citizens of Amigakure. In a calm tone, he spoke softly, "What if I help you?" As soon as the words fell, "What? You, master?" Konan exclaimed in disbelief, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. Because the fourth Hokage openly declared he would help the citizens of Amigakure establish a brand new great nation. This would undoubtedly be a piece of news shocking enough to reverberate through the entire shinobi world for decades. The crowd, which had been immersed in despair and pain, lifted their heads at that moment. They widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief as they stared at Minato. Finally, one person couldn't help but ask excitedly, Is what you said true?" His voice trembled slightly, tears glistening in his eyes. Soon, more and more citizens began to speak up. "Lord Minato, are you really willing to help us rebuild our village? Is it true, Hokage-sama? Can we also become a great nation?" In an instant, the atmosphere on the scene became incredibly excited, with people's eyes revealing their longing and hope for the future. They could hardly believe that with the help of the Yellow Flash, who possessed power comparable to that of a nation, Amigakure would usher in an era of unprecedented glory and prosperity. This was beyond everyone's imagination. However, the citizens did not easily accept this news. After all, there must be a reason behind everything. At this moment, a burly Amigakure Chunin stepped forward, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and shouted, "Impossible! He is the fourth Hokage of Konoha. How could he assist us?" "Exactly. He must be just mocking us." Another man quickly agreed. In an instant, the scene fell into chaos again. The crowd whispered and debated. The flicker of hope that had just ignited was quickly extinguished. The majority of the citizens, upon hearing these doubts, felt their spirits drop. Indeed, how could the Yellow Flash as the fourth Hokage help them? Just then, ha! Minato looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but throw back his head and laugh heartily. Then, he waved his arm and suddenly pointed at Nagato, saying loudly, "The reason is simple. Because I share the same dream as the God you believe in. That is, to pursue a true and complete peace that belongs to us." As the words fell, brother, Nagato's Rinnegan flickered, his heart unable to remain calm, with a hint of excitement spilling over. Then, he took a deep breath to stabilize his agitated emotions, and, in a commanding tone, continued Minato's words. I must tell you something very important. The fourth Hokage is my brother, so you can rest assured that what he says is my intention. At this, the vast majority of people present couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This was simply a bombshell revelation. Who would have thought that the supreme existence of the Akatsuki organization was actually the younger brother of the fourth Hokage? Those who had previously dismissed Minato's words, even considering him to be talking nonsense, now had to reevaluate every word he had said. At that moment, a brave citizen stood up from the crowd, looking firmly at Minato and earnestly asking, "Fourth Hokage, how exactly do you plan to help us?" As his question rang out, the dimmed light in the eyes of others reignited with hopes and expectations for the future. They looked at Minato with eager anticipation, hoping for an answer. Minato, upon hearing this, activated the Flying Thunder God technique in an instant, creating a powerful space-time field that enveloped the entire area. At that moment, he stood in the space-time domain, truly resembling a god high above. He gently waved his palm and spoke in a gentle yet powerful voice. "I will join forces with your god to quell all conflicts. From now on, there will be no hatred or suspicion among people, and we will rebuild a true shinobi village on this brand new ruin. It will be an unprecedented era of peace." As soon as he finished speaking, it felt as though a magnificent vision of a prosperous world had surged into the hearts of everyone present. Even Orochimaru, who had been enraptured by Nagato's Rinnegan powers, could not help but return to his senses. He fixed his gaze on Minato, softly murmuring, "Perhaps letting you take the position of Hokage was indeed the wisest choice." With these words, the resentment he had harbored for not being chosen as the successor by the third Hokage gradually faded away. "Hey, everyone, please give the kid a rating." Chapter 62, A New Home, named Day finally, in the next moment. Bang! Someone knelt down on both knees, and the face that was once filled with confusion and despair now overflowed with boundless longing for a better future. He shouted with all his might, "Lord Hokage, I implore you to lead us toward that brand new, beautiful future." Soon after, more and more people followed suit, kneeling on the ground together. The eyes of each person were filled with the true light of hope, and they sincerely spoke in unison. "That's right. Lord Yellowflash, please grant us the opportunity to witness such prosperity with our own eyes. We, the people of this small nation, have truly had enough of suffering." At this moment, they had completely accepted the words of Minato. After all, they had lost everything and had no other options to choose from. Just imagine, if a being stronger than the gods they revered stood up and offered to help them, then surely anyone would accept such goodwill without hesitation. At this time, Minato quietly gazed at the scenes unfolding below. A strange emotion flickered in his azure eyes. However, he soon spoke again. "I understand that some of you may still have doubts. If you cannot fully trust me, you can choose to join the Hidden Leaf Village. Here, I assure you in the name of the fourth Hokage." As soon as these words were spoken, a hint of hesitation suddenly appeared in the eyes of some people in the crowd, who had previously been filled with hope for the future. Their bodies trembled slightly, and their hearts were experiencing an intense struggle, thoughts swirling within them. The Hidden Leaf, the largest ninja village in the ninja world, has always been a place of peace and tranquility. There were no wars disturbing the land, and people lived a stable and prosperous life. For many, becoming a part of the Hidden Leaf was undoubtedly a great honor and opportunity. Especially for those villagers from small nations, such an opportunity was rare, and almost no one would easily refuse it. However, after this brief moment of silence, a miracle occurred. Buzz! Those villagers who had just shown signs of hesitation suddenly seemed to be infected by a powerful force, their gazes instantly becoming resolute. They straightened their backs, looked ahead with determined eyes, and shouted in unison, "No, we want our true peace." At this moment, looking down from above, every person's gaze revealed determination. They were closely connected, and no one had the slightest thought of going to the Hidden Leaf Village. This scene of unity was a unique quality of these small nations. If everyone could be like this, then true peace would surely descend upon the world. Nagato witnessed this scene, filled with emotions, and couldn't help but express heartfelt admiration. Beside him, Konan gently spread her pair of paper wings, slowly rising, her face radiating happiness. She silently thought, "Yahiko, perhaps the peace you have always pursued is truly possible." At this moment, Minato smiled slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Praising the people present. Very good. You are the embodiment of peace. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd below erupted in excitement, their emotions running high. Their gazes were fervent and reverent. At this moment, they regarded Minato as equally important as Nagato, filled with admiration and trust for him. Seeing this, Minato slowly raised his right hand, making a gesture for everyone to remain quiet. The originally noisy scene immediately quieted down, and people held their breath, all focusing intently on Minato. Once everyone was completely silent, a smile appeared on Minato's face. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "All right, let's go. It is time for you to return home." His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, Minato transformed into a dazzling golden light, appearing before the people. Those closest to Minato could feel the aura radiating from him most vividly. In an instant buzz, their bodies involuntarily began to tremble. This trembling did not stem from fear, but from a mix of excitement and reverence. At this moment, Minato still wore a smile, softly saying, "Come with me. Everyone, let's create a truly peaceful world that belongs to us." After saying this, he placed his hands behind his back and rushed toward the place where the rain village once stood. Upon seeing this, the others also began to move. They took a deep breath, twisting their bodies, tightly following Minato as if he were the supreme emperor in their hearts. Their eyes were filled with trust and anticipation, as if following Minato would surely lead them to a bright future. The scene resembled when Gaara led an army of 80,000 in a battle during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Every person was filled with fighting spirit and courage, determined to fight for true peace. Not far behind them, whoosh, Konan gently flapped her wings made of countless sheets of paper. A powerful airflow surged around. She tightly held Nagato's shoulders, closely following the crowd behind. This indicated that they would be the last wall of defense for peace in the ninja world. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was running beneath Konan and Nagato, watching Nagato in the void above with curious eyes, muttering to himself, "Rinnegan, Rinnegan." Finally, Minato led everyone to the old site of the Rain Village, which had long been destroyed by an explosion. At this moment, all that remained was an enormous deep pit. There were even slight chakra fluctuations above, but no signs of any life that had existed. The people, upon seeing this, could not help but slightly tighten their eyes, pain filling their pupils. This place was, after all, where they had grown up. Minato gently supported his chin, gazing at the giant pit before him, his thoughts swirling within. Then, he suddenly formed hand seals. Boom! An incredibly terrifying earth release chakra instantly erupted from his body, surging outward. At that moment, Minato slammed his hands onto the ground. Earth release, super mudslide technique. In the next moment, buzz! The crowd felt the ground beneath them tremble violently. Then, hissing sounds came from the bottomless pit, and countless amounts of soil surged out, quickly congealing together. Before long, the terrifying deep pit completely vanished without a trace. In its place, a flat and brand new surface appeared before the people. That's incredible. The crowd, witnessing all this, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. To be able to easily change such a massive terrain with one person's strength. Is this really something that humans can do? What? So it's the fourth Hokage? Oh, that makes sense. At this moment, with a slight sound of air being cut, Minato firmly inserted a kunai shimmering with the power of time and space into the ground below. Seeing this scene, someone in the crowd couldn't help but step forward and ask Minato, "Lord Minato, will the new village still be called Rain Hidden?" As soon as this question was asked, the scene immediately fell into a commotion and restlessness. Everyone began to express their opinions and argue endlessly. However, in the end, the final decision still rested in the hands of Minato and Nagato. At this moment, Minato looked at the newly born land, a gentle smile on his face, and calmly said, "Since we have decided to abandon the past and embrace our own peace, then it should have a brand new name. Brother, it's up to you to decide," Nagato replied, handing over all decision-making power to Minato. Hearing this, Minato waved his hand vigorously, speaking with hope and peace, daylight. It will unveil the hypocrisy under the light and welcome true peace in the dark daylight. If everyone has some time, please help raise the children's ratings. Sob sob sob, Chapter 63. The hypothesis of column fusion. Half a day has passed. At this moment, the former site of Rain Hidden Village is bustling with activity. Whether they are ordinary civilians or ninjas, everyone is working hard to build a brand new village. Heavy breathing fills the air, echoing throughout the area. Despite the exhaustion, every face shows immense happiness. The reason is simple. From today onwards, they will completely bid farewell to the humiliating history of being bullied by great nations. Behind them stands the formidable fourth Hokage, along with the sage reincarnated Rinnegan. At this moment, Minato and his companions are standing a little farther away, quietly observing the busy figures. A faint smile involuntarily appears on their faces. At this moment, Nagato suddenly breaks the silence, revealing an unmistakable worry in his voice. Brother, how you plan to explain this to Konoha? After all, the fourth Hokage has created a brand new ninja village in the outside world, and the impact of such an action could potentially affect the entire ninja world. Haha. Minato laughs at Nagato's inquiry, then slowly speaks explain. Nagato, do you underestimate your brother so much? Nagato is momentarily taken aback, but quickly regains his composure. He scratches his head instinctively, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Brother has become so powerful. What is there to explain? If anyone dares to question him, they'll just be served a capped Rasengan. He, Xiao Nan, who is beside them, can't help but chuckle at the scene. Then, in an incredibly gentle tone, she softly asks, Brother, how should we deal with the daimyo of the Land of Rain? Upon hearing Xiao Nan's question, Minato raises his right hand, gently cradling his chin, and slowly says, Nagato, Xiao Nan, I hope you understand one thing. When it comes to our own interests, as well as those of our families and companions, anyone else. He pauses briefly. A strong, killing intent suddenly surges from his blue eyes, chilling everyone to the bone. If they do not obstruct our path, then we can cooperate and utilize them. But if they become obstacles on our road, they must be eradicated completely. As he finishes speaking, the cold expression on Minato's face dissipates, replaced by his signature warm smile. For those he recognizes as family and companions, he will always offer endless kindness. At this moment, we understand. Nagato and Xiao Nan nod in unison, their previously hesitant expressions now showing relief. That's right. Everything is to protect the family and companions they cherish. They are willing to use any extreme means, no matter the cost. Just then, a chilling laugh suddenly comes from his side, the voice incredibly eerie, mixed with an indescribable strange aura. It is none other than Orochimaru. At this moment, Nagato and Xiao Nan finally focus their attention on Orochimaru, having previously overlooked his presence. Then, a hint of respect appears on Nagato's face as he speaks softly. Orochimaru-sensei, hello. Xiao Nan, standing beside him, quickly echoes, hello, sensei. After all, both of them are disciples of Jiraiya, so it is only natural to address Orochimaru as sensei. It's been a long time since I've seen Jiraiya's disciples. A wicked smile appears on Orochimaru's cold face as he responds leisurely. Saying this, he slowly extends his long, snake-like tongue, licking his cheek lightly. Seeing such a disgusting scene, Xiao Nan feels her stomach churn, nearly vomiting on the spot. Meanwhile, Minato raises his right hand, pointing to Nagato's legs, and turns to Orochimaru, asking, you should have a way to treat this kind of injury, right? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru slowly squats down, meticulously examining Nagato's already crippled legs. Every inch of skin and every scar does not escape his snake-like pupils. Xiao Nan, beside him, watches the scene with a tense expression, her hands unconsciously clenched, palms dripping with sweat. Deep down, she fervently hopes Orochimaru will say those encouraging words. I have a way. However, Nagato only sighs softly, then raises his head to look at the sky. His unique Rinnegan reveals a complex mix of emotions. He has already given up on his legs, which even the powerful healing ability of the Uzumaki clan cannot restore. How can anyone else have a way? After a long pause, Orochimaru exhales deeply, continuously fiddling with Nagato's thighs while murmuring softly, to heal them is almost impossible. The cells in these legs have been completely destroyed by the explosion. Hearing this, Xiao Nan's eyes widen in disbelief, her face filled with shock. She can't help but exclaim, how could this be? You are one of the legendary three. Is there really no way at all? As soon as she finishes speaking, tears well up in her eyes, ready to spill over. Nagato continues to look up at the sky, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. Although he feels a bit disappointed, he remains calm overall because he had already suspected this. Orochimaru, please don't let me lose face in front of my younger siblings. Minato speaks lightly, even omitting the title of sensei. Translated, it means, if it can't be healed, it's fine, just take a Rasengan from me. Buzz. Orochimaru's petite body trembles suddenly, and a chilling scene from his battle with Minato flashes in his mind. Orochimaru slightly narrows his eyes, immediately entering a state of contemplation. Finally, after a long thought, Orochimaru hesitantly opens his mouth and says, "If we can combine Hashirama's cells with the genes of the Uzumaki and Senju clans, it might be possible to heal." Dear readers, please give a rating. Support me, let's boost it up. It's been a while since I've fought. I feel Minato's hands are itching. Chapter 64. The sapwood release tool person what? Upon hearing this, Xiao Nan's eyes instantly widened, shimmering with extreme excitement. However, before this joy could last too long, the following words from Orochimaru ruthlessly shattered her newly ignited hope. It seems that in order to implant Hashirama's cells without side effects, we must purify them using the fresh blood of a wood release user. With this, Xiao Nan's face turned incredibly pale, her despair evident. Because everyone knew that wood release was the power to stabilize a chaotic world, only the deceased god of ninjas had possessed this unparalleled ability. In today's ninja world, it was unlikely to find another person who mastered wood release. If there were indeed another, the entire ninja world would have long been unified. At that moment, Orochimaru slowly turned his head, his gaze directed at Minato, revealing a hint of indecision as he asked, "Minato, have all the ninjas from the root been killed?" Minato's heart stirred, instantly discerning the deeper meaning behind Orochimaru's words. In the next instant, whoosh, a dazzling golden light suddenly surged forth, and Minato's figure instantly vanished. Yet, merely a second later, his familiar silhouette reappeared before everyone. At that moment, Minato was holding a boy wearing a mask. This boy was tightly grasped, showing no signs of resistance. "Where is this?" The boy's eyes beneath the mask reflected an indescribable clarity and foolishness. Minato did not respond to the boy's question. Instead, he reached out a hand and gently removed the mask from the boy's face. As the mask slowly fell, the boy's true face finally revealed itself to everyone. Hee hee. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru couldn't help but let out a chilling, eerie laugh. Then he praised Minato. "Minato, as expected, you noticed long ago." Indeed, this boy was none other than Yamato. At that time, when Minato disguised himself as a rain ninja, he happened to discover him. Thus, Minato swiftly struck him unconscious and took him away. Yamato finally regained his senses and quickly locked his gaze on Minato and Orochimaru. In the next moment, an indescribable emotion surged within him, filled with intense excitement mixed with profound fear. Buzz, this complex feeling made Yamato's body tremble uncontrollably, his lips quivering as he stammered, "Fourth Hokage, Orochimaru-sama." Upon hearing his call, Minato revealed a gentle smile, nodding slightly in response. However, the nearby Orochimaru emitted a chilling sound. Slurp, slurp, his icy tongue, as agile as a snake, extended to lick his own face, causing Yamato to feel goosebumps all over. Xiao Nan, who had been silently observing, could no longer hold back her anxiety and hurriedly asked, "Senior brother, what do you mean? Is there still hope for Nagato's legs?" Upon hearing this, Minato extended a large, powerful hand and gently placed it on Xiao Nan's head, comforting her. "Xiao Nan, don't worry. This boy is the wood release user." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Nan's eyes suddenly sparkled with an extremely dazzling light, directly looking at Yamato. Her gaze was filled with desire, as if Yamato were the legendary meat of Tang Sung. Under Xiao Nan's intense stare, Yamato felt a chill rise up his spine, and various thoughts flooded his mind. Help! They feel so terrifying. Meanwhile, Orochimaru wasted no time and quickly pulled out an exquisite container. With a focused gaze and swift movements, he tightly grasped Yamato's wrist. Whoosh! A sharp blade effortlessly cut a deep gash on Yamato's hand. In an instant, blood flowed wildly into the container. The sudden pain made Yamato unable to hold back his scream, instinctively trying to pull his injured arm away from Orochimaru's grip. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't budge Orochimaru at all. The gap in their strength was simply too vast. Yamato could not contend with Orochimaru. At that moment, Minato spoke up, "Yamato, don't be afraid, it will be over soon." His voice was gentle, instilling a sense of reassurance. Hearing Minato's words, Yamato's face showed a trace of confusion. Then, perhaps out of trust in Minato, or realizing that struggling was futile, he ultimately chose to stop resisting and slowly opened his mouth to ask, "Fourth Hokage, were you just calling me?" Minato was slightly taken aback, suddenly remembering that Yamato wasn't called that yet. However, he quickly regained his calm, a smile on his lips as he gently ruffled Yamato's hair, saying, "That's right, from today on, the root no longer exists, and you should have a brand new name." I think Yamato suits you very well. After hearing Minato's words, Yamato fell into a long silence, and no one knew what he was thinking at that moment. It was evident, however, that his previously vibrant face was becoming increasingly pale. Finally, whoosh, Orochimaru closed the container's lid and let go of Yamato. He then opened the experimental box, sat down on the ground, and took out the preserved Hashirama cells to begin his research. Phew! Yamato, on the other hand, wore a fatigued expression, as if he had been drained. Minato came over to pat his head, infusing him with some chakra. Indeed, that red and blue chakra functioned similarly to the Nine-Tails chakra. At that moment, Orochimaru, who was busy, suddenly called out loudly to Nagato, "Nagato, come here quickly and provide me with a sample of your blood." Upon hearing this, Xiao Nan's heart stirred, but she forced herself to suppress her excited emotions. She suddenly waved her hands, and in an instant, swish, 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 sheets of pure white paper flew up, quickly surrounding Nagato and gently lifting him towards Orochimaru. Immediately after, a thick layer of white paper tightly surrounded the two of them. It was clear that Xiaonan did not want anyone to interfere while Nagato received treatment for his legs. Minato, seeing this, nodded slightly. Then he turned to Yamato, speaking with concern, "Child, you've really suffered." At this moment, Yamato, having received the chakra Minato provided, had gradually regained some color in his previously pale face. Hearing Minato's words, his mood became somewhat excited, and he quickly responded, "It's okay, although I don't know what Orochimaru-sama intends to do. But since it was you, fourth Hokage, who spoke, I naturally have no objections." After hearing Yamato's response, Minato showed a relieved smile. He gently extended his hand, lovingly stroking the top of Yamato's head. "Another good child. At this moment, we must mention the tears that cannot be hidden from the divine might." Then, Mizuke's led Yamato towards the center of the under-construction Hirumen village. At that moment, Yamato finally came to his senses, his eyes wide open. He looked at the miserable land in front of him in shock, unable to suppress his exclamation. "Yuin village. It's been destroyed." "Yes, but now it has a brand new name. Hirumen village," Mizuke's explained to Yamato calmly. Yamato was still immersed in the immense shock, mechanically nodding his head as his gaze slowly swept over the busy villagers around him. Just then, cough, cough. Mizuke's gently cleared his throat, a hint of embarrassment on his face, and then hesitantly said, "Yamato, I'm afraid I need to trouble you with a small favor." "Huh?" Hearing this, Yamato immediately felt puzzled. "Would release. 3 rooms and 2 halls technique." Boom! Several villas rose from the ground in Hirumen village. These villas were exquisitely designed, each exuding the unique charm of wood release. At this moment, dozens of such beautiful villas had already stood around, adding warmth and vitality to the originally miserable Hirumen village, making one feel the warmth of home. However, huff, 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 Yamato looked exhausted, breathing heavily and painfully shouting, "I'm really going to be drained dry." Thank you all for your support. Feel free to share any comments. Chapter 65. Fusion Failure? Mysterious thunder. Several hours passed in an instant. Daiwa let out a heavy gasp, lying on the ground with a pained expression as if his body had been emptied. A red hue appeared on his skin, which was clearly the wood release. Daiwa, red warm form. At this moment, looking around, he saw towering new wood release villas surrounding him. These structures were exquisitely crafted, emanating a refreshing wooden fragrance, perfectly blending with the environment. Behind all these achievements was the fact that every time Daiwa exhausted his chakra, Minato would unhesitatingly replenish it for him. The village of Hidden Day had undergone tremendous changes, with nearly half of the area covered by wood release villas. The villagers were ecstatic. They no longer had to worry about housing issues. "Thank you, young man." The people expressed their gratitude, turning their gazes towards Daiwa, speaking in unison. "And no, it's nothing." Daiwa forced a weak smile despite the discomfort in his body, but soon returned to a listless demeanor. Just then, Minato was surrounded by a red-blue chakra glow. He gently reached out, stroking Daiwa's head, and said softly, "Daiwa, to be honest, your wood release technique is much more practical than that of the first Hokage." Daiwa felt Minato's chakra flowing into his body, and the fatigue he felt instantly lessened. He slowly lifted his head and then heard Minato's voice. Daiwa suddenly came back to his senses. "Hiss!" He shyly scratched the back of his head and whispered, "Lord Fourth, don't joke with me. I'm not worthy to compare with the first Hokage." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a glimmer of light flashed in his originally dull eyes, and countless thoughts swirled in his mind. After all, everyone knew that the first Hokage became the unparalleled god of shinobi through his unique wood release technique. Perhaps he too could. Just thinking about it made Daiwa unable to help but grin foolishly, with an unmistakable excitement and anticipation at the corners of his mouth. Minato, seeing his expression, couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Is this kid working too hard and getting silly? After a while, Daiwa gradually came back to reality and his emotions stabilized. Minato then led him into a wood release villa, preparing to discuss how to use the wood release technique to construct other types of buildings. Woo. While listening to Minato's detailed explanation, Daiwa silently shed tears, filled with endless pain. Seeing this, Minato mistakenly thought Daiwa was moved to tears by the ability to build various styles of tall buildings, and quickly comforted him. Silly boy, don't cry. There will be more different types of houses for you to build in the future. Upon hearing this, Daiwa's tears flowed even more uncontrollably, his heart filled with countless thoughts. It seems that before becoming the god of shinobi, he could only be a tool. At Orochimaru's simple laboratory. Yes, it's the place where he sits on the ground. At this moment, Orochimaru's strange snake-like eyes narrowed slightly, locking onto the transparent test tube he held tightly. Inside the test tube was a liquid displaying an astonishing two-color state, half a vivid blood red and the other half a rich life green. Without a doubt, what was contained within was the cells of Hashirama and Nagato. At this moment, a strange sound emanated from the two types of cells. Meanwhile, their originally distinct colors began to slowly merge. Standing beside, Konan stared intently at everything happening before her hands unconsciously clenching into fists, palms even sweating from excessive tension. Her lips trembled as she anxiously murmured, "It must succeed. It has to." However, Nagato's pale face remained calm as always. For someone who had long grown accustomed to his disability, he seemed to have little expectation or anxiety. Suddenly, the two liquids began to boil violently without warning, enveloping the entire test tube in an extremely high temperature. Following that bang, the fragile test tube finally couldn't withstand such immense pressure and shattered instantly. Countless tiny shards flew everywhere, some hitting Orochimaru's face directly. How could this happen? Konan exclaimed in shock. Her once hopeful eyes were now filled with endless disappointment. Beside her, Nagato looked at the scene before him, feeling a wave of disappointment swell within him. Then, taking a deep breath, he calmed the waves in his heart and slowly spoke. "It's okay, Konan. Just let Yahiko replace me to traverse this world. That would be enough." As he spoke, a faint whimper escaped Konan's lips, her eyes instantly moistening, tears welling up. However, at that moment, Orochimaru extended his long tongue, gently licking the residue on his cheek, muttering coldly, "It seems this result is due to the intense clash of chakra between the two sides. If that's the case, there should be a way to resolve it." Hearing this, the sadness on Konan's face was instantly replaced by surprise. Her eyes widened as she eagerly asked, "What? Really? Hurry and tell me." However, before she could finish her sentence, "Don't disturb me. This is a moment for science." Orochimaru coldly issued an eviction order. Then he instantly released his hidden shadow snake hands, taking Nagato and Konan outside the protective circle of white paper. Seeing this, Konan felt a surge of anger rise within her and immediately shouted, "Orochimaru, what are you doing? This is our..." Yet before she could finish, Nagato interrupted her, slowly speaking, "It's fine, Konan, since Orochimaru-sensei has a solution, then waiting a little while won't be a problem." Then he continued, "First, let me see what the village looks like now." At this moment, Nagato had clearly noticed the luxurious villas scattered throughout the village. "All right," Konan replied softly. The white paper immediately wrapped around Nagato's legs, leading him deeper into the village. Just then, zzzz, a dominating sound suddenly erupted in the air of Hidden Day Village, a terrifying thunderous power. Chapter 66. The Raikage strikes. Minato to rescue? What's going on? Who is unleashing lightning techniques? The villagers of the Hidden Day Village immediately raised their questions. However, at this moment, a strange light flickered in Nagato's Rinnegan, and he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was a hint of irritation as he whispered, "A large ninja force is approaching us. The leading figures are very strong." "What? They're experts too." Konan frowned immediately. Inside the wood release villa, Minato was discussing how to maximize the effectiveness of wood release and imbue it with more values. However, in the next instant, Minato's eyes narrowed slightly, and a glimmer of light appeared in his blue pupils. He then spoke with a tone reminiscent of an old acquaintance. "Is it the main force from the Cloud Village?" As expected, Almost in the next moment, thousands of ninjas wearing the iconic headbands of the Cloud Village appeared at the outskirts of the Hidden-A village. These ninjas wore greedy expressions, unabashedly fixating on every person present. The villagers immediately showed signs of fear and shock, but before they could recover from their astonishment, in the next second, bang, a wild black figure, shimmering with dazzling blue lightning, leaped down from the sky at an astonishing speed to the entrance of the Hidden-A village. As soon as it landed, boom! The terrifying, thunderous power contained within that figure erupted violently, pressing down in all directions. This incredibly violent scene, coupled with this oppressive force, caused the people of the Hidden-A village to tremble. Nagato witnessed this and unleashed a terrifying, oppressive force from his Rinnegan. Boom! The power of the Rinnegan collided fiercely with the might of the thunder, releasing a wave of fearsome energy. Ultimately, both forces gradually receded. At this moment, the dazzling blue light generated by the lightning began to dim, finally revealing the figure hidden within. Indeed, it was the fourth Reikage. Across his arms in front of his chest, his dark face revealing an unabashed dominance as he gazed at Nagato and said with evident admiration, "Kid, I didn't expect you to withstand my pressure. Not bad." Upon hearing this, Nagato let out a cold laugh. Meanwhile, the villagers of the Hidden-A village recognized these enemies as ninjas from the Cloud Village, and a surge of anger welled up in their hearts. They instantly understood that the other side had come to invade the Hidden-A village. Especially when they heard it dare to belittle their supreme deity, their fury ignited, and they began to shout, "Bold rogue, how dare you disrespect the deity? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. You, who have already chosen the path to death. Clown from the Cloud Village, do you still think we are the former Rain Village that could be bullied at will?" Various insults and taunts filled the ears of the Cloud Ninjas. Crack! Upon hearing these harsh voices, the Cloud Ninjas instantly gritted their teeth in rage, their anger boiling. Their hands involuntarily reached for the hilts of their blades, ready to draw them and charge at the disrespectful villagers. Oof! These small country folk are so audacious, daring to provoke our great nation. Just then, hold on. A quickly extended his arm, stopping the Cloud Ninjas who were about to explode. Then, a hint of confusion appeared on his face as he slowly spoke. "From the chaotic scene before me, it seems you have just experienced a significant battle. And, judging by the current situation, it appears the Rain Village has changed owners. The Rain Village no longer exists. This is now the Hidden-A village," Nagato replied coldly. Expressionless. "Is that so?" I fell into deep thought after hearing this, but then said dominantly, "That doesn't matter. Every village must pay a price." Indeed, they had heard of the internal strife within the Rain Village and sensed an opportunity, so they hurried over from not far away, hoping to gain some benefits. Ha ha ha. The other Cloud Ninjas burst into laughter upon seeing this. What's in a name? It's still at our mercy. However, in the next moment, Darui, standing behind A, had a look of disbelief on his face and said with a trembling voice, "Boss." His eyes seemed like, A immediately focused and carefully stared into Nagato's pupils. In an instant, his expression changed slightly, and he murmured, "That is the legendary Rinnegan." Gulp. Darui swallowed hard, completely confirming his judgment in his heart. The other Cloud Ninjas, upon hearing this, instantly turned pale. "What? Rinnegan? That is the Eye of the Sage of Six Paths." Meanwhile, the citizens of the Hidden-A village looked on with pride and satisfaction. "Our leader possesses the Rinnegan. He is a god." However, the reckless Reikage did not show much surprise or awe. He quickly regained his composure from the brief shock and returned to his usual cold demeanor. Then boom, a terrifying thunderous power suddenly surged from A's body. And in the blink of an eye, he was engulfed in this wildly violent lightning power. A god? Don't make me laugh. In an instant, swish, it transformed into a terrifying bolt of lightning, rushing towards Nagato with overwhelming power and speed. In that brief moment, his lightning-imbued fist was already striking towards Nagato's face. So fast, Nagato's heart jolted, and he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. But fortunately, his Rinnegan was already prepared for the response. In the next moment, Shinra Tensei, rumble. An extremely terrifying, repulsive force began to surge wildly around Nagato's body, exuding the true might of a deity. Bang! As A's elbow barely touched this powerful, repulsive force, he was instantly sent flying back. However, thanks to his extraordinarily strong physique and the enhancement of his lightning armor, he quickly adjusted his body and stood firm. Is this the eye technique of the Rinnegan? A's face revealed a hint of doubt, clearly surprised by the ability Nagato displayed. But he didn't dwell on it, for the Rakich's mind was filled with only one word: reckless. In the next moment, boom, a once again transformed into a bolt of extreme lightning, charging towards Nagato. This is bad. Nagato was startled. Shinra Tensei has a 5-second cooldown, and now his legs couldn't move. Whoosh! Konan immediately flew into the air, her whole body transforming into white paper as she rushed towards the Rakic. Unfortunately, it didn't care about Konan at all. As the distance between them closed, they were about to collide in the next second. Suddenly, swish! A demonstrated astonishing skill, executing an almost perfect lightning extreme drift, successfully avoiding Konan's interception and continuing to charge towards Nagato. 2 seconds left. Nagato silently calculated the time needed to activate Shinra Tensei, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. However, in the next moment, boom, the wildly violent lightning elbow strike had already arrived, smashing towards Nagato. Nagato! Xiaonan witnessed this scene, her heart aching as she cried out Nagato's name in anguish. At that life-and-death moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly surged from Nagato. Instantly, his figure vanished from a spot. AI's attack missed completely, but he didn't care about that. Instead, as he gazed at the incredibly familiar golden light, his heart suddenly twitched. As expected, the next second, a voice that AI was all too familiar with. It struck fear into the hearts of the people of the Hidden Cloud Village, resonated throughout the area. AI, are you feeling itchy again? The faces of the Hidden Cloud Village's soldiers changed dramatically, their eyes revealing a terror greater than when facing the Rinnegan. Their bodies trembled involuntarily as they stammered, "Yellow." Flash. Brothers, can we get the little brother to 7 points? And then, it's almost time to change a few book titles. Let's see your creativity. Chapter 67. The Race of Speed. Thunder God Armor, as their voices, trembling with extreme fear, slowly faded away, a series of light footsteps approached. Watergate was seen, pushing Nagato, slowly walking out of the villa, their figures fully revealed to everyone. Upon seeing this, Konan flew over without hesitation, her face filled with worry and urgency. Her eyes were fixed on Nagato, carefully checking his condition. Huff! Nagato exhaled a long breath, then looked at Watergate with gratitude in his eyes and said softly, "Brother, thank you. Without the 6 paths of pain, my mobility is really too poor." "Don't say that. You'll recover soon." Watergate comforted him gently after hearing Nagato's words. He then slowly shifted his gaze to the people of the Cloud Village. At this moment, those once arrogant Cloud Village ninjas were now trembling in fear. Buzz, their bodies shook uncontrollably, and just Watergate standing there made them so scared that their teeth began to chatter involuntarily. Finally, a slightly braver middle ninja from Cloud Village could no longer endure the fear in his heart and shouted loudly, "It's the Yellow Flash. If we don't run now, when will we?" With one call, others from Cloud Village also chimed in, "Run. No one can match the Yellow Flash. He can even deal with the 9 tails. Lord Rakic, hurry and leave. If we delay, we won't be able to escape." Saying this, they immediately prepared to escape perfectly, waiting for AI's command to flee at the fastest speed. The people of the Daylight Village watched everything happening before them, their faces involuntarily revealing an intense, unmistakable pride. This is their leader. However, such an existence made even the great nations feel fear. It must be admitted, the Yellow Flash, the king of the 3 wars, exerts pressure over the ninja world. At this moment, AI also calmed his slightly restless heart. He narrowed his eyes and sensed the aura emanating from Watergate. Then he shouted, "Watergate, ever since the 9 tails incident, your return to the world has indeed seen a significant increase in strength, just as the intel suggested." Upon hearing their leader confirm the accuracy of the intel, the people of Cloud Village began to tremble uncontrollably again. After all, the Yellow Flash of the past could instantaneously take down dozens of elite Jonin. How terrifying must he be now? It was simply unimaginable. In response to AI's praise, Watergate merely smiled slightly and replied calmly, "Aye. At least compared to the last time we met, your strength should have also improved." Hearing this, a slight curve appeared on AI's dark face. He crossed his arms over his chest, displaying an unparalleled aura, and spoke, of course. "It's not just you who has made progress. I am now not necessarily inferior to you." However, before he could finish his sentence, Watergate forcefully interrupted him, laughing with a hint of mockery, "But getting stronger still doesn't change your rash nature." Hiss! Upon hearing the remark about being rash, veins bulged on AI's face as he got angry. The difference between the current Watergate and the one he met before was too great. He actually dared to mock him. Unable to hold back, AI, being the hot-headed type, decided that even if Sage of Six Paths came, he would still elbow him twice. At this moment, boom! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, an immense force of thunder suddenly erupted from AI's body, surging into the sky and quickly enveloping him, transforming into the Thunder God armor. This time, I will definitely win. AI roared in the sea of thunder, his voice hoarse. In the next instant, boom! AI's figure suddenly moved, carrying an intimidating thunderous might, transforming into an extreme flash of light as he charged at Watergate. Wherever he passed, the void seemed to be unable to withstand such a terrifying energy impact, producing crackling sounds. Boss, this strength is so much stronger than just now. Darui, witnessing this scene, felt a jolt in his heart. Clearly, the strength AI exhibited at this moment far exceeded his expectations. However, facing such a terrifying scene, Watergate's expression remained calm. Meanwhile, Nagato had already been quickly moved to a relatively safe area by Conan. In the blink of an eye, AI, empowered by extreme thunder might, struck, as that thunderous fist, containing endless power, was just 0.5 millimeters away from Watergate. Suddenly, whoosh, a dazzling golden light exploded instantly, and Watergate's figure vanished. In the next moment, he reappeared, but his figure was now beside the first flying thunder god, Kanai, stabbed into Daylight Village. As expected, I still can't catch him. Darui sighed slightly, muttering to himself. AI, at this moment, missed his elbow strike and showed no signs of surprise on his face. Instead, he shouted at Watergate, Watergate. As expected, my ordinary thunder armor is still no match for you. But I am no longer what I used to be. As he spoke, whoosh, accompanied by a low and oppressive whistling sound, the originally clear sky was suddenly covered by heavy dark clouds that exuded a sense of despair. Within these clouds, flashes of blinding light flickered, the most primal and purest force of thunder surging. In the next moment, everyone present widened their eyes, looking at the sky in shock. Those dark clouds began to rapidly gather, condensing into a gigantic and extremely violent thunderstorm. Zizizi, its surroundings crackled with electricity, emanating an unparalleled, terrifying aura. Then, boom, the entire world seemed to tremble. That natural thunder, formed from the gathering clouds, rushed toward AI with a destructive force capable of obliterating everything in its path. Seeing this scene, the Cloud Village ninjas exchanged glances, their faces showing disbelief, and then they quickly shouted, "Boss, what are you doing? Don't do this. One day you will definitely be able to defeat the Yellow Flash." They thought AI was going to use a special technique. However, the next scene immediately negated their assumptions. At this moment, whoosh, I, struck by the force of thunder, was not injured. Instead, he began to breathe heavily. His already powerful body seemed to be ignited, vibrating with thunder. Each tremor carried a fearsome, thunderous might, as if it were about to tear everything around it apart. AI fearlessly stood in the natural thunder, looking up at the sky, letting out a deafening roar. Then, every strand of hair on AI's body changed, transforming into blue lightning. In the next moment, rumble. The thunder armor on AI suddenly erupted, expanding several times, completely enveloping him in a brilliant light. The light was so intense that everyone could only see a silhouette formed purely from the power of thunder. It emanated an extreme and unparalleled pressure, a sense of oppression that seemed capable of crushing everything. Compared to before, AI at this moment was like a different person. At this moment, he resembled a true thunder god descending into the mortal realm. Oh, he has indeed become stronger. The observing Minato revealed a hint of surprise on his face upon witnessing this scene. In the next instant, Thunder God armor, harnessing the thunder of heaven and earth to strengthen himself. This is a technique I specifically studied for you. You must experience the power of the heavens. AI shouted towards Minato with an incredibly domineering tone amidst the thunder. Chapter 68. The Clown's Interception, the Mysterious Prize. As soon as the words fell, boom. AI shot towards Minato at an incredible speed, the entire process taking less than 0.2 seconds, his fist carrying the endless might of the Thunder God, directly striking towards Minato's face. At this moment, the other people present had not even come to their senses. However, facing AI's attack, Minato did not even have the thought of moving his body. He simply focused his mind, and the Flying Thunder God technique was instantly activated. In an instant, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed, and Minato's figure disappeared, reappearing on the other side. Just then, a change occurred. AI's figure also vanished, and reappeared right in front of Minato's face. Without any hesitation or pause, another deafening roar erupted. Boom! A gigantic hand, radiating terrifying thunderous fluctuations, reached out fiercely towards Minato's neck. This entire sequence of actions took only a brief 2 seconds. Such terrifying speed would likely leave even the ordinary flying thunder god unable to react. Minato's eyes narrowed slightly. Clearly he did not expect AI to keep up with his speed. Good. Lord Raikage has caught up with the yellow flash. Darui exclaimed with immense excitement as he strained to see a bit of the action. Damn, senior brother. Nagato, with his Rinnegan, saw everything clearly and couldn't help but express his concern. At this moment, AI was immersed in the violent might of the thunder god, shouting with immense dominance. This is interception. I'm finally faster than you. Just as the thunderous hand was about to grasp Minato's throat, unfortunately, AI's intelligence still had some omissions. At this moment, whoosh! Minato's azure eyes surged with intense spatial fluctuations, and the three-dimensional realm of the flying thunder god was instantly activated, enveloping AI. Oh no! AI's heart seized, realizing something was wrong. Sure enough, the next moment, swoosh! Minato's figure appeared instantly behind AI, almost dodging AI's thunderous hand as if time had stopped. Then, boom! A wind-style spiral shuriken, imbued with the power to cut through everything, was launched in an instant, striking fiercely at the back of the thunder god armor. AI was immediately sent flying away by the violently spinning wind-style shuriken. Following that rumble, the spiral shuriken erupted completely. A terrifying explosion shot up into the sky, and shockwaves surged madly in all directions. Everything that just happened unfolded within a second. This is the battle of the speedsters. By the time the Cloud Village shinobi reacted, they saw the scene of the Raikage being taken away by the spiral shuriken. Damn! Lord Raikage! Lord Raikage! He has lost again. One by one, their faces were filled with unwillingness and despair. They then rushed towards the center of the explosion where the Raikage had been. Suddenly, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Amidst the deafening sound of the explosion, a series of urgent and heavy breaths could be heard. In an instant, boom! The extremely violent power of thunder surged into the sky, instantly dispersing the surrounding smoke and dust without a trace. In the center of that dazzling light, AI's figure slowly emerged. At this moment, the thunder god armor he wore, which had originally shone brilliantly, now appeared slightly dimmed. However, despite enduring such a terrifying explosion, AI's body remained unscathed. Phew, Lord Raikage, you really scare me there. Darui, witnessing this, finally let out a long breath as the huge stone in his heart fell. However, AI's expression was solemn. His gaze was fixed on Minato in the distance, lost in deep thought. Finally, after a long silence, whoosh, the thunder god armor on AI transformed into countless tiny bolts of thunder, scattering into the air. In the blink of an eye, he had released the powerful thunder god armor state. Lord Raikage, the surrounding Cloud Village ninjas were filled with confusion. They simply could not understand why AI would voluntarily give up his most powerful means at such a critical moment. Facing the doubts of the crowd, AI's expression remained grave as water. He took a deep breath and said in a low tone, Minato, this time I have lost again. What? Everyone present was shocked upon hearing this. No way, it was only a few seconds. The battle? It's over. However, after a brief shock, cheers erupted from the hidden daylight village. Lord Minato! Lord Minato! Darui, feeling a bit unwilling, immediately asked AI why Lord Raikage. His attack clearly couldn't break through the thunder god armor. Sigh. AI sighed deeply, waved his hand to dismiss Darui, and looked at Minato with a hint of calmness, saying, I will never be able to catch up to him in my lifetime. Just as I got close, an incredibly strong spatial force enveloped my entire body. I could feel that if he wanted to, I would be instantly torn apart and annihilated by the spatial force. Everyone present revealed expressions of extreme astonishment, unable to believe their ears. Such a terrifying Raikage. It turns out that getting close would result in being killed by the yellow flash in an instant. That terrifying wind-style technique just now was still a result of him holding back. AI, your speed can indeed rival the former me, Minato said with a faint smile, showing no sign of arrogance. At this moment, AI couldn't help but clench his fists, then slowly release them, expressing his unwillingness. Minato, being born in the same era as you is the misfortune of all geniuses. Killer Bee, are you not coming out? But Minato did not reply to him. Instead, he spoke faintly to the distance. Sure enough, As soon as he finished speaking, swoosh, Killer Bee appeared in front of everyone in an instant, performing various motions and speaking rapidly like a Gatling gun. Big brother fool. Damn big brother. Oh, so beautiful. Call me ambush. Oh, baby bang. AI's large hand instantly slammed down on Killer Bee's head, his face showing anger. Can't beat Minato. Can I deal with you? Minato sneered at this moment. Then his expression suddenly turned solemn, and with an extreme killing intent, he spoke. How you deal with your brother is not my concern. But from now on, this place will be a forbidden ground for great nations. If there's a repeat offense, I will personally come to your door. I believe that once the great nation loses all of its high-ranking officials, it won't survive for long. Listening to this blatant threat, Buzz, AI's entire body trembled, but he had no way out. In front of others, he was the ultimate thunder AI. In front of Minato, he was just a little thunderbug. The next moment, whoosh, AI suddenly turned around, waving his hand and issuing the order to retreat without hesitation. The Cloud Village ninjas immediately trembled all over as they retreated from the scene. Oh, big brother fool. Damn big brother. Kicking against a hard board. Invincible flash, dominating big brother. Killer Bee sang as he walked. Bang. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Big brother fool. Bang. Seeing this, Nagato's Rinnegan narrowed slightly, and he spoke. Senior brother, why don't we keep them? Minato smiled upon hearing this, then replied calmly. Keeping them to return is also to give other great nations a warning. The Hidden Daylight Village loves peace, but it also possesses the power to crush everything. Even the life and death of a nation's shadow must be controlled by us. At this moment, Nagato's eyes lit up, nodding in agreement. The residents of Hidden Village finally felt the relief of not being bullied by great powers. Peace can truly be achieved. In their hearts, the image of Minato had already reached its peak. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang in Minato's mind. Ding! The host has saved over 10,000 people from a tragic fate in one go. Achievement unlocked. Child of destiny, savior of the people, favored by heaven, all beings submit. Reward. Random mysterious prize. Ding! Reward has been issued. The host is encouraged to keep up the good work. In the next moment, a buzzing sensation enveloped Minato. He seemed to feel something. His whole body trembled violently, and tears streamed from his azure eyes. In Konoha Village, at the home of the fourth Hokage. Bang! A delicate hand pushed open the heavy and dark ice coffin lid. Chapter 69. Unwavering Love Bang. With a loud crash, the incredibly cold coffin lid slowly fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. In the next moment, rumble. A massive surge of chakra erupted from the ice coffin, scattering everything in the room. This powerful chakra wave even directly affected the outside world, causing the patrolling ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village to gasp in shock. It's the fourth Hokage's home. Quickly, go see what's happening, the patrol captain said anxiously. Yes. The other ninjas immediately responded and quickly moved into action. At this moment, inside the ice coffin, a stunning figure slowly sat up. She had incredibly bright red hair and an exquisite face, like a princess from a fairy tale. It was none other than the fourth Hokage's beloved, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. Huff! At this moment, Kushina looked slightly dazed and breathed lightly. Then, she lowered her head, looking at the vibrant flowing blood beneath her skin, softly murmuring, "Where is this? Who am I?" In the Hidden Rain Village. At this moment, hissing, nameless tears flowed wildly from Minato's blue eyes, and a different atmosphere instantly enveloped the scene. Nagato was taken aback and immediately asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" Upon hearing this, everyone quickly looked over, their eyes filled with concern. Minato was the pillar of their Hidden Rain Village. If he fell, the village would descend into absolute chaos and crisis. However, Minato at this moment was gently wiping his tears with his hand, a blissful smile spreading across his face. And a strong aura suddenly surged out. The others were stunned, feeling an indescribable power that shrouded the entire village. It was an incredibly rich, intense aura of love. This aura even made people feel an impulse to cry. "She's back." Minato finally wiped away his tears and whispered. The crowd looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what Minato meant. However, they could feel that Minato's emotions had undergone a tremendous change. On the other hand, Conan sensed something and fell into contemplation. She, the only one who could make my calm brother so emotional, must be the one who tragically perished during the Nine-Tails attack. At that moment, she thought of the deceased Yahiko, feeling an inner restlessness. But she still held back and said to Minato, "Brother, Congratulations. Go back and see her. I will bring her to see you all later. Minato replied softly, his face beaming with a happy smile, and the madness in his eyes diminished significantly. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the gentle Minato he was to everyone. In the next moment, swoosh, Minato transformed into a golden light, vanishing from a spot in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone behind, their faces full of confusion. What's going on? Nagato scratched his head, his Rinnegan revealing a foolishness that comes after a character has been redeemed. Idiot, Konan sighed helplessly. At the fourth Hokage's residence, Huff, Kushina sat quietly like a sleeping fairy in the ice coffin. Her beautiful eyes slowly closed, and a unique aura of the Uzumaki clan radiated from her. Not far outside the house, many leaf ninjas stood, each looking hesitant, not daring to cross the threshold that felt like a line between life and death. That was the Flying Thunder God's killing line. They could only circle around, ensuring no external enemies could invade. At that moment, whoosh, a golden light filled with happiness surged wildly from the house, and Minato suddenly appeared from the golden light, facing Kushina, who was slowly sitting up in the ice coffin. At this moment, Minato's face was already drenched in tears. He no longer looked like the fourth Hokage, who was feared in the ninja world and nearly invincible. As the golden light gradually faded, Kushina slowly opened her jewel-like, sparkling eyes and looked at Minato. In her gaze, there were countless emotions and thoughts. It was as if ripples of happiness, clouds of confusion, and ethereal illusions were intertwined. Kushina. Minato could no longer suppress his feelings, calling out her name with deep affection as he gently walked toward her. However, in the next moment, Minato shattered. Who are you? Kushina looked bewildered, as if the lover who had unwavering love for her was a stranger. Crack. Minato froze in place, immense sorrow surging in his blue eyes. In the next moment, puff. Idiot. Kushina smiled, filled with happiness. Without any hesitation, puff, Minato instantly tightly embraced Kushina, burying his head deep in her fiery red hair, greedily savoring the scent of his beloved. Kushina also reached out and embraced Minato, her eyes full of happiness. Huff. Both of their pupils were misty, reflecting the undying love that only reunion could bring. At this moment, neither Minato nor Kushina spoke, for any words seemed pale and powerless. The warmth of their beloved's body had long surpassed 1,000 words. It was unclear how much time had passed. They slowly released their embrace, but their hands remained on each other. Minato gazed at Kushina with immense tenderness and affection, the love in his eyes pure and untainted. Idiot. How can a fourth Hokage cry? Kushina gently laughed, reaching out to wipe away the tears from Minato's cheeks, her eyes filled with adoration. Upon hearing Kushina's words, endless guilt surged in Minato's heart. He lowered his head, his voice becoming deep and hoarse. I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well. Idiot, when you love me. I was already the happiest person. Kushina lightly reproached, then embraced Minato's head into her bosom, holding him tightly. Feeling the warmth of his beloved's body once again, Minato finally confirmed that Kushina was truly resurrected. He closed his eyes, quietly savoring this moment of tranquility and happiness. Huff. Kushina gently stroked Minato's face and then softly asked, Minato, where's Naruto? Because of the need for milk, I've temporarily entrusted him to Kid Koizumi. Minato replied gently in her embrace. Kushina nodded with a smile, trusting Kid Koizumi's character and personality very much. Thinking of this, a hint of misty confusion reappeared in Kushina's eyes, and she softly said, Minato, we should have already died. Why are we still wandering in this ninja world? Upon hearing this, Minato's eyes filled with gratitude as he slowly sat up. Huff. He held Kushina like a precious treasure and recounted everything that had happened. He would not hide anything from Kushina, not a single impurity of love. Initially, Kushina's gaze was filled with immense astonishment. But as the story unfolded, that astonishment gradually melted away like snow and ice, replaced by a sense of peaceful relief. After a long while, the story was finally told. Minato wore a hesitant expression, but still mustered the courage to speak. Kushina, will you blame me for everything I've done? His voice was anxious, fearing that Kushina might hate him because of it. After all, many things will happen in the future. Unfortunately, I hate talk about Watergate. I can only say that it is something that could never happen. I would rather believe that Danzo became Hokage. Fool, no matter what you do, you're still me, Uzumaki Kushina, my unwavering lover until death. In a not-so-big house, It radiates the most sincere and profound love in the world. Chapter 70, A Family Reunion Time, seemed to have passed for an eternity. Outside the house, the Leaf Village ninjas were all tense, gripping their weapons tightly and scanning their surroundings with vigilant eyes. Even high-ranking figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen hurried over upon hearing the news. What on earth has happened? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, asked with a serious expression, his brows furrowed deeply, smoke curling from the pipe in his hand. He was well aware of how important the situation inside the house was. If something went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. The entire Leaf Village could be destroyed 8 times over. The captain of the patrol team broke out in cold sweat, his face pale, as he innocently replied, "Lord Third, just now there were intense fluctuations of chakra coming from the 4th Hokage's house. But please believe me, no one has entered that house." Shikaku stood quietly to the side, resting his chin on his hands, his pupils glimmering with wisdom, as if a hidden dragon was swirling within. He then spoke in a deep voice. "Could it be Kushina?" Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped in shock. "She has resurrected?" Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Sighing deeply, the 3rd Hokage rubbed his forehead, his eyes revealing endless worry as he murmured to himself, "No matter what, we must ensure that everything is foolproof. We cannot allow any accidents to happen." After saying this, he immediately waved his hand to give orders to the Umbu beside him. "Quickly go find Fugaku, Kakashi, and Irika." "Yes." The Umbu responded instantly and vanished from the spot. At this moment, the 3rd Hokage looked at the continuous fluctuations of chakra coming from inside the house, his worry deepening. They couldn't recklessly cross the Flying Thunder God's killing line. This was an absolute forbidden zone, except for Watergate's trusted subordinates. After a long while, the Umbu finally brought Kakashi and the others. Wow. Kakashi was holding a crying Naruto in his arms. When the 3rd Hokage and the others saw this, they immediately stepped forward to inform them of everything. What? The trio was taken aback. Watergate had mentioned something about their mission to the Rain Village. Who was inside now? Thinking of this, Fugaku, as the #1 warrior, couldn't hold back any longer. Swish, his Mangeki Sharingan activated instantly, and he rushed toward the house, shouting, "You dare to trespass into the 4th Hokage's home." As soon as he said this, Fugaku was about to unleash his Mangeki powers, pressuring the people inside the house, forcing them out without damaging the house. However, the next moment, creak, the door slowly opened, and Watergate, with a face full of happiness, walked out holding Kushina's hand. The two looked at Fugaku with smiles on their faces. Fugaku stood frozen like a statue, but as a warrior, his mind raced, and he immediately clasped his hands together, smiling flatteringly. "Congratulations on your return, Lady Kushina, wishing you 100 more children." Kushina's cheeks turned bright red upon hearing this, and she playfully scolded, "Fugaku, what nonsense are you saying? Be careful. I'll tell Makoto you want 100 kids." Fugaku scratched his head, no longer resembling the dignified Uchiha clan leader. The others also noticed this scene, their eyes filled with shock. Uzumaki Kushina had actually come back to life. Seeing their surprised expressions, Kushina smiled and greeted, "Hello, everyone." Throughout this, Watergate had remained silent, tightly holding Kushina's hand, his eyes filled with love. Upon hearing her voice, everyone gradually snapped back to reality from their shock. Unfortunately, the next moment, disbelief surged back into their eyes. Just then, Kakashi, holding Naruto, excitedly approached the Watergate couple with Irika. As they reached in front of them, Kakashi and Irika knelt on one knee, showing utmost respect. "Mother." Seeing this, Kushina gently stroked their heads and smiled. "Get up. You're all Watergate's good disciples." Although she didn't know Irika, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, she could still sense Irika's deep goodwill towards Watergate and herself. Then, Kakashi carefully handed the still-crying Naruto to Kushina. At that moment, Kushina could no longer hold back, tears streaming down her face. Then, she took a deep breath, her face filled with the deep love that only a mother could possess, and gently extended her hands to take Naruto from Kakashi. Perhaps sensing his mother's presence, Naruto, who had been crying, gradually stopped and began to giggle adorably. Holding Naruto, Kushina watched this scene, her heart melting as she softly murmured, "Naruto, mommy is back." With these words, Naruto's laughter grew louder, as if responding to his mother's call. Watergate, witnessing this, was filled with love and emotion, and he carefully embraced Kushina, who was holding Naruto. At that moment, a newly reborn family had truly reunited, and the atmosphere of love spread throughout the area. Buzz. Everyone present felt a slight tremor in their hearts as they looked at the happy family before them, their thoughts racing. Yes, don't be fooled by Watergate's status as the powerful fourth Hokage. He is just an ordinary person. His greatest wish is simply to be with his family in peace. But isn't this also the dream of everyone else in the ninja world? Clap, clap, clap. The third Hokage slowly took a puff from his pipe, and although his heart was filled with shock and confusion, he still held back his emotions and softly said to those around him, "Everyone disperse. Everything is fine now." After saying this, the third Hokage turned first, leaving with a faint smile. In his heart, Kushina's return meant that Watergate would no longer have thoughts of annihilation like before, and his personality would become gentler. This was undoubtedly a very beneficial thing for the Leaf Village. Upon hearing the third's instructions, the others decisively left the scene. No one dared to disturb the reunion moment of the fourth Hokage's family. Then, Uchiha Fugaka saw that everyone had left, so he smiled and said to Watergate and Kushina, "Watergate, Kushina, let us have dinner together tonight. Mikoto misses you both." Kushina gently replied, "Sure, we will definitely be there on time." Fugaka nodded and then turned to leave, giving time back to this family. Kakashi and Irika, witnessing this scene, also hurriedly bid farewell to Watergate and Kushina. At this moment, as Kakashi walked away, his expression became exceptionally complex, and his mind was filled with countless thoughts. Now that Sister Kushina has returned, I wonder if the teacher has the ability to bring Rin and Obito back to this world as well. After a long time, Watergate finally slowly released his hand and gently asked Kushina, who was playing with Naruto, "Kushina, what should we do about Obito?" Chapter 71, Renowned Reputation. Handling the Watergate? In an unknown cave, a sneeze escaped the one-eyed masked figure, Kamui, as he struggled to hide his tears, his body shuddering involuntarily, revealing a deep sense of guilt and nostalgia in his eyes. "Rin, are you thinking of me again?" But now, the plan for the new world is in complete disarray. Upon hearing this, the expression on the face of black and white Zetsu turned into an indescribable disdain. However, in order to realize his mother's resurrection plan, Black Zetsu still suppressed his dissatisfaction and spoke in a chilling tone. "Obito, no Madara, the Rinnegan has already gone out of control. The Akatsuki organization can no longer be the source of the plan. Now, we must rely on the power of the ancients." Just as the words fell, several white Zetsu suddenly emerged from the ground, tightly holding numerous jars containing gray mist. In Black Zetsu's hand, there was also a slightly larger jar, but it exuded a distinctly different aura. Upon hearing this, Obito's eyes widened gradually. The Sharingan in his pupils began to spin rapidly as he frantically recalled the techniques from his memory. Yes, he ultimately decided to take the risk and chose to use Kamui. Risking being discovered by the Flying Thunder God seal, he secretly glanced at the sealing book. He deeply engraved the techniques of Edo Tensei and Flying Thunder God into his mind with the Sharingan. However, in reality, at that moment, Minato's shadow clone had already sensed his movements, merely allowing him to continue his performance like a clown. At this moment, Obito was immersed in the records of the Flying Thunder God technique, his face gradually revealing deep confusion and bewilderment. He widened his eyes, his expression revealing a unique stupidity belonging to Uchiha Obito. Then he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, the difficulty of the Flying Thunder God is just too great." He couldn't comprehend how his teacher learned and developed it to such a terrifying extent. Obito slightly complained in his heart, then decisively abandoned the study of Flying Thunder God, focusing all his energy on Edo Tensei. Perhaps it was due to the spiritual boost brought by Rin. He surprisingly managed to understand the complex principles of Edo Tensei. After a long time, Obito finally understood the secrets of Edo Tensei. He realized the terrifying aspects of Edo Tensei. Hiss! He couldn't help but gasp, his eyes flashing with a look of shock. Then, Obito looked at Black Zetsu, gazing at the jar, and said solemnly, "Are you sure? Not Edo Tensei Madara, but Edo Tensei him?" Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu smiled ominously, his expression obscuring his true emotions as he spoke. "Lord Madara, now is not the time to return, but possessing the Sharingan is the true choice that can crush the fourth Hokage." In Konoha Village, as Minato's words fell, the smiles on Minato and Kushina's faces disappeared, and even little Naruto stopped laughing. The scene instantly fell into silence. This was the deadly pressure of Kamui, which directly controlled Minato's family. After a moment, Minato sighed lightly, gently shaking his head. Then he extended his hand, tenderly holding Kushina close. A doting smile on his face. He softly said, "It's okay. Just leave everything to me." On Kushina's face, deep pain and confusion intertwined, her eyes glistening with tears. Listening to Minato's words, her body trembled slightly, leaning her head against his chest. Feeling Minato's warm heartbeat, she said with a touch of sadness, "I really don't know how to deal with Obito. Clearly, he used to be such a good child. It feels like having a gentle and adorable puppy with a great temperament. But one day, it suddenly went mad, not only biting the owner's newborn child, but also continuing to attack the owner. Yet this dog used to be so kind and loyal." As Kushina thought of this, a layer of mist formed in her eyes, looking very pitiful. This made Minato's heart ache, and he immediately embraced Kushina, slowly entering the house. "Silly, I will handle it well, don't worry." Half a day later, everything that happened in the Rain Village had spread throughout the ninja world, instantly causing a huge uproar. People couldn't believe that so much had happened in just half a day. What? Danzo from Konoha and Hanzo from the Rain Village were annihilated by the Rinnegan. What? The Rinnegan? That is the power of a deity. But unexpectedly, the next piece of news shocked them even more. The fourth Hokage forcefully arrived. The Rinnegan was no match. The Rain Village was leveled by the yellow flash. Compared to that mysterious Rinnegan, the ninja world was even more shocked by Minato's growth speed. In the Third Great Ninja War, he could already dominate one side, and now he could even defeat the power of a deity. By his own strength, he destroyed the #1 village beneath the 5 great nations. Now, the entire ninja world subtly sensed a trend of establishing Minato as the current #1 in the ninja world. And the news of AI and Minato clashing again certainly did not escape anyone's attention. Compared to AI, who was defeated in an instant, what shocked them more was the fourth Hokage actually rebuilt the Rain Village and personally nominated it as a new village for a moment. Everyone was speculating whether Konoha was preparing to unify the entire ninja world. Some were happy, some were worried. The entire ninja world fell into a peculiar state of seriousness. At Minato's home, the third Hokage let out a long breath, not even lighting up his favorite pipe, instead looking at Minato across from him with a serious expression, hesitantly asking, "Minato, how is Danzo doing now?" Minato replied, "Half dead." The third Hokage pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then continued, "Minato, the Land of Fire is very unhappy with your destruction of the Rain Village and the establishment of a new ninja village." At this point, the third Hokage paused for a moment. It seemed he was considering how to phrase it, but in the end, he decided to speak frankly. They believe that as the fourth Hokage, you should not establish a new ninja village, as this is simply an insult to the Land of Fire. They are currently discussing how to deal with you. After speaking, the third Hokage cautiously observed Minato's expression, wanting to see how he would react. However, there was no trace of worry or tension on Minato's face. Instead, it was filled with happiness and satisfaction, his gaze gently resting on Kushina and Naruto. The next moment, a cold voice emerged from his mouth. "Dealing with me? I wouldn't mind letting the Land of Fire change its master. Give me all 5 stars." Iron Friends, Chapter 72, Taking Itachi as a Disciple. As the words fell, a pure killing intent suddenly filled the large room, sweeping through like a cold wind, making one feel a chill down their spine. The next moment, wah 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 wah, Naruto's small body trembled. His big eyes filled with fear as he let out loud cries. Kushina frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in her bright eyes as she looked towards Minato. "Minato." There was a trace of dissatisfaction in her voice, as if she was about to turn into a fiery little pepper. Feeling Kushina's gaze, Minato's heart tightened, and he shivered. The extreme, killing intent dissipated in an instant, and Minato unconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, with an awkward smile on his face. He softly explained, "Kushina, I'm just used to releasing killing intent. I didn't expect it to scare Naruto." After saying this, Minato placed his hands on his thighs, looking like a child who had done something wrong, presenting himself as an honest person. Upon hearing this, Kushina's complaint didn't completely disappear, but she turned to Naruto in her arms and began to soothe him. Sigh. The third Hokage watched this scene from the side, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The pressure this family brought him was a bit overwhelming. What? Change the master of the Land of Fire? Is this something I can hear? Fortunately, Kushina was revived. Otherwise, the third felt that Minato would immediately go to the higher-ups of the Land of Fire. Thinking of this, cough cough, the third couldn't help but cough. Then with an awkward expression, he said solemnly, "Minato, Actually, there are still people supporting you over in the land of fire. I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said. At this moment, Minato had already regained his calm expression and replied, "That's good. Just support them," as the daimyo. As soon as these words fell, bang, the third stood up directly and immediately bid farewell to Minato's family. It was a joke. The more he talked, the more he felt that Minato's plans were increasing. If he continued, he would be accused of being the mastermind behind it all. Since it didn't threaten Konoha, the third chose to give up. Seeing the third leave the room, Minato immediately moved closer to Kushina's side, apologizing to little Naruto. Watching this scene, Kushina burst into laughter. The family looked incredibly happy. The next day, at Uchiha, Fugaku's home, Uchiha Itachi looked at Sasuke in his arms with a doting expression, softly smiling. "Sasuke, when will you grow up?" He gently stroked Sasuke's face, his eyes filled with affection. Sasuke blinked his big eyes, tightly gripping Itachi's finger. "Abba, Abba." He made indistinct sounds, as if responding to his brother's words. This warm scene made the genes deep within Itachi, which cherished his younger brother, become increasingly active. Just then, whoosh, a dazzling golden light suddenly shot out in front of the house, and after the light dissipated, the figures of Minato's family emerged. Seeing this, Itachi immediately stood up while holding Sasuke, his face showing a respectful expression as he bowed and saluted Hokage-sama. Lady Kushina. Kushina walked forward with a smile, gently patting Itachi's head, and kindly said, "Itachi has grown so big. Don't be so formal, just call me sister." Sister Kushina. Upon hearing this, Itachi maintained his respectful attitude, but his tone softened considerably as he gently called out. This made Kushina very happy, her smile blooming like spring flowers, unable to be contained. When she noticed Sasuke in Itachi's arms, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and said, "This must be Sasuke. He's become even more handsome than before. Please don't doubt my second son. His looks are impeccable at any time." It seemed that the second son understood and laughed, bringing joy to everyone. Kushina's heart was melted by the cuteness of the second son. She lifted Naruto in front of him and gently said, "Sasuke, this is your brother. His name is Naruto." Her gaze was filled with anticipation, hoping to see a friendly interaction between the two brothers. However, the expected scene of brotherly love did not occur. Instead, as soon as Naruto and Sasuke met, their smiles instantly vanished, and a glimmer of light crossed their eyes. Immediately, although they were two hungry infants, their expressions were as serious as adults. Their eyes sparkled with flames, as if they were ready to take each other on. Minato, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his pupils. He silently muttered, "Asura and Indra reincarnated. Are they really this demonic upon meeting? Wait a minute. Something feels off." Minato suddenly realized something was wrong. He began to frantically reason in his mind. Asura is the son of the sage of 6 paths. Naruto is my son. Asura equals Naruto. Therefore, I equal the sage of 6 paths. Concluding that I am Asura's father, thus also Indra's father. So, I am Kagaya, Otsutsuki's son. At this moment, the more Minato thought, the more chaotic it became, and a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. Finally, it hurts, don't pull my ears. Until Kushina pulled the dazed Minato into the house, ending this wildly imaginative thought process. But then again, without a bit of imagination, how could so many derived techniques from Flying Thunder God come about? In the restaurant, here it comes. Mikoto brought out the last dish from the kitchen, gently placing it on the dining table, and smiled at everyone. Then, everyone began to enjoy the delicious food. Sigh, Mikoto kept serving dishes to Kushina, her face full of guilt and heartache as she said, "I'm sorry, Kushina. During the Nine Tails incident, we couldn't help you. It's delicious." Kushina picked up the food Mikoto offered, and, after chewing it carefully, couldn't help but praise, then said nonchalantly, "It's okay, Mikoto. At that time you were also deceived by Danzo, that dog." As she said this, Kushina paused for a moment, a gentle expression appearing on her face as she turned to Minato and continued, "Besides, hasn't Minato already remedied all of this?" Fugaku, seeing this, also quickly spoke up, "With Minato's current strength, who in the entire ninja world can shake him? Such things will never happen again." After saying this, Fugaku raised his wine glass towards Minato. "Fugaku, you're not bad either." Minato picked up his cup to clink with him, replying gently. After that, Mikoto began to chat with Kushina about what housewives should talk about. Meanwhile, over here with Itachi, he had Naruto and Sasuke in each arm. The two little guys were staring at each other with big eyes, neither willing to back down. This is the bond belonging to Otsutsuki Asura and Otsutsuki Indra. Damn it. Naruto, Sasuke, be good. Itachi could only comfort both sides, looking quite helpless. Until Fugaku called Itachi over. Itachi finally had the chance to hand over the two little troublemakers to Kushina and Mikoto. At this moment, Fugaku stroked Itachi's head and spoke to Minato across the table. Minato, I want to ask you for a favor. Speak up when not outsiders. Minato said nonchalantly while eating. Hearing Minato's words, Fugaku's face immediately lit up with excitement. Please take my son, Uchiha Itachi, as your disciple. Buzz, Shumen's hand that was picking vegetables suddenly froze, and he looked up, a hint of complexity in his voice. You want me to take Wong, Weasel as a disciple? Chapter 73, Testing Itachi. Accepting the Uchiha twins, as the words fell, Fujitaka replied excitedly. That's right, please. He immediately patted Itachi on the back. Itachi understood at once, his eyes sparkling with light, and he bowed respectfully to Minato. Please accept me as your disciple. This request was filled with immense sincerity and determination. Seeing this, Minato slowly placed his chopsticks on the table, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He then gazed at Itachi, lost in thought. Minato, what are you thinking? Quickly accept Itachi. Kushina, holding Naruto, urged with a smile. Naturally, she was very supportive of her good friend's son taking her husband as a teacher. This way, the relationship between the two families would get better and better. Clearly, Kushina did not know that Itachi would later annihilate their clan. If she had known, perhaps her expression would not be so cheerful. At this moment, Fujitaka and Mikoto were also looking at Minato with eager anticipation. They hoped that Minato would accept Itachi as a disciple. If that happened, the Uchiha clan would completely ally with the fourth Hokage. Everything would be stable. Sigh. Minato, listening to Kushina's urging, sighed helplessly in his heart. He thought to himself, this little guy won't be the next Obito, will he? But thinking of Kushina and the others, especially for Kushina's sake, Minato still posed a soul-searching question to Itachi. Itachi, if one day, to save a so-called collective, you had to destroy your own companion's family, what would you do? Minato's voice carried a weighty tone. As soon as this question was asked, a strange atmosphere enveloped the room. Kushina and the others were taken aback. They couldn't understand why Minato would suddenly ask such a question. According to common sense, even if this was a test before accepting a disciple, it should involve questions about what they would protect after becoming stronger or whether they would protect the village. However, upon hearing this question, Itachi's eyes flickered slightly as he fell into deep thought. Using the so-called Hokage mindset brainwashed by the third Hokage. Snap, Minato calmly picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of hard food to chew slowly. After a long while, huff, Itachi gently exhaled a breath, his eyes shining brightly as if he had grasped some profound truth. He raised his head, his gaze firmly fixed on Minato, and sincerely said, a single life should not be forced to sacrifice for the lives of the group. That is not fair. I will fight with all my strength. Even if I fall in the last moment, I will never turn against my companions. These words were somewhat moving. Fujitaka and Mikoto's eyes revealed deep relief and pride. This is our child. When he takes the big knife and annihilates the clan, you won't think so anymore. Sasuke, hearing his brother Itachi's words, stopped paying attention to Naruto and smiled happily. However, at this moment, Minato was stunned. He had originally thought Itachi would give the answer of sacrificing the small family, but the result before him surprised him. He stared into Itachi's unwavering eyes and gradually understood. It seemed that Itachi was simply undereducated and had been seriously brainwashed by a few old-timers. At least for now, he wasn't a filial son. There was still room for reformation. Thinking of this, Minato no longer hesitated. He gently extended his hand and placed it on Itachi's head, showing a gentle smile. Very well. Remember what you said today for a lifetime. In the future, as my disciple, you must prioritize protecting your family and companions. As soon as he finished speaking, Fujitaka's face lit up with joy. He excitedly nudged Itachi, his eyes filled with delight. Bang! Itachi's reaction speed was astonishingly fast. He knelt down without hesitation and respectfully said, Thank you, Master, for accepting me as your disciple. Hearing Itachi's words, Minato smiled slightly and slowly helped Itachi up, while seriously saying, Get up. As long as you uphold the true meaning of protection, you don't need to worry about these formalities. Itachi nodded, his little face determined, showing his resolve. At this moment, Fujitaka was already overjoyed. He could no longer contain his inner happiness and stood up, ready to call the clansmen for a grand apprenticeship ceremony. Of course, this was not just a simple apprenticeship ceremony, but also a way to showcase the good relationship between the Uchiha clan and Minato to the rest of Konoha. However, just then, Minato suddenly called out to him, saying solemnly, "Fujitaka, does the Uchiha clan have a child named Shursui?" Hearing this, Fujitaka was momentarily stunned. Then, the figure of that young boy immediately appeared in his mind, and he quickly replied, "Yes, Minato. How do you know?" Minato calmly said, "As a genius who graduated early from the Ninja Academy, as Hokage, I naturally pay attention to him." Upon hearing this, Fujitaka's face revealed a hint of pride, and he spoke with great pride, "That child's talent is simply terrifying. I was nowhere near him at his age, and he has already awakened the Sharingan. It's a pity that since the Third Great Ninja War, he has been living in solitude." Itachi, hearing this, couldn't help but murmur softly, "Shursui." Shursui, although only a few years older than Itachi, was an idol he deeply admired. Yes, Minato nodded slightly, his thoughts swirling in his mind. Uchiha Shursui, whether in the future or the past, was an absolute genius and a good person. He awakened the Mangeki Sharingan at a young age. His abilities were incredibly extraordinary. Just relying on his body flicker technique, he could rival shadow-level powerhouses. It's a pity that he was ultimately harmed by that old crow Danzo while constantly running for the village and clan. Perhaps I can accept him as a disciple, allowing his path to be broader. Thinking of this, Minato made a decisive decision and said to Fujitaka without hesitation, "Fujitaka, bring Shursui here. I want to accept him as a disciple." Fujitaka was slightly taken aback, but a look of surprise instantly appeared on his face, and he immediately sent someone to find Shursui without hesitation. "What? There's even a buy one get one free deal." Fujitaka secretly rejoiced in his heart. He felt that with Minato's guidance, these two inherently gifted Uchiha would surely become shadow-level powerhouses in the future, or even surpass the shadow level. Not long after, Shursui was summoned into the room, looking bewildered as he listened to Fujitaka recount the events. Although he didn't quite understand why the fourth Hokage would take him as a disciple, when Minato gently stroked his head, he knelt down without hesitation to perform the apprenticeship ritual. Thus, the Uchiha clan's twin stars were officially accepted as direct disciples by Minato. "Very good, very good." Minato smiled as he looked at the two children before him, his eyes revealing a hint of joy and relief, especially when he looked at Shursui, because he knew that Shursui would become famous in the ninja world in the future with his body flicker technique. This meant that his reaction speed and nerve responsibilities would definitely be outstanding, and these qualities were essential for inheriting his flying thunder god technique. In this way, the dinner party concluded in a harmonious atmosphere. Somewhere in Konoha, swish, a brilliant golden light suddenly surged forth, and as the light dissipated, an old dog, covered in scars, was heavily thrown to the ground. The old dog gasped violently, each breath accompanied by endless pain. Its wounds were so deep that the bones were visible. Truly horrifying. Blood continued to seep out, and one could hear the muscles and bones trembling. Jishui stared blankly at the scene before him, his eyes revealing a strange hatred. And he whispered, "Teacher, why do I feel a strong sense of disgust when I see this person?" Chapter 74. Execution of Danzo. Although Shursui had never seen this old dog, an inexplicable hatred surged in his heart. This emotion left him somewhat confused. Minato looked at Danzo struggling desperately on the ground and let out a cold laugh. Then he gently stroked Shursui's head and said in a soft tone, "Shursui, this guy has a very complicated relationship with your ancestors and you." But teacher, I really haven't seen him," Shursui said, his face showing a puzzled expression. However, before Minato could answer, Danzo suddenly spat out a mouthful of congealed blood like a dying wild dog. Then, his blurred consciousness began to gradually clear. When he opened his eyes, Shursui's face was clearly reflected in his vision. Buzz, Danzo's brain instantly trembled, and the Shursui before him seemed to transform into his deceased old friend. He cried out with trembling lips, "Uchiha, mirror, are you already dead?" Shursui's heart jolted at these words, and he hurriedly leaned closer to Danzo, wanting to ask about his grandfather's cause of death. This question had always been a pain for the Uchiha clan. They could never understand why the Hokage-level Uchiha Kagami died while on a mission. However, just as Shursui was about to inquire, Danzo, like a dead dog, let out a breath towards the sky, enduring the intense pain in his body, and said in a low voice, "You are not him." Clearly, Danzo had recognized that the person before him was not Kagami, but his grandson Uchiha Shursui. In the past, Danzo had paid some attention to Shursui and even planned to recruit him in a route after he became a Chunin. under the pretext of taking care of his old friend's descendants. Who are you? How did my grandfather die? Shui asked excitedly, gripping Danzo's collar tightly and shouting. In the next moment, his pupils had transformed into the two-tomo Sharingan out of anger. He, Danzo sneered, his expression darkening. He then stared into Shui's Sharingan, revealing a complex emotion in his eyes, seemingly filled with jealousy and unwillingness. Indeed, he is his descendant, so young and already has the two-tomo. Just as Danzo was about to continue pretending to be mysterious in front of Shui, Minato, slowly squatted down, looking at the now battered Danzo with a smile. Danzo had clearly seen Minato just now, but when Minato suddenly leaned in closer, the endless pain and anger that had been suppressed deep within him surged out again, instantly making him furious. Namikaze Minato, I will tear you to pieces. Danzo shouted hysterically, as if he could only vent his anger by tearing the person before him apart. I will kill you. Blood splattered everywhere with his roar, staining the surrounding ground red. However, all of this was just the rage of someone powerless. Minato completely ignored his threats, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting into a sarcastic smile. Swish! A flying thunder god kunai appeared in his hand in an instant, and without hesitation, he stabbed it into Danzo's wound and began to twist it. There was even a bit of salt on it. This level of pain might even be unbearable for Madara. Ah! Danzo immediately trembled all over and cried out in pain towards the sky. Fortunately, this was a relatively deserted area of Konoha. Otherwise, one might think someone was slaughtering a pig. Gulp! Seeing this scene, Shui couldn't help but swallow. However, Danzo seemed to have grasped a lifeline, and despite the unbearable pain, he mustered all his strength to shout at Shui. I am your grandfather's dear friend. Hurry up and save me. Are you just going to watch me suffer like this? What? Shui was taken aback by these words, somewhat at a loss for how to respond to this sudden revelation. At that moment, Minato once again twisted another wound on Danzo's body. Immediately, Danzo let out an even more miserable scream than before. Minato slowly stood up, showing no trace of a smile, and coldly said, Dear friend? Is that the one who stabbed Kagami in the back and took away his Sharingan? In the next moment, Danzo's body suddenly trembled, as if the immense pain had been suppressed by an invisible force. His mind went blank, and his face was filled with disbelief as he muttered, Impossible. This can't be. You. How could you? However, before he could finish his sentence, upon seeing Shui beside him, he quickly turned the tide and shouted, What are you talking about? We were as close as brothers. How could I do such a thing? However, Minato disregarded Danzo and turned to Shui, who was clenching his fists and looking somewhat dazed, softly saying, Shui, trust your teacher or trust this old dog. The choice is yours. No matter what decision you make, your teacher will support you. Hearing this, Danzo's heart sank. He knew he had to win Shui's trust. Otherwise, he would be finished. So he immediately shouted at Shui, You ungrateful descendant. I am your grandfather's dear friend. That is also your grandfather. Hurry up and save me. However, this statement struck at the depths of Shui's heart, and he could not accept that his grandfather had such a dear friend. Without hesitation, he bowed deeply to Minato and said, Thank you, teacher, for telling me the truth about my grandfather. As soon as he finished speaking, under Danzo's terrified gaze, swish, a kunai glistening with cold light and filled with killing intent appeared in Shui's hand. He was determined to end this old dog's life with his own hands. In Shui's heart, if his grandfather had not passed away, perhaps his parents would not have lost their lives in the cruel war. All these tragedies were caused by Danzo. Thinking of this, Shui's pupils trembled violently, and then the original two-tomo suddenly transformed into the more powerful three-tomo Sharingan in an instant. Minato, witnessing the scene, had the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a look of satisfaction. As expected, Shui's talent was still incredibly terrifying. He couldn't wait to see Uchiha Shui with the abilities of the other heavenly god, body flicker technique, flying thunder god, and Susanoo. Feeling the immense power granted by the three-tomo in his pupils, Shui looked at Danzo with endless hatred and anger in his eyes, and he let out a furious roar. Old dog. As soon as he finished speaking, swish. The kunai, accompanied by a whooshing sound, suddenly stabbed towards Danzo. However, the expected splatter of blood did not occur. Danzo opened his eyes, filled with confusion and surprise. He was still alive. It turned out that Minato had acted in time to stop Shui's fatal blow. Teacher, why didn't you let me kill him? Shui, who had just activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan, shouted excitedly upon seeing this. Minato's face showed a hint of reproach as he looked at Shui and said, "How can you enjoy such a good thing all by yourself? You wait here for a moment. I will go call some people over." After saying that, whoosh, a brilliant golden light flashed, and Minato's figure instantly disappeared. Although Shui was still filled with anger upon hearing Minato's words, he endured the rage and followed Minato's instructions. "You have to believe me. I am truly your grandfather's close friend." After watching Minato leave, Danzo's anxious expression intensified, and he immediately turned to shout at Shui. However, what responded to him was only the incredibly cold 3-Tomo Sharingan, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. At that moment, a different feeling suddenly surged in Shui's heart, making him feel a bit excited. Shui couldn't help but whisper, "The teacher didn't say I couldn't torment him, right?" Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes widened in fear. Before he could think further, Shui had already taken action. He stepped forward and directly grabbed Danzo's hair, lifting him up. Then, with his other hand, Shui continuously struck Danzo's body. That's right, this was the scene in which Danzo would later beat Shui. But at this moment, the roles had been reversed. "You beast! You don't deserve to be a descendant of the mirror," Danzo shouted while enduring Shui's beating. Still barking, Shui frowned, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. With that, Shui grabbed a kunai, suddenly mixed it with some dirt, making it all dirty. Then, he swiftly plunged the kunai into Danzo's wound, slowly stirring it just like Minato had done earlier. The screams of agony echoed throughout the surroundings, resonating across the entire universe. After a long while, a dazzling golden light suddenly shot out, revealing Minato and 4 others: Kushina, Fugaku, Kakashi, and Itachi. At this moment, Danzo was already trembling all over from Shui's torment, his face extremely pale. With the help of the Sharingan, Shui could more accurately find the acupoints that would cause the most pain and insert the kunai into them. This. Seeing Danzo's current state, Minato couldn't help but gasp. What method of torture! Truly, a student surpassing the master. However, the others didn't care much about that. Bang! Kushina and Fugaku transformed into 2 bolts of lightning, instantly appearing in front of Danzo, lifting their feet to unleash the invincible whirlwind 36 kicks. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who had already been informed of the truth about White Fang's death by Minato, swiftly drew the white fang blade and approached Danzo with a killing intent like a raging tide. However, seeing that other positions on Danzo were already occupied, Kakashi silently moved behind him, the white fang blade infused with a faint lightning power, striking down fiercely. 1,000 years of death. Ah! The pig-like screams echoed like rolling thunder, once again resonating through the universe. Itachi, seeing this, joined in, also taking a kunai and following suit. Thus, fueled by immense resentment, the 4 continued their relentless assault. Especially Fugaku, who would hit Danzo for a while, then administer medicine, continuing to strike, fearing Danzo might die. Minato silently watched this scene, his face involuntarily twitching. So brutal. Finally, just as Danzo was barely clinging to life, with only a faint breath remaining, Minato and the others, holding kunai, ended the life of this heinous individual. The next moment, the system's voice immediately came through. Ding! Successfully killed a shadow level. Shimura Danzo. Reward: the most perfect sage art of Mayaboku Mountain. Equivalent healing power to Senju Hashirama. Chapter 75. Teaching the Flying Thunder God the next day. Warm sunlight caressed Konoha village. It seemed that due to the death of a certain Hokage, the air had become particularly fragrant. In the Konoha training ground, Minato stood at the center of the field, facing his extraordinarily talented disciples. Cough cough. Irika is a bit nervous. At this moment, Irika excitedly said, "Teacher, what are you going to teach us today?" He clenched his fist, his face filled with excitement. The others quickly focused their eyes on Minato, eager to learn new skills. Upon hearing this, Minato smiled faintly, displaying an extraordinarily calm demeanor as he replied, "You should all be familiar with the ninjutsu that I'm famous for, right?" After he spoke, everyone fell into a brief silence. Soon, their pupils widened in disbelief as thoughts surged in their minds. Isn't that the Flying Thunder God technique? Is the teacher really going to teach us this now? This thought flashed through their minds, causing their hearts to race with excitement. Just thinking about it made their bodies tremble involuntarily. They knew that mastering the Flying Thunder God alone would put them at the level of a Hokage. That would be the top-tier combat power of a great nation. How could they not be excited? The next moment, They saw Minato slowly raise his right hand and casually extend a finger. Swish! A crisp sound rang out as a kunai, glowing with golden light, appeared in his hand in an instant. This kunai emitted a strong wave of power, containing the endless mysteries of space and time. So amazing. Shui widened his eyes in awe. However, at that moment, Kakashi suddenly snapped back to reality. He stared intently at the terrifying flying thunder god kunai, worry flashing in his eyes. He then turned to a few of his younger brothers, slightly furrowing his brows, and said in a deep voice, "Teacher, the younger brothers are still quite young, and their chakra levels might not be able to support the flying thunder god technique. Indeed, while the flying thunder god technique might seem to activate with a whoosh, the amount of chakra it consumed was enormous. Only ninjas with deep foundations could barely use it. Otherwise, if forced to use it, their bodies could be instantly drained, potentially even endangering their lives. Of course, all of this was under the premise that they had to learn the flying thunder god first. However, Minato had already thought deeply about these issues. He smiled slightly and confidently replied, "Kakashi, the questions you can think of, the teacher naturally won't overlook. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Upon hearing this, Kakashi's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Yeah, how could such a meticulous teacher overlook these things? He couldn't help but feel a bit ridiculous for his earlier worries. Just then, the usually quiet Itachi quietly spoke up. "Teacher, do you want us to practice our reaction abilities first?" Minato was slightly surprised to hear this. He glanced at Itachi and gently replied, "Itachi, you are indeed very smart." However, Itachi did not show any emotional fluctuations due to the compliment. He lowered his head, still expressionless, and replied in a flat tone, "No. I heard my father mention it before." It turned out that Itachi had previously asked Fugaku why he didn't go learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Fugaku had been silent for a moment before responding that unless one's innate reflexes were greater than normal or there was training, it would be useless to learn it. What Fugaku really wanted to say was, "I want to learn too, but the Uchiha clan is about to clash with the village. Where can I go to learn it?" At this moment, Minato stretched out his hands and pulled Irika and Itachi close to him, revealing a gentle smile as he softly said, "You are still young, and your foundations are relatively weak, so let's start with meditation practice. I will slowly make contact with your bodies, and you need to wake up before I touch you." After he spoke, Minato quickly formed hand seals. Bang! Smoke suddenly exploded, and two identical shadow clones appeared in front of them. At this moment, Irika, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, began to mumble, "Teacher, Shui is clearly younger than me. Why can't he join us?" His desire for the Flying Thunder God technique made him impatient to directly contact the jutsu. Upon hearing Irika's complaint, Minato couldn't help but cough lightly a couple of times, glancing at him with a hint of embarrassment, but his eyes held a faint smile. "You're comparing yourself to Shui. Are you comparing talents or eyes?" Then, Minato gave Shui a meaningful glance, his eyes revealing a barely noticeable hint. The next moment, swish! Shui's pupils instantly turned into a blood-red three-tomo Sharingan, emanating a sinister chakra pressure. "Teacher, let's go. I feel like I will definitely make significant progress today," Irika said earnestly, no longer saying another word. Having the three-tomo Sharingan at less than 10 years old, what a joke. Isn't it strange? Do you have a system or something? After thinking for a moment, Irika suddenly had this big question. After the two were taken away, Minato also turned his attention to Kakashi and Shui. Compared to Shui, the 17-year-old Kakashi had a significant height advantage. At this moment, Kakashi looked down at this little brother who was at most 10 years old, his eyes filled with disbelief. Senior brother, feeling the intense gaze on him, Shui couldn't help but ask in confusion. Kakashi instantly snapped back to reality, feeling a bit awkward. He felt like one of those men peeping at others after watching Intimate Paradise. "Wait, is there even a subway in the ninja world?" Just then, cough, cough. Minato gently coughed, interrupting their eye contact, and said gently, "You two are performing excellently in all aspects, so you don't need to meditate with the others. Next, we will test your battle reflexes." Upon hearing this, Kakashi's heart immediately surged with waves, and he quickly turned to Minato, lowering his voice and saying, "Teacher, I think." However, before he could finish his sentence, swish! A flying thunder god, kunai, suddenly shot towards him, exuding a terrifying aura of space and time. Kakashi was startled. He had not expected Minato to suddenly attack him. Fortunately, due to his training with the Raijin, his body's reaction speed had greatly improved, and his right hand quickly raised. The kunai in his hand immediately went to block the flying thunder god kunai. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out as Kakashi successfully blocked the strike, but his cheek was still grazed, oozing a bit of blood. Huff, huff, huff. Kakashi gasped for breath, his eyes filled with shock and awe as he muttered, "So fast." Minato quietly watched all of this with a faint smile on his lips, not saying a word. In fact, he had probably only used 30% of his speed when throwing that flying Thunder God Kunai. Well, probably. However, Kakashi's ability to react so quickly is already quite impressive. This indicates that he has initially met the conditions to master the flying Thunder God technique. At this moment, Shui was also fully focused, intently watching Minato's position, always ready to respond to his kunai attack. "Isn't it, little brother? Can you react in time?" In the very next moment, whoosh, Minato's figure transformed into golden light and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the kunai that had been knocked away by Kakashi. Almost at the same time, a flying Thunder God kunai was suddenly thrown toward Shui. This time, the speed was even greater than before. Buzz! Shui keenly sensed the spatial fluctuations coming from behind him, and his body trembled violently. He immediately pushed the power of his 3-tomo Sharingan to the limit, instantly mobilizing all his strength, gripping the kunai tightly to meet the flying Thunder God kunai. Clang! That incredibly terrifying flying Thunder God kunai was actually held firmly by Shui. Excellent. Minato nodded in satisfaction at this scene. However, before Shui could breathe a sigh of relief, whoosh, Minato instantly transformed into golden light and teleported to the location of the kunai being held, unleashing a Rasengan directly at Shui's face. It's hard to bear that there's only one day off for National Day. I'll resume double updates tomorrow. Chapter 76. Testing strength at such a close distance. Even if the opponent is a Jonin, it is difficult to react. Boom! The constantly spinning Rasengan emitted an aura that could strangle everything, like a C4 bomb, rushing towards Shui. However, this was only the result of Minato deliberately slowing down his speed. Shui never expected that Minato could launch consecutive attacks in such a short time, and each move caught him somewhat off guard. Swish! Shui's eyes suddenly burst with intense light, his Sharingan with 3-tomo activated to its fullest, and the powerful ocular power was released crazily. Move! Move! Quickly move! Shui shouted frantically in his heart, perhaps due to his strong desire. The muscles in his legs began to tremble slightly, as if breaking free from the shackles of fate. The next moment, whoosh! Shui's figure moved, quickly retreating at an unbelievable speed. In that thrilling moment, he successfully dodged Minato's attack, leaving behind an afterimage. So fast! Kakashi, witnessing this scene, could not help but exclaim in surprise. Meanwhile, the Rasengan in Minato's hand crashed straight into the ground. Boom! With a loud noise. The ground was instantly torn apart by the violently spinning Rasengan, creating a deep pit, and dust was kicked up, filling the air. If this hit someone, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Rasengan can flatten civilians at its lower limit and can take down Otsutsuki at its upper limit. Kakashi, who was still amazed by Shui's speed, broke into a cold sweat upon seeing this scene. "Teacher, this is a bit outrageous. Using the Rasengan to blast your disciple, is this really not a joke?" However, Shui, who dodged this attack, did not think so. At this moment, buzz! His entire body was trembling slightly, a nameless power covering him. That was the state of extreme muscle tension, the enhanced reaction nerves. Sure enough, the next moment, ha 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 ha. Minato slowly retracted his right hand, a smile spreading across his face as he laughed heartily, looking at Shui with eyes full of admiration. Not bad. In a crisis, being able to forcibly activate all the power within your body, thus breaking through your own limitations. You, Uchiha Shui, are simply born to practice the flying Thunder God technique. Minato's tone was firm, his voice filled with undeniable excitement and enthusiasm. That's not the case. Shui was taken aback, a blush creeping onto his face as he hurriedly waved his hand. After all, he was just a child, facing such straightforward and warm praise from Konoha's strongest. He felt somewhat overwhelmed, a wave of shyness rising within him. Kakashi walked over to Shui at this moment, a hint of a smile on his lips, lifting his right hand slowly to gently place it on Shui's head, teasingly saying, "Junior, don't be shy. The teacher isn't teaching you about intimate paradise." "Huh, what is intimate paradise?" Shui asked, confusion evident in his eyes. Kakashi propped his chin with both hands, a hint of longing and expectation in his gaze as he whispered, "That's our masters." Jiraiya-sensei's famous work. It's simply, however, just as Kakashi's words trailed off, a sudden loud noise interrupted. Bang! Minato kicked him away with a thunderous force and angrily shouted, "Bastard! Don't lead your junior astray. And when did you get involved with that?" Kakashi was kicked far away, crashing heavily to the ground. After a moment, he slowly got up, his face full of grievance as he said, "Oh, teacher, I only read it recently because the bookstore owner recommended it." Saying this, his face was full of grievance and innocence. After all, he just wanted to support his master's work. What could be wrong with that? Huff. Minato exhaled slightly, trying to suppress his inner emotions. But soon, thoughts in his heart surged wildly. Jiraiya-sensei? Is it because of the guilt after the Nine-Tails incident that he has been unwilling to show himself? As a disciple, no matter what, he would never blame Jiraiya. Because Jiraiya's life was filled with tragic colors. He had been tirelessly searching for the fabled child of destiny. But in the end, he couldn't escape the mockery of fate and met his demise in the cold, dark depths of the sea. Thinking of this, sigh. Minato couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. Then gently he shook his head, casting aside those worries about the future. Instead, he turned his attention to Kakashi and Shursui in front of him and said, "All right, now, the real combat exercise begins. Show me all your abilities and let me see how strong you currently are." As his words fell, boom, an immensely powerful and terrifying chakra pressure suddenly erupted from Minato, soaring into the sky and then suppressing everything around with astonishing momentum. So powerful, Shursui felt this overwhelming pressure for the first time. His Sharingan trembled involuntarily, and his face showed surprise. He felt as if his entire body was tightly locked by an invisible hand, a sense of oppression coming from deep within his soul. At the same time, Kakashi, after a brief shock, quickly reacted. He swiftly drew the white fan from his back, leaping back with incredible speed to create distance from Minato, loudly reminding, "Junior, get away from the teacher." Hearing this, Shursui sprang into action, using all his strength to resist the terrifying pressure, leaping towards Kakashi with all his might. He quickly drew a short knife from his back and, along with Kakashi, gazed solemnly at Minato. "Come on, kids." Minato smiled slightly, slowly raising his right hand and gently waving it at the two. They exchanged glances, understanding each other perfectly. The next second, they simultaneously began to rapidly hand sign. Whoosh! Powerful chakra surged from them, blowing the surrounding trees and grass around. Shursui took the lead, leaping into the air, his cheeks suddenly swelling. Fire release. Great fireball technique. In an instant, boom! A gigantic fireball, burning fiercely, tore through the air, emitting an incredibly terrifying aura as it rushed directly towards Minato. Not bad at this age. Fire release is unique in the ninja world, Minato thought, a smile appearing in his eyes. However, just as he finished speaking, Kakashi had already completed his hand seals, suddenly swinging his right hand towards Minato. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind release chakra instantly spread around. Wind release, divine wind. Chapter 77. What to do if the teacher is too strong in the next moment? Swish. Several wind blades, exuding an incredibly powerful aura, sliced through the air from Kakashi's hand towards Minato. Just as they were released, boom, 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 the wind blades began to swirl in the air, transforming into a terrifying tornado that stood tall on the ground. Following that, it suddenly lunged towards the great fireball with ferocious intensity. This technique was one that Kakashi had encountered during a battle with an opponent, which he copied using his Sharingan. The key feature of this technique is its chilling capability. It can perfectly merge with fire release, maximizing the power of the fire release ninjutsu. Sure enough, in the next moment, the tornado caught up with the great fireball, and there was no scene of mutual consumption. Instead, with a whoosh, the great fireball was instantly transformed into fiery currents and devoured by the tornado. Immediately after, the tornado began to emit extreme heat and rotational speed. In the blink of an eye, boom, an incredibly terrifying fire-release tornado made its grand appearance, radiating an aura that truly extinguished everything. It spun continuously, its searing high temperature consuming all surrounding vegetation, leaving only a patch of mustard-colored earth. This is the incredibly terrifying wind and fire combination ninjutsu. Its power is far beyond a simple addition of 1+1. Under the intensity of this fire-release tornado, even a Kaga-level expert might not be able to withstand it. Seeing this scene, Minato's eyes revealed a hint of admiration, and he couldn't help but sigh internally. Two children whose combined age is not over 25 can use such powerful ninjutsu. They truly deserve to be my chosen disciples. At this moment, Kakashi slightly tightened his grip on the white fan blade, constantly scanning the surroundings with his single eye, while reminding Shirzue, "Junior brother, be careful. The teacher is likely to use the flying thunder god technique soon." In his understanding, facing such a powerful fire release force, even Minato would not choose to take it head-on. The only possibility would be to use the flying thunder god technique to evade this attack. Upon hearing Kakashi's reminder, Shirzue nodded gravely. He also pushed his Sharingan to its limits, continuously observing the surroundings to prevent Minato from suddenly appearing. Unfortunately, the anticipated sudden advance of the flying thunder god did not occur, because at that moment, Minato simply raised his hands with a calm expression, methodically forming two seals. Water release, water surge. As Minato's words fell, swish. A surge of mist instantly enveloped Minato, forming a circle around him and creating a wall of water. Then, in the next moment, boom, the mist transformed into an astonishing torrent of water, completely surrounding Minato. The turbulent sound of water echoing like the 3,000 weak waters from the heavens, instilling fear in people's hearts. Minato continued to calmly push both hands forward. In an instant, boom, the water surged and roared, transforming into a torrential flood, akin to the river of time, carrying the might to destroy everything as it charged towards the fire release tornado. This level of water release, this quantity of water, calling Minato the Water Shadow, is by no means an exaggeration. So terrifying, Shirzue's Sharingan trembled violently, filled with astonishment. Kakashi was equally taken aback, his mouth agape in shock. In such a dry place, to be able to unleash such water release. Teacher, you are truly terrifying. And in the next moment, the two forces collided without any suspense. Hiss. The sound of intense turbulence reverberated throughout the arena, clouds of smoke billowing into the air as the fire release tornado was mercilessly consumed by the flood. However, it seemed unwilling to yield, still struggling in the flood, attempting to carve out a territory of its own amidst the deluge. Unfortunately, all of this was in vain, a futile effort. In the end, all the fire release tornadoes were completely extinguished by the flood, leaving not even a trace of embers. Splash! And this terrifying flood, like a mythological apocalyptic deluge, continued to surge towards Kakashi and Shirzue. Seeing this situation, the two snapped back to reality. They leaped to the treetops, narrowly avoiding the violent impact of the flood. However, Minato's chakra seemed endless, and the force of the flood showed no signs of diminishing. The two could only struggle atop the treetops. Witnessing this scene, Minato quietly halted the continuous output of chakra. The surging flood, deprived of chakra, quickly began to seep into the ground. There's no way around it. Being too powerful is also a kind of loneliness. Any skill Minato casually performed could potentially alter the entire battlefield. This brings to mind a certain someone and a certain Obito. Swish! Once Kakashi and Shirzue saw the water flow stop, they quickly returned to the ground. Then, Kakashi, with a face full of helplessness, shook his head and complained, "Teacher, how are we supposed to fight now?" Shirzue nodded in agreement beside him, his head bobbing like a garlic pounder. Cough, cough. Minato awkwardly cleared his throat and then said seriously, "Don't worry, this time the teacher will hold back. Bring it on." Upon hearing this, a hint of helplessness appeared on Kakashi's face, but he still tightly gripped the white fan blade, preparing to unleash all of his chakra. Whoosh! A thread of lightning release power instantly floated in the air, becoming increasingly violent. In the next moment, boom! Kakashi's entire body was enveloped in purple lightning, his hair standing on end like steel needles, exuding an intimidating aura akin to the arrival of the thunder god. Even the white fan blade was infused with the power of thunder. This was the purple lightning chakra mode. At this moment, Kakashi, in this state, was undoubtedly among the top few elite jonin in the entire ninja world. The others were probably just Guy and maybe a few others. At this time, "Senior brother, you?" Shirzue's pupils slightly trembled. Seeing Kakashi praise him, he thought that his strength should not be too far off. However, upon witnessing the purple lightning chakra mode, Shirzue instantly became humble, feeling like he was picked up high and then heavily dropped. How infuriating! This aura is at least Kaga level. Senior brother is only 14 years old. This world is indeed a huge troop. Anyone you pick is a peerless genius. In the next moment, boom! Kakashi's entire body moved in an instant. transforming into a purple lightning bolt, charging towards Minato with an incredibly terrifying aura. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived. The white fan blade in his hand was raised high, the ultimate blade, intent mixed with the horrifying power of lightning, suddenly slashed down. Purple lightning, white fang, divine descent. Chapter 78. Flying thunder, god, super, roar, flow, dance, thousand shadows, void wind, thunder, dual power break, void slash destroy space, move overlord king blade in the next moment. Whoosh. Hundreds of white teeth knife shadows suddenly appeared in the sky, radiating an unparalleled knife intent that made the nearby villagers tremble in fear. These knife shadows flickered with a sharp cold light, as if they could tear apart space, each containing Kakashi's immense power and will. However, that was not the end. Boom! The purple thunder from Kakashi's body shot up into the sky, and dark clouds instantly formed overhead. Then, strands of purple thunder like giant dragons danced in the air before suddenly diving down. They covered the knife shadows, transforming them into an incredibly dazzling purple. The power of thunder surged continuously, emanating an overwhelmingly terrifying aura, giving a feeling of being utterly unresistible. Subsequently, all the purple lightning knife shadows charged towards the position of Minato, cutting through any obstacles in their path. What a powerful sword technique! It actually borrowed the natural thunder through its own lightning release, covering the knife shadows. Shirzue, watching the scene from the side, widened his Sharingan eyes in shock. This move, according to his judgment, it had already reached the level of a Kage. Only a Kage-level expert could unleash such a powerful technique. A 14-year-old Kage. Who else could do that? At this moment, Kakashi was completely enveloped in the ultimate purple lightning chakra, yet he still shouted to Minato, "Sensei, you can't take this head-on." In his heart, this was a brand new technique he had created by perfectly merging the white tooth sword technique and the purple lightning chakra mode. It contained the power to sever everything. Starting to care about the teacher. Minato smiled lightly upon hearing Kakashi's warning. Then, with a wave of his right hand, a kunai glowing with golden light appeared in an instant. Then, a shocking scene occurred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kakashi suddenly saw an incredibly dazzling golden light flash before him, as that flying thunder god, kunai, jumped thousands of times in less than a second. Each jump left behind a phantom of the golden flying thunder god kunai. Kakashi's eyes widened, filled with astonishment, because before him, thousands of flying thunder god phantoms had already formed. Each phantom emanated an incredibly bright golden light, like rounds of golden suns. At this moment, Minato casually formed a seal with his right hand, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. Boom! Boundless lightning and wind chakra instantly broke through the sky, all surging into the thousands of flying thunder god kunai phantoms. These chakras seemed to have found their home, perfectly merging with the flying thunder god kunai phantoms. The phantoms of the flying thunder god kunai instantly erupted with an incredibly powerful wind and thunder force, combined with the golden light, as if a divine artifact had descended to the world, shocking all beings. That powerful force made both Kakashi and Shirzue feel a sense of suffocation. Flying thunder, god super, roar flow, dance, thousand shadows, void wind, thunder dual power break, void slash destroy space, move overlord king blade technique. In the next moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh, thousands of wind and thunder, flying thunder god, kunai, phantoms burst forth with a world-destroying momentum. Instantly, the wind and thunder flying thunder god kunai phantoms collided with the purple lightning knife shadows, producing a deafening sound. These two attacks were extremely similar, both using rapid weapon swings to create phantoms, then adding the power of ninjutsu. However, Kakashi's had been developed over several days, while Minato's was learned on spot. At this moment on the battlefield, whoosh whoosh whoosh, both sides were constantly flashing, the sounds of blades and kunai ringing out. But it was evident to the naked eye that the purple lightning knife shadows were at an absolute disadvantage. The dazzling golden light of the wind and thunder flying thunder god kunai was even beginning to completely overshadow the opposite brilliance. The gap between the two was like a chasm. In just a few seconds, the hundreds of sharp purple lightning knife shadows were completely shattered, turning into nothingness. Meanwhile, the remaining wind and thunder flying thunder god kunai phantoms continued to pounce towards Kakashi. Sigh. Kakashi's expression changed, and he sighed inwardly. He then mobilized all the purple lightning chakra in his body with all his might. Whoosh! His figure instantly transformed into a purple lightning bolt. reaching Shirzue's side at an astonishing speed. Just then, those wind and thunder, flying thunder god kunai phantoms landed on the spot where Kakashi had just been. Bang, bang, bang. A series of deafening destruction sounds erupted, and the surrounding trees fell in response, turning into a ground full of wood chips and debris. The remnants of the wind and thunder dual-natured power spread over these debris, and the ground was cut with deep marks. After a moment, these kunai phantoms gradually disappeared into the air. Sure enough, the teacher is still the teacher. Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim. Meanwhile, Shirzue's eyes were wide open. His three-tomo Sharingan still activated, filled with shock and bewilderment. Minato's strength exceeded his imagination. With just a wave, he could unleash such terrifying power. Cough, cough, Kakashi slightly coughed, then spoke heavily to Shirzue. Junior, use your strongest move. Let the teacher properly assess our strength. The dazed Shirzue nodded slightly in response. All right, Senior. Although they knew that their strongest moves might seem like child's play in Minato's eyes, they still decided to go all out. In the next moment, both of them formed seals in unison. Whoosh! A strong chakra aura instantly spread around, making the air feel a bit heavy. Seeing this, Minato's pupils shifted slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face as he softly said, Very good. Use all your strength. Teacher, no problem. As soon as the words fell, boom, Shirzue took the lead, spewing out blazing flames, and a great fire dragon technique burst forth, roaring like a true dragon as it charged towards Minato. At the same time, his body trembled violently, and a series of phantoms continuously surged out from within him, forming several clones in the blink of an eye. Body flicker technique. In the next moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of Shizuis suddenly appeared on the field, each holding a short sword, maintaining the same posture, their three-tomo Sharingan spinning continuously. These Shizuis were all physical entities, which was precisely what made the body flicker Shirzue terrifying. Meanwhile, Kakashi was not to be outdone. At this moment, the purple lightning chakra mode on his body had disappeared, replaced by a rumbling sound. Boom! The white tooth blade in his right hand erupted with an incredibly rich purple lightning glow, its aura far stronger than before. Threads of rolling thunder continuously erupted from the blade, causing the surrounding environment to emit a burnt smell. Kakashi had clearly managed to perfectly merge the purple lightning with the white tooth blade. He discarded everything, focusing solely on this next strike, its power far beyond simple addition. At this moment, both shouted simultaneously, Teacher, we're coming. Chapter 79. If you are a ninja, seeing the fourth Hokage is like a mayfly seeing the sky at this moment. Whoosh! Watergate slightly raised the corner of his mouth, and with just a small gesture, a powerful wind release easily extinguished the great fire dragon technique. He smiled and extended his hand towards Kakashi and Shirzue. Come on, my beloved students. As he spoke, Kakashi and Shirzue exchanged a glance, a determined light flashing in their eyes. They took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and their momentum instantly erupted to its peak. Boom! At this moment, both Kakashi and Shirzue slightly moved, and their bodies instantly vanished from where they stood. The next moment, boom, boom, boom. Dozens of Shirzue appeared above Watergate, short blades in their hands covered in incredibly intense flames, their figures transforming into black streaks of light rushing down. Uchiha, instant body, flame slash. To Watergate's right, Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared. At this moment, Kakashi tightly gripped the completely transformed purple-white fan blade, channeling all his power into it. Boom! With a loud roar, Kakashi suddenly wielded the terrifying white fan blade, carrying an unparalleled blade intent, transforming into a purple lightning bolt that shot towards Watergate. Purple lightning, white fan annihilation slash. In the void, remnants of the thunder and flame power surged after the two passed by. Their momentum intertwined, incredibly powerful. Ordinary shadow-level ninjas would likely be severely injured if they tried to take their attacks head-on. However, even facing such a formidable attack, Watergate remained composed. Huff, not bad. At this moment, Watergate gently exhaled, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He believed that in today's ninja world, there is absolutely no one who could possess the strength and talent that surpassed Kakashi and Shirzue at this age. Just then, boom, the strongest strike containing nearly all of their chakra was already upon Watergate. The ferocious aura even slightly disheveled Watergate's hairstyle. Dozens of Shirzue now had dazzling scarlet light in their eyes, their flame blades radiating extreme heat as they slashed down. Kakashi was almost identical. Boom! He swung down the white fang blade, and an enormous purple lightning bolt burst forth, transforming into a gigantic blade shadow, carrying the power to crush everything as it shot forward. At this moment, the distance between their attacks and Watergate's body was less than 5 centimeters. From a distance, one might even think the attacks had already struck Watergate. However, Watergate showed no signs of panic, his body not moving even a little bit. That's right. He wanted Kakashi and Shursui to see what the true first-class reflexes and speed of the ninja world looked like. At this moment, the distance of the attack was only 4 centimeters. 3, 2, 1. Finally, just as the attacks were about to hit, huff, Watergate's eyes slightly opened, and an extremely powerful space-time force suddenly erupted from his pupils. The Flying Thunder God technique, space-time domain, was instantly activated. Immediately after whoosh, Watergate's figure vanished in an instant, then reappeared behind Shursui. He raised his right hand, his figure teleporting repeatedly in an instant, each time accurately striking the back of Shursui's neck. Generally speaking, the instant body technique is a physical entity, not easily broken. But the next scene surprised everyone. Bang, bang, bang. The struck Shursui transformed into a cloud of smoke, leaving only one, who was shocked, being lifted from behind by Watergate. This is the unique aspect of the space-time domain. As long as one is within this domain, whether it's the real body or a clone, they can instantly perceive it and then strike it down. Therefore, those clones disappeared after a single strike. Then, Watergate vanished again, appearing behind Kakashi. His hand knife fell with an incredibly terrifying speed, without any warning. Bang! Kakashi was instantly struck, his body losing strength in an instant, and the white fang blade almost slipped from his hand. The purple lightning white fang annihilation slash also missed, bursting forth with immense momentum into the distance. Boom! In an instant, dozens of large trees were cut in half, the severed parts incredibly smooth, with purple lightning chakra raging. The tree trunks rapidly shriveled at a terrifying speed, turning black. This strike, if it had hit a living being, would have burned the blood to ashes in an instant due to the thunderous power. That's right. If hit, it would indeed be troublesome. Seeing this, Watergate couldn't help but nod in approval. He held Kakashi and Shursui in his hands, both of them dazed. They knew they had been defeated by Watergate, but they never expected it would be so simple. In just 1 second, they were subdued, like little chicks. They were picked up in such a humiliating manner. Huff! Watergate slightly closed his eyes, and with his actions, the space-time domain instantly closed. Then, he released a hold on the two and smiled as he spoke. This is reaction ability, being able to keenly sense any danger around you in an instant, and to evade such dangers at an even faster speed. That's when the Flying Thunder God technique comes into play. Although Kakashi and Shursui were still immersed in the shock from earlier, they quickly regained their senses and spoke in unison. We understand. Please teach us the Flying Thunder God technique, teacher. They couldn't wait to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. They were simply eager to progress. Seeing their expressions, Watergate nodded in satisfaction and said, Kakashi, your strength and full power is basically at the weak shadow level, while Shursui, without a doubt, is at the Jainin level. Your reflexes have passed, and you can start practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. As soon as he finished speaking, excitement appeared on Kakashi and Shursui's faces. When they truly had the opportunity to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, the excitement in their hearts was hard to suppress. Seeing this, Watergate's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile, then continued. The so-called Flying Thunder God technique, simply put, is a space-time movement conducted through chakra marking. Kakashi and Shursui were now completely focused, listening to every word Watergate said. As for the specifics of how to practice, I'll message Watergate and let you know. After a long time, Kakashi and Shursui felt as if they had received a profound revelation. Although there were still many key points difficult to understand, they had basically grasped the basic characteristics of space-time ninjutsu. Just as Kakashi was about to ask Watergate how to create his own style for the Flying Thunder God marking, suddenly, Watergate's pupils rippled slightly, as if sensing something, and spoke to Kakashi and Shursui. Your teacher's wife is looking for me. I'll be back in a moment. As he finished speaking, whoosh, Watergate instantly transformed into a golden flash, disappearing from the spot, leaving only traces of space-time aura behind. Shursui watched this scene and couldn't help but murmur softly. If you're not a ninja, seeing the fourth Hokage is like a frog at the bottom of a well looking at the moon in the sky. If you are a ninja, seeing the fourth Hokage is like a mayfly seeing the sky.